A few of them were curious if it was real, how heavy it would have to be. So they tried to move it, and it didn't budge. When Nan Nan saw it, she smiled and picked it up, stunning them. Only then did they realize that not only was Nan Nan's awakened ability strange, even her physical quality was so outrageous. However, what surprised them even more was that Nan Nan said that Big Brother Han could pick it up with one hand and play with it. Yi Shiraka wondered then if Han Yang and the others had mastered some method that could enhance their strength. She looked at Han Yang with an expectant face. Those who have awakened their abilities will have their physical qualities greatly strengthened, far surpassing ordinary people. However, this kind of change doesn't happen overnight and requires time to slowly accumulate. On top of that, it can only be achieved through targeted exercise. Han Yang briefly elaborated on the changes after awakening. All of this had been rotten common sense in the previous world, but no one knew about it yet in the present. So you have targeted exercise methods? Yi Xiaoai instantly understood. Yes, I reintroduced it to you. Han Yang pointed at Shangguan Qingqing. Qingqing is not only an awakened, but also a martial arts teacher. She has mastered a set of body forging techniques that can rapidly increase the strength of ability users. My idea is to put her in charge of training all of you. Regardless of whether or not you are awakened, you must quickly master the body forging technique. At the same time, I want Qingqing to be in charge of the security and defense of the island. Han Yang paused and pulled out a pistol from his body, placing it on the coffee table and sliding it in front of Qingqing. I believe with this pistol, it will be hard for the average person to hurt you again. Han Yang didn't ask if she could use it. He understood Shangguan Qingqing's ability. Mental introspection could allow her to familiarize herself with her body more than anyone else. In terms of control and utilization of the body's sinews and muscles, no one could be better. As for the pistol, it was nothing but quickness, accuracy, and stability. For her, it was a piece of cake. Shangguan Qingqing picked up the gun and skillfully played with it. As a martial arts nerd, she did not reject modern weapons. On the contrary, she knew more than Han Yang, only that she didn't dare to collect this stuff. Otherwise, there would be more than just those cold weapons in her arsenal. What do the two of you have to say? Yi Xiaogue curiously sized up Shangguan Qingqing, who naturally wouldn't have an opinion, but instead begged for it. It's fine. I just observed that there are cameras at every intersection on the island, as well as speakers that play music. If it's just vigilance, these are enough. Just send one person to keep an eye on it, and if you find any strangers coming in, immediately notify everyone to take cover, and I'll step in to solve it. Shangguan Qingqing's voice was cool, calm, and confident. It made Yi Xiaoka unable to give birth to the slightest bit of skepticism. This was a woman who could do what she said. The surveillance is on the first floor of the hotel, there's a special surveillance room, and the amplifier broadcast is also there. Usually we have someone there to monitor. Yi Shiraka confirmed that Shangguan Qingqing's plan was feasible. Well, that's it for the island security. If the shore service area, let Lu Bin and the other two pay some attention. If the situation is critical, they can directly withdraw to the island. Confirming an arrangement, Han Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding the second point I also said just now, tomorrow Nan Nan and I will go out to collect supplies. You guys improve your strength on the island as soon as possible. Where will we go to gather supplies? Have you chosen yet? Yi Shiraka asked. I'm not too familiar with this neighborhood, what do you suggest? I really do know a good place. Yi Xiaoxiu let out a light laugh. 3 or 4 kilometers west from our shore service area here, there's a large integrated shopping mall, where there's a large supermarket on the ground floor, a cell phone and electrical appliances, jewelry and beauty on the first floor, and a children's playground on the second floor, with children's clothing. Yi Shiraka was like a counting house, and quickly said the layout of the products inside. Does your family live there? Quite familiar. Han Yang thought that this kind of young lady wouldn't go shopping in this kind of civilian superstore. My family doesn't live there, but that mall property is owned by our company. It's me being shallow. The mall usually opens after 9 o'clock, so when the zombie virus broke out, there should be no customers inside, only staff. Han Yang mused. With such a big superstore, how can there be 100 or so staff members? Not too many, it's a good solution. Distance and clothes, that's it. Arranging one thing again, Han Yang looked more relaxed. How many of the corpse cores I asked you guys to collect yesterday have you collected? Collected 5. Yi Shiraka pulled out a bag from her carry-on bag, which contained 5 crystalline crystals. Han Yang unceremoniously collected them. He didn't even have that many in his hands right now. Corpse grass and linglong grass were big consumers, and Sasha and the mutated female zombies had to be fed one every few days. Looks like we'll have to specialize in getting some corpse cores. Han Yang pondered in his heart. Things couldn't be taken for nothing, and he brought over the corpse grass. 3 days from now when it grows to 4 leaves, it'll be ready to use, so you guys decide on a good candidate by then. Yi Shaoqi's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the corpse grass, realizing that it wasn't the one he had seen yesterday. This one had only just grown its second leaf, and the first leaf hadn't fully grown either. I wonder where they got another one. With this thought in her heart, Yi Xiaogui's mouth was serious as she responded, yes. This is compensation for your dedication to linglong grass, and those 5 corpse cores just now can be exchanged for a corpse grass as well, but we'll have to wait until we have it later. Unexpected joy. Yi Xiaoka thought he was going to take it for nothing. Most of those corpse cores were obtained from inside the zombies that Zhu Haoming and the others had killed. It was supposed to be an unexpected thing. But after Han Yang said this, she immediately understood the value of the corpse cores. It definitely wasn't just for the zombies, right? And looking at his confident appearance, one could be sure that he would be able to get corpse grass in the future. Could it be that he had mastered the method of planting it? Han Yang would never have imagined that his short sentence had been guessed by Yi Xiaoka. We'll keep this corpse grass for now and give it to you after 3 days. Han Yang put the corpse grass back in its original place. The 3 of them then talked about some personnel arrangements, and Nan Nan played soy sauce the entire time, waiting for lunch to finally be ready. The crowd gathered in the dining room. The villa had been decorated with a large number of people in mind, and there were 2 dining tables inside, one large and one small. The small square dining table, which could sit 4 people, could also be used for office work, rest, and tea. The big one is a rectangular table, sitting 10 people are more than enough. At this time, the food was set out one after another, unprecedentedly sumptuous. 10 days after the end of the day, Han Yang's vegetables that they had in their hands before were all eaten except for the potatoes that were still there. Usually it was mostly canned meat, dried vegetables such as mushrooms, fungus, and rotting bamboo. Then there are squash, sausages, and so on. I don't eat them all the time, but I change them. Otherwise, how much is not enough to ho. But now on the table, there are green pepper bacon, tomatoes and eggs, ground 3 fresh meat, wood mustache bacon and so on. Although it looks shabby, there is no big fish and meat, but also all home cooking, but it is also the most sumptuous meal that several people have seen in recent days. In addition to rice, the staple food also included large cakes and fried dumplings made by Qin Lan, and some pastries made earlier. The only drawback was probably that it was too vegetarian. This also reminded Han Yang that egg and milk could still be found at the moment and wouldn't pass the shelf life. But meat was out of the question. One could only eat some canned sausages and bacon. There was no way to get fresh meat. It seems that in the future, it will be necessary to specifically find some poultry and livestock to raise. Nan Nan had long been watching with glowing eyes, waiting for the crowd to be seated. She took the lead and nonchalantly picked up her chopsticks. Finally, dinner is ready. I'm starving to death. Everyone, don't be polite. Oh, we're all family. The crowd couldn't help but smile as they watched her impatient appearance, and the atmosphere immediately became relaxed and active. Sister Fong's cooking is still so delicious. Sister Lan's cooking is also good. Nan Nan's praises were endless and unstinting. Lunch was quickly finished, and all the women ate with great satisfaction. After the meal, Yi Xiaokui, Nan Nan and Chang Qing took the initiative to help clean up the dishes. Chen Fong, Qin Lan, and the 4 of them cleared their hands. After the midday cooking exchange, Chen Fong and Qin Lan, Zhao Zhao and Sun Luan were already familiar with each other. Especially with Qin Lan, the 2 of them were discussing the practice of pasta during meals. Qin Lan also changed her usual coolness, and from time to time, she and Chen Fong lowered their heads and joked a bit, looking at Han Yang with frequent sidelong glances. How about it, doesn't Lan Lan look good when she smiles? Yi Xiaokui walked to his side and teased him with a remark. I'll secretly tell you, Barbara, but she hasn't had a boyfriend yet. Any ideas? Han Yang glanced at her. This woman, even selling her own best friend, what's her idea again? I'm most interested in you right now. I heard that you haven't had a boyfriend either? Hiss. Han Yang suddenly sucked in a breath. You 2 big beauties, you're not too young. It's too abnormal that you haven't had a boyfriend. Could it be that you 2 are a pair of lilies? Yi Shiraka did not get upset when she heard this, instead she hung a seductive smile. Isn't it all yours? Then I'll go to your room at night. We can't just talk without practicing. Good. As long as you promise me one thing. What? Han Yang seemed like he couldn't wait, but he muttered in his heart. Sure enough, when this woman acted like a demon, there must be something. Aren't you guys going to that mall tomorrow? There's a business building next to the mall. Can you guys stop by and go inside to help me find someone? Is it your family? Not bad. This woman, what a loop. After hearing that I'm going to gather supplies, she's moved on, right? Han Yang was silent for a moment. Actually, you don't have to be like this, something like searching for your family. If you tell me directly, I won't refuse. Yi Xiaokuei sniffed, the winks on her face tightened up, revealing a sincere smile. Thank you. Thank you is not necessary. Just now you said to go to your place at night. Does it still count? Yi Xiaokuei rolled her eyes. It was just a bit of a good feeling. Count. When you come back safely, come to my room at night. Yi Xiaokuei grunted in her heart. At that time, I'll sleep with Erisher and there's no one in the room. Let's see what you'll do. Yi Xiaokuei showed Han Yang the exact location and the photos of the people he needed to find. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. It was Yi Xiaokuei's father, the chairman of the Xinjiang group. Still don't expect too much. Han Yang advised. Office buildings, that was a place of 10 deaths, densely populated, with many zombies. Even if one survived, there wasn't much to eat or drink. Anyone who could run out of there either had a hard life or luck against all odds. I know, but I still want to make sure. Han Yang didn't say anything else. At this time, Lu Bin and Lu Li finally arrived. Yi Xiaokuei had left a message at the entrance of the hotel, telling them both that the crowd was here. When Lu Bin and the others came in, Han Yang clapped his hands and attracted the crowd's attention. Now that everyone is here, let's have a formal meeting, firstly to all get to know each other, and secondly to announce the future planning and staffing arrangements. Han Yang introduced Chen Fong and Shangguan Xingqing to Lu Bin and Lu Li. With Nan Nan's lesson, Lu Bin was very humble and called sister one by one. Once everyone knew each other, Han Yang announced what he had discussed with Yi Shiraka and Shangguan Xingqing at noon, and made a clear division of labor for everyone. Han Yang and Nan Nan were a group, temporarily in charge of going out to collect supplies, with Sasha and the mutated female zombie following them both. Zhao Jiao was responsible for the maintenance of the island's facilities, and Sun Luanyu was responsible for the cultivation and maintenance of vegetable ingredients. Chen Fong works as a part-time doctor and is responsible for cooking for the crowd, with Qin Lan assisting from the sidelines. It was only then that the crowd realized that Chen Fong's awakened ability was healing. Especially when they saw her demonstrating in public that the wounds were restored as before, without a single scar, the women were ecstatic. Among them, Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu also pulled Chen Fong aside to secretly confirm something. Han Yang vaguely heard what had been injured before. There are scars, cannot be restored. Scars definitely cannot be recovered, only to recreate the wound. TSK, women can really suffer anything for the sake of beauty. Even Shangguan Xingqing was a bit impressed. Han Yang shook his head. He actually intended to showcase Chen Fong's abilities and categorize her as a logistician. This would maximize her safety. Her ability to heal spiritual plants was really too important. As for Qin Lan, her ability was perfect for combat, so Han Yang intended to train her as a reserve combatant, allowing Shangguan Xingqing to focus on her and grow quickly before personally leading her for a period of time. For now, let her specialize in training and assist in cooking. Shangguan Xingqing was responsible for the defense of the island and training the crowd. Yi Xiaokuei was in charge of coordinating and managing the supplies, and managing everything on the island with Shangguan Xingqing when Han Yang was out. Lu Bin and Lu Li were in charge of the defense and alert work of the service area on the shore, and they took care of their own food. There was also a cafeteria on shore, and the two of them would be assigned some supplies when the time came. Since neither of them were ability users, and they didn't have much manpower at the moment, they were mainly on guard. If they encountered a situation that was not right, they could immediately withdraw to the island. Alright, that's basically it. Everyone can say if there are any more good suggestions. No more. Next it's time to learn the body forging technique that can increase strength, right? Hurry up, I'm a little impatient. Yi Shiraka rubbed her fists together. All of the things Han Yang had just said had already been discussed, and now she just wanted to hurry up with the next step. Alright, then Xingqing will be in charge of the next step. Han Yang smashed his mouth and retreated with a sense of satisfaction. Shangguan Xingqing first led the crowd to the basement and looked at the wide array of weapons displayed on the floor and said, "Each of you pick a weapon, and I will teach you the use of weapons while learning the body forging technique. So many weapons. Lu Bin was very surprised. He instantly realized where the weapons he once saw Han Yang and Nan Nan holding came from. Pick them at random? Yes, take the ones you're interested in, practice for a while, and then change them if they don't fit. So the crowd went forward and picked up their favorite weapons. Surprisingly, Xin Lan was the first to choose a park sword. The park sword, also known as the sewing sword, appeared in the Song dynasty. Han Yang often saw it in water margin or other martial arts novels, and it was mostly used by people in the Jianghu. The one she was holding was a short-handled park knife, about 1.5 meters in overall length, with a blade length of about 70 centimeters. In terms of its length, it was not considered a long weapon, but it was longer than a normal short weapon. In terms of appearance, it was no different from a large sword. However, compared to a large knife, the blade has a larger proportion. Between a large knife and a single knife, it requires 2 hands to hold the handle. Like using a large knife, utilizing the weight of the blade and the knife itself to slash the enemy. When Shangguan Xingqing saw this, she secretly nodded her head. The knife technique was easy to pick up and was also very suitable for chopping zombies, more so than the tang knife that Nan Nan had picked out. Lu Bin also quickly chose. He followed Han Yang's example and chose a long spear. Of course it wasn't Han Yang's kind of all-metal lance, but an ashwood pole lance. Soon, the others also chose. Although there were more than 18 weapons, not many of them could actually be used. Some weapons weren't suitable for dealing with zombies, such as the meteor hammer, which if not played well, one would have to smash their own head in. Others were whips, sticks, and so on. In the end, Yi Shiraka picked an 8-sided Han sword, Zhao Jia picked a machete, is in the movie and TV drama, Cut the Kind of Small Life. Sun Luan Yu picked a sword as well, a horse chopper. Lu Li, on the other hand, picked a steel fork, but can play with Lu Bin to cooperate, a fork, a stab. After picking the weapons, Shangguan Xingqing let the crowd go to the asphalt road outside the villa. The trees on the island had lush branches and shade all over the place. So it didn't appear hot. The sea breeze blew by, instead making people feel very refreshed. Nan Nan, you demonstrate, everyone watch carefully. Shangguan Xingqing had the crowd stand in 2 rows, lining up in order. Then she had Nan Nan walk to the front and start practicing. For every move that was practiced, she let the crowd follow along, then pointed out the main points and corrected the mistakes and omissions. This included the places where Nan Nan practiced wrongly. Han Yang and Chen Fong also corrected them with an open mind. Throughout the afternoon, a set of moves was barely finished. Among them, Yi Xiaokui, Qin Lan and Lu Li were the fastest and best learners. Especially Qin Lan, she clearly felt her body's strength grow and was fully motivated. Zhao Jia and Sun Luan Yu were average, and still needed to practice diligently to familiarize themselves with the movements. Lu Bin's progress was the slowest, barely learning the movements. There were still a lot of mistakes. However, Lu Li patted her chest to ensure that she would guide him to strengthen his exercise when she went back. After that, the 2 of them went back to the shore before it got dark. Finally, I can take a good rest. Yeah, why don't we go swimming? After dinner, Nan Nan was full of food and drink, happily stretching her waist and making a suggestion. Han Yang's eyes lit up when he heard it. We don't have swimsuits, so forget it. Yi Xiaogui said regretfully. Han Yang was even more regretful than them. How could we not have swimsuits? No, the first supplies to be collected tomorrow would be swimsuits. Alright then. Sister Fong, Sister Qingqing, you 2 have swimsuits, right? Let's go upstairs for a swim. I don't think so. Didn't bring any. Shangguan Xingqing refused. I'll accompany you. Chen Fong couldn't bear to see Nan Nan's lost look and pulled her along. Yeah. Then we'll go back and rest first. Seeing this, Yi Shiraka's 4 girls excused themselves and went back to their villa. Seeing that the living room was empty, Han Yang also prepared to run upstairs. The swimsuits of the 2 are not bad either. Not to be missed. Not to mention that both of them also knew Han Yang well. Maybe something could happen in the pool? Wait, I have something to tell you. Shangguan Xingqing suddenly called out to him. What is it? Oh yeah, earlier you said you wanted to give me a surprise. Han Yang snapped to attention. Are you going to give it now? If you're not in a hurry, you can wait first. Not that. Shangguan Xingqing was expressionless. Then what is it? Han Yang was puzzled. At noon, you said that we're all too weak. I beg to differ. That matter I had a momentary slip of the tongue, you don't have to care. Han Yang shook his head. He had delayed quite a bit of time and had to hurry upstairs. I care very much. Really don't need to care. Han Yang was about to leave after saying that, but was pulled back by Shangwan Xingqing. Although I recognize that you're strong, I don't feel that I'm weak. Who's stronger and who's weaker, we'll only know after we've competed. Sister, there's no need to be like this, right? If you don't satisfy me, then you don't want to go up. How did that sound so ambiguous? But Han Yang looked at Shangwan Xingqing's serious expression and unprecedentedly bright eyes. Knowing that she wasn't joking. All I've practiced are zombie killing techniques, we're not comparable. Are you afraid of hurting me? Shangwan Xingqing felt that she was being underestimated. Her face became even colder. I didn't mean that. Don't you just want to go up and watch the two of them in their swimsuits and mooch off of them? If you win against me in a contest, I'll let you watch as much as you want. No. Not to this. Han Yang was shocked. Then do you agree or not? Don't you not have a swimsuit? Aren't you more excited without a swimsuit? Shangwan Xingqing was expressionless. Hiss. I think appropriate sparring is beneficial to each other's progress. Where are we going? It's not possible to exert here. Shangwan Xingqing, who was so calm, couldn't help but give him a blank stare when she heard this. Let's go outside on the beach. That's a good idea, but let's say it first, no weapons, I'm afraid I'll accidentally hurt you. This time, Han Yang's expression was much more serious. He wasn't joking. He took weapons to stab or swing towards the zombie's brain. When fighting against people, it didn't matter if it was the enemy. If one's own people didn't confiscate their weapons, there would be no room for regret. Good. Then let's compare fists and feet, but without a weapon, it's even more unlikely for you to beat me with fists and feet. Shangwan Xingqing nodded in agreement. The way you say that, why does it feel like you still want me to win? Han Yang muttered. The two walked towards the beach. At the edge of the beach, there was a row of solar-powered streetlights that vaguely illuminated the surroundings. The two didn't get too close to the beach, it was too dark and inconvenient to cast there. Ha! That's big brother Han and sister Qingqing, right? What did they do? On the third floor of the villa, in the infinity pool, two white and delicate bodies as if they were mermaids were swimming freely in the water. On the third floor of the villa, in the infinity pool, Nan Nan was wearing a white floral one-piece swimsuit. The upper half of the swimsuit was a halter, while the lower half was a skirt that could barely cover her thighs. Two straight and slender legs were happily pivoting in the pool. Chen Feng, on the other hand, wore a fairy-like pink one-piece swimsuit. The lower half of the body was also a skirt suit, the difference was the upper half. The two cups in the chest position were interlaced, as if two pieces of fabric were tied behind them one above the other. At the same time, the top of the shoulders had decorations like floating ribbons, looking fairy-like. At this moment she was swimming around in the water like a mermaid. Hearing Nan Nan's words, she looked in the direction of the beach and saw two figures. It was Han Yang and Shangwan Xingqing. They stood on either side of the solar street lamp, facing each other in a stony confrontation. They're not going to fight, are they? Chen Feng said with some worry. He, it's really possible. Nan Nan hemmed and hawed and laughed badly. She did remember that Qingqing's eyes had always looked at Han Yang a bit wrong. It was the look of seeing a kindred spirit, seeing a rival, and being happy to see a hunter. Sister Qingqing has always been obsessed with martial arts, and the criteria for finding a boyfriend is only if she can usually spar with her. Nan Nan did not finish, the two people facing each other on the beach finally moved. The relatively thin figure of Shangwan Xingqing took the lead, she gave full play to the advantage of her long legs, up as a continuous medium-high whip leg. Han Yang panicked 2 steps back to avoid, in her kick the third leg of the time only by instinct, with a hand to block a little, and then down the trend of counter-kick, was Shangwan Xingqing with a hand to stop. But Han Yang's force was heavy and fierce, Shangwan Xingqing did not stop it easily. Han Yang took the opportunity to swing his left arm horizontally and slammed it into her head. Smashed him in a daze. Shangwan Xingqing action stops, left hand once again middle straight punch, violently hit Han Yang abdomen, at the same time the right arm forward elbow strike, hit him in the face. This set of movements were flowing, fast and fierce. Han Yang was stunned. When he came back to his senses, his right hand had already been grabbed by Shangwan Xingqing, and with a one-shoulder slam, he was dragged off the ground. His body rose up in the air, and the entire thing was flipped over and dropped to the ground. In his panic, Han Yang subconsciously scrambled with his hands and grabbed Shangwan Qingqing's clothes. His slaw. Thunk. The sound of clothes tearing and the sound of Han Yang smashing heavily on the ground sounded at the same time. Han Yang's grab finally made Shangwan Qingqing's movement stop, subconsciously covering her chest and not continuing her pursuit. Han Yang landed on the ground and violently rolled over, retreated a few steps back, and couldn't help but feel grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he had switched to Sasha's defense ability in advance, increasing his resistance to blows. Otherwise, with just these few strikes, an average person would have long since been knocked dazed and collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. Shangwan Qingqing's power was not small, especially a punch and an elbow strike, both of which smashed all over his face. Han Yang felt like his nose was bleeding. Not an opponent at all. Han Yang sighed. But soon, he was attracted by Shangwan Qingqing's movements. Just now, his grab had caught Shangwan Qingqing right on the collar of his shirt. As he fell to the ground, the collar of his t-shirt was torn by his immense strength. The palm-width fabric was ripped to the bottom by him. Only the last bit was still attached to the very bottom of the t-shirt. It was for this reason that Shangwan Qingqing stopped her follow-up movements and subconsciously covered her chest. But soon, she let it go again and took off the t-shirt that had already had its empty door wide open. At this point, she was only wearing a beige undergarment on the upper half of her body, revealing her toned figure. It was also the first time Han Yang knew that she was so magnificent under her wide clothes. He immediately wiped off his nosebleed. Spirits rose. I can still fight again. The first encounter between the two seemed long, but was actually completed in a short moment. In Chen Fang's eyes, it seemed like Qingqing suddenly came forward and kicked Han Yang a few times, which he dodged. Han Yang counterattacked and was instead cleaned up by Qingqing with a few consecutive punches before falling to the ground with a back shoulder slam. It was never like that for Han Yang. Shangwan Qingqing's movements were coherent and ferocious. It was completely different from the feeling that zombies had given him in the past. In terms of close combat alone, he was no match at all. No, I have to think of a way to utilize my advantage. However, without waiting for Han Yang to think more, Shangwan Qingqing took off her clothes and immediately rushed over again. Damn, this is too fierce. Han Yang was so distracted by her figure that he was kicked twice before coming back to his senses. Shangwan Qingqing was tall, and her pair of long legs were long and straight, fast and fierce. Han Yang blocked left and right, passive defense. Shangwan Qingqing's skin is not as white as Nan Nan's and Chen Fang's, but it is oily and shiny, tight and full of elasticity, and with the muscles that are tensed up from time to time, it looks like a different kind of bodybuilding flavor. No, this is not the time to look at this, I have to think about the way to win. Winning, there's plenty of time to look. Another punch to the head cleared Han Yang's head a bit. Gotta limit her punches and kicks so she can't utilize her fighting skills. Only then will I have a chance to win. Thoughts turning over in his mind, Han Yang turned around and had an idea. As the saying goes, a messy fist kills a master. Although I don't know any fighting techniques, I can mess around. It's just 4 words, stalking. I'm stronger than her, so I just need to wrap my arms and legs around her. I'll do what I want. After a few rounds, Han Yang was beaten for half a day and familiarized himself with some of Qingqing's moves. He found the right opportunity to take advantage of Qingqing once again performing an upper straight punch, completely abandoning her defense, and after taking a hit, he fiercely grabbed her wrist and didn't let go. Qingqing was grabbed with one hand and hooked her other hand to release it. Han Yang once again relied on his strike resistance to withstand it, and his other hand, which had long been waiting for the opportunity, also grabbed the wrist of this hand. With both hands grabbed, Qingqing didn't panic and raised her knee to slam it. Han Yang grabbed her downward pressure block, letting her return without success. Qingqing vigorously pumped her hand, how could she not pull it out? It was as if it was caught in a vice. She watched Han Yang reveal a smug smile and hummed disdainfully. Her head slammed toward his nose. Han Yang's nose snapped and tears immediately stopped flowing. You, don't speak of martial virtues. He was tempted to say a word. But before he could say it, his foot was violently tripped. His body fell backwards uncontrollably. At this point, if he let go, he still had a chance to keep his balance or land on the ground to instantly support his body. But Han Yang didn't do that. He understood that if he let go, the alert Qingqing would definitely not let him get his hands on him again. To fall together. Han Yang didn't dare to relax his hands in the slightest, and as his body tipped over, he violently exerted himself to drag Qingqing down with him. Shangguan Qingqing tried to stabilize her body, but Han Yang's strength was too much greater than hers, and in the end, she was still dragged and flung herself on top of him. At the moment of landing, Han Yang wrapped his legs around Qingqing's lower body, locking her legs firmly in place and not allowing her the slightest possibility of moving. He was afraid that she would make use of some grounded joint techniques such as the naked strangle, triangle kill, cross hold, and so on. So he struck first. He hadn't been afraid of anyone in close combat. Chen Fong and Nan Nan could testify to that. Shangguan Qingqing swung and flipped her hands left and right, relying on her elbows to strike Han Yang's body, trying to break free from his grip. At the same time, her feet stomped about and her body rolled about. But no matter how much she struggled, Han Yang didn't say a word, like an octopus, pestering her. You scoundrel! Shangguan Qingqing gasped. It's good to win. Han Yang hemmed and hawed. Although it hurt to be beaten, the two of them were entangled together, their skin pressed together, it was pain and pleasure. The two were now in an extremely ambiguous position. Those who didn't know saw it and thought they were doing something inappropriate for children. Are the two of them all right? Not far away in the villa, Nan Nan and Chen Fong were still observing the battle between the two. At this moment, seeing that they fell to the ground and didn't get up, Chen Fong couldn't help but be a little worried. Nan Nan grunted. What can they do? The clothes were off. Nan Nan grunted. Let's not look at them anymore, let's continue swimming. Beach. Han Yang watched Qingqing stop struggling, her chest rising and falling violently from breathing, and couldn't help but take a glance. Looking at it again from a close distance, it really wasn't small. No worse than Chen Fong, slightly inferior to Nan Nan. Because her height is too high, and she usually wears more casual and loose clothing, she really didn't see it. There has to be a C right. Have you seen enough? Qingqing calmed down emotionally and said lightly. It's never enough to look at. One sentence made her won't. Let go of me. That won't do, we haven't even said who's going to lose and who's going to win. Does it even matter? Of course it matters, it's about the agreement. Han Yang reasoned. You've looked and touched now. Doing much more than what was agreed upon. Qingqing said without a trace of anger. That's different, the agreement was to look at the swimsuit or not, aren't you wearing both here? Han Yang had just finished speaking when he heard the sound of teeth grinding. When he looked at Qingqing again, he saw a flash of white teeth in her mouth and fiercely bit on his shoulder. Ah! Murdering my own husband. Bah! 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 Qingqing's bite was as if she had bitten on cowhide in a pile of sand, cackling her teeth. How is your skin so hard? No wonder you didn't react to the pain even after hitting you for half a day. Realization dawned on her. It doesn't say you can't use your powers, does it? Indeed it didn't say, originally if you won with your real skill, thinking that even if you really become your woman is nothing. What? Han Yang's spirit was shaken. Cut, you don't think that some of your ideas others don't know, right? Take a look at this team of yours yourself, especially on the island. Out of the 8 people, 7 are women. Even the zombies under control are women. Among them, Chen Fong and Nan Nan are friends with you at a glance. That Yi Shiraka is also having an affair with you. Plus me in the eyes of others. You're playing this game so well that even Lu Bin can hear you outside the island. Which woman here doesn't know that in her heart? Even Nan Nan can tell. But it's clear. If you want me to be willing, you first have to beat me. Really? I don't hate you, either. Otherwise, do you really think you can pester me so easily? That I can't break free? Chivalry is forbidden by martial arts, and martial arts is a killing technique. Just like you don't dare to use your weapon on me, I can't get real with you. Of course, there are reasons of your own. Your physique is too strong. Especially the strength and resistance to blows, making my normal means of attack ineffective. I told you that real fighting wouldn't be so svelte. Plugging eyes and picking noses and picking peaches, naked strangling and throat-locking crossbodies. Anything goes to be most effective. So can you let go of me now? Han Yang thought about it and loosened his grip. Teacher Qingqing, please teach me martial arts. Han Yang had a serious face. What are you playing at again? I just want to improve myself. After Han Yang finished, he couldn't help but glance at her legs. The experience was profound when they were wrapped just now. These long legs, if they were on the shoulders, how energizing. TSK, learning from me then defeating me, then letting me be your woman, this abacus playing. Need to shout 666 for you? Shangwan Qingqing let out a light laugh. You then do you agree or not? Han Yang didn't think that this little thought could be hidden from Qingqing. I agree, but I was very upset just now, so I'm going to beat you up first to get rid of my anger. Qingqing wiggled her wrists a bit, her hands a bit inflexible from being clutched by him. Why don't we use another fighting method? You're guaranteed to have a good time. Han Yang rubbed his nose, which was still vaguely painful. Qingqing sniffed but remembered the last mental encounter and her body trembled slightly. This was one reason why she didn't reject Han Yang. The imprint in her spirit was too deep, and there was always an inexplicable good feeling towards him. But she had her own insistence before she would easily let him have his way. Beat me, you can do whatever you want. When I said I beat you just now, I wasn't waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. You possess strong fighting instincts. I don't think you can be taught in the traditional way. You'll grow faster in a real battle. Han Yang heard this and actually felt it made sense. Alright then. What should I do? A smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Qingqing's mouth. It's simple, I'll attack and you defend. I see that your defense is so strong, there are some moves that I can safely use. After every few rounds, I'll explain the gist of my moves to you. Han Yang took a deep breath. Okay, come on then. He took a good defensive stance. Shangwan Qingqing's eyes immediately changed. It was even sharper than when they had just started sparring. She didn't give Han Yang too much time to prepare. Right off the bat were two high whip kicks that went directly towards his face, followed by a reverse roundhouse kick. All of them were aimed at the head. It wasn't like the very beginning when it was just a medium-high whip kick, aimed at the chest position. Han Yang felt the pressure. He blocked left and right, struggling to fend off the attacks. After blocking Qingqing's move similar to monkey stealing peach, he finally couldn't help but scream strangely. Don't hit here, what if it breaks? Cut the crap, let Chen Fong heal it if it's broken. Damn it. Han Yang had some regrets. It was also at the moment he was distracted. Shangwan Qingqing hit Iron Mountain leaning. It directly knocked him flying. Boom. Han Yang fell to the ground, only feeling as if his body was falling apart, and his internal organs seemed to have shifted. If it wasn't for Sasha's defense ability to slow him down, just now, he might have had to go directly to the Buddha. Hiss. Sucking in a few mouthfuls of cool air, Han Yang climbed up with difficulty. Next I'll tell you about the action that attacked you just now. Xing Chun walked to his side and began to explain in detail. From time to time, the movements were also reproduced, dismantling the responses. This made Han Yang's ears and eyes open. Certain movements that he had subconsciously made in the past were also able to match up with some of the essentials she explained. Shoulders and hips together, elbows and knees together, hands and feet together, as long as you can do these points. The more Han Yang listened, the more he rejoiced, feeling that he was good again and couldn't wait to start the second round. As a result, he was brutally abused again. After practicing like this until late in the night, Qingqing stopped only when she was not satisfied. After a night of sparring, Han Yang grew by leaps and bounds. From his flustered response at the beginning, he was now able to move in and out of the battle, and occasionally he was able to utilize what he had learned to make counterattacks, causing Qingqing to suffer greatly. She didn't have Han Yang's strong defense power. Han Yang believed that with a few more days of such training, he would be able to fight Qingqing back and forth. Winning would also be a matter of one day sooner or later. That's it for today, I'm satisfied, keep up the good work tomorrow, I'm waiting for you to beat me. Qingqing didn't forget to give him some encouragement and anticipation. The two walked back side by side. Practicing your fists and feet will also help you kill zombies. Weapons are an extension of hands and feet, and in the past, martial arts were all about weapons. So the better you practice your fists and feet, the more comfortable you will be with your weapons. The two returned to the villa while talking. Most of the lights in the house were out. Chen Fong and Nan Nan had already fallen asleep. It was a bit of a shame that Han Yang didn't see the swimsuit show of the two. He turned to Qingqing. The half-naked upper body was stained with sand, covering the skin. It also covered the wonderful view of the peaks rising up. Han Yang felt even more pity. Look at your sandy, dirty body, let me help you wash it? Qingqing rolled her eyes and ignored him, returning to her room. How nice to not have to do it yourself. Han Yang muttered. Then where will I sleep? He remembered that his luggage was placed in the first room on the left in the middle of the second floor. But how pointless to sleep by yourself. But after looking at his dirty clothes, it was better to go back to his room first and wash up. When he entered the bathroom and looked in the mirror, Han Yang realized how badly he had been beaten. On his face, hands, legs and body, there were bruises and purple patches. With the addition of Sasha's defense ability, he had been beaten like this, so it was clear that Qingqing had hit him really hard. But the good thing was that everything was worth it. Han Yang felt that not only his combat experience, but even his physical quality had improved. Obviously, he hadn't practiced the body forging technique either. But all in all, it was a good thing. After a brief cleaning, Han Yang changed into new clothes and turned to walk out of the room. He first went to the westernmost one and turned the doorknob. It didn't turn. Why did Fong lock the door? That's not a good habit. Helpless, he went back to the next door, and this time got in without any problems. The air conditioning was on in the house, and Nan Nan was lying quietly on the bed, already asleep, her sleeping posture still domineering. Han Yang pushed her legs inward and got into bed to wrap his arms around her. The smooth skin, cool, was very comfortable to hold in his arms. Nan Nan woke up, and when she saw that it was Han Yang between her hazy eyes, she couldn't help but beep. Big carrot. What do you mean? Weren't you with Sister Qingqing? I also saw you two rolling around on the beach with your clothes off. The two of us were competing in a sparring match. Look at how she beat me up. Han Yang pointed to the bruise on his face. Serves you right. Nan Nan said, and poked with her finger. Hiss. Does it hurt? It wasn't supposed to hurt much, but it had to hurt even if it didn't when you poked it. Han Yang didn't say anything, feigning pity. Then I'll blow you. Nan Nan's rosy little mouth closed in on his face and gently blew. The warm wind that blew across his cheeks carried a sweet-smelling scent. It tickled. Well, better? Nan asked. Much better, but it hurts here too. Han Yang pointed to another spot. Only then did Nan see bruise marks all over his body. Yikes. Sister Qingqing hit so hard, clearly told her to go easy on him. Ha! Realizing that she said the wrong thing, Nan Nan's eyes glanced to the side. That is Qingqing has said that she wants to find a chance to spar with you, and I persuaded her to lighten her hand. I didn't expect you two to fight and turn into a roll on the beach. Said later, Nan Nan straightened up. Han Yang cried and laughed, probably understanding what was going on. Look at how badly she beat me up, you have to make it up to me. Then I'll blow you again. To blow here. Han Yang pointed to his mouth. Look, it's all swollen. Nan Nan took a closer look, and it was indeed a bit swollen, with a tiny wound. It was actually Han Yang himself who bit it when he fell. Well then. Nan Nan leaned close to his mouth and gently blew on it. Han Yang closed his eyes for a moment to enjoy it, and finally couldn't help but stick it on. The 11th day of the end. Early in the morning. After a beneficial physical and mental activity. Han Yang and Nan Nan washed up and walked out of the room. It was already bright outside. In the kitchen, Chen Fong was busy. Xin Lan had come over at some point. It was helping her make breakfast. Good morning. Sister Fong, Sister Lan. Morning. Why did you get up so late today, not like your style? Chen Fong teased. Nan Nan blushed slightly and slightly glanced sideways at Han Yang. It wasn't this guy. Making her practice some basic dance skills early in the morning. Where's Qingqing and Shinaoi? Han Yang digressed. They went to morning practice early in the morning, and Lan Lan had to help me cook, so she didn't go. Han Yang was relieved to hear that. He walked out of the villa, and sure enough, he saw a few women from afar practicing their forging techniques at the same place they trained yesterday. This made Han Yang a bit ashamed. Since advancing to the second stage, have I been too negligent in exercising? No, I also have morning exercises every day. It's also very tiring. And I have to accompany Qingqing as a sandbag at night. Thinking like this, his shame immediately disappeared. He began to observe the results of the several women's workouts. Well, it's really good. Their bodies are beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. However, the clothes were a bit of a hindrance. Yesterday, when he was preparing for the workout, he learned that Ji Shaoka and the girls did not have suitable clothes. Qingqing gave them a few sets of her own practicing clothes. Qingqing was already tall and big-boned, and when the clothes were put on a few women, they immediately covered up their pretty bodies. Swimsuits, yoga clothes, had to be prepared. Xin Kuai and the girls didn't have a change of clothes. They also had to find some ladies' underwear and panties, home regular clothes, sanitary napkins. All sorts of needed supplies flashed through his mind. Han Yang had a bit of a headache. It was also troublesome to have more women. If it was a man, 2 sets of clothes would be enough. There's no need to be so particular in the post-apocalyptic world. But not for women. Not to mention his own woman. Breakfast was quickly made, and the few women who went out to exercise were also called back. The crowd happily ate breakfast together. After resting for a few moments, Han Yang and Nan Nan were ready to leave to go out and collect supplies. Everything on the island would be left to Yi Shaoka and Shangwan Qingqing. Alright, you guys go do whatever you need to do, don't worry about the 2 of us. We'll try to come back if we can at night, and if we don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow at the latest. Han Yang barked some instructions, and together with Nan Nan, he bid farewell to the ladies and took Xia and the mutated female zombie onto the escort vehicle, heading out of the island. Passing by the service area, Lu Bin and Lu Li were practicing forging techniques. The 2 saw Han Yang and immediately ran over. Brother Han, going out. Well, Nan Nan and I are going to the nearby mall to gather supplies, so you guys keep an eye on the house. Alright, you guys be careful. The escort vehicle continued on its way. There weren't many zombies near the service area. It had already been cleaned up by Yi Shirauka leading the girls and Lu Bin and the others before they arrived yesterday. Han Yang drove the car all the way to the coastal highway unhindered before seeing some zombies. We need to clean up the road from here to the supermarket a little bit, so that it's convenient to transport the supplies back in the future. Brother Han, why don't I drive? Han Yang hesitated for a moment. Thinking about it, in the future, it is inevitable to drive back to transport supplies. 2 people each drive a car, the efficiency is still higher. And now that the road is randomly driving and crashing, it's just right for learning how to drive. Okay. Han Yang parked the car on the side of the road. First, he taught Nan Nan to recognize the gas pedal, clutch and brake, and then simulated operating the gears. When she was almost done practicing, she started the vehicle and started driving slowly in first gear. Nan Nan was very talented at driving and caught on quickly. The 2 went all the way south for a kilometer and reached a junction. Shinaoi said that if you go west from here for 3 or 4 kilometers, you'll reach that shopping mall, and there should be quite a few zombies on the road. When we attract zombies later, you stay in the car, I'll go down and clear out a wave, then you get out and help me keep watch. Okay. Having just learned how to drive, Nan Nan was still very excited and wanted to touch the car for a while longer, and did not object. Sure enough, they had just turned into the intersection, and the dozen or so zombies around them were immediately attracted. Han Yang told Nan Nan to stop the car, then opened the car door and took out his metal lance. When the zombies saw Han Yang, they became even more excited and immediately lunged towards him. The lance stabbed, and the head of the first zombie was immediately pierced through, falling to the ground. Han Yang didn't even look at the zombie after stabbing it, but immediately withdrew his spear and killed the other zombies again. Thanks to his strong recovery ability, the bruises from last night had long since healed. But the beatings of the night were not in vain. Shoulders and hips together, elbows and knees together, hands and feet together. He corrected his movements according to Qingqing's teachings and immediately felt more comfortable using the lance in his hand. Especially when he stabbed the spear, he subconsciously followed what Qingqing had taught him last night, the power generation technique of a move in the 8 extremes fist to hit a stack of hands to stab out. He didn't use any force at all, and the gun was like a swimming dragon, piercing through the zombie in front of him. It can still be like this? It was like finding a novelty toy. Han Yang happily experimented with the moves. Soon a dozen zombies were wiped out by him. Han Yang looked around and saw that no new zombies had been attracted to him. So he told Nan to keep a lookout and started opening blind skulls one by one himself. Good luck, there are actually 4 corpse cores. Han Yang put the corpse cores away and happily got into the car. Nan Nan, let's go. Okay ta. Nan Nan started the vehicle and the 2 continued on. This road wasn't as spacious as the coastal highway. There were crashed cars, blocked vehicles, and eaten and mutilated corpses everywhere. The two walked and stopped along the way. While killing the zombies that were attracted to them, they moved the vehicles that were in the way. A morning passed and actually traveled less than half the distance. Brother Han, it always feels like someone is watching us. Han Yang was fetching corpse cores. Nan Nan said to Han Yang while on guard. Han Yang looked up and looked around. There were quite a few facades on both sides of the road, and behind the facades were two neighborhoods. The buildings facing the streets and the neighborhoods were all very tall, and the view towards them could be considered unobstructed. We've been cleaning up zombies here all morning. There may be people in the neighborhoods on both sides who have noticed us. Don't worry about it, let's rest for a while, have something to eat, and then continue forward. Okay. The two returned to the car. Opening a phone box, inside was the food prepared by Chen Fang and Qin Lan. There were pastries, buns, and small dishes. Even though it had been a morning, it was still warm at this point. Nan Nan picked up a small piece of cake and ate it in her mouth. Her eyes narrowed in happiness. Sister Lan's cake is so good. It's good. Han Yang also picked up a piece. After eating a few pieces of cake one after another, Nan Nan was a little thirsty, so she took out another bottle of cold drink from another phone box. What a pain in the ass. After taking a big gulp, Nan Nan let out a sigh of satisfaction. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside the car. A man came out of nowhere and ran in front of their car. It was a young man of modest age, probably in his 20s. His hair was unkempt and unkempt. As if he hadn't been out of the house for a long time. He was always observing his surroundings and carefully ran to Han Yang in front of their car. Gently tapped on the car door a few times. Han Yang didn't open the door, but looked at him quietly. This big brother, I just saw you guys fighting zombies and it was awesome. Can I follow you guys? The man's eyes were tense, apprehensive, and uneasy, with a hint of anticipation. Do you have any abilities? Abilities? The man froze as he listened. Does playing games count? Sorry bro, we don't take men without abilities. Women can. And have to be pretty. Bro, I'm pretty good at fighting zombies in my game too. How about this? If you can take out 5 of these, I can consider letting you hang out with me. Han Yang took out a zombie core and showed it to him through the glass. Some zombies will have this in the back of their heads. Han Yang added. If this kid could really take out 5 corpse cores, it meant that he had killed at least a dozen zombies. Regardless of how he killed them, as long as he could kill this many, it meant that he had already stepped over the threshold of apocalyptic survival. However, it's appropriate to take it in, just so Lubin's 2 people guarding the service area are too thin on manpower. Zombies can still explode things? The man seemed to look back. Ability? Could it still have superpowers like in the game? No wonder you guys are so strong. He had an excited look on his face. Big brother, is it convenient to tell me how to have abilities? Not convenient. Han Yang could see that this was a gaming nerd. It probably just happened to live by himself, so he didn't get attacked by other zombies and survived until now. Roar! Just then, a zombie roared not far away. The man was startled and said in a bit of a panic, so when I gather 5 of these, where will I find you guys? We should be passing by here a lot during this recent period, so if you do collect all of them, we'll stop the car then. Okay. After the man finished speaking, he immediately trotted away. Fearing that there were zombies around to discover him. So timid, can you kill a dozen or so zombies to collect corpse cores? Nan Nan skimmed her lips. Who cares, if we do collect it, we'll throw it to that Lubin kid to take with him. Alright, let's keep going. After a small episode, the two continued on. The further west they went, the more zombies there were. Han Yang gradually struggled to clean them up. But they could already see the shopping mall from afar. It was a roughly 8-story building with large brand advertisements plastered on the outside. It was right at the corner of an intersection. There were 2 directions facing the street, south and west. At its diagonal corner, there was a commercial office building, which was exactly where Yi Shirakue's father was located. After clearing another wave of zombies, Han Yang got into his car and found that he was not far from the parking lot entrance. So he said to Nan Nan, turn right and let's drive into the side road, we don't need to go further to the entrance of the mall. It's an intersection and there are too many zombies there. Let's go in from the mall parking lot in trance a little ahead. Okay, brother Han, sit tight then. Nan turned around and drove into the side road. Not more than a dozen meters away, he did see a parking lot sign with an arrow indicating the direction. At this time, two walkers also appeared in front of them. Nan didn't care about them and crashed head-on. Bang! Bang! Two sounds. The zombies were crushed. Nan then jerked the steering wheel and turned into the parking lot entrance. You can do it, getting more skillful. Han Yang praised her for this maneuver. Oomph, I'm a genius. Bang! The parking pole was also knocked over by her in one hit. Because the surrounding area was a commercial district, a large number of zombies converged at the intersection ahead. The loud noise here startled them. The zombies hissed and stirred, continuously surging towards this side. Yikes, this is trouble. Nan immediately frowned when she saw the densely packed zombies. At first glance, there were at least hundreds of them. Indeed, the number this time is a bit much. Han Yang also frowned slightly. Although he was strong, his physical strength was limited. Especially with Sasha's defense ability on, the physical strength was extremely depleted. Once he fell into the encirclement and there was another mutated zombie hiding inside, it would be dangerous. But now the main entrance of the mall was right next to the intersection, and there were more and more zombies coming from that side. The main entrance is absolutely impossible to go through. And if one drove straight in from the parking lot entrance, there would be a small alley that would reach the back of the mall, the unloading area of the mall. It was next to the warehouse, and one could go inside the mall. Great! Nan put on full power and drove straight ahead, quickly entering the unloading area and arriving at the entrance of the warehouse. Han Yang, Nan, and Sasha got out of the car, while the mutated female zombie stayed in the car. Anyway, it's a zombie, and other zombies won't attack it. It could be allowed to watch the car and always observe the outside. Yikes! There's an electronic lock. What should I do? Can you drive it, Brother Han? At this moment, the zombies in the distance were running wildly, and the sound of running vibrations could already be heard. The number was definitely quite a lot. Even the fastest dozen or so zombies had run into the alley. Let's see. Han Yang was not flustered. There was indeed an electronic lock on the door of the warehouse. The correct password needed to be entered to gain access. Han Yang sighed in relief. Luckily it wasn't a fingerprint lock. Otherwise it would have only broken into the door. Unperturbed, he grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and sprinkled it on the password keypad. With another gentle blow, he immediately found 4 numbers that were often pressed. The next step was to try different permutations. But 4 combinations of numbers were still too many, and a wrong password entry more than a certain number of times would result in a lock. So he didn't act immediately, but continued to observe. Soon he realized that within the 4 numbers, one of them was much more obvious than the other 3. This was because when people first started to press the password, they didn't know how much force was appropriate and tended to use more force. The last 3 numbers would have relatively less force because of their experience, so the marks were relatively shallow. Now, he only needed to arrange the last 3 digits. Han Yang no longer hesitated and began to press the password. After the first input, it prompted an error. At this point, the nearest zombie was less than 10 meters away from them. Nan was ready to fight. Again. Han Yang entered it for the second time, and it was still an error. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, Han Yang fixed his mind and tried for the 3rd time. Only to hear a ding. The electronic lock lit up with a green light. The electronic lock lit up with a green light. The lock was successfully opened. Nan, you can leave now. Han Yang turned the door handle and opened the door. Nan and Sasha fishtailed in. Han Yang followed closely behind and immediately locked the door. Bang! 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 The zombies followed close behind, constantly hitting the door and hissing. But they were all isolated by the iron gate. Phew! Finally in. Nan let out a long breath. Who are you people? Suddenly, a flashlight shone on them both. There was no electric lighting in the mall warehouse, and only a little bright light came in through the small windows in the walls, making the inside look very dim. But this did not affect vision. Han Yang and Nan were more or less uncomfortable being illuminated by the flashlight. When they adjusted to the sudden bright light, they realized that there were 4 people staring at them from the opposite side. The 4 people were 2 males and 2 females, and each held a weapon in their hands. Who are you people? How did you know the password? The one who spoke was one of the middle-aged men with a Mediterranean hairstyle, a slightly blonde figure, and a greasy head. One look at the pie was that of a wine-tested junior management. We're survivors, here for some supplies. Han Yang said indifferently. He didn't care about the other party's attitude, but carefully observed a few of them. Beside this middle-aged man, there was a tall, powerful man. He was holding a steel fiber that was stained with black and red blood, and was not to be messed with at a glance. Behind him, a woman was cowering and hiding. Although she was also holding a weapon in her hand, she was obviously not bold enough to be feared. On the contrary, the other woman on the other side of the middle-aged man. Han Yang couldn't help but look a few more times. It was really that this woman was too distinctive. She wasn't very tall and had a lowly face that made her look very young, but the size of her chest was really even more exaggerated than Nan Nan. At least D or even E. But it's not like her body looks fat, and she's still thin where she should be. The legs didn't have Nan Nan's sense of slenderness, but they were just the right amount of meat. On top of that, she was holding a long-handled fire axe in her hand, and above the blade, the same black and red bloodstains were smeared all over it. Yen child, breast giant, small size, thin body, huge fire axe. Several elements rubbed together, giving her an unholy, yet eerily melting illusion. And unlike the man with the holy face who was right next to the middle-aged Mediterranean man, the woman with the giant face and breast stayed away from him, clearly not wanting to have much contact with him. Interesting. Han Yang is not clear what the situation of a few people, whether they have any ability. Without making a rash move, he decided to explore the bottom first. Survivors? The middle-aged man frowned at his words. It had been 11 days since the zombie virus outbreak. They were no longer in the state of panic they were in at the beginning, and had already figured out some things. For example, a large number of people was not always a good thing. Just like in the very beginning, there were actually not just the 4 of them survivors, there were also a few other people. All of them were staff members from the supermarket who had survived and escaped the attacks of their peers. Slowly a few people came together and cleared a safe zone under his command. There are enough supplies here, no worries about food and drink, thought this is settled, waiting for rescue on the line. However, he didn't realize that one of the survivors suddenly turned into a corpse and bit several others. Luckily, he was sleeping in his office at the time and escaped. As a result, there were only 4 of them left. Learning from their mistakes, they have been sleeping in separate rooms since then, and so far they have been safe and sound. Just did not expect that today the warehouse door was suddenly opened. Seeing the raging horde of corpses outside, the middle-aged man was almost scared to pee. Fortunately, they closed the door in time after coming in. Now just listening to the roar coming from outside the door, it is estimated that there are no less than hundreds of zombies. If they accidentally let them in, they would all be finished. So with 2 factors, the middle-aged man subconsciously resisted them. I'm the manager here, I'm in charge here, you 3. The middle-aged man wanted to refuse, but he glanced at the 3, especially Nan Nan and Shasha, and suddenly paused. TSK, these 2 women are too pretty, right? TSK, these 2 women are too pretty, right? Especially the cosplay woman, quite good at playing. Really, if you can wear this body to screw, how fucking cool would it be? And the other woman is not bad either. Prettier than an actress. Her legs are thin and long. Before Han Yang and the others left the house, Nan Nan gave Sasha a pair of pupils, so at first glance, they couldn't tell that she was a zombie. What's more, Sasha was wearing a cosplay costume of the female protagonist of near mechanical age, which was just too eye-catching. The middle-aged man changed his mind in an instant. It's not impossible for you 3 to want to stay, but then, you all have to listen to me. The middle-aged man held his big belly, tilted his head, and continued in a very leading manner. You guys came in from the outside, so you must know what the situation is now, and the supplies are very precious. So here, you can't eat for nothing, you have to reflect your value. In short, we don't keep idle people here. Nan looked at this guy like a fool. We all know it's the end times, who cares if you're a manager or not? Whoever has a hard fist is the boss. Nan Nan wanted to give this guy 2 kicks to wake him up. He was pulled by Han Yang, who looked out. Nan Nan was unsure and looked at Han Yang. Han Yang whispered to her, look at the situation first. Only then did Nan settle down. The middle-aged man saw the two exchanging glances and muttering a few words without speaking out against them. Thinking that they agreed to his newly established rules, he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Since the two of you don't object, then you are your own people. Listen to the arrangements in the future, and I guarantee that you'll be able to eat, drink, and be clothed. Next, I'll introduce you guys. My name is Zhao Xian, I'm the purchasing department manager here. The middle-aged man Zhao Xian then pointed to the burly man next to him. This is our security guard here, called Shin Song. He's something, he used to be the boxing champion of our district, and he's also very good at fighting zombies. He's the one who led the cleanup of those zombies in our neighborhood. Zhao Xian emphasized Shin Song, his meaning was self-evident. Let Han Yang and the others be obedient, if they dared to mess around, someone would clean them up. This is Lin Sujin, the supermarket stalker. Zhao Xian pointed to the middle-aged woman next to Shin Song, passing her by, then looked at the girl on the other side. This is also our employee Meng Xian, a university management trainee. Although she hasn't graduated yet, she has a strong working ability. When Zhao Xian introduced Meng Xian, a hint of evil thoughts couldn't help but show in his eyes. It was really the contrast between her breasts and her appearance. It was too impactful. Zhao Xian had been eyeing her for a while. He had also purposely hinted that he had a way to quickly turn her internship as a tube trainee and quickly rise to management. It's a pity that this chick was so stupid that she couldn't understand. It was clearly implied so obviously. Later, the virus broke out and waited for a week, but did not wait for rescue. Zhao Xian gradually realized that the world may end. So began to move again. In the past few days, he had been arranging jobs for the three of them in his capacity as a leader. At first it was to get Meng Xian to do some heavy lifting work, and hinted that if she obeyed him, it would stop her from working so hard. However, he didn't expect this chick to be quite strong and move things effortlessly. Also ignored his hints. Since yesterday, he changed to work with Shin Song to clean up the dangerous work of the zombies in the warehouses leading to the supermarkets and shopping malls. Also purposely asked Shin Song not to help her, and even deliberately dragged her back. He hinted at this chick once more, and this time he said it more bluntly. The result was still playing dumb. If it wasn't for Han Yang and the others suddenly appearing, he would have considered using force today. But it was also their appearance that reinforced his thoughts. It had already been 11 days since the end. Right now for the survivors outside, food and water should be the most important. If they were asked to exchange their bodies for, thought there would definitely be people who would agree. Not to mention that he had more than just food and water. Rather, it was an entire mall full of supplies. Zhao Xian decided to hold off on Meng Xian for a while. Anyways, they were also his own people and still listened to him better, so he could do whatever he was told to do. He planned to start with these two women from the outsiders first, using his power and resources to enjoy himself. As for the other man, if he obeyed obediently, more than one laborer would be good. If you want to control the entire mall, you still need to clean up the numerous zombies inside. But if he dares to resist, then let Shin Song do him. When Han Yang and the others also introduced themselves, Zhao Xian instructed Meng Xian, Xiao Xian, take the three of them to find a place to rest first and follow the rules. Okay, manager. Meng Xian nodded, then made an inviting gesture to Han Yang and the others. The three of you come with me. Nan Nan and Han Yang looked at each other and took a step to follow. When they walked away, Zhao Xian added to Lin Sujin, you go back now and prepare food and water for them for a day, and when Meng Xian is settled, have Meng Xian send it over to them, and remember, don't send more than you need. Oh. Lin Sujin coweringly nodded her head well and carefully walked back. When everyone was gone, only Zhao Xian and Shin Song remained in front of the warehouse door. Zhao Xian took out a box of cigarettes and handed one to Shin Song. Shin Song took it with great insight and lit it for Zhao Xian. Song, I remember that I arranged this job for you in the beginning, right? Yes. I've always remembered Brother Zhao's favor. Shin Song took a deep breath of smoke and slowly exhaled, smiling and concurring. You've done a good job all these years, I've seen it all in my eyes, it hasn't been in vain of my arrangement. Alas, originally wanted to recommend you to be the head of security, did not expect to encounter this fucked up turn of events. Brother Zhao has a heart. It's all in the past, let's not talk about the past, let's talk about the present. Zhao Xian spat out a mouthful of smoke rings. You've seen how chaotic it is out there now, there are zombies everywhere. There's no cell phone signal now, and there's water and power outages. I guess the whole world is in chaos, or else it wouldn't have taken so long, with no sign of rescue at all. Luckily, we have plenty of supplies in this place. With what we have here, we can survive for a year or two, not to mention 4 or 5. However, we have to have a rule. We can't say that if someone comes to us for help, we will give it to them. In that case, even more things won't be enough for people to eat, right? Zhao Xian stared at Shin Song. Shin Song was also an old fart. A look of understanding appeared on his face. He smiled and said to Zhao Xian, "That's right, brother Zhao, have any ideas, just say it, I will definitely support it. Brother understands, as long as you follow me, I will never treat you poorly. I think so, in the future, someone to come, male, we let him do hard labor, female well. Let us have a good time. What do you think?" Zhao Xian finished, his fat face piled up a lewd bad smile. "This is a wonderful idea." A lewd smile also appeared on Shin Song's face and he scared in admiration. But soon he frowned again. "But, brother Zhao, what if someone doesn't listen?" Zhao Xian's expression was solemn, his face appearing sinister. "If anyone fucking disobeys, you just beat them to death. In this world now, no one cares even if you beat someone to death." Shin Song's face hesitated. Zombies he dared to kill, but living people. "What? You don't dare? Who says I don't dare?" Zhao Xian slightly provoked. Shin Song immediately reddened his face. "I can kill zombies, I'm even less afraid of killing people." "Good brother, I believe you." Zhao Xian patted his shoulder. Shin Song took a hard drag on his cigarette and casually threw the leftover cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it. At this time, he was also a bit taken back. "Brother Zhao, you wouldn't have fallen for those 2 women who just came, right?" "Tisk, that's not true. One cosplays and has a love interest. One with long legs, can play for a year." Zhao Xian seemed to have images in front of his eyes. Especially the thought of 2 women together. The body couldn't help but start to heat up. Shin Song also couldn't help but swallow his saliva. But the 2 women Zhao Xian had already made up his mind, and it would be inappropriate for him to think about it again. At this time he suddenly remembered Meng Xian. "This is also not bad especially that milk. Brother Zhao, the cosplay and the long-legged beauty are yours. How about Meng Xian? Let me have a good time?" Meng Xian had long been considered by Zhao Xian as his forbidden domain. How could she let this kid hit on her? "Didn't you hook up with Lin Suzhen? I've seen the 2 of you screwing around at the cargo space. Lin Suzhen is damn near 40. She's insecure and I'm giving her security. Just playing around." Shin Song couldn't help but be a little annoyed when he saw Zhao Xian shedding Meng Xian. "So you're letting you fuck all the beautiful women, and the old ladies are letting me do it? That's not how things work." The tone of his voice couldn't help but rush a bit as a result. "Anyway, I just have one request, Meng Xian belongs to me. Otherwise I'll quit, so do what you like." Zhao Xian was a bit flustered when he heard this. He was still counting on Shin Song for many things, especially cleaning up the zombies and deterring others. His tone couldn't help but loosen up a bit. "Aya, Song What kind of words are you saying? Didn't brother Zhao say that he won't treat you poorly? Women are just clothes, we are brothers. As long as we're all in the same boat, it's up to us. Those women, even if we play together, change play, so what? Don't you think so?" Zhao Xian wrapped his arm around Shin Song's shoulders and raised his eyebrows, revealing a bad smile. "Tisk, it's still brother Zhao, he's really good at playing. I like." "Ha ha ha, then it's a deal." The 2 of them lumbered together and reached a consensus. Shin Song immediately began to come up with ideas. "Brother Zhao, I see that the one called Han Yang is holding a long spear with blood on the tip, I'm afraid he's not to be messed with." "Hiss, when you say that, those 2 women seem to be carrying knives as well?" Zhao Xian thought about it and his face immediately became a few points uglier. "Not bad, so we have to save for a rainy day. What's your solution?" Shin Song smiled smugly. "If the zombies, my method is not really useful, but against the people." "Don't sell the idea, hurry up and say it." "Hey!" Shin Song muttered a few words to Zhao Xian in a low voice. Zhao Xian immediately revealed a happy color. "Not bad, or your kid has a way, just leave it to you to do it." "Alright, you'll see. At that time if that kid really dares to resist, we can play those 2 women in front of him." He. Han Yang and Nan Nan followed Meng Xian and walked a few meters in from the warehouse gate to see 2 huge freight elevators. Because the power had gone out, the elevators were in a state of shutdown. Head this way. At this moment, Meng Xian suddenly spoke out, pointing to the passageway next to them. The two followed and walked in, finding a slender storehouse. The warehouse didn't look very large, and was divided by rows and rows of shelves. One end of the shelves was against the wall on one side, and the other end had a gap of 3 to 4 meters with the other side wall, which was used as a passageway. And on this wall, there are several double-opening iron doors. Do those iron doors lead to the mall? That's right, you don't have to worry, the iron doors are already locked, the zombies in the mall won't come in. No wonder. Han Yang looked at the signage of the shelves, most of them were large electrical appliances. And the first floor of the mall sold large electrical appliances. This was exactly the warehouse of the first floor sales center. Soon, Meng Xian led the duo to a shelf. You guys can stay here for now, you can pick any 3 shelves you want. Huh? Why are all these shelves blocked? Nan Nan asked strangely. It turned out that this place Meng Xian led them to, between the 2 shelves, was blocked by numerous cardboard boxes. The space between the 2 shelves was enclosed into a small room-like confined space. Only this one in front of them, leaving a gap about 1 person wide. You guys don't know? Meng Xian had a strange look on her face. Survivors may also turn necrotic, so we blocked up all the shelves and created one small room after another. This way, everyone will have 1 room each, and if we block the door when we sleep, we won't have to worry about someone suddenly turning necrotic and biting someone else. I see. Nan suddenly realized. There are 3 of you, so you need 3 rooms, I'll vacate the doors of the other 2 for you. Meng Xian finished walking over to the 2 shelves next to her and moved the blocked boxes down a row. Soon, she had organized 2 habitable rooms. Alright, next I'll go get you camping tents and food, you guys wait a bit huh? Okay, thank you, Sister Meng Xian. Do you need our help to get them? No need, those things are in the supermarket storage room on the ground floor, Manager Zhao won't let you guys in. Meng Xian said as if she had no intention of doing so, then turned around and left. Han Yang all but pondered. Brother Han, I feel like that Zhao Xian doesn't have good intentions. Nan Nan muttered. I can see, actually I don't care at all, instead it's this person. Han Yang nudged his mouth and pointed towards Meng Xian who was walking away. Humph. Flamboyant carrot, can't walk away when he sees a pretty woman. Isn't she just a bit older than me? It's not like she's as tall as me. Han Yang was so dumbfounded by what he heard that he couldn't help but knock Nan Nan on the head. What's going on in your head? Hey! Aren't you craving for her to be big and young? Am I like that? Nan pondered for a moment. Seems like ugh. Han Yang's forehead jumped and he stopped dwelling on the topic. You go move those boxes that Meng Xian moved just now. What's so special about these boxes? Very ordinary cardboard boxes they're just a bit big. Nan Nan circled around the boxes, then picked them up by the ties on them. It's a bit heavy, but it's a piece of cake for me. It must be a bit heavy, don't you see it says air conditioning unit? Or do you not know how much it weighs? Nan Nan spat out her tongue. It seems she really doesn't know. A normal air apron outboard is 70 to 80 pounds anyhow, and the heavy ones may be hundreds of pounds. And then? That Meng Xian picked it up easily. It was easy for me too, look. Nan Nan was still defiantly demonstrating, one in each hand, picking it up and putting it down, picking it up and putting it down. Jealousy makes a man's face turn. Where's your quick wit? You're an awakened, and you've practiced forging techniques to enhance your strength. Right oh. Nan Nan suddenly realized. So Meng Xian could also be an awakened? Originally I wasn't sure, and at first I wondered when I saw her holding a fire axe. A fire axe isn't light to use, that lanky Shansong didn't even use a fire axe, but she did. At that time, I suspected that she was an awakened, so I didn't let you act rashly. I see. It's me who misjudged you. No, you dare to say that you didn't have any thoughts looking at her big tits and young face? There definitely were. But who would admit it? Getting down to business. I realized that this Meng Xian and Zhao Xian shouldn't be on the same page. When she confronted us, she stayed away from Zhao Xian. And when she left just now, she even intentionally or unintentionally pointed out that Zhao Xian and the others had taken over the most important supermarket warehouse area. So, we can fight for Meng Xian to come over, and as long as she doesn't make a move, the remaining 3 aren't enough to fear. Your cleverness has finally returned. Han Yang gave her a nod. You get close to her later. Yes, sir. Soon, Meng Xian ran back carrying a bunch of things. And as she ran, her chest swayed quite a bit. To describe it in 4 words, waves. It was truly spectacular. Even Nan Nan was ashamed of herself. Han Yang, Nan Nan, Shasha, this is your tent. Meng Xian handed over 3 packages. Han Yang took a look and it was 3 camping tents that hadn't been unpacked yet. Worthy of being a big supermarket, there was everything one could want. This is your food. Meng Xian was a bit embarrassed as she handed over a plastic bag again. Nan Nan took a look, but there were only 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 packs of cookies inside. Han Yang looked all stunned and speechless. Although, this was already good food in the post-apocalyptic world. But this isn't a big supermarket, It's really just a way to pay off the beggars. Although her heart was unhappy, Nan Nan knew that it wasn't Meng Xian's problem and didn't make a face at her, but took the food. If you're not used to eating it. Seeing that Nan Nan was upset, Meng Xian took out a sandwich from inside her carry-on bag and shoved it to her. I still have sandwiches saved from earlier here, you can take them and eat them first. Nan Nan was instantly touched. The impression of this lowly in her heart got a few points better. Thank you, Meng, sister. Touched was touched. Nan Nan looked at the face of a person even younger than her, and there was always a sense of incongruity in calling her sister. No need to thank you. Then I'll go back first, you guys have a good rest. Sister, don't go first, I still have so many questions I want to ask you. Nan Nan pulled her back and took her arm affectionately. You have time now, don't you? I have time. Where do you live, sister? Yeah, it was an oversight on my part. I'm in the office right there by the warehouse gate. Next door is the manager's office. If you guys need anything, you can go there to find me. In fact, I originally lived in this warehouse as well. It's in the cosmetics section a little further in. The 2 of them sat on the crate and chatted for a while. It was only when Han Yang had set up the tent that the 2 of them stopped with a sense of humor. If there are no other questions, then I'll leave first. Meng Xian barred her mouth, which was a bit parched from talking. Alright, see you later, sister. Meng Xian waved her hand and left with a bounce. Only when her silhouette was out of sight did Nan Nan say to Han Yang, I think Miss Meng Xian is very nice. If we make a move, she shouldn't favor us, and I can tell she hates the Mediterranean Sea. Han Yang bristled. How easy it was to be bought off. But he didn't object either. Nan Nan's intuition was always accurate. And he'd listened roughly to the chat just now. Meng Xian was still a student at Jinghai University, and had applied for an internship at this shopping mall near graduation. College students are always a bit more simple-minded, unlike the old greaseballs in the workplace who are so slippery. Alright, then let's get ready and get rid of the other 3. On the other hand, Meng Xian had just returned to the office door when she met Shin Song. Xiao Xian, come over here with me for a moment, there are some things I need to discuss with you. Shin Song wore a smug smile, recklessly surveying Meng Xian's breasts with eyes that were like looking at prey. What is it? Brother Shen? Meng Xian looked at his unsuspecting eyes and subconsciously became wary. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, help me carry something up here. Shin Song pointed to the stairway leading to the negative underground floor. Meng Xian walked to the negative floor and found an outdoor multifunctional power supply with a 2048 Wh high-capacity battery sitting there, with a total weight of close to 50 pounds. She picked it up with one hand and dawdled her way back to the first floor. At this time, Shin Song didn't know where to bring an air pump from and was waiting for her at the elevator. What does Brother Shin need an air pump for? Meng Xian wondered. Doing an experiment. Shin Song commanded Meng Xian to put the battery away. The moment she bent over to put the battery down, her chest formed an exaggerated arc because of gravity. Shin Song looked at it and couldn't help but gulp. It was so damn big. And the ass is also very perky. If this is grasped in the hand. Thinking about what he was going to talk about in a while, his body was a bit unable to contain his excitement. His hand subconsciously touched Meng Xian. However, Meng Xian, who had been keeping her guard up, noticed his movements and immediately moved a step to the side, allowing him to touch her. Acting as if nothing had happened, she said to Shin Song, Brother Shin, do you want to use me to plug in the air pump power supply? Plug it in. Shin Song scratched his hand in the air with some pity. He didn't see that Meng Xian was purposely avoiding it, and thought that she had moved a bit because she was thinking about plugging in the power supply. But the excitement inside him didn't diminish, because soon he would be able to play with her from top to bottom. Shinsong connected the nail gun in his hand to the hose of the air pump and tightened it, then turned on the air pump and the motor hummed. He aimed the nail gun at the wall, then pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 huge nails were successively nailed to the wall, going deep into the wall. Shinsong nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the puzzled Mengxian with a smile on his face. Xiao Xina, after these days, you probably know what the outside has become. Outsiders came today, so Manager Zhao and I discussed it. There will probably be more and more outsiders in the future. We can't afford to keep idlers here. Otherwise, there won't be enough food to go around, right? Each of us has to maximize our value. You're no exception, you understand what I mean, right? Shinsong said as he glanced around at the biggest part of Meng Xian's body. Meng Xian felt that those eyes were like vicious, cold snakes crawling around her body, disgusting to the extreme. She immediately had a bad feeling in her heart. However, she still forced a smile and pretended to be energized. Don't worry, Brother Shin, I'll work hard. If there's any work that needs to be moved, just leave it to me, I'm strong. There was food and drink here, plenty of supplies, and not too many zombies, so there was no place more suitable for survival than here. If she had a choice, she didn't want to settle for less here. The corner of Shinsong's mouth twitched. This bitch's strength was really big. Compared to strength alone, she is inferior to herself. I don't know what I ate to grow up. Could it be that having big boobs had something to do with it? Shinsong stared at Meng Xian's breasts and couldn't help but lick his lips. It seems like you didn't understand what I meant. You have to utilize your biggest advantage well. Where is your biggest awe? The evil thoughts in his eyes weren't hidden at all. Meng Xian shuddered at his words. Brother Shin, you're going a bit overboard with this joke. Who's joking with you? The expression on Shinsong's face chilled. You see how sensible big sister Lin is, I hope you're sensible too. Shinsong took 2 steps forward and reached out to grab her. Meng Xian hastily stepped back to avoid it. At the same time, a realization dawned in her mind. No wonder Lin Suzhen had been grinding in front of her these days. She said that Manager Zhao was a talented man, a good leader, and a man of great courage, and that if she were 10 years younger, she would definitely be with Manager Zhao. The words persuade her and Zhao Manager good on. It turns out that they have already hooked up with Shinsong. Think of Zhao Xian's half-bald hairstyle and greasy fat face. He's also a good-looking guy. Oh. It's really bad that she can say it. But thinking about Manager Zhao. If you do this, Manager Zhao won't spare you when he finds out. She began to pull the tiger's skin. Hey, guess if he knows. Shinsong smiled smugly. There are 2 new chicks, Zhao's mind has long flown to them. Zhao has already agreed to give me. Shinsong said, going to grab her again. Meng Xian continued to retreat, but there wasn't much room behind her anymore, and she directly stuck to the wall. What do you mean? Was she a piece of cargo? Actually being given to and fro by them? Did you even ask me? Meng Xian's heart chilled. You're breaking the law. Tisk, do you think the law is still useful now? Seeing that Meng Xian had no way back, Shinsong became even more smug. In this world now, you women are just goods, only qualified to be used. He shook the nail gun in his hand. You've just seen the power of this nail gun. If you are honest and obedient, I can still treat you well, otherwise. I'll nail your hands and feet first, then I'll play with you properly. Meng Xian looked at the nail gun aimed at her, and at the thought of the 2 nails deep into the wall, she trembled in fear, her eyes filled with despair. Now, you serve old me well. Shinsong said and unbuckled his belt. His pants slipped down, revealing his thighs full of black hair. What to do? Meng Xian looked around blankly. Outside were hordes of zombies. Here was another confined space. The other party had a gun. What could she do? Where could she escape to? Was she really going to fall into their plaything? I don't. I'd rather die. Meng Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of determination and unwilling stubbornness. She had the realization to die. But as she looked at Shinsong's rampant and complacent appearance, the unwillingness in her heart turned into anger. Why should I die? And this person in front of me can live with complacency? If I die, you don't want to live well either. A warm current flowed through her limbs and bones along with her anger. What are you still waiting for? Hurry over and take off your clothes, let me take a good look at your chest. Meng Xian looked at the other party's soon-to-be-removed boxers and walked forward expressionlessly. Right, good boy, take off your clothes and squat down. Before he could finish, however, Meng Xian's right leg cut out a residual shadow and violently kicked him between his legs. Put. Plop. It was as if the sound of something shattering rang out. At the same time, there was a muffled bang sound. A nail grazed Meng Xian's body, hitting the wall behind him and bouncing back down to the ground. Subsequently, a sharp, ear-piercing cry like a rooster crowing resounded throughout the entire mall. Oh. But it only sounded once, and then it was like a mute cannonball, getting smaller and smaller. At this time, when he looked at Shinsong again, he could only see that his knees were pinned inside, his buttocks were puckered, his upper body was lowered, his two hands covered his crotch, and he was shaped like a prawn, with his five senses twisted, spinning in place. The original sturdy body was now bent like a showy little bitch. And the nail gun in his hand had long been thrown to the ground. The shot just now was also just a subconscious trigger shot due to the severe pain. What's going on? Zhao Xian and Lin Suzhen scurried out like gods. What's wrong with you, Komatsu? Lin Suzhen rushed forward to hold Shinsong. Zhao Xian's heart chilled when he saw Shinsong's bizarre posture. Especially seeing a fishy yellow liquid flowing down between his legs. It gave off a smell of urine. It was even more so that both strands trembled. He looked at Meng Xian and couldn't help but shout in a colorful voice, Meng Xian, what's wrong with you? How could you lay such a heavy hand on a co-worker? Yeah, look at Xiaosong in pain. Lin Suzhen chimed in. I laid a foot. Meng Xian looked at the two of them expressionlessly. In her heart, however, there was a surge of soothing pleasure. Feet are even worse. What's not negotiable? What a nice kid little Song is, he's been taking care of you these days. The two said to each other. He's going to force me. Yes, it's his fault for forcing you. But you could have told me. I'll do it for you. How can you move your feet? Look at what you've done to him now. What if it's broken? Suzhen, you hurry and take a look. Zhao Xian looked like he was presiding over justice. Lin Suzhen had already assisted Shinsong to sit down. Hearing this, she took away Shinsong's hands, pulled back the edge of his boxers and looked inside. Ha! Lin Suzhen had a bad chill. Slightly regretful, she looked at Zhao Xian. It's bloody, it's rotten to the core. Zhao Xian froze. Put. A suppressed laugh came out. Who? Zhao Xian looked around. The neighborhood was empty despite the dim surroundings, but there was no place that could hide someone. He then looked at Meng Xian. Her expression was calm, obviously it wasn't from her. Could it be an illusion? Right at this moment, Shinsong finally came back to his senses because of Lin Suzhen's words. Both of his eyes instantly turned red, and he stared at Meng Xian with a deadly glare, like a man-hungry vicious wolf. I'm going to let you die. That tone was as cold as a viper, carrying an infinite amount of resentment. He then didn't know where he got the strength to pounce onto the ground, picking up the nail gun he had dropped earlier and aiming it at Meng Xian's head. His movements were so fast and unexpected that everyone didn't react. Meng Xian closed her eyes in shock. A gunshot rang out. The pain didn't come as expected. She opened her eyes and realized that a person had suddenly appeared on the field at some point. It was Han Yang. Her eyes then fell on Han Yang's hand. His hand was gripping on top of the nail gun, and a nail pierced through his palm, staining it with blood. This. The few people present froze. Obviously there was no one just now. How come he came out in the blink of an eye? And actually had the guts to pick up the nail gun? Doesn't it hurt at all? TCH, I was careless in just watching the show. Han Yang muttered. Shinsong froze for a moment, then became furious. What are you doing, you bastard? Who told you to stop? Damn it, I'll even get you killed. Croak. Han Yang raised his foot and kicked him. With a bang, Shinsong was kicked out, rubbing against the ground and hitting the wall before coming to a stop. With new injuries and old pain, he fainted at once. Yikes. Lin Suzhen was startled and didn't bother with Shinsong anymore, subconsciously hiding beside Zhao Xian. How can you do this? Who told you to move? Zhao Xian was shocked and angry. Han Yang didn't pay any attention to him, but instead looked at Meng Xian. At this moment, Nan Nan also suddenly appeared by Meng Xian's side and took her hand. Sister Meng, there's no need to be afraid, from now on, you'll have us to cover you, and no one will be able to harm you again, said Meng Xian as she pulled her to Han Yang's side. Meng Xian kept staring at Han Yang's hand, watching the blood fall to the ground drop by drop along the nail. Your hand. Oh. Han Yang reacted, lifting his hand to pull out the nail and throw it away. It's fine, small wound, I was careless. Han Yang and Nan Nan rushed over when they heard Shinsong's shout. But they were a bit farther away after all, and by the time they arrived, Zhao Xian and Lin Suzhen had already arrived. Because they didn't understand the situation, the duo didn't show themselves. Instead, they relied on Nan Nan's ability to dive into the shadows and watch the show from the side. It quickly became clear what was probably going on. It was also that Shinsong's action just now was too sudden. Who would have thought that he would still have such a quick reaction when he was injured like this? Han Yang even froze for a moment. Luckily, he was closer and blocked it with his hand. The only pity was that there was no time to switch Sasha's ability. Otherwise this injury wouldn't have been there. You guys, are you even listening to me? I am the leader here. Do you guys still have me in your eyes? Seeing that several people were ignoring him, Zhao Xian's anger got the better of him. He pulled out an electric nail gun and pointed it at Han Yang and the others. Against you all. This was something Zhao Xian had just retrieved from the hardware section of the warehouse, following Shinsong's advice. Since Han Yang and the others had cold weapons, the best way to deal with them was undoubtedly long-range lethal weapons. Shinsong's first thought was the nail gun, which wasn't much use against zombies, but was much more threatening to people. So he rummaged for the pneumatic nail gun from the maintenance department. This thing was powerful but not flexible, with an air pump limiting the distance. So he asked Zhao Xian to go to the hardware area to look for an electric nail gun. And really let him find it. Seeing the nail gun instantly pierced Han Yang's hand. The power is huge. Zhao Xian was confident and emboldened. Gana, I seem to have one too. Han Yang smilingly pulled out a revolver. His original one, the 54, had been given to Ching Chung. Who knows if that's a real one for you? Zhao Xian's face changed. Now that he had torn his face, he could only force himself to be calm. You'll know if you try it. Han Yang turned on him and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A gunshot rang out with a bang, startling the crowd. It was nothing like the movement of a nail gun. It sounded like the real thing. Unfortunately, it missed and the bullet grazed Zhao Xian. But it also scared Zhao Xian enough that the hand holding the electric nail gun shivered. Sorry, new pistol, not too skillful, next shot guaranteed to hit. Han Yang took aim again. You all stay still. However, at this time, a Cockney voice suddenly sounded. The crowd turned around and realized that the fainted Shinsong had woken up at some point. At this time, his back was against the wall, sitting on the ground, the nail gun in his hand trembling and pointing at Nan Nan. If you guys move, I'll shoot her dead. Zhao Xian on the opposite side instantly showed a happy face and arrogantly said, so what if you guys have guns, we have more. Lin Suzhen, what about yours? Oh. Lin Suzhen panicked and pulled out an electric nail gun from her bag. The 3 nail guns were aimed at Han Yang and the 3 of them at the same time. If you don't want your companions to die, you should all put down your weapons. Zhao Xian's hands weren't shaking anymore, and his waist was straight. Especially you 2 females, take off all your clothes, I want to check if you're hiding any weapons. Han Yang simply ignored his blind beeping, his body moved 2 steps, blocking Meng Xian behind him, and fired again. Bang! Ah! Zhao Xian howled miserably. This time, Han Yang wasn't a bad shot, hitting his arm, and the electric nail gun fell directly to the ground. Shoot, killed him. Zhao Xian was in pain and anger, shouting as he dodged. On the other hand, Lin Suzhen on the other side was so scared that she pressed the nail gun. Put. Poof. Several steel nails sped out, hitting Han Yang's chest and shoulders. There was even a steel nail that directly hit his face. Lin Suzhen could see clearly that the steel nail sunk the skin of Han Yang's cheek, but it was quickly rebounded back and fell to the ground. Not to mention penetrating, it didn't even leave a single wound. Why are you so thick-skinned? You're not a human. It's a monster. Lin Suzhen was terrified, dropping the electric nail gun and running away after Zhao Xian. Han Yang's pistol took aim and thought better of it, save some bullets. Anyway, they were unarmed and could be destroyed at will. Ah! At this time, another sharp scream rang out. But it was Nan Nan who stepped on Shunsong's leg, directly breaking his leg and exposing the stubble of his bones. It turned out that as soon as Zhao Xian shouted just now, Shunsong, who was sitting on the ground, also pulled the trigger of the nail gun in his hand with a hysterical face. Kata, kata. The nail gun rang a few times, but no nail shot out. Shunsong's expression froze. What's going on? After seeing the power of the nail gun, do you think we won't guard against that? Shunsong sniffed and turned his head to look at the air pump, realizing that the tube had long since been hacked off at some point. After Nan Nan finished speaking, she stepped forward with an angry grunt and raised her leg to kick at his leg. Let you bully Sister Meng. Nan Nan's strength had long been incomparable. With one kick, she directly broke his leg. Shunsong's miserable scream rang out. Alright, stop playing around and hurry up and finish them all. Han Yang stepped forward and grabbed Shunsong's neck and twisted it with force. Ka-ching! The world went completely silent. Meng Xian on the side had long since looked dumbfounded. Just now, she was worried about Han Yang being hit by a nail gun, but in a flash, she watched him break Shunsong's neck like nothing was wrong. But clearly, there were still wounds on his hands caused by the nail gun. Sister Meng, are you alright? Didn't get scared, right? No. She subconsciously replied back. There are 2 more people, they should have run to the warehouse entrance there, there's nowhere else to go here. Let's go over. Han Yang finished following the blood trail forward. Sure enough, in front of the warehouse door he saw 2 figures, shivering and hiding there. Zhao Xian and Lin Suzhen had no way to retreat. When they both saw Han Yang following them, they immediately begged for mercy. Han Yang, I was wrong just now. I didn't recognize him Tentai with my eyes. You are generous. Just treat me like a fart and let me go, right? Can. You go out now and I'll pretend nothing happened. Han Yang said indifferently. There are zombies outside, can we wait until there are fewer zombies outside? Do you think it's possible? Seeing that Han Yang couldn't get out of here, Zhao Xian immediately looked at Meng Xian next to him. Xiao Xian, the one who forced you is Shunsong, it has nothing to do with Suzhen and I. Besides, I've been treating you well all this time, right? You helped me beg for mercy. Yes, Xiao Xian, for the sake of us being close to each other these days, spare us. Lin Suzhen also spoke out to plead. You're timid yourself, so you hide behind in command. I did the heaviest work. The zombies were cleaned up by Shunsong and me. I don't see where you've been nice to me. Meng Xian sneered. And don't think I don't know that you're the one who sold me to Shunsong. As for Big Sister Lin, do you dare to say that you haven't colluded with them to find ways to make me submit to them? I did not. Lin Suzhen denied it. Then her eyes glanced at Zhao Xian with an idea. I was kept in the dark the whole time. I didn't know that the 2 of them were going to deal with you. That bastard Shunsong, he's a bastard, he can't even have me, he actually hit on you, he deserves to be kicked rotten. And Zhao Xian, you old bastard, you have no ass for a son. Don't even look at yourself, you're so fat-headed and Mediterranean, and you have the nerve to hit on Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian's a fairy. Can she even look at you? I don't even fucking like you. Do you know why I'd rather be with Shunsong than you? Shunsong is strong and has the guts to fight zombies, unlike you who only hides in the back, you're not as good as Xiao Xian, a little girl. Lin Suzhen's mouth was like a machine gun, and with one output, Zhao Xian was directly cursed dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he immediately became furious. Damn it, what good are you anymore? Who volunteered to help take Meng Xian down? Also, it's only been a few short days and you let Shunsong play you all over? Lin Suzhen froze as she listened, she didn't expect such a private matter to be told by Shunsong and publicized in public. Her face immediately looked as if a dye house had been opened. Then she roared and screamed. You're bullshitting, old lady, tore your mouth. As if she were a shrew, Lin Suzhen pounced on Zhao Xian and scratched and tore at her. The 3 of them, Han Yang, watched from the side. Suddenly, Lin Suzhen screamed miserably. But it was Zhao Xian who stabbed a knife into her stomach. And Zhao Xian looked quite miserable. The already small amount of Mediterranean hair was clawed down by a strand of Lin Suzhen's hair. The head, face, and neck were covered with bloody marks from being scratched. Damn, you bitch dared to shit on my head too? I'll kill you, said the man as he pulled out his knife and stabbed a few more times. Lin Sujin powerlessly grabbed Zhao Xian a few times before collapsing on the ground. Zhao Xian pulled out his knife, his hands full of blood, and turned his head to Han Yang and the others with an expression of giving up. Brothers, give a way out. Otherwise, I'll open the door and we'll all die together. Han Yang made an inviting gesture. You invite. Zhao Xian froze. I'll open the door, let the zombies in, and we'll all die together. He thought Han Yang didn't understand and repeated. Are you stupid? Didn't I say from the start that I'd let you open the door and go out? Nan Nan had an expression of looking at a retard. Meng Xian, on the other hand, was a bit worried, wondering how the two of them were so confident. However, she was also mentally prepared. If the zombies really broke in, she would definitely charge ahead and buy the two of them time to escape. Zhao Xian was completely confused. He didn't know what Han Yang and the others were thinking. How dare they let him open the door and let the zombies in? Were they not afraid of death? No, no one is not afraid of death. Then is it possible that there are no more zombies out there? Did they really intend to let themselves live? Zhao Xian was in disbelief. He placed his hand on the door with slight hesitation. I really opened it. Han Yang ignored him and instead said to Nan Nan and Meng Xian, you guys back off a bit, I'll move my muscles around a bit, and Nan Nan watch out for leaks. Okay day. Big brother Han. Seeing that they were filled with disinterest, Zhao Xian gritted his teeth and violently opened the door. The sunlight shone into the warehouse, shaking Zhao Xian's eyes for a moment. When he looked outside, he couldn't help but freeze. A dozen zombies turned their heads in unison and stared at him. At this moment, he felt as if his entire being had fallen into an ice hole, and the chill went straight to his heart. Roar, roar. The zombies wouldn't hesitate and immediately pounced over. Zhao Xian's legs were as if they had been replaced with lead, and he didn't move at all. He muttered, aren't they afraid of the zombies? Crazy, all fucking crazy. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! The walkers then flooded his body. A dozen zombies, I need to make this quick. Save me from attracting more. Han Yang shook his spear and met the zombies that rushed in to kill him. He dared to let Zhao Xian open the door, so naturally he was confident. He had long since realized through the occasional images transmitted back from the mutated female zombie in the car outside that the corpses outside the door had dispersed without knowing what attracted them. Only a dozen or so were left still hovering nearby. A dozen or so zombies were a piece of cake for the current Han Yang, not enough to fear, he just needed to be careful not to hurt Meng Xian. He wasn't worried about Nan Nan's words. The gloomy environment inside the warehouse was perfect for her abilities to be utilized, and if she really wanted to hide, no one would be able to find her. Meng Xian wanted to go forward to help, but was pulled back by Nan. This little bit of zombie brother Han can take care of it, you going over there will get in his way instead. Indeed. Meng Xian watched as Han Yang waved the lance in his hand, and any zombie that came into contact with it fell to the ground without exception, and soon a dozen or so zombies were exterminated. So strong. Meng Xian couldn't help but marvel in awe. Right. As if praising herself. Nan Nan would have honor. Han Yang walked to the door, kicked the bitten Zhao Xian, who was already completely unrecognizable, to the side to keep company with Lin Sujin, who was also horribly bitten by the zombies, and then closed the door. Then, in order to prevent Zhao Xian and the two of them from turning necrotic, Han Yang destroyed their brains again, and only then did he begin to dispose of the nearby zombie corpses. Sister Meng isn't afraid of corpses, right? Not afraid. I moved all the corpses that the mall cleaned up before. Seeing that Han Yang was fine, Meng Xian was happy. She showed off her arms as she spoke. I'm very strong. That's great then. Please ask Sister Meng to help clean up the corpse with me. Nan Nan said as she walked forward and pulled out a short knife to start opening the skull. Ha? Are you looking for something in their brains? Meng Xian let out a shocked gasp. Yeah, how did Sister Meng know? Meng Xian didn't answer right away, but instead dug around in her pocket and pulled out 6 crystal-clear crystals. Looking for this? Wow, so many corpse cores? Where did Sister Meng get them? Nan Nan jumped up excitedly. Han Yang also stopped his hand movements. Is this called a corpse core? When I chopped the zombie before, I used too much force and chopped the zombie's brain into 2 halves, and it fell out this. Meng Xian scratched her head in some embarrassment. I saw that it was quite beautiful, so I put it away. Later on, they asked me to carry the corpses, so I split the heads of all the corpses to look for them, and I only found 6. Sister Meng, you're amazing. Which is not as powerful as you guys. I only dared to fight zombies too. I didn't even dare to hit people. Meng Xian was a little embarrassed. At the same time, she was a bit chagrined in her heart. If she had been as resolute as them, I wouldn't have to beg and plead all these days. In the end, she had been forced to do nothing and held the consciousness of death before kicking Shinsong. You are already great. Many men don't even dare to face zombies. Just like Zhao Xian, who only hides behind and bullies. Han Yang didn't mince words of praise. It's not as good as you guys make it out to be. When the virus broke out, a colleague was bitten to death by a zombie in front of me. Out of fear, I casually grabbed something and killed the zombie. It was only after that I wasn't afraid of zombies. Everyone is like that, metamorphosing over a little bit. Whoever bullies you in the future, don't be polite and fight back. Aha! Meng Xian nodded. The 3 of them quickly craned all the zombies and harvested 4 corpse cores. Han Yang collected them all. So far, he had collected 40 corpse cores, some of which he consumed cultivating in corpse grass and linglong grass. Feeding Sasha and the mutated female zombie also consumed some of them. Now he had a total of 23 corpse cores, of which 5 were in Nan Nan's hands, which were Sasha's rations, 4 were in Fong Fong's hands, which were convenient for taking care of the spirit plants, and the remaining 14 were in his hands. If he added the 6 in Meng Xian's hand, he would have 20 corpse cores. Next, when we clean up the mall, it seems like we can catch some zombies to control and cultivate them? If they're all cultivated to mutation, I wonder what interesting abilities can be awakened? Han Yang secretly calculated. But thinking about awakening abilities, wasn't there one in front of him? Han Yang looked at Meng Xian. He found that she was also secretly looking at himself. The 2 of them met eyes, and Meng Xian immediately averted her gaze in some embarrassment. Seemingly sensing Han Yang's confusion, Meng Xian summoned up the courage to look at him squarely. Han Yang, is your hand all right? Han Yang drifted off. So it was this, and she had been thinking about it. He stretched out his injured hand, and there was a wound caused by a nail in the center of his palm. It wasn't big, but it was deep. It penetrated out. Thanks to Han Yang's powerful physique, the wound had already stopped bleeding and scabbed over. But because of the zombie fight just now, it crumbled open again. Don't it hurt? Meng Xian carefully grabbed his hand and scrutinized the wound. I'll go find you some medicine to bandage it. No need. This little wound was actually no big deal. If Chen Fong was here, it would heal in the blink of an eye. Even if he relied on his own physique, he would be able to recover by tomorrow. However, Han Yang looked at her worried appearance and had the intention to tease him. I heard that saliva can sterilize and disinfect, so if you lick it, you'll be fine. Hey! I think I've heard that too? Is this true? Meng Xian looked up at him, a hint of stupidity revealed in her clear eyes. Han Yang couldn't help but laugh. It's true. Then, I'll try? He's lying to you, La. Sister Meng really believes it. Nan couldn't look away. Ha! There is some scientific basis for saliva sterilization. Han Yang emphasized, before turning to comfort Meng Xian. This little wound, it's really not a problem, you don't need to worry. By the way, Meng Xian, you've awakened your abilities, right? Awakened abilities? Meng Xian's slightly young face skewed in confusion. It's after the virus outbreak, what's different about you from before? Meng Xian sniffed and lowered her head to glance at her breasts. It turned out that she couldn't see her feet, and she was afraid of stepping on things when she walked. Now they were even bigger, and her underwear didn't even fit anymore. Did this count? It should not count, right? But even though it was quite a bit bigger, it didn't feel like a big burden anymore like before, and her own strength had increased quite a bit. I got a lot of strength? She said with a slight hesitation. How much? I haven't compared anyway, it's just that I feel like I have inexhaustible strength, I can move anything. Han Yang raised his eyebrows and came to be interested. Can you move anything? Can a car work? Haven't tried, but I can try. Good, I was planning on continuing to clean up the zombies at the entrance to make it easier to get in and out in the future, you wait. Han Yang finished speaking and returned to the warehouse entrance once again, opening the door. There were still a few scattered zombies outside, all of them were far away, blocked by the car, and didn't notice the doorway movement just now. Han Yang took a big step, a few zombies saw him, immediately hissed and ran over. Han Yang's long spear shook, gun stabbed like a dragon, a few times stabbed a few zombies through the brain, fell to the ground. Seeing that there were no more zombies outside, Nan Nan and Meng Xian also walked out, and Han Yang pointed at the escort vehicle. "Can you lift it up?" "I don't think so," Meng Xian said confidently, and she was just about to step forward when she suddenly exclaimed. "There's another zombie inside." "Don't be afraid, that's a zombie I'm controlling, this is my awakened ability, I'll tell you more about it later. You try to see if you can move it first." Meng Xian looked surprised, but she obediently walked to the rear of the car, grabbed the lower edge of the carriage with both hands, and exerted force. The car shook gently and wasn't lifted. "Wait for me to try again." Meng Xian finished, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. A warm current flowed through her limbs, warming her body as if she had inexhaustible strength. She then exerted herself once more. Creak! With a mournful sound of metal, the carriage of the escort vehicle began to rise. "Really lifted?" Nan Nan was astonished. "Remember that mutated zombie we encountered in front of your school?" Han Yang wasn't very surprised, he had already made a slight guess in his heart before. After all, if it was only a first-order awakened person who hadn't practiced forging techniques, and the virus had broken out in such a short period of time up until now, it was unlikely that its strength would be as exaggerated as Meng Xian's usual performance. An axe actually cut a human skull in half. That power-perverted zombie? So Sister Meng is a power awakened? That's right. Han Yang nodded. The escort vehicle weighed close to 8,000 pounds, and although it didn't require so much strength to lift the back, one could only imagine Meng Xian's perverted strength when she exerted herself at full strength. Han Yang himself could only lift a small sedan, and the weight of the escort vehicle was 3 times that of a normal sedan. Seeing that Meng Xian was still exerting herself, her face turning red, and the rear tires of the escort vehicle almost leaving the ground, Han Yang immediately spoke out. "Meng Xian, it's ready." Only then did Meng Xian slowly lower the vehicle. But it was also at the moment the vehicle was dropped. Splat! Something snapped. Han Yang and Nan Nan, who were on the side of the vehicle, then saw Meng Xian's breasts seemingly break free from their bonds, popping violently and skyrocketing a few points. It was even bigger. Yikes! Meng Xian subconsciously covered her chest. But where could she cover it with her small arms? Han Yang couldn't take his eyes off the ground as his mouth chattered. Well, it's reasonable for a strength-based ability user to be able to strengthen their chest muscles. It's also unreasonable to be too big, right? How cumbersome. Nan Nan glanced at her own, which wasn't too small, but it was still dwarfed by Meng Xian at the moment. Just that was a bit cumbersome for her. Since I've gotten stronger, I'm a bit bigger here as well, the underwear is a bit out of place, and I just exerted too much force and broke the straps. Meng Xian explained a sentence in a small voice, and the further back she went, the smaller her voice became. Sister Meng, are you used to being this big? Nan Nan moved closer to her and muttered in a small voice. Not used to it, before I wanted to have surgery to shrink it some. How would that work? What a pity. Han Yang couldn't help but interject. What's the matter with you? Nan Nan gave him a blank look. Pulling Meng Xian inside. I've thought about it, too, those men are always staring in a horny way. Right. That's why I want to be smaller. Nan Nan took Meng Xian's arm. Sister Meng, let me go with you to pick out some clothes. How many floors are the underwear on? On the 3rd floor, it hasn't been cleaned up yet, there are still a lot of zombies. Han Yang's eyes lit up. Are the swimsuits there as well? Meng Xian nodded, the 3rd floor is a women's counter. Then what are we waiting for, let's go clean up now. Han Yang took the lead and couldn't wait to head back. Meng Xian was baffled, and Nan slapped her forehead. This man, hopeless. What are all the places that aren't cleaned up now? The entire mall has only ever been completely cleaned out of the warehouse on the 1st floor and the underground supermarket warehouse on the negative floor, the other places haven't dared to enter. The 3 of them exchanged words as they walked. Han Yang's eyes glanced at Meng Xian from time to time. It felt so good to be free. It's also true that the most important supplies are on the negative floor, while the 1st floor is the exit, and the other places aren't needed for now. Soon the 3 of them walked down the stairs to the 3rd floor storage room. The door here was also locked. Meng Xian took the key and opened it. The commotion of opening the door immediately attracted the zombies inside, hissing and running over. There's only one zombie, I'll do it. Han Yang took the lead. Seeing the zombie getting closer, Han Yang stretched out his hand and pressed it on the zombie's head. This zombie was relatively short, and couldn't move forward with Han Yang controlling his head, so he had to wave his claws in place and grab at his body. Han Yang closed his stomach to avoid it. The zombie continued to grab. The two of them moved like an adult and a child fighting. The child swung his arms, but was pressed down on his head and couldn't grab it. It made people laugh. Han Yang didn't mean to bully her for being so small, he just happened to come across a single one and wanted to control it. He popped a drop of blood into the hissing mouth of the zombie. The short zombie immediately quieted down. Amazing! Although she knew that Han Yang could control zombies, seeing it with her own eyes, Meng Xian still found it unbelievable. There's no need to envy the others, each of you has powerful abilities. The three of them walked into the storage room and began to carefully search every corner, not sparing any zombies that might be hiding. At the same time, they also closed the door of the depot leading to the mall, preventing the zombies inside the mall from running over. During this time, they encountered two more zombies, both of which were controlled by Han Yang. After making sure the warehouse was safe, Nan Nan and Meng Xian immediately threw themselves into picking out clothes with gusto, not limiting themselves to underwear. Shopping was a woman's nature, not to mention that these things were now free. The two quickly picked out a bunch of clothes each. Brother Han, turn your back, don't peek. There was no one else here either, so Nan Nan made Han Yang walk a bit farther away, found a corner with Meng Xian, and began to try on the clothes with great care. What's there to cover up? It's not like we haven't seen it before. Han Yang muttered as he boredly studied the three zombies he had newly controlled. They were all shopping guides on the third floor, wearing uniform supermarket staff attire with light makeup painted on their faces. The original appearance should not be bad, but unfortunately after the zombie mutation, their appearance became a few points more hideous. Two of the zombies' faces were still covered in blood, so they should have bitten someone. The last one's face was fine, but there was a hideous wound on his neck, which looked horrible. Han Yang doesn't care about appearance, he is not a heartless, like to play with zombies. There are so many beautiful women out there who would never think of doing something as dangerous as playing with zombies. He only cares if they can awaken their abilities. Han Yang took out the corpse core and fed them two each. You can't have too many at once, or you won't be able to digest them. He would feed them two more tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow he might be able to see the results. He looked forward to the interesting abilities these three zombies might bring after they advanced. Yeah, don't touch it. At this moment, Meng Xian's slightly panicked voice came out. I'm not groping I'm measuring the size. So that I can choose the right underwear for you ha 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 ha. Nan Nan said with a smile. Han Yang's heart tickled as he listened. Not peeking? It was impossible. Han Yang quietly turned around, and he vaguely saw a patch of white through the gap between the two shelves. The two girls were laughing and joking around, making him unable to tell who was who. But soon, the occasional flash of frontal vision allowed him to identify each other. After all, Nan was of a size he had control over, and the other was a little too big. Although he could only glimpse part of it through the gaps in the shelves, a glimpse was a glimpse of the whole. Han Yang understood that this was not someone he could control with one palm. At least two palms. Let's just pick this one. I think it's about the same size. Soon, Nan Nan chose her underwear and helped Meng Xian put it on. How's it? Is it the right size? Nan Nan asked as she helped her tie the straps. It's not bad. But isn't this one showing too much? Meng Xian was a bit shy. This undergarment was originally a half cup, but it froze as she wore it with the effect of a third of a cup. Han Yang couldn't stop gagging. It was a feast for the eyes. I don't know if Han Yang's gaze was too hot, or if his gulping action was too big, but Meng Xian seemed to be aware of it and looked his way. The two men's eyes immediately locked. They blinked at each other. Meng Xian was a bit confused. Why was he peeking? Hadn't she just been seen by him? And Nan Nan. Han Yang, on the other hand, was slightly embarrassed. The two of them were wide-eyed. Seeing Meng Xian's face getting redder and redder, she was a bit shy. Han Yang gave her a stick figure gesture and turned back as if nothing had happened. Meng Xian was a little unsure whether to be angry or happy for a moment. At this time, she also reacted. Nan Nan and Han Yang seem to have an unusual relationship? Could it be that the only one who suffers is myself? But why didn't it feel annoying? In the past, other people had stolen glances at her breasts. Meng Xian always felt disgusted, and that's what gave her the idea of shrinking her breasts. But Han Yang. She recalled the scene where Han Yang reached out to block the nail gun, which penetrated his palm, but he didn't even frown. And the way he swept through the zombies with one hand. A thought popped up in her heart. In this zombie-infested post-apocalyptic world, it's not bad to have someone to rely on? Sister Meng, are you listening to me? What's wrong? Meng Xian came back to her senses. Does this underwear fit? Meng Xian looked down. Thinking of Han Yang's gesture of approval, her face burned a bit. Just this one. Then I'll match your top again. Han Yang listened to the two chatting as he reminisced about the scenery he had just seen. After a while, the two finally walked out fully dressed. Han Yang looked over brightly this time and realized that Meng Xian had changed out of her supermarket employee uniform, and her entire aura had changed. She was now wearing a large version of an orange, yellow, and light green plaid shirt on top. Originally, she must have wanted to cover up her figure, but as a result, her figure was too protruding and it didn't work. On the contrary, the clothes were held up, emphasizing her figure even more. Lower body changed to slightly loose jeans pants, the overall dress from professional to casual, more fashionable and beautiful, the whole person's age is also more obvious, some small. If people who didn't know better said that she was Nan Nan's sister, there might even be people who believed it. At this moment, Meng Xian grabbed the corner of her coat with both hands, somewhat embarrassed to face Han Yang. Obviously, she was the one being peeked at, but she just couldn't stop being shy. Nan Nan pulled her and smiled smugly at Han Yang. How's it? Pretty, isn't it? There are actually prettier dresses, but none of them are convenient for work. Pretty. Nan Nan also changed her clothes, still flaunting her personality, youthful, lively, fashionable and pretty. Han Yang didn't skimp on the compliments, praising the two of them profusely. Nan Nan accepted it with peace of mind before finally humming. Just now, Sister Meng has already agreed to join us, so Brother Han, you can give Sister Meng a drop of blood as well. A look of cheapness. Actually, I can also give other. But he didn't dare say it out loud for fear that Meng Xian would punch him. With his current defense, he definitely wouldn't be able to carry it. Forget it, let's just use the proper method. Han Yang stretched out his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and extended it to Meng Xian. Just now, during the process of cleaning up the zombies, Han Yang had a brief introduction of his abilities. Meng Xian understood that this was to prevent himself from possibly turning into a zombie and harming others in the future. At the same time, Han Yang could mimic his own abilities. In her mind, she shifted over her sister colleagues who had luckily survived earlier but were killed by the sudden zombie transformation of the insiders. She had a trace of sadness, but more than anything, she was glad. In the future, she wouldn't have to be afraid of anything in the land where she lived. Without much hesitation, she gently took Han Yang's finger and sucked the drop of blood into her mouth. Han Yang immediately felt a spiritual beam linking between the two. The flow of energy within Meng Xian's body was also transmitted to his mind. The seed of consciousness automatically drove the energy within his body to begin mimicking it. Han Yang felt endless power surging out of his limbs and bones. What a powerful force, I feel like there's nothing I can't hold right now. Of course, this was just an illusion, an unreal feeling brought on by the sudden increase in power. He clenched his fists, and the muscles of his entire body suddenly tensed up, and all of a sudden his body seemed to have grown a few points taller. Sure enough, it made sense for the chest to get bigger. He looked at his bulging pectoral muscles, and then slammed it hard against the shelves on the side. Only heard a loud bang. The goods on the shelf were shaken to the ground. And by the square hollow steel pipe welded shelves, directly by him sunken in, formed a fist shape. Nan Nan's mouth opened into an O. You're not in pain, big brother Han? Han Yang looked at his fist, which had some redness and swelling on it, and shook his head. It's okay, Meng Xian's ability strengthens the muscles and bones, the defense is strong. But this strong defense of hers wasn't the same as Sasha's. Sasha was an all-encompassing, deathless outer layer of defense that took care of every inch of her skin. And Meng Xian's powers didn't guarantee that you wouldn't get bitten and infected, just that you couldn't bite deep enough, the same as being bitten by a mosquito. But it's also very powerful, as long as you pay attention. With the anti-stabbing suit, it's a piece of cake to deal with a few zombies. Meng Xian was surprised and happy to see Han Yang exert his abilities. Sister Meng, now that we're a family, come back to Golden Sands Island with us in a while, it's beautiful there. Nan Nan said happily. Aha! Meng Xian nodded solemnly. Alright, it's getting late, let's go to the underground supermarket's warehouse first to stroll around and get something to eat. Yeah. As soon as food was mentioned, Nan Nan immediately became active. The three of them talked and laughed as they headed downstairs. During this time, Nan Nan told Meng Xian roughly about some of the conditions on Golden Sands Island. When they reached the underground supermarket warehouse, it was pitch black inside. There were no windows underground, and there was no electricity, so the three of them could only take out flashlights to illuminate themselves. In addition to the pitch blackness, the smell inside was also very bad. Fishy smell, rotten smell, spoiled food, dull air, all kinds of smells mixed together, indescribably weird and unpleasant, choking people. The underground supermarket warehouse was cleaned out by us only recently. Meng Xian pulled out a mask and put it on the two of them, explaining. Because of the power outage, everything in the freezer and refrigerator was rotting, plus we couldn't ventilate it, so the smell wasn't very good. A supermarket this big should have a backup generator, do you know where it is? Han Yang asked. It was too dark inside, and if one wasn't familiar with the location of the goods, it was too inconvenient to find things. It would be nice to have electricity, even if it was just for lighting, it would be much more convenient. It seems like there's one right next to the cold storage. Meng Xian thought about it, she had some impression. Take me to take a look. Okay. Meng Xian led the way, and the three of them quickly walked to a door. There was a door tag affixed to it, freezer. Meng Xian didn't stop and continued on for some distance, stopping outside the door of a power distribution room. This is it, but I don't have a key. Never mind. It wasn't hard for Han Yang, he asked Nan Nan to help shine the light and pulled out a tool himself, unlocking the door in 3 or 2 tries. The three of them walked into the room, which had a few huge switchboards, while on one side of the room, they finally found the generators. There were a total of 4 sets of generators, and it looked like they could supply the electricity needs of the warehouse and the supermarket at the same time. Han Yang looked along the circuits connected to the electric generators. Fortunately, the distribution boxes were labeled, so he didn't go blind. One of the 4 sets of generators was dedicated to supplying the warehouse's cold room and freezer. One group was responsible for supplying the warehouse, and the other 2 groups were responsible for supplying the supermarket and the air conditioning ventilation system respectively. Finding the generator supplying the warehouse, Han Yang checked the diesel inside and it was still full, so he started it up. When the voltage of the generator stabilized, he turned on the power supply switch and the house was instantly lit up. It's convenient now. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. It's just that I don't know if there's a reserve of diesel fuel here, and if there isn't, there's only 4 generators to take turns with. I remember that there should be some there in the maintenance department on the 1st floor. Meng Xian raised her hand. Really? Then there's no need to worry. Now go find food first, I'm starving. Yeah. The 3 of them walked out of the distribution room, and the warehouse was already lit up inside. Numerous shelves could be seen, divided into several areas, several times larger than those on the 1st floor. The 3 went straight to the fast food area. One person took a few self-heating rice, without too much care, sat on the ground, ready to eat. While waiting for the rice to self-heat, Nan Nan went to the beverage area to carry another Coke. If only Sister Lan was here, she could have a cold Coke. Your sister Lan would have to be pissed off to hear that. Her powers are for chilling Coke for you? I think it's pretty good. Han Yang thought about it. Xin Lan's ability didn't work too well against zombies because she had to touch an object in order to freeze it. It was too dangerous to use it against zombies, and one might get scratched if they weren't careful, which was more than worth it. Not as effective as using terrain, such as a pool. However, her ability was useful against humans and in everyday life. Especially in this hot summer, it was the equivalent of bringing a mobile refrigerator. Well, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we can consider bringing Qinlan out. By then, her body forging technique should have some effect. The 3 of them were all big eaters, and one of them ate several boxes of self-heating rice before they were full. Han Yang looked at the time and realized that it was already late, and it was going to be dark soon, so he said, "You 2 carry some food to the car, I'll go upstairs and carry some clothes." Xin Aoi and the girls don't even have clothes suitable for exercising, and they're still wearing green. Then we should go get the clothes, we girls are the ones who know what girls like to wear. Nan said strangely. Who do you girls wear your pretty clothes for? Not us boys yet? That's why we boys know better. Crooked reasoning. Crooked reasoning is also reasoning. Han Yang didn't care about Nan Nan's little protests and ran to the third floor with a hefty smile. He was going to make a good selection. With Han Yang gone, Nan Nan and Meng Xian had to carry the food together. There was a lot of food in the warehouse: rice, noodles, and oil, canned food, sauces, and dried vegetables, honey, jams, and seasonings, instant noodles, prepared foods, puffed. All of them were placed on the shelves in different categories. They didn't pick them out on purpose, they were all going to be loaded away anyway. And there was no need to worry about the shelf life of the food in the warehouse, it was all still long. So they started loading from the nearest. And Han Yang slithered his way to the third floor. He first found a few marijuana bags and then walked straight to the swimsuit section. Male swimsuits were directly skipped, and female swimsuits he didn't want them all, but picked and chose. All one-piece swimsuits with skirt hem, all thrown aside, only a few pieces of similar dead reservoir water swimsuit. And split swimsuits, especially bikinis that show more, he all loaded into the bag. Anyway, there is only one man on the island, the less he wears, the better it looks. As for Lu Bin, he was forbidden to board the island from now on. After picking out swimsuits, Han Yang came back to the underwear area. Here he was less demanding. Each style was loaded with a few pieces, and anyway, he couldn't see it if he usually wore it inside. When he saw it, he actually wanted to play inside more. Then came the pajamas. It was too hot in the summer and needed to be cool and comfortable. He picked out some silk halter nightgowns. Finally he packed some t-shirts, shirts, and assorted dresses. Shorts were also picked out. Chen Fan liked to wear them. For the long pants, he only took those slimmer yoga pants. Practicing shows the figure. Finally, he picked a few more sexy evening dresses. Maybe there were just some people who liked to wear them? Yi Shirauka, for example. Han Yang hemmed and hawed for a few moments and turned around to see that, unbeknownst to him, the 4 one-person high marijuana bags behind him were already filled to the brim. He took the rope and tied it up, and walked downstairs with his hands on his shoulders. By the time he reached the door of the warehouse, Nan Nan and Meng Xian had already moved a lot of things over. They are not like Han Yang who carries them by hand and shoulder. There are carts in the warehouse that can be pushed to the stairway and then moved up. It was a pity that the elevator wasn't working right now, or else it would have been even faster. Even so, it had almost filled the car to the brim. The escort car didn't have much space to begin with, so Han Yang hurriedly stuffed the sacks in his hand into it, or else there wouldn't even be anywhere to put them. I'm mainly here to explore the road today, less is less, I'll have to find a few vans tomorrow. Han Yang looked at the sky, it was already dark and gloomy. No more neon lights, light pollution. The sky darkened especially quickly. Han Yang told Nan Nan and Meng Xian to stop and talk about the next arrangements. It's also getting dark, so Nan Nan and I will go to the office building diagonally across the street to find someone. Meng Xian, you stay here and watch the car, we'll be back soon. Okay. Meng Xian nodded slightly nervously. This was something Han Yang had mentioned during dinner earlier. But she was more or less apprehensive in her heart. Tell you what, I'll have Shasha stay with you. The two of you can wait in the car, and when we come back, we'll immediately set off back to the island. Seeing that Meng Xian was quite a bit more at ease, Han Yang thought for a moment and ordered the mutated female zombie and the other 3 newly controlled guide female zombies to move around freely in the neighborhood. And implied that they were not allowed to harm Meng Xian, and that other strangers were free to do as they pleased. At the same time, he planned to have these zombies here at night as well, guarding the entrances and exits of the mall. With the mutated female zombies around, ordinary people would never think of hitting the mall. Because Han Yang hinted that they could only move around the mall, they couldn't even try to lure them away. With the arrangements in place, Han Yang and Nan Nan entered the subterranean shadow and disappeared from Meng Xian's sight, heading towards the office building across the street. There weren't many zombies they encountered along the way, only a few scattered ones. It was unknown where the hundreds of zombies had been lured away by some movement. The 2 of them arrived at the office building without any problems. The door of the office building was open, and there were not many zombies on the first floor, probably all of them were lured away and ran outside. But the ground was littered with dirty black bloodstains and a few rotting corpses, and the air was filled with a putrid odor. All indicative of the gruesome conditions here after the zombie outbreak. The 2 were used to it and didn't stay too long, walking straight to the bottom of the building and starting to climb up. There are also not many zombies in the building, and they encountered a few when they were on the 1st to 4th floor. The two people can dodge, cannot avoid, simply kill. Trying to move as little as possible to prevent attracting more zombies. But strangely enough, starting from the 5th floor, the higher up they went, the fewer zombies they encountered. Even the office area was completely quiet, without a single movement. Unlike the several floors downstairs, where at least a few hisses of zombies could be heard. This was not normal. Han Yang's face gradually became grave. He then had a bad premonition. Soon, in the 7th floor hallway, they saw a corpse of an odd zombie. The corpse was gnawed cleanly, leaving only a white skeleton that was casually still on the ground. What's going on here? Nan was a bit surprised. If I'm not wrong, there might be a mutated zombie in this neighborhood. Han Yang's face was ugly. Their target was on the 8th floor, and they were almost there. Although they didn't have much hope, it's not reasonable to stop here. Do your best and listen to heaven's will. Let's be careful. Han Yang admonished. Aha! Nan nodded seriously. They continued to walk upwards. By the time they reached the 8th floor, the situation here was even more tragic. The walls were covered in spattered blood, and the tiles on the floor had been dyed black and red, drying to form a thick layer of branding. Dismembered limbs and broken arms were casually discarded, and not a single intact body could be seen. Even with Han Yang's experience and Nan's big nerves, his face went a few shades of white when he saw this hell-like scene. Moreover, the tragic situation here was by no means formed in a day or two. Han Yang saw that the bloodstains in certain places hadn't completely dried up. It meant that the mutated zombie had been wandering around the neighborhood, hunting other zombies as food. The two of them hardened their hearts and stepped on the thick bloodstains as they began to search for the office given by Yi Shaoka. Soon, they stopped in front of a door. The door plate on it was labeled Chairman's Office. This is it. Han Yang looked around vigilantly. Then he gently pushed open the door. It was a very large office. Inside was a huge mahogany desk, and behind the desk was a row of bookshelves filled with books. But at this moment, the office was empty. The two men walked into the room and immediately closed the door. Han Yang observed left and right, confirming that there was no one and no zombies. Only then did he walk to the desk. On it, in addition to the computer, office supplies, and a few ornaments, there was also a photo frame with none other than the smiling Yi Shiraka. This is the right place. But Yi Shiraka's father isn't here, and there's no bloodstains or traces of a fight here either. Brother Han, look. Nan pointed to the coat rack in the corner of the room, on which hung a suit jacket. This isn't good. If Yi Shiraka's father was here and wasn't in the office when the virus broke out, it would be dangerous. Put it away first, and let's go back to the conference room. Han Yang put his suit jacket into his backpack, and Nan walked out of the room again, turning around and heading back. They had seen the conference room once when they came over just now, so they headed straight there. The door to the conference room was wide open, with chairs falling to the east and west inside, the same bloodstains everywhere, and even two highly decomposed bodies. They should have been bitten to death by other zombies during the virus outbreak, and were bitten so badly that they didn't even turn into zombies. Han Yang carefully recognized them, and none of them were Yi Shirakue's father. It was definitely impossible to tell by looking at his appearance, but Yi Shiraka had shown him a picture of a luxury watch that she had bought for her father. Yikes! Brother Han, do you see this watch? At this moment, Nan exclaimed out in shock. Han Yang rushed over and found a gnawed arm on the ground with a bloodstained watch hanging from it. Han Yang took out his cell phone and compared it to the photo Yi Shirakue had sent him. Although the watch was sticky with bloodstains, it was exactly the same as the photo. Looks like this is it. Han Yang sighed. That mutated zombie had taken the man apart. No other parts could be found. Couldn't even collect the corpse if he wanted to. It definitely wouldn't be appropriate to take back such an arm. Forget it, let's use this watch instead. Han Yang thought about it. Took the watch off this arm that was casually discarded. Wiped it with a paper towel to keep it from getting too bloody. Then put it in his bag and put it away with the suit. Let's go. The two returned the same way. When they entered the building, Han Yang let out a long breath. It was good that he didn't run into that mutated zombie. Otherwise, a mutated zombie with unknown abilities would be troublesome to deal with. However, his optimism did not last more than a few seconds, as they had just descended to the 6th floor, when they came across a strange zombie floating in the air. Han Yang pulled Nan, and the two of them stopped where they were, not daring to move. The zombie in front of them was too bizarre. His body was extremely short, as if he was a 4 or 5-year-old child. However, its face is obviously adult appearance. Head is also very large, especially when compared with the short body, as if a watermelon inserted on a stick. It was as awkward to look at as it was to look at. More critically, its entire body was about 10 centimeters off the ground, floating in midair. It just happened to float out from the 6th floor office area towards the hallway as Han Yang and the others headed down. What kind of strange zombie is this? Strange abilities? Han Yang had seen a lot in his previous life, but he had never seen a zombie like this. He didn't dare to act rashly. Quietly, he observed. The weird zombie didn't notice Han Yang and Nan Nan. It floated to the middle of the building, turned in a different direction, and floated downstairs. Han Yang and Nan Nan breathed a sigh of relief. However, they didn't notice that where the creepy zombie had just floated out, a blood-red, glass ball-like creepy sphere stretched out from the corner of the doorframe. Behind the sphere, a thin line supported it as it floated in midair. As soon as it appeared, it aimed straight in the direction of Han Yang and the others. Soon, there was another 1, 2, 3. Totaling 5 bizarre spheres, they floated out against the top edge of the doorframe. All of them turned toward Han Yang, deadly staring at them. Han Yang's heart inexplicably chilled. This was a dangerous omen. He looked around vigilantly. Upon seeing the 5 bizarre spheres on the doorframe of the 6th floor, a dense layer of goosebumps immediately rose on his body. Groove. He couldn't help but shout out. It was too damn scary. Those 5 bizarre spheres floating in midair were clearly individual eyeballs. And the bundle of thin lines behind them was a black and red blood vessel. Anyone who was stared at by such 5 weird eyeballs would have to have a numb scalp. Han Yang understood that he and Nan Nan had been exposed. These eyeballs clearly had a perception ability similar to that of a mutated female zombie. There's another mutated zombie here. Han Yang reminded Nan Nan. Nan Nan was originally puzzled. Why did Big Brother Han suddenly yell? It scared her. When she saw the 5 eyeballs floating in midair, she immediately got goosebumps and was disgusted. She couldn't stand these dense things the most. Too disgusting. Nan Nan drew out her knife and was about to slash at the eyeballs. Be careful. Han Yang didn't stop it because he saw that the floating zombie that ran downstairs had floated back. It had to be a quick battle. He quickly switched to Meng Xian's ability. The muscles of his entire body stirred and his bones clanked. He gripped the lance forcefully, then leapt up by virtue of his elevated terrain. The lance in his hand stabbed out abruptly at the head of the floating zombie. Death. The spear reached less than 10 centimeters in front of the zombie, and was slightly blocked. The force of the block was very small and insignificant compared to Han Yang's strength. As if it was a bubble, it was broken by the spear. However, it was also this point of obstruction that bought the zombie some time. Its body floated slightly upwards, dodging the most deadly place. The lance passed through its mouth, and the huge inertia carried the zombie's body. It hit the wall with a bang. The lance was deeply embedded in the wall. The zombie's mouth was also opened by the lance with a huge gash. Not dead? Han Yang was only surprised for a moment, but his movements didn't stop. He didn't pull out the gun. It was good to have the gun fixed. Let's see how else it can hide. He took off the short Vulcan hammer hanging on his waist and smashed it towards the zombie's head. With just one blow, he could smash its head to pieces like a watermelon. However, right at this moment, a cold light flashed by. Han Yang stopped and narrowly avoided it. He fixed his eyes on it. It was a miserable white bone floating in midair. The bone wasn't long, about 10 or so centimeters, pencil thin, hollow, both ends as if a piece had been cut off by a knife, with sharp bevels and bone tips. It was the one that suddenly attacked Han Yang just now, causing him to have to dodge. Nimble power? Han Yang came to a realization. No wonder this zombie could float in midair. And the resistance he sensed before stabbing it just now should also be this zombie's Nimrod power blocking it. However, its little power was insignificant to Han Yang's power-awakened person's firepower. But more or less, it bought it a tiny bit of time to avoid a fatal wound. Han Yang slightly glanced at Nan Nan behind him and realized that she had chopped off 2 of those 5 eyeballs and was alive on the ground. And the remaining 3 ducked back. The mutated zombies didn't come out, and Nan Nan didn't rashly chase after them, but stared at the doorway vigilantly. Han Yang lowered his heart. He switched to Sasha's defense ability and began to concentrate fully on the zombies in front of him. The bone spikes kept changing positions in the air, but no matter how they changed, they were all aimed at Han Yang's vitals. Meanwhile, the mutant zombie that was skewered by the lance kept struggling to break free. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't budge the lance that was firmly nailed to the wall. Soon, it gave up struggling, its eyes staring at Han Yang. At the same time, another bone spur floated out behind it. These two bone spikes, which came with it when it advanced to the second stage, were lightweight and sharp. The price was that its body became extremely short, but it was also more convenient to use its abilities. If it was the original fat body, it wouldn't have been able to float. The two bone spikes increased steeply in speed with the mutant zombie's full power. Han Yang narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the flight path of the bone spikes. Soon, he secretly said something bad in his heart. One bone spur flew out of his field of vision and flew behind him. And just then, another bone spur stabbed at him head-on. If he was in an open flat area, Han Yang would still have the possibility of dodging the front and back attacks of the two bone spikes. But now that he was in the hallway, the space was narrow and cramped, and there wasn't much room for dodging at all. Not to mention the fact that it was still on the steps going down one by one. Damn! Fight! Han Yang was ruthless. As the saying goes, capture the thief first. Only by killing the mutated zombies could the crisis be resolved. Otherwise, the more they delayed, the worse it would be for them. Han Yang crouched down and dodged the bone spikes in front of him. Then he violently scurried forward, not caring what was behind him. Leaping to the front of the nimble power zombie. The short hammer swung out violently. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out as a bone spur was smashed away from him. Although he didn't have the boost of Meng Xian's ability, his strength was not to be underestimated. The bone spur didn't affect him much. Only a poof sound was heard, and the head of the nimble power zombie, like a ball of leather, was deflated by the short hammer. At the same time, Han Yang only felt a pain in his shoulder. Another bone spur was stuck in his shoulder. Luckily, with Sasha's defense ability blocking it, the Nen power zombie died as well. Without the support of the nimble power, the bone spikes relied on inertia alone, piercing through the clothes but failing to break through the tough defense of the skin. Ding dang! The bone spikes fell to the ground with a metallic crunch. Han Yang realized that he was unharmed and hurriedly turned his head to look at Nan Nan. At this time, that five-eyed zombie also walked out. Its body shape was even more bizarre. Like a beast with all four limbs on the ground, it was almost impossible to see its human form. The head. Let's just call it a head. There were no more senses on top of the head, only a huge mouth that was like a chrysanthemum, constantly opening and closing. Above the mouth were five things like blood vessels, above which hung the five eyes seen just now. Now there were only three left. Its three eyes stared at Nan Nan dead in the face, and its chrysanthemum-like mouth suddenly catapulted forward and bit at Nan Nan. Han Yang's heart tightened. Immediately, he pulled out his lance with force. Throwing the corpse of the nimble power zombie on the ground, he went forward to support it. Nan Nan didn't expect this guy to look so ugly that his head could actually eject like a turtle. The fishy chrysanthemum-like mouth was heading straight for her waist. She could clearly see a ring of sharp teeth standing in a circle inside the chrysanthemum-like mouth. Nan Nan retreated 2 steps back and slashed straight down with the Tang sword in her hand. Ding! The Tang dagger cut through the outer layer of flesh of the chrysanthemum-like mouth and clashed with its teeth in a stalemate. Just then Han Yang arrived. The lance came down from the top like a club, smashing the zombie's neck to the ground in one fell swoop, skin cracking open. Nan Nan took advantage of the situation to draw back her Tang knife and slash diagonally. The zombie's chrysanthemum-like mouth immediately separated from its neck. Han Yang didn't relax because of this. Worried that chrysanthemum-like maw was no longer this zombie's vital point, the lance made continuous stabbing strikes at its corpse. It filled another dozen holes in its body. Seeing that the corpse of the zombie no longer had the slightest reaction, only then did he let go of his heart. What kind of monsters are these? Nan Nan patted her chest. Heart palpitations. It wasn't that she was afraid, but it looked strangely disgusting. Just now, that Nien power zombie was a little smaller, but at least its appearance was quite normal. This one really broke her 3 views. This is also a mutated zombie. Han Yang took out his short knife and broke open the location of the eyes above the chrysanthemum maw, rummaging around inside. It's just that the magnitude of the form mutation when advancing is a bit too large for our human aesthetics, but in the eyes of a zombie, it might still look good. Yikes. Sasha won't become like this, right? I don't think so. Found it. Han Yang stirred with his knife for a long time and finally rummaged through the corpse core. He reached out and pulled it out from a pile of blood and flesh and wiped it with paper. An orange-colored crystal appeared in his hand. Hey! It's so pretty, like a gemstone. But it's not the same as the corpse core from before. Nan Nan picked it up with a look of amazement and love. This is a second-order corpse core. Han Yang was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect this guy to still be a second-order zombie. But immediately afterward, he thought of the nun-power zombie. He walked over to the nimble power zombie and pulled it out of the back of its head. This time, unlike the five-eyed zombie, he quickly found it. It was also an orange corpse core, but it was quite a bit more translucent than the one Nan Nan was holding, and there was even a touch of green light faintly coming out of the center. This nun-power zombie, I'm afraid it's not about to be third-order, right? Han Yang was staggered. He hadn't seen a third-order corpse core before, but it didn't stop him from speculating. Just like the very best first-order corpse core, it was white and translucent with a touch of orange light. No wonder it's so powerful. Han Yang believed that if an ordinary ability person encountered a nimble power zombie plus a five-eyed zombie, they would definitely die 9 deaths. He had also killed it with Nan Nan's stealthy sneak attack, Mang Xian's power surge, and Sasha's defense against it. Thinking about it this way, his own abilities were really bullnose plus. It seems like I need to collect more corpse cores, control a few more zombies to awaken, and master more abilities. Han Yang's heart was filled with anticipation. After that, Han Yang picked up the 2 bone spikes controlled by the nimble power zombie. The 2 bone spurs were the same size, but were pencil-thin and white in color. Han Yang took a closer look and found that the surface was very smooth, as if it was glazed, crystal like jade. And the center was still hollow. Although it looked brittle, the actual hardness was very high. Being hammered by his short hammer with full force didn't even damage it in the slightest. The bevels cut diagonally at both ends looked sharp. He tried to insert the bone spikes into the body of the Nemesis Walker, and it was very easy to insert them into the flesh and blood. And probably inserted into a blood vessel, a stream of black blood gushed out along the hollow slit of the bone spur. Not bad, not bad. Han Yang was very satisfied as he pulled out the bone spur, which didn't have a trace of blood on it and was still as white as jade. He put it away together and put it into his backpack. Let's go back. Collecting the loot, Han Yang greeted Nan Nan, and the 2 of them entered the subterranean shadow once again and headed downstairs. This time, there were no more accidents, and the 2 returned to the entrance of the mall's warehouse without incident. Han Yang and Nan Nan suddenly appeared in front of them, startling Mang Xian for a moment, but soon her face was filled with joy. You guys are back. Nan Nan, your ability is amazing. Too bad it only works best at night. Nan Nan pouted. Experiencing the scene in the office building made her desperately want to return to the neighborhood to look for her parents. Even if they turned into zombies, it was better than being chewed to pieces. Go back and discuss this with Big Brother Han. Nan Nan made up her mind. The 2 of them got into the car, and this time Han Yang sat in the driver's seat. In the middle of the night, he didn't dare to let Nan Nan run across the road. Can Mang Xian drive? Han Yang asked as he started the escort car. Have a driver's license, but not very skilled. That's fine, just drive more. Tomorrow when we move the supplies, let's drive 1 more car so that we can transport them faster. Okay. Because the road had been cleared during the day, the driving was smooth at night even though the view was limited. There were only 1 or 2 zombies that came out of nowhere that stopped halfway down the road, which he directly drove and whisked past. But in 10 or so minutes, they drove back to the shore service area. Lubin saw the lights from afar and was already preparing at the gate. Seeing the familiar escort vehicle, he immediately opened the gate. We shipped back some food and clothes today, tomorrow you guys can ask your sister Shin Kwai for them. Han Yang spoke to Lubin through the glass. Okay. Lubin happily answered. Han Yang continued to drive towards the island. Just after crossing the bridge, he noticed a group of people standing under the streetlight in front of the hotel. It was none other than Yi Xiaokuei and Fang and the girls who had seen the lights from afar and came over to greet them. Wow, everyone's here. Nan Nan jumped out of the car and was very happy to see the ladies. Right, let me introduce you all, this is our new partner, Mang Xian. Duh. Hello everyone. Mang Xian got out of the car right after Nan Nan and greeted everyone slightly nervously. The few women, especially Chen Fong, Shangwan Xingqing, and Yishaoka, looked at Meng Xian as she jumped out of the car as if the ground was shaking, and at her slightly tender little face. All of them coincidentally aimed their gazes at Han Yang. Han Yang was puzzled. Why are they all looking at me? This is Sister Fong, this is Sister Qingqing, and this is Sister Xin Kuai. Nan Nan pulled Meng Xian and introduced them one by one. The more Meng Xian looked, the more surprised she was. Although these women were different in height, each of them had a curvaceous figure, and some of their looks were delicate, some were gorgeous, and some were cool. All of them were great beauties. Plus Nan Nan, and probably herself. Meng Xian understood her own features. Her childish little face and huge bust often caused her problems. These women with their own distinctive features were actually all concentrated on one island. She vaguely glanced at Han Yang, a certain guess in her heart becoming clearer and clearer. Is it okay if I call you Xiao Xian? When Nan Nan finished her introduction, Yishaoka took the lead in pulling Meng Xian. Can, it's fine. Welcome aboard, don't be too nervous, from now on, we're all family, just treat this place as your own home. Yi Xiaokui's gentle smile was like a spring breeze. Meng Xian was quite a bit more at ease. Yi Xiaokui pulled Meng Xian to briefly introduce the island and subtly asked some questions, quickly getting to the bottom of Meng Xian's situation. Han Yang shook his head as he watched from the sidelines. He chatted with Chen Fong and the girls about their encounter at the mall, and when Yi Shiraka handed Meng Xian over to the others and walked over, Han Yang picked up his backpack. Your father. Later. Yi Xiaokui covered Han Yang's mouth with her finger. Unload the stuff first, and we'll find a quiet place to talk. Good. Han Yang admired Yi Shirakue's sanity. He also knew that she had probably guessed the answer. I pulled back some food today, as well as some clothes and swimsuits for you to change into. Han Yang opened the car door and gave a brief introduction. Pull the food to the storehouse behind the hotel, and the clothes. Let's see, why don't we specialize in finding a room to display them and let the beauties pick them out themselves? Can. There happens to be a large conference room on the first floor of the hotel, let's put it there. It's best to pull back some hangers when you have the chance in the future. There should be some in the mall, we can consider pulling some back when we're done cleaning up. The two of them chatted a few more times, assigned programs, and arranged for the crowd to get started. The clothes were given to Qin Lan and Nan Nan, both of them were awakened, 2 packs each, they easily picked them up and took them away. The rest of the food Han Yang drove to the warehouse behind the hotel. This is a place specialized in storing supplies. It was supposed to be a food storage place for customers and employees for the future opening of the island for tourism. The space wasn't very large, but it had all the essentials. There were not only shelves for storing items, but also large capacity refrigerators and freezers. The supplies were managed by Yi Shiraka. Under her command, the crowd quickly finished unloading the items from the car. Watching so much food go into the warehouse, the crowd's hearts became more solid. Locking the warehouse door, the crowd returned to the hotel. In the large conference room on the first floor, Nan Nan and Qin Lan had already opened the parcels of clothes. Put them on the table in different categories and set them up. While arranging, Nan Nan muttered, "Humph, what man knows women best, big pervert." At this time she was holding a piece of swimsuit panties in her hand, only the size of a palm. She threw it aside in disgust and picked up another piece. This one was still a normal size, but it was side-tied, so if it wasn't tied properly, it would probably fall off when the water rushed by. Several pieces in a row are split, even if it is not a bikini, wearing a lot of exposure. No wonder she grunted in anger. Qin Lan smiled as she watched from the sidelines. She was organizing t-shirts and shirts, which was still relatively normal. At this time, the crowd came to the room. Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu immediately got excited when they saw so many clothes. Finally, new clothes to wear. The two of them were wearing Qing Qing sportswear. They were a bit shorter in stature compared to Qing Qing, so they had to cut their pants partially. Nonetheless, they still looked big, and although they didn't affect their movements, they were more or less uncomfortable. Yi Shirachio was also very happy. She looked around inside the swimsuit clothes and picked out 2 pieces, bringing them to Han Yang. "Do you think I look good in this?" Han Yang raised his eyebrows. The 2 pieces Yi Shiraka picked were a set of bikinis, and the 2 pieces of fabric on the top half of the corset weren't even as big as the palm of his hand, and the same was true for the bottom half of the panties. Definitely very good looking. Han Yang nodded seriously. This was something he had carefully selected. Yesterday we said we didn't have any swimsuits, so we shipped them back specially today, so it's really thoughtful. Yi Xiaogue was smiling. Whatever you guys are missing, I'll definitely try to get it back. Oomph, thank you so much. Yi Shiraka hummed lightly, do you have any more arrangements? If not, let's find a place. Just a moment. Han Yang found Shangwan Xingxing, who was picking out clothes. Xingxing, Mang Xian is also an awakened, and she's going to go back to the mall with me tomorrow to carry supplies, so wait a little while and you can teach her a little bit about body forging. Okay. Shangwan Xingxing glanced at Ji Shaoka. There's also special training for you today, don't forget. You're teaching Mang Xian and you still have time for special training for me? Don't bother. Fine. Han Yang thought about the fact that he had quite a few epiphanies today, so it would be a good time to give her some surprises during the training. He and Yi Xiaokuei then found a room. Han Yang took out the suit and watch from his backpack and handed them to Yi Shirakuei. Sorry, we only found these. He briefly described the encounter at the office building. I'm sure it was 2 mutated zombies that did this, but we killed them as well, so it's revenge for Uncle. Thanks. Yi Xiaokuei listened quietly as she stroked her hands over her suit. Actually, my father and I don't have a very good relationship. In the earlier years, he was busy with his work and neglected his family. Yi Xiaokuei whispered, quietly telling. Han Yang didn't interrupt and listened quietly. There were times when people spoke to others, not because they wanted to be relieved. Rather, they wanted to release some words they had held in their hearts. At this time, it was good to be a quiet listener. When I came back from my studies and joined the company, I gradually understood my father and our relationship became more harmonious. I remember this suit was the first gift I bought him. He was so happy, even after wearing it for a long time, he didn't want to throw it away. Yi Shaoka smoothed out the folds on the suit. So, thank you really, Han Yang. Shouldn't it be thank you, husband? Han Yang saw that she had calmed down quite a bit and teased her with a smile. Oh, right, I promised you. Yi Xiaokuei had a flirtatious smile on her face. You come to my room tonight and I'll tell you. Shay, I'm not that insensitive. Han Yang stood up. Let's call it a day. I still have things to do, go to bed early. Yi Xiaokuei watched him dryly turn around and leave, biting her lip lightly. This guy, sometimes he's not so annoying. After saying that, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but pick up, revealing a shallow smile. Han Yang strolled back to the villa. Before he even entered, he saw that the house was brightly lit and several women were sitting in the living room chatting. Mang Xian enjoyed the coolness brought by the air conditioner, only to feel the summer heat dissipate. This was the first time since the end of her days that she had enjoyed the convenience of air conditioning. Not only that, Nan Nan had also arranged a place for her to stay, an empty room on the first floor. There was a lot of space inside. Not only was there a separate check room, there was also a separate bathroom, making her very joyful. Sister Meng, let me teach you the body forging technique, it can quickly increase your strength. Nan Nan suddenly paused and cocked her head. Your strength is so big, it seems like you don't need to enhance it anymore, right? It's quite big. Chen Fong glanced at Meng Xian's breasts from the side. But it's important to practice as well, a point of strength is a point of strength. Shangguan Xingqing clasped her arms, her face serious. Okay. I'll work hard. Good then, Nan Nan will demonstrate once, and then give her a detailed explanation of the movements. So you're looking for Nan Nan to be teaching? Han Yang came in and first greeted Chen Fong, nodded to Meng Xian, and then stood next to Shangguan Xingqing, looking at Nan Nan together. Nan Nan is very talented, she's already very skillful and is ready to leave the class. Alright, then let's both go out and practice? Xingqing raised her eyebrows. You're confident? Looks like you gained something again during the day? Hee. You'll know if you try. Han Yang completely forgot about the beating he got yesterday, and he felt like he could do it again. Fine, but first things first, no using Meng Xian's ability. That's natural. Soon, the two came to the beach. Each stood in a good position and set up their starting moves. It was still Shangguan Xingqing who started, and this time, she didn't use her feet first, but instead directly approached Han Yang's body, her right hand clenching her fist and attacking his chest. The movement was swift and the wind was strong. Han Yang's right arm blocked Xingqing's fist. However, Xingqing had already anticipated this and quickly attacked from the other side with her other hand. At the same time, the fist that was blocked recovered extremely quickly, and then in the nick of time, struck again. Han Yang continued to try to block, but Ching Ching's double fists were like continuous raindrops that kept falling. Han Yang didn't block them all after all, and was punched several times in a row. This style of fighting reminded Han Yang of a movie he had seen. The Wing Chun in Ip Man seemed to be like this. Wandering Bagwazang, Baji Quan, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do, Taekwondo. Although Han Yang didn't know much about fighting arts, but during the sparring sessions in the past 2 days, he had seen Ching Ching use various schools of moves one after another, and all of them were utilized quite well, or at least hit him quite hard. The Wing Chun that Ching Ching was using at the moment was about a close and fast punch, with a dense punch. But the good thing was that the power wasn't too exaggerated, he could carry it even if he took a few hard hits. But his small complacency that had just risen today was knocked down. He began to seriously spar with Ching Ching. Not a moment later, Ching Ching suddenly changed his stance, and after blocking Han Yang's upper punch, he violently kicked him in the chest, sending him flying out. Good performance today. Good performance today. Watching Han Yang stand up as if nothing had happened, Ching Ching raised an eyebrow. This guy's defense was becoming more and more exaggerated. If it was an ordinary person, her kick just now would have to fracture his ribs. But compared to you, it's not even close. Han Yang wasn't much proud of himself. He was able to hold on until now, all thanks to Sasha's defense ability. But he was also growing by leaps and bounds through his constant sparring with Ching Ching. Soon, the two continued. Han Yang continued to draw fighting knowledge from Ching Ching's hammering. And Han Yang's rapid growth made Ching Ching feel more and more overwhelmed. In particular, she felt that Han Yang's power was getting stronger and stronger. If it continued like this, in less than 2 or 3 days, she might not be able to suppress him anymore. However, she was not chagrined inwardly, instead she was very happy. There was a sense of accomplishment that a disciple was about to be raised. And it seemed that there was finally a fellow traveler on the path of martial arts. The two practiced again until late at night before stopping and slowly pacing back to the villa. On the way, Han Yang suddenly remembered that she once said she would give herself a surprise. He couldn't help but ask. What about the promised surprise for me? Ching Ching turned her head toward Han Yang at those words. Originally there was a guess, so I wanted to discuss it with you, but in the past 2 days I've made a new discovery. Wait for me to confirm it again. Hey, why don't we just wait for you to beat me? After saying that, a mysterious smile appeared on Shangguan Ching Ching's face. I'll make you double happy then. Okay, tomorrow, I will definitely beat you. Then I'll be waiting for you. Shangguan Ching Ching gave him an expectant look, then in a happy mood, she bounced into the villa. Han Yan walked back to his room, and just as he opened the door, he realized that the lights were on inside. Nan Nan and Sha Sha had come over at some point. Brother Han, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Nan Nan pouted. I have something to tell you. Wait for me to rinse off, all sandy. Okay. Han Yang rinsed his body as fast as he could, then walked out wrapped in a towel. What's wrong? Han Yang walked over and wrapped his arms around her. Nan Nan had already finished her bath and was wearing something cooler at the moment. I have something serious to say to you. Oh. What is it? Han Yang asked in surprise. Brother Han, you see now that the mall has been taken over, all that's left is to clean up the zombies and move the supplies. With Shasha's ability in place and Mang Xian, you guys can clean up and carry it effortlessly. I'll be dispensable there, and besides, my abilities are very limited during the day, so... Can I act alone? Nan looked at him with an expectant face. Of course. Han Yang didn't hesitate. You can do whatever you want, there's no need to ask me specifically. You're my family, my girlfriend. It's not like you're a pet chained to my side. Aha! Nan Nan happily kissed Han Yang. He, I knew it, thanks Brother Han. Then I'll leave Sha Sha to you, and I'll need you to take care of her more from now on. Because Han Yang still had to borrow Shasha's abilities, she couldn't take Sha Sha to the Water Elementary residence to look for her parents there. It was simply a matter of handing over Sha Sha to Han Yang. Things are done, so go to sleep. Good night, Big Brother Han. Hey! That's not good. Han Yang pulled Nan back into his arms. Stay with me tonight. Early the next morning, Han Yang woke up in high spirits. Nan, however, stayed in bed, saying she needed to catch up on her sleep. She planned to get jet-lagged and wait for the evening to go back to Shueishahuoding to look for her parents. Han Yang had to go downstairs with Sha Sha. Halfway down the stairs, Han Yang happened to see Mang Xian and pulling on her slippers, yawning as she walked out of her room. She had changed out of yesterday's outfit and was wearing a more comfortable halter nightgown with a wide opening at the neckline. Han Yang stood tall, from top to bottom, just in time to feast his eyes. "Good morning, good morning." Meng Xian greeted in a daze. When she saw that it was Han Yang, she immediately came to her senses and a blush flew onto her cheeks. She quietly lifted her nightgown upwards, allowing the neckline to narrow a bit. "Why are you up so early?" "The bed is too comfortable, a little uncomfortable." She grinned in embarrassment. I'll go help with dinner." After saying that, she turned around and ran to the kitchen. "Sister Fong, I'll help you cook." "That's great. You go see if the congee is ready?" "Okay day." After descending the stairs, Han Yang told Shasha to stay in the living room. He was going to go out to check on the morning exercise group. When he reached the door, he ran into Qin Lan walking in again. "Today's outfit is beautiful." Han Yang greeted. What Qin Lan was wearing today was the clothes he brought back yesterday. The upper body was a white heart-collar t-shirt, the short-sleeve closure had cascading lace, simple yet refined. The lower body was a black mid-waisted short pants skirt. Looking at the appearance up close, it was good as an extremely short pleated skirt. The kind that could barely cover up to the thighs. One couldn't help but want to keep staring. See if there will be a spring light leak between her walks. But the actual inside is a one-piece short pants, wrapped tightly, so that people look forward to the heart instantly disappointed. Han Yang, however, looked on with great interest, as Qin Lan's legs were also very beautiful. "And many thanks for the clothes you brought back yesterday." A light smile appeared on Qin Lan's cool face, causing Han Yang to go into a bit of a trance. Speaking of looks alone, Qin Lan was not inferior to Nan Nan at all, it was just that she had always given off a cool and refusing demeanor, not as delicate and cute as Nan Nan, who was loved by anyone who saw her. But really get along with Qin Lan, will find that although she is not enthusiastic, but also does not exclude in the crowd to get along, occasionally show a smile, is like 100 flowers bloom, stunning. "How is your body forging technique practiced?" Han Yang stabilized his mind and asked with a smile. "I didn't do anything else for a day yesterday, I've been practicing under Qingqing's guidance, and my strength has grown very quickly, and now that I'm facing the zombies again, I think I can easily cut off their heads." Qin Lan said seriously. Han Yang praised Qingqing in his heart. "Then come with me to the mall today to transport supplies." "Okay." Qin Lan had no opinion. Seeing that Han Yang had nothing else to do, she walked straight to the kitchen. Han Yang, on the other hand, walked out of the villa and came to the place where Qingqing and the girls practiced their body forging techniques. His eyes immediately lit up when he saw how the several girls were dressed. Today, all of them had changed into new outfits, even Qingqing was no exception. A watery t-shirt and shorts. A pair of slender legs jumped and swung in the morning sun. White and dazzling. It was also particularly eye-catching. Sure enough, this is the right way to dress for a workout. It's not in vain that I purposely packed back so many clothes. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction, staring at them with unblinking eyes. Yi Shiraka had long since spotted him and didn't forget to secretly throw him a wink in the middle of her workout. "Work out well," Qingqing said seriously. Yi Shiraka immediately straightened her posture. Looks like there's still someone who can cure you." Han Yang looked straight up happy. Qingqing glared at him without a trace. Never mind, I'd better go back and watch Arigato." Han Yang slipped back into the villa. In the villa's dining room, Chen Fong, Qin Lan, and Meng Xian were arranging the dishes after finishing their busy work in the kitchen. Chen Fong was next to Meng Xian, and as she looked at the exaggeratedly bulging curves on Meng Xian's flanks, she couldn't help but ask in a whisper. "Xiao Xian, secretly tell your sister, what do you usually eat? Growing so big." Qin Lan's ears twitched and she subconsciously listened as well. "And, nothing just very ordinary food." Meng Xian was a bit embarrassed. "I really envy you, men must love you to death when they see you." "Which is not." "Why not, can't you see a certain man outside staring straight at you?" Chen Fong bristled. Meng Xian looked toward the door just in time to see Han Yang walk in. I'll go change my clothes first." Meng Xian was a bit embarrassed and trotted back to her room. "Looking good?" Chen Fong ranted, and Qin Lan silently stared at him. Spectacular," Han Yang commented. The two women rolled their eyes at him. No longer bothering with him. Instead, they prepare breakfast properly. Not long after, Yi Xiaokui, Shangwan Qingqing, Zhao Jia, and Sun Luanyu, who were out for morning exercises, also returned. Everyone took their respective seats. Seeing that Nan Nan didn't come out, Chen Fong inquired with concern. Han Yang told everyone about Nan Nan's decision to prepare to go solo, and also announced that he would have Qin Lan and Meng Xian follow him to the mall today to ship supplies. It would be shipped back a few times today, so that the crowd would be ready to help carry the supplies. After the meal, the crowd helped clean up the dishes. Han Yang looked at the yin corpse grass and linglong grass. The third leaf of the yin corpse grass had grown and the fourth leaf had sprouted its tip. Han Yang was delighted in his heart. It looked like he would be able to awaken one more person today. The yin corpse grass grew delightfully, but linglong grass didn't change much. It was only slightly larger in size, and next to the first orifice, a second orifice was vaguely beginning to form. Han Yang thought for a moment and pulled out a second-order corpse core, burying it into the roots of linglong grass. If he waited for linglong grass to grow naturally, it would be too slow. The first-rank corpse core had a role to play, but it wasn't a short period of time. After encountering the nimble power zombies that might advance to the third rank, he urgently needed to raise his strength again. The first way was to control more zombies and let them awaken, to see if they could gain more interesting abilities. The second way was to quickly catalyze linglong grass, so that he could once again advance and become a third-order ability. The last thing was to strengthen his workout. One was to follow Qingqing to learn the skills, and the other was to enhance his physical fitness through the body forging technique. He decided to grasp both hands and work hard with both. The three approaches went hand in hand, so that the further back he went, the more his strength would take a qualitative leap. Linglong grass got the second-order corpse core, and the fluorescent light around it seemed to have densified quite a bit. Han Yang put the linglong grass away and then called Chen Fong in. This yin corpse grass is enough for awakening, now I'll cut it down and you get ready. Chen Fong nodded solemnly. At the same time, Han Yang switched to Chen Fong's healing ability just in case. Ka-ching! The scissors gently cut the roots of the yin corpse grass. Milky white juice immediately gushed out from the break in the yin corpse grass. Han Yang quickly put the clipped yin corpse grass aside. Chen Fong's hands covered the rhizome of the ghastly corpse grass and cast her healing ability. The energy in her body rushed out and injected into the stump of the yin corpse grass. As time passed, Chen Fong's face gradually turned white. Soon, in the flower pot, a flash of new green shoots drilled out of the soil. Sensing that the yin corpse grass was rejuvenated, Chen Fong then removed her palm. This time, she was in a better state than last time, but the moment she relaxed, she almost stood unsteadily as well. Han Yang, who was at the side, hurriedly held her up, letting her sit on a chair to the side. Only then did Han Yang have time to inspect the yin corpse grass. The newborn green bud was very tender, swaying gently in the air, and around it, there were a few invisible flashes of fluorescence. Han Yang checked the roots and found that the original 4 corpse cores had been consumed to only 1, so he buried 3 more. Then he stabilized it with his healing ability. Confirming that the newborn yin corpse grass was fine, Han Yang was relieved. With the second success, the taut strings in his heart relaxed a lot. In the future, as long as there were enough corpse cores, it would be a matter of time before the entire crew was of the second rank. No, it wasn't just the second rank. Han Yang thought of linglong grass. If Chen Fong's ability could also revitalize it after it was harvested, then a full third rank wouldn't be a dream. However, this would require Chen Fong's ability to reach the second rank before saying anything. Otherwise, healing the yin corpse grass was a bit of a struggle right now. When the time came to fail due to a lack of ability, it would be more than worth it. Waiting for Chen Fong to recover a little, Han Yang walked out of the room with Chen Fong, holding the cut-down yin corpse grass. Outside, the crowd had already cleaned up more or less. Seeing Han Yang and Chen Fong come out, especially with the yin corpse grass in Han Yang's hand, Yi Xiaokui's eyes immediately lit up. Han Yang, is the yin corpse grass already ready? She was concerned. Since the yin corpse grass was already being held in Han Yang's hand instead of being planted in a flower pot, the result was self-evident. Right. Lan, I remember that there are still quite a few pastries in the kitchen, take them all out and prepare them, Chen Fong needs to eat some too. Okay. Lan had the experience of awakening. Knowing that one would face the dilemma of being very hungry after awakening. It was lucky that she happened to be in the kitchen when she first awakened. Soon, Lan took out numerous pastries from the kitchen refrigerator. One by one, they were placed on the table. The crowd sat around the table and looked at Yi Xiaoqi and Han Yang. Han Yang handed the corpse grass to Yi Shirakue. Just eat it directly, but the flavor isn't very good. I'm not afraid. Yi Xiaokui took the corpse grass and looked at it, then stuffed it into her mouth as soon as she could. However, after chewing it for no more than 2 or 3 times, her face immediately wrinkled. The cool yet bitter flavor spread in her mouth. And it was getting stronger and stronger. It made her face immediately turn into an embarrassed one. The ladies held back their laughter. It was also unknown who had just said that they were not afraid until now. Turning her eyes was this expression. But fortunately, when she swallowed it, the bitter flavor soon followed. A burning energy raced through her body, and she immediately felt hungry. Looking at the pastries on the table, she didn't care about her image and pounced on them to wolf them down. Chen Fong watched and gulped, also picking up a small piece and taking small bites into her mouth. How is Sister Shin Aoi doing? Has she awakened her abilities? Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu saw that Yi Shiraka had finally stopped eating and drinking, and immediately became a little impatient. It was about whether they could similarly awaken in the future. Xinlan and Shangguan Xingqing, seeing it for the first time, also stared with slight novelty. Meng Xian, on the other hand, was already completely stunned. Was it even possible to artificially awaken abilities? She immediately developed a few moments of admiration for Han Yang's mystery and power. At the same time, she felt grateful that she was able to join such a team. If all of us were ability users, we would definitely be able to survive well in the end of days. Meng Xian clenched her small fists. Yi Shaoqi regained her composure and calmness. She methodically wiped her mouth, then gently tossed up the paper towel. Only to see that the tissue paper, which should have landed on the ground, maintained its floating state, and as if a large hand was manipulating it, it swung left and right, up and down in the air. The crowd opened their mouths wide in surprise. Han Yang was also surprised. I've awakened the ability, well, this should be nimble power. Yay! Great! Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu cheered. The two of them ran to Han Yang's side in unison, and one of them wrapped an arm around them and tucked it between their 2 breasts. Brother Han Yang, when will you let us awaken our abilities as well? Yes, Brother Han Yang, we're the only 2 on the island without abilities now. The 2 women clamped their throats, their voices delicate and tingling, and Han Yang couldn't help but be jolted. He felt the bouncing softness on both sides of his arm, although the size was different, but it's very comfortable, is it? Although his heart was happy, he didn't dare to move in front of everyone. You two be normal. He reprimanded. In his heart, he sighed. How nice to be pampered again in private. Jia, Wanyu, restrain yourselves. Yi Shiraka couldn't look at it anymore either. I promise you guys, I'll definitely let you awaken your abilities. Thank you, big brother Han. The 2 girls were assured and immediately let go of her, running to Yi Shirakue's side and pestering to see her demonstrate her abilities. Che, there's something brother Han Yang, there's nothing brother Han, women. Then aren't you still enjoying yourself? Shangguan Xingqing said faintly. That, Xingquaya, it just so happens that I have a gift for you. Han Yang gave a harumph and didn't pick up Xingqing's words. He pulled out 2 bone spikes from his backpack on the side. See if you can drive them. Yi Shaoqi's eyes brightened a few more points when she saw the bone spurs. Her nimbus extended over and picked up the bone spikes, which were lightweight and soon worked like a charm. These 2 bone spurs are hard and sharp, perfect for being your Nian power weapon. Then I'll try. The 2 bone spikes controlled by Yi Shaoqi no longer flew around, but instead stabbed towards a wooden table on the side. Dang! Knock! 2 sounds. The 2 bone spikes pierced into the wooden table one after another, firmly sticking to it. Not bad, not bad. What's the maximum weight your nimble power can drive? Although Han Yang's mimicry ability could also measure it, it would be better to ask it on the spot and give the others a rough idea. Around 10 pounds. Yi Shirachi's mimic power kept touching the various objects in the room, trying to carry them, and finally had a rough range. The weight was about 10 pounds, while the distance was within 5 meters. Any farther than that her Nian power decayed very badly and could no longer be of much use. Back when that Nimrod Walker was able to make himself float, he weighed at least 40 pounds. But he's 2nd order and you're 1st order. Even if you have it, it's still 20 pounds. It seems like there's still a lot of room for your ability to grow. Well, I'll exercise properly. Yi Shiraka smiled faintly, then whispered to him. And, we'll also repay you properly. How will you repay? Han Yang's eyes lit up. You guess? Yi Shaoqi gave him a meaningful smile. Ahem, it's getting late, isn't it? Shangguan Xingqing looked seriously at the crowd. Since we're almost rested, everyone should do what they need to do. Xin Aoi, from today onwards, you have to strengthen your forging technique practice. Okay. Yi Xinaoi winked mischievously at Han Yang, then with a straight face, she walked outside. I'm going to work out now. We'll go too. Zhao Jia and Sun Luan Yu followed closely behind. Then let's get ready as well and set out for the mall in a while. Han Yang said to Qin Lan and Meng Xian. Okay. Qin Lan and Meng Xian answered. Qin Lan returned to her villa to make preparations for going out. Meng Xian, on the other hand, was dragged by Shangguan Xingqing to the underground warehouse to choose weapons. In the end, only Han Yang and Chen Fang remained in the room. How do you feel now? Almost recovered. Chen Fang's face looked much better. Well, there's plenty of food, feel free to eat, make sure to take care of your body, and when Nan Nan wakes up, remember to prepare some food for her. Don't worry, I'm not a child. The two of them were next to each other, kissing for a while. Soon, they heard from the basement stairs, knock. Knock. A loud noise. Then they saw Meng Xian walk out with a huge xianhua axe. You chose this weapon. Han Yang was a bit surprised, but immediately felt it was only natural. Right now on this island, it seemed like she was the only one who could juggle it effortlessly. I've used a fire axe to cut down zombies before, that axe was too light to use, this one is just right. Meng Xian let out a silly laugh. Han Yang looked at her lowly like pretty face and proud bust, plus this huge axe that was 2/3 of her height. It really was as incongruous as it could be. However, on second thought, a violent giant-breasted lowly seemed to be quite sensual. At this time, Qin Lan also packed up and walked back. She looked at the weapon in Meng Xian's hand and was also surprised. Are you ready? Han Yang was a bit surprised to see that she was just holding a plain sword. She hadn't even changed her clothes, still a t-shirt and pleated skirt shorts, with her snow-white arms and thighs exposed. Ready. Although your outfit is pretty and cool, it's not suitable for fighting zombies. You should learn from Nan Nan and Meng Xian. Nan Nan was usually valiantly dressed in tight jeans and a punching bag when she went out. The key was to prevent being scratched by zombies. Yeah, it's not good to get caught by a zombie. Meng Xian nodded in agreement. It's fine, I'm not afraid, if you don't believe me, you guys touch it. Qin Lan stretched out her scallion white arm. This is what you asked me to touch. Han Yang nonchalantly held Qin Lan's arm. It wasn't as soft as expected. He only felt that he was holding onto a piece of ice, and the slightest hint of coldness traveled down his arm straight to his heart. Huh? You covered the surface with a layer of ice? Han Yang was surprised, not expecting this kind of operation. I'll touch it. Meng Xian excitedly ran over and ran her hands up and down on Qin Lan. It's really hey. It's so cool, I'm going to sit with Sister Lan in a while. Good. How's this layer of ice defense of yours? Han Yang carefully observed and realized that the ice layer wasn't thick, merely sticking to her skin. It was like transparent glass, so at first there was no discernible difference. There's no problem defending against general scratching and tearing, and I'll also strengthen the thickness of the corresponding parts at critical moments. That's good. Since it's all ready, let's get going. I really envy you guys for being able to dress so cool. Meng Xian sighed as she walked outside. Of the three in Shasha, only she was wrapped up tightly, and Han Yang was in short sleeves and big pants. Since he had Sasha's ability, Han Yang had given Xingqing the original police stab-proof suit and bulletproof vest. The two of them were about the same height, just right for her to wear. He only had his tactical backpack and tactical belt with some tools he might use. Then you'll be next to your sister Arisher Moore, she's a humanoid air conditioner now. Aha! The three of them and Shasha got into the escort vehicle, waved goodbye to Chen Fang and Cheng Cheng, and drove towards the outside of the island. When they reached the shore service area, Han Yang introduced Meng Xian to Lu Bin and Lu Li. He also told them that they would be coming back in other vans today, so pay attention to the door. They then continued driving towards the mall. The 5 or 6 kilometers was a quick trip. A few more zombies popped up on the road, not too many. Han Yang didn't even bother to go down, and drove over the ones he could. If you can't hit them, you can't see their shadows after a while. It was the first time after the end of the world that Lan had come out so far. Looking at the empty streets, congested cars, running zombies, and the gradually crumbling city, there was an indescribable desolation and loneliness inside. The society that was once so prosperous for human beings has just gone up in smoke. Han Yang did not give her much time to lament. To the shopping mall, see everything normal, immediately led them into the underground warehouse. Starting the warehouse generator and looking at the wide array of goods on the shelves, Lan rejoiced from the bottom of her heart. These were all important supplies for them to survive well in the post-apocalyptic world. You two move first, I'll go to the ground and find another van. Okay. After arranging for the two of them, Han Yang returned to the warehouse entrance with Shasha. He remembered that there were a few vans in the mall parking lot. Letting Shasha keep watch at the entrance, he headed straight towards the mall parking lot. However, before taking 2 steps, he received a picture sent back from the female guide walker that was wandering around the mall. It was on a road diagonally opposite the mall, next to the office building. A few men were cautiously walking through the vehicles, and their target was obvious. It was none other than this mall. Plans are not as good as changes. Han Yang frowned slightly. He knew that sooner or later, someone would target this mall, so he wanted to move all the supplies back as quickly as possible. He didn't realize that it was still too late. It doesn't matter, big deal, it's a big fight, I'm not scared of anyone right now. Han Yang whispered. He told the zombies to closely monitor the group's movements. He himself found a boxcar in the parking lot by the book. These were vans that delivered supplies to the supermarket and were parked not far from the warehouse entrance. There was no one in the car, the door was wide open, and the key was still inserted in it. Perhaps the driver had suffered a necrophilia or was attacked by a zombie and fled the vehicle in a hurry. Han Yang started the van and looked at the sufficient amount of fuel before slowly driving to the warehouse entrance. At this time, Lan and Meng Xian had transported the first batch of supplies up and were loading them into the escort vehicle. Han Yang parked the vehicle and told the two to stop for the time being, and talked about the matter of someone coming over. The supplies in this mall are ours, no one can take them away. So watch my eyes in a moment, if the other party is insensitive, don't care if they're a human or a zombie, cut them down. Aha! Chop him up. Lan and Meng Xian both nodded solemnly. They were no longer rookies surviving their first day in the post-apocalyptic world, and had both seen the cruelty of human nature. Knowing that sometimes people were scarier than zombies. They're coming straight towards here, looks like someone is familiar with this mall. Han Yang received another image. All grab your weapons. The 3 people and 1 corpse stood in front of the car, waiting in a tight formation. At the same time, Han Yang began to have the mutated female zombie and the 3 female guides head this way, right behind the group. Not long after, a line of people appeared at the entrance of the alley. There were 8 people in total, all male, and each one looked quite strong. They also immediately saw Han Yang and the others. A few people paused for a moment, exchanged a few words with each other, and then accelerated their steps and walked over. As they got closer, both sides saw each other's appearance and the weapons in their hands. Among the 8 people, there were obviously a few who were surprised for a moment, then stared at Meng Xian, Shasha, and Lan with some excitement. The undisguised sense of aggression and possessiveness in those eyes caused Meng Xian and Lan to frown, and their faces grew a bit colder. The 8 people walked to a place 5 meters away from Han Yang and stood still, and one of them stepped out, obviously the leader, and said to Han Yang and the others. Brother, have you taken over the warehouse in this mall? That's right, this place is now my territory. Han Yang replied indifferently. You say this place is yours or not? I also said it's mine. I'm an employee here, there's nothing for you here, get lost. Out of the 7 people behind the leader, a man suddenly sprang out with a very arrogant tone. Han Yang didn't pay any attention to him, but looked at the leader. Is this what you mean too? The leader glared at the person who spoke. That guy still wanted to say something, but looking at the leader's displeased face and looking at the brothers on his left and right, no one nibbled. He could only honestly retreat. But his eyes were full of defiance. Sorry, this brother of mine doesn't know any better. The leading man was the first to apologize. I also know that there is a first come first served in everything, but brother, it's like this. The leading man paused for a moment, thinking about the wording before continuing. My name is Xiao Chuan, I am the leader elected by dozens of survivors in a nearby neighborhood. There are quite a few old people, children, and women in our neighborhood that need some food. There are only 4 of you, so I'm sure you won't be able to use that much food in the mall. See if you can do us a favor and give us some. Xiao Chuan's tone was sincere and his words were genuine. Han Yang sniffed but froze for a moment. Xiao Chuan. This name, he had heard it like thunder. If he was right, he would become a third-ranked powerhouse controlling the coastal region in the future. He was nicknamed Copperskin, Iron Bone. He is also known as West Lu and East Xiao, along with Lu Tianliang. However, Xiao Chuan has a much better reputation than Lu Tianliang. Just look at the old people and children in his camp. At Lu Tianliang's camp, apart from men, there are women and female zombies. Women are for playing and selling. If a woman accidentally turns into a zombie and takes safety measures, she will continue to be sold. It can be seen how heartless and unconscionable it is. In comparison, this Xiao Chuan was simply an angel. Han Yang had heard that in his gathering place, not only did he take in many homeless people, he also established a stable order and achieved a certain degree of fairness and prosperity. Many people were yearning for it. Han Yang had first heard about it in his previous life, and had also moved to come to his place. However, one of them was in the south and the other in the north, and the distance was too far, so they gave up. I didn't expect to actually run into him here. Han Yang was admiring him and couldn't help but overturn the idea of killing them all just now. And as the 7 people on the other side watched Han Yang brooding, the man from earlier couldn't help but jump out again. Brother Xiao, what's the point of wasting words with him? We're outnumbered, are we still afraid that we can't beat him? Do we need to be so polite? This time, he didn't make a loud noise, but muttered next to Xiao Chuan. Cheng Jia, I hope you control your mouth and stop talking nonsense. Xiao Chuan gave him a cold look. They must have some strength if they can come all the way here and occupy this place. Maybe they did it thanks to Brother Xiao's blessing? If it wasn't for you, Brother Xiao, luring those zombies away from the intersection yesterday, they wouldn't necessarily have had the chance to come in. The other 6 people felt that it made sense and nodded their heads. Look at the corpses piled up on both sides of the Hadong, can you guys take out so many zombies? And look at that escort vehicle, it's covered in blood. To be able to drive all the way here, regardless of how they got here, their strength should not be underestimated. What's more, I only lured away the zombies at the intersection to make it easier for us to come over. They're obviously coming from the east, so they don't need to go through the intersection. We are here to find food, don't make enemies at will. Xiao Chuan sealed the deal. Cheng Jia and the few people next to him looked greedily at Qin Lan, Meng Xian, and Xia, and did not dare to speak again. At this time, Han Yang also finally made up his mind. Han Yang looked at Xiao Chuan and spoke. We are not just this many people, in our gathering place, there are also many people waiting for us to bring food back. But you are also right in saying that with so much food, some of the shelf life is still very short, we can't finish it alone, and it's a shame to throw it away if it goes bad. So we can give you some of it, but we can't give it to you for nothing. Han Yang said as he took out a corpse core from his pocket and showed it to them. This thing I call it corpse core, some zombies will have it near the back of their head. If you guys want food, you can trade this for it. I'll take as much as I can get. Han Yang closed his mouth as he finished speaking and quietly looked at them. The zombie cores weren't afraid of being known. Meng Xian had already found this thing before she met them. And unable to find a way to use it, corpse cores were just toxic crystals. Right now, besides him, Chen Fang, and Nan Nan, no one knew how to use the corpse core. Even Shangguan Qingqing and Yi Xiaogui hadn't been told. All they knew was that the zombies controlled by Han Yang needed corpse cores. But it was also true. Han Yang wanted to cultivate a few mutated zombies and currently needed a large amount of corpse cores. Originally, he wanted to have the time to fight more zombies to collect corpse cores. Now that he had met Xiao Chuan and the others, it was the right time to trade for food with a short shelf life. It could be quicker and more comfortable than fighting zombies on his own. Is this thing called corpse core? Xiao Chuan looked at Han Yang in surprise, then pulled one out of his pocket. This was something he had stumbled upon while killing zombies. Not every zombie had one, and he didn't know what it did. It just looked rare, so he kept 2 of them on him. What does it do? No comment. Han Yang said indifferently. Xiao Chuan was silent for a moment. Then how much food can one corpse core be exchanged for? About 5 days of food for a normal person. Xiao Chuan had purposely studied the corpse core thing before when he was cleaning up the zombies in the small area. It was found that about 4 to 5 zombies would have 1 corpse core. In other words, a person would be guaranteed not to starve to death as long as he killed 1 zombie a day. It was just killing zombies, it was simple for him. He felt that this deal was a good deal. So he nodded his head. Good. I happen to have 2 zombie cores here, let's exchange them for 10 days first. We'll go back and collect a batch, then come back to exchange them. Okay. Han Yang called Meng Xian over and whispered a few words. Meng Xian immediately walked over to the escort vehicle and took out a few packs of instant noodles that had just been brought up, and pulled out some squash and sausages, putting them in a small cardboard box and carrying them over to Han Yang. Han Yang looked at it, 6 large 5 packs, totaling 30 bags of instant noodles, plus 30 sausages and 10 packs of squash. Equivalent to 3 meals a day, each meal a packet of instant noodles plus a sausage and a bit of squash. Make sure you don't starve, but don't try to eat as much as you want. For now it's a matter of urgency, so we'll use the instant noodles first. When the supermarket is cleared out later, you can use bread, milk and other food with a short shelf life to bring in exchange. For the first trade, I'll include sausages and squash, check it out. Han Yang kicked the carton over. Xiao Chuan took the carton and roughly flipped through it. Understanding what the amount of food for 10 days was. It was enough for ordinary people. But it was far from enough for someone with intense physical exertion like him. But he didn't say anything either. Instead, he threw 2 corpse cores to Han Yang. Brother is cool, one more question, besides the corpse cores, can I exchange them for something else? Han Yang took the corpse cores and thought about it. Gasoline, diesel can also be, the other did not think well tell you. Gasoline diesel is a non-renewable resource nowadays. Use 1 day less than 1 day. And in the future, if you go out to look for supplies, you will have to use a car. There was no harm in collecting more. How do I exchange gasoline, diesel and food? 1 liter for 1 day. 1 liter for 1 day? Why don't you go robbing? Don't you know how important gasoline is in this world now? Cheng Jia, who had scurried the most happily, jumped out again with a face of displeasure. He wasn't sure what a corpse core was and what value it had. So he didn't have an opinion on how much food the corpse cores could be exchanged for. But gasoline, even before the doomsday, 1 liter was worth more than 3 packets of noodles. After the end of the day, there was no output of gasoline, and the more it was used, the less it was used, and its value would increase exponentially. Now it's only for 3 packs of instant noodles, naturally he's not going to do it. Gasoline is important, you can drink gasoline when you're hungry and thirsty. Han Yang said indifferently. You fucking. Cheng Jia copied the iron rod and wanted to rush up, but was stopped by Xiao Chuan. Brother Xiao. If you still recognize me as Brother Xiao, stay honest. Xiao Chuan's eyes showed a cold light. Cheng Jia's heart chilled, remembering Xiao Chuan's means of killing zombies, he did not dare to move again and honestly returned to the back. Tisk, Brother Xiao, your men are not very obedient. Han Yang was conspiratorial. I'll let brother laugh at you. I haven't asked brother your name yet? Xiao Chuan extended his hand to Han Yang. Spare me your honor, surname Han Yang. Han Yang reached out and shook Xiao Chuan's hand. Good name. Brother Han, just as you said. For now, let's go back and collect the corpse cores. We'll come back for you soon. Alright, you can bring as much as you have. The amount of food is limited, until it is exchanged. Xiao Chuan handed the exchanged food to a person behind him and waved his hand at Han Yang. We'll leave first then. Bye. Take care, don't see me off. The 8 people turned to leave, and Han Yang kept staring at them until they were out of sight before saying to Qin Lan and Meng Xian. Looks like we'll have to change the plan. Meng Xian, you continue to move things at the warehouse. Qin Lan, you meet them at the warehouse entrance and keep an eye on the movements outside. I'm going to clean up the underground supermarket, and when you've filled up the escort trucks and boxes of goods, then meet me at the supermarket together. At that time, we'll sort out all the food with a shelf life of 30 days together. Okay. Qin Lan and Meng Xian responded. I have a feeling that not all of the people in that group will abide by the rules. Qin Lan reminded Han Yang of the disgusting eyes of a few men staring at her. I know. If some of them are really unruly, then we'll use unruly methods as well. Han Yang sneered. Seeing that Han Yang had a number in his heart, Qin Lan lowered her heart, and the 3 of them immediately acted individually. As for Xiao Chuan's group, while walking back, they cranialized and took out the cores of the zombies that were thrown by the roadside. These were all the ones they had killed along the way before, so it was a waste of time. At the same time, Xiao Chuan asked the group to clean up the zombies in the car on the road as well. Originally, they didn't know that zombie cores were useful, so they were too lazy to kill them. Now, since they can exchange it for food and it's not a big deal to kill it, it can't be wasted. The two of them split into pairs and proceeded methodically. Brother Jia, what do you think that kid wants this corpse core for? The male who formed a team with Cheng Jia muttered as he took the corpse core. I don't know, but it must be of great use, otherwise it wouldn't be one corpse core for 5 days of food. What's Pansy's idea? I think, isn't it like in the novel, eating the corpse core can awaken abilities like Xiao? Pansy guessed. You kid has a unique idea, you can try. Cheng Jia didn't think it would be that simple, but it didn't stop him from encouraging people to try. I wouldn't dare, but I can go back and have Silly Light try. Pansy shook his head, then gave a bad joke. TCH, you're fucking bad. But speaking of which, that big-breasted woman, she's the breast giant-faced child that Brother Jia talked about, isn't she? Pansy thought of Meng Xian and couldn't help but shudder in his heart when he thought of her amazing bust. So damn big, and that face, that body. How awesome would it have to be to get laid once? He, that's right. What about the tube training student who came this year? But I prefer the other two. Cheng Jia thought of Qin Lan and Shasha. One is an iceberg beauty with long legs and that white skin. The other is a cosplayer and has a great body. The key is to be sentient and interesting. Really, just looking at it can make people drool. If this can be played with, it's worth living a few years less. Those two chicks, they are damn good looking. I don't know where that Han Yang guy got them. Pansy gulped. Damn. The good cabbages are all chewed up by dogs, why can't our brothers touch them? Pansy cursed. Yeah, I don't know what Xiaochuan thinks, we have so many people, but we still can't take a guy? As long as they can take down Han Yang. Those 3 women would still be at their mercy? Xiao is too decent, that's not good. It's already the end of the world, what do you care about morals and laws? Pansy complained. Yeah, how many supplies must there be in that mall, just letting the other side take over? There's also those women, if we subdue them, aren't we still allowed to do whatever we want? Brother Jia, you think so too? Those 3 women just now, they directly showed me the stone more. Pansy exclaimed. How about? Let's find some more people. I see that 2 brothers were also staring straight at those 3 ladies just now. Let's take this place down together. He made a suggestion. I'm afraid Xiao Chuan won't agree. Cheng Jia narrowed his eyes. Let's get it done and there will be no way for him to disagree. At that time, when a shopping mall of supplies arrives, if he dares to say a word of no, can the rest of the brothers agree? If he dares to say no, will the rest of the brothers agree? If not, with the mall, we can stand on our own and not be subjected to his bullshit. Pansy said excitedly, his voice couldn't help but get a little louder. Hush, keep your voice down. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they still did not dare to show it in front of Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan was the only awakened in their neighborhood, and with his awakened ability, he froze and cleaned up the entire neighborhood of zombies. He was embraced by the crowd and became the substantial leader of the neighborhood. Cheng Jia was originally in his building, and forced a woman downstairs to follow him. It was very enjoyable for 2 days. As a result, when Xiao Chuan finished cleaning up the zombies in the neighborhood, the woman immediately ran to Xiao Chuan to offer her attentions and kept avoiding him. It made him angry enough, but he didn't dare to mess around under Xiao Chuan's nose. Brother Jia, you are familiar with the mall, with you leading the way, under our sneak attack, we still can't dry out that man? Between his words, Pansy did not put the other 3 women in his eyes at all. After all, in their neighborhood, the women there were all cowards, none of them dared to face the zombies directly. They would only shout 666 behind them and do some logistical work. As for their hands holding a weapon. But it is just a toy, especially that huge axe, if it really has to be heavy, that chick can hold it? Can is able to. Brother Jia, having said that, what are you still hesitating for? Do you want to do it? Cheng Jia thought of those 3 women, that breast, that leg, that face, that body. The more he thought about it, the more itchy his heart became. At the same time in Xiao Chuan that suffered resentment also surged up. Damn, dry. Cheng Jia gritted his teeth, the heart of the ruthless. Now this world, hold up the bold, starve the timid. After going back, you contact the others and see how many brothers are willing. Leave this to me, don't worry Brother Jia. Pansy patted his chest and assured. Good, after this is accomplished, let's eat, drink, and play with women together. Humph. The two of them accelerated the pace of collecting the corpse cores, bent on returning to the neighborhood to gather people. Inside, they couldn't help but begin to fantasize about the beautiful picture of taking down the warehouse. In the warehouse on the underground floor of the mall, Han Yang started the generator supplying the supermarket as well, before opening a door leading from the warehouse to the supermarket. The sudden light caused the zombies inside to stir and hiss continuously. Hearing the commotion of Han Yang opening the door, they immediately lunged towards him. Han Yang's spear in his hand was nonchalant, stabbing holes in all of these zombies' heads. Soon 24 zombies were eliminated one by one. After that, he started checking every place, not sparing any of the missing ones. During this time, he encountered a few more zombies, but Han Yang didn't kill them, instead controlling them through his seat of consciousness. His second stage seat of consciousness could contract up to 20 people or animals, and he had used 16 slots so far. Since a large number of zombie cores would be arriving soon, he simply contracted 4 more zombies and fed each of them 2 pills. The number of zombie cores in his hand immediately plummeted to 10, and this was after Nan Nan gave him her 5 and Meng Xian 6 yesterday, and exchanged them for 2 new ones from Xiao Chuan. Raising zombies was too costly, especially with the mutation awakening. In his previous life, he raised ordinary zombies without the hassle of corpse cores. At that time, he found that he couldn't control a first-order zombie, so he didn't think about letting the zombie strengthen and advance. Normally, he didn't need to feed the corpse core. If the zombie was too hungry and weakened, he killed it, but instead, he could still earn corpse cores. There were troubles and benefits. The 7 zombies contracted in the past 2 days. If they could bring him 1 or 2 useful abilities, he would have to go crazy with joy. After checking the entire underground supermarket and confirming that there were no leaks, Han Yang cranialized the dead zombies for their cores, getting another 5, and then began to organize the supplies. Shelf life is relatively short. Han Yang roughly looked at. There are simple packaging of sliced bread, pure milk, the deli section of the sausage and so on. There are also bulk broad beans, peanut beans, bulk pickles, some of the more resistant to storage of fruits and vegetables, such as apples, potatoes, scallions. Bad is definitely bad. The supermarket smell is too choking, to the pervasive smell of rotting. That is the fruit, vegetables, fresh meat and seafood area of the food rot issued, as well as refrigerated frozen some food deterioration. So Han Yang couldn't smell which ones had gone bad even if he wanted to. He can only look at the hairy ones and throw them to the side, and the ones that are not hairy are put in the shopping cart and loaded up. Anyway, I'm not eating it myself, so I'll make do. Xin Lan and Meng Xian quickly filled up the boxes and escort carts, and came down to help him organize the supplies, loading them up in accordance with 10 days of supplies as shopping cart. The entrance to the warehouse is watched by Shasha and the mutated female walker with 3 female guide walkers, and there is no need to fear someone coming. Soon, the 3 people organized dozens of shopping carts of supplies. Han Yang looked happy. This is all corpse core. But soon he was having trouble figuring out how to get it out. The warehouse's freight elevator and the supermarket's elevator to the first floor of the mall were powered from the upper floors, so they couldn't be used. If he wanted to push it out with a shopping cart, he could only do it through the escalator leading from the mall to the supermarket. The escalator is a big ramp, no electricity can also be pushed up, just need to put cardboard on the top. But only if he cleared the mall of walkers first. The upstairs mall sold mostly cell phones, electrical appliances, jewelry, cosmetics, bags, clothes, shoes, toys, children's playgrounds and movie theaters, but there were also some food and beverage outlets. Whether they were useful now or not, Han Yang didn't intend to spare the supplies in these places. We'll have to clean them up sooner or later anyway. Han Yang thought about it and told Xin Lan and Meng Xian. You two continue organizing while I go clean up the zombies in the upstairs mall. Okay. Han Yang walked along the supermarket's passageway to the mall and quickly walked to an escalator. He had come by when he was clearing out the zombies just now, and by the way, he had blocked a few shopping carts at the elevator entrance to prevent any zombies from running down. At this time, there were indeed a few zombies heard the movement of the supermarket and came over, but unfortunately, they were blocked by the layers of shopping carts and could not pass. Han Yang killed them all with a single shot and moved the shopping cart away from the elevator. Splitting open the zombie's head, several zombies contributed 1 corpse core to him. More or less a harvest. Han Yang did not idle mosquito leg small, collected the corpse core, restore the shopping cart position blocked, continue to walk upstairs, quickly walked to the first floor of the mall. The guide zombies wandering around saw Han Yang immediately agitated, swarmed too. Han Yang was not flustered, the lance in his hand was like a viper, sending a zombie away with each stroke. However, the zombies around him did not decrease, but instead grew more and more. The first to eighth floors of the mall were interconnected, and the greater the commotion on his side, the more it attracted the zombies upstairs to run down. Some zombies couldn't wait to go down the escalator or even couldn't find the opening of the escalator and directly jumped down. Pack! Pack! Like a watermelon falling to the ground, staining the ground black and red. Some zombies could not get up anymore, and most of the zombies that got up broke their arms and legs, limping towards Han Yang. Han Yang looked happy, but the lance unceremoniously let them free. So continuously stabbed for a long time, only gradually no zombies ran over. Han Yang opened the blind skulls of all the dead zombies and harvested another 8 corpse cores. This wave just now had a good effect. Han Yang didn't want to go searching for zombies a little bit. He looked at the counter in the jewelry section next to him and his eyes lit up. Then let's move on to the music and the dance? Han Yang took out his short-handled hammer and smashed it hard against the glass counter. The sound of glass shattering rang out, rippling back and forth in the airtight mall. The zombies that hadn't heard the battle commotion earlier immediately responded to him. Hissing and roaring as if they were moths, they took a leap of faith and snapped, landing on the ground. Han Yang easily took out a few zombies with missing arms and legs. However, as soon as he hit the zombies, he had to stop and smash the glass, and without the movement, the zombies didn't throw themselves into the net. The efficiency was reduced a lot, but it wasn't hard for him. He ran to the next door cell phone store, took 2 Bluetooth speakers, connected to the phone, found local music, clicked play. The mall immediately rang with dynamic songs. All get high. Han Yang couldn't help but twist a few times, then looked at the zombies that ran out of nowhere and killed them in 3 tries. After fighting zombies for a while in such an easy and enjoyable manner, there was no more movement of zombies in the mall after harvesting 2 more corpse cores. Only then did Han Yang turn off the music with satisfaction. There were definitely still zombies in the mall. I don't know which nooks and crannies they're hiding in. But if they didn't come out after all this commotion, they're probably trapped. Han Yang struck the ground with his spear, making a thud and thud noise as he started to look around. From the first floor to the 8th floor, he really found a lot more. Besides the zombies that were disabled due to jumping and crawling around the escalators on each floor, he also found a few more enclosed fast food restaurants, movie theaters, and other places. Just in case, Han Yang walked again from the 8th floor to the 1st floor with his Bluetooth speaker on. Only after confirming that he had completely wiped out the zombies in the mall did he prepare to go back to the underground supermarket. While passing by the jewelry area, looking at the broken glass and the jewelry scattered all over the ground, Han Yang suddenly stopped. Speaking of which, aside from a few 100 million descendants, he hadn't given Chen Fang and Nan Nan any gifts. Although these jewels weren't worth much now, it was a woman's nature to love beauty. I'm sure they like it very much as well. How about picking a few pieces to go back and give them? But what kind? Han Yang turned around left and right. There were many more counters around. He stopped at each one for a long time and looked at them all pretty good. I'm also stupid. Wouldn't it be better to just put more on? No one cares now anyway, and there are 2 girls downstairs, aren't there? Han Yang slapped his forehead. Since I'm giving gifts, I can't favor one over the other. I'll give one to each person, just to see if the 2 girls downstairs that I picked out like it. Han Yang ran back to the bag area, looking for 2 large backpack, and then feel-good rings, necklaces, bracelets and so on, whether it is gold, color, diamond or jadeite jade, all loaded into the bag. When he was almost done loading, Han Yang began to consider what to give Qin Lan and Meng Xian as a gift. The ring is not suitable, the bracelet is not convenient for fighting. Just the necklace. Han Yang carefully selected some more, fancy too, feel quite suitable for the 2 people, so take the box installed, humming a little song back to the underground supermarket. Qin Lan and Meng Xian were still busy, and Han Yang started shouting from a great distance. Beauties, I brought you a gift. What? Qin Lan and Meng Xian stopped what they were doing. They saw Han Yang holding 2 items as if he was showing off. This one is for you. Han Yang handed a box to Qin Lan. Qin Lan fixed his eyes on it and realized that inside was a snowflake-shaped hexagonal ice crystal encrusted with diamonds, which shone brightly under the light. And in one corner of the snowflake, there was a silver-white chain stringing it up. Obviously, it was a necklace. For me? Qin Lan was both surprised and a little delighted. Yes, do you like it? A hint of a smile appeared on Qin Lan's cool face as she nodded her head. Like it? Then I'll put it on you. Han Yang took the necklace again, opened the box, and walked around behind her. Qin Lan hesitated for a moment, wanting to stop it, but in the end, she didn't move, allowing Han Yang to hang the necklace around her neck. Han Yang was half a head taller than Qinlan, and from the angle behind her, he could just see a piece of her under her heart-shaped neckline. TCH, so white. Han Yang sighed in his heart. Chen Fang and Nan Nan's skin was also very white, but compared to Qinlan, it seemed to be slightly inferior by half. Qinlan's whiteness was as pure and natural as milk. Especially when viewed up close, it was as if it was soft jade, translucent with glistening light and without a single flaw. Okay. Watching Han Yang pouring half a day behind him, Qinlan felt her neck itch and inexplicably felt a burning heat in her chest, so she couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Alright. Han Yang moved away fondly and turned to the front. Let's see. He was then immediately stunned. The necklace was beautiful. The crystalline snowflake was right between the two collarbones, sticking to her milky white skin, and under the light, it was exceptionally dazzling, making people unable to resist casting their eyes here. But compared to the necklace, it was Qinlan's slightly reddened pretty face that made Han Yang even more infatuated. The normally cool face had an extra hint of consternation, with two light blushes flying on her cheeks, her eyebrows lowered, and her eyes averted as she looked at Han Yang. Wow, Sister Lan looks so pretty on it. Meng Xian's scene-stealing voice rang out, waking Han Yang up. Really? The shy Qinlan was really too beautiful. Han Yang's heart was itching to hold her in his arms and love her. Really? Han Yang nodded his head. Didn't see me frozen just now. Meng Xian circled around Qinlan a few times and complimented her a few more times, then couldn't wait to turn to Han Yang. Look, just now there's mine too, right? Where's mine? This one is for you. Han Yang took out another box and opened it directly. I'll put it on you. Can't favor one over the other. Okay, Han Yang walked straight behind Meng Xian. Unfortunately, Meng Xian was wearing a long-sleeved jacket and couldn't see some of the wonderful scenery. But standing behind her and looking forward, Han Yang actually couldn't see the ground. He was a head taller than Meng Xian. This necklace is so chic. When Han Yang put it on her, Meng Xian picked up the necklace and looked at it, realizing that it was made up of 7 small golden stars linked together to form a pattern that resembled a lying 7. It looks like a small axe. Right. Picked it out specially for you. As soon as I saw it, I thought of giving it to you. Thanks. Meng Xian expressed her fondness. There's no need to be so polite for your own people. Well, I see that quite a bit of food for the exchange has been organized here. Let's not continue to get it, we're still in the middle of business next. The business is naturally moving the supplies. Moving the important supplies from the mall back to the island is the first priority. I had planned for the 3 of us to drive back together, but now there's an unexpected situation. I also don't know when Xiao Chuan and the others will come over. The mall needs to keep someone. I don't feel comfortable with either of you two here, so I plan to stay here by myself. With my ability and Sasa's 9 zombies, no one can hurt me. I don't feel comfortable with the 2 of you driving alone, so first take a van back to familiarize yourselves with the road. When I come back again, I'll find another vehicle. 1 for each of you. Let's finish moving the useful supplies as soon as possible. Qinlan and Meng Xian had no opinion. So the 3 of them returned to the warehouse entrance. Meng Xian took the initiative to apply to drive. She didn't have much driving experience and needed to be skillful most of all. Qinlan was considered a veteran driver in any case, even though he drove mostly sedans. Han Yang asked Qinlan to guide Meng Xian some more. So Meng Xian happily sat in the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and drove carefully. This place was only 5 or 6 kilometers away from Golden Sands Island. Meng Xian and Qinlan were both ableists again, one attacking and one defending. Han Yang wasn't very worried. Watching the vehicle disappear from view, Han Yang had nothing to do as he began to circle around the exterior of the mall. The internal zombies had already been cleared out, so he could only fight zombies in the neighborhood and collect corpse cores while looking for another van to load up with supplies. And in a small area not far from the mall, a few men gathered together. It was Pan Zi and Cheng Jia and the others. Under Pan Zi's persuasion, the 2 men who had also been to the mall agreed to join them. The other few, on the other hand, were not quite convinced by Xiao Chuan. After listening to the people who came back bragging about how 3 women in the mall were so superb and even prettier than the stars, they were immediately moved. After some seduction by Pan Zi, he agreed without even thinking about it. Now that everyone is here, Brother Jia, when are we going? The brothers can't wait to play with those women. Pan Zi hemmed and hawed. Now is fine, but I'm afraid Xiao Chuan will see it and stop us from going out. Cheng Jia narrowed his eyes and said. Xiao Chuan is putting out the fire now, he doesn't have time to care about us. At this time, another person who had been to the mall said. Oh? What's going on? That stupid light just now suddenly turned corporeal and injured two people who were collecting corpse cores. Cheng Jia sniffed and glanced at Pan Zi. Pan Zi's face was also startled, then he gritted his teeth. The opportunity is rare, let's act immediately. After taking control of the mall, it's Xiao Chuan who will be looking at our faces. Good. Do it, motherfucker. Eat, drink, and be merry. Play with women. Several people responded individually and then began to act. Cheng Jia pulled Pansy aside and asked in a low voice. You let silly light eat the corpse core? I lied to him that it was candy, didn't see him eat it with my own eyes, but Xiao Chuan let the people in the neighborhood collect the corpse cores, so I couldn't help but eat it. Damn, it seems that the corpse core is not so useful, but it must have a use, otherwise that Han Yang will not spend a large price to collect. That's simple, when we subdue him, interrogate him properly. Han Yang didn't know that someone was hitting on him. He had just finished clearing the zombies near the warehouse entrance when he received a message from the mental beamline. Someone's location was changing rapidly, heading quickly towards the mall. It's Qin Lan and Yi Shiraka. How did they come back so quickly? Han Yang was a bit strange as he returned to the warehouse entrance and waited. Not a moment later, he really saw a van quickly approaching. And changed vehicles. Han Yang secretly said. The vehicle stopped steadily in front of the warehouse, and when the door opened, Han Yang saw Yi Xiaokui step out of the vehicle. She had changed her clothes, upper body punching jacket, lower body pencil pants, her feet stepped on a pair of black marten boots. It was called a Valiant, completely subverted the impression in Han Yang's mind. What brings you here? Han Yang stared at her slender legs twice. Well, this outfit is good, isn't it? Yi Xiaokui lifted her chin slightly and didn't answer him. TSK, I said it looks so familiar, borrowed Nan Nan's clothes, right? Che. Yi Xiaoxiao glanced at him with disdain. It's not because someone's spermatozoa, netting back some revealing clothes. Qin Lan on the side watched Han Yang suffer, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she stifled a smile. Alright, down to business. I heard Qin Lan say what happened, so I discussed it with Qingqing and switched me over. My ability to take people by surprise can be used just in case. Han Yang nodded, it was useless if he didn't agree, people were coming over. Yi Xiaokui finished patting the driveway. Waiting to unload the car is too time-consuming, it just so happens that there are a few trucks in the service area along the shore, we can have people in cars without a break. You're very considerate. Han Yang gave her a nod. Then let's continue loading the trucks. You and Qin Lan load it, I'll go find something. Yi Shiraka waved her hand and headed inside the mall alone. Find what? Secrets. Who cares to know? Han Yang turned around and asked Qin Lan, do you know? Qin Lan's cool face displayed a slight smile. You guess? Do you guess if I guess? Han Yang bristled. Pull back if you don't say it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mall, Cheng Jia and Pan Zi led a few people, armed with machetes and iron bars, and passed through the group of cars with short bodies. Thanks to Xiao Chuan and Han Yang clearing it twice, they didn't encounter a few zombies along the way and managed to walk to the west door of the mall. The warehouse is on the east side, they would never expect us to be able to enter through the west door. Pan Zi let out a hefty laugh and watched as Cheng Jia moved to open the door neatly. Don't delay, let's try to take it in one go, save Xiao Chuan from reacting. Understood, no nonsense, kill the male when you see him. Right, as for the female. He. The corner of Pansy's mouth involuntarily rose. When we control the mall, we will have a good time together. A few others sniffed, and immediately followed suit and laughed. Doomsday, one should live so recklessly. A few people who had never been to the mall secretly sighed in their midst. Xiao Chuan is good everywhere, but he has too many fucking rules. Following him, one can live, but it's not much fun. Go! When the crowd came in, Cheng Jia locked the door again and led the way. Han Yang's zombies spread around just happened to pass the scene on to him. TCH, there's really someone coming to the door to die. It's a pity that the images the zombies see are always intermittent, if only they had realized it earlier. Han Yang put away the stack of beer he was holding in his arms and spoke to Qin Lan. You keep loading the car, I'm going to take care of a few rats. You be careful. No need to worry. With Shasha and Shinebright's ability to deal with them, it's a piece of cake. Han Yang finished picking up his long gun and walked towards the mall. Not forgetting to grab a bottle of beer as he walked, he was hot and thirsty after sweating from moving things just now. He then used Qin Lan's ability to turn the beer into a cold one and took a big sip. Hiss painful. Qin Lan's ability is really good. However, before Han Yang could find them, Yi Shiraka was the first to come face to face with them. Who are you guys? How did you get in? Yi Shiraka questioned. TSK, Pan, it's really the best. Pan Z and his group didn't answer Yi Shiraka, instead, they stared at her recklessly. Yeah, these legs, I won't get tired of playing with them for a year. And this face, it's so damn pretty, even prettier than that star, what's her name hot bar. Yi Shirakawa's brows furrowed as she listened to their filthy words. She also understood that these few people were probably the group that Qin Lan and the girls ran into in the morning. Yo, it's you guys, and there are raw faces, have you collected the corpse cores to trade? Why didn't Xiao Chuan come? Han Yang was carrying a gun in one hand and holding a cold beer in the other, taking a sip from time to time, appearing in front of them in a leisurely manner. Trade you paralyzed. Cheng Jia was the first to jump out. Lousy said in the morning, this mall is ours, if you kid is sensible, hurry up and surrender, or else I'll let you not die well. Right, where are your other women? Call out to let us play, let a few brothers play happy, maybe also can leave you a dog life. Pansy also said with an arrogant face. I did not think you also hide a more beautiful beauty you heard it, just so a man how to protect you, now it is the end of the day, with us, guaranteed to let you eat well and drink well enough. What do you think should be done? Han Yang ignored this group of breaks and turned to ask Yi Shiraka. Kill it. What the hell are you guys talking about? Are there any of you listening to us? Another person jumped out, but before he could finish his words, a white shadow pierced through his neck. Ho, ho. His words were held in his throat, and blood instantly gushed out, nourishing the people next to him. What's going on? Pansy's group of people were instantly confused. Shit. Actually sneak attacked. Let's all go together. Pansy gave an order, and several others immediately rushed up with weapons in hand. Only Cheng Jia was covered in cold sweat as he quietly retreated. Damn it, it's actually an awakened. He had just seen clearly that there was a white thing the thickness of a pencil floating in the air. It's pretty quick to strike. Han Yang glanced at Yi Xiaokue and smashed the beer bottle in his hand at the nearest person. Bang! The beer bottle was directly smashed to pieces. That person instantly saw red on his head and fainted on the ground at once. Han Yang's strength could not be withstood by the average person. He then jabbed his spear, the tip of the spear stabbing towards a person's head. That person didn't even react, and was directly stabbed through the head, his body hanging on the spear, twitching from time to time. Pan Zi, who was behind him, was directly stunned. Although he had killed quite a few zombies, but how had he ever seen such a murder? He then turned his head to see that the other brother next to him had also been instantly pierced with a bloody hole in his neck. The blood bubbled up and fell to the ground. He was instantly scared out of his wits. Immediately after that, the last person in front of him was pierced by Han Yang again. In just a single glance, he was actually the only one still standing in their group. This was still because he was at the very back. No, there's one more person, I don't see Cheng Jia. Pan Zi turned back in a panic, and saw that Cheng Jia had long since sneaked off into the distance. You fucking... Before he could finish cursing, he felt an instant pain in his neck. The body was then kicked and flew straight up. Tisk, it's still too late, you beat me to it. Han Yang retracted his foot, and Yi Shaoqi's face was expressionless. There's still the last one, running out of here. He can't run away. Cheng Jia panicked and unlocked the door to the mall. He looked back just now, and the few brothers who had come along had all been wiped out. He was so scared that he almost even dropped the machete in his hand to the ground. He finally understood why Han Yang and the others were able to dominate the mall. With their skills and abilities, even 10 more people would not be enough to kill them. Unless it was an ability person like Xiao Chuan. Seeing that the mall door was about to open, a white object sped towards him. Cheng Jia was scared and immediately fell to his knees. Big brother, big sister. I was wrong. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize them to tie. You guys just let me live. Cheng Jia's goonish move happened to save him from Yi Shaoqi's bone spikes. It's not impossible. But my greatest strength as a person is holding grudges. It's nothing for you to look at this mall, it's a person who has this idea. But the way you look at my woman. A glimmer of hope surfaced in Chang Jia's desperate eyes. He smacked his own mouth hard. It's my eyes that are yawn, my mouth is yawn, you have a large amount of adults. Today, I am in a good mood, and also because of Xiao Chuan's face, I am going to give you a chance. But whether you can live or not, it's up to you. After Han Yang finished speaking, he walked up and kicked his knee hard. Ka-ching. A crisp fracture sounded, accompanied by Chang Jia's miserable scream. Ah! Chang Jia's tears and snot flowed out from the pain. Now you can go. Chang Jia's eyebrows lowered, hiding the infinite hatred in his eyes. He then forced himself to endure the pain and barely stood up, dragging one leg and limping to the door. He also understood Han Yang's intentions at this time. Han Yang had indeed given him a chance. But now that his leg was crippled, if he encountered a zombie, he wouldn't be able to run even if he wanted to. He still couldn't escape the word death. But it wasn't like there wasn't a ray of hope. This road he came from, the zombies had been cleaned up. As long as he held on and ran into Xiao Chuan or returned to the neighborhood, then there was a ray of hope. Are you really going to let him go? Yi Xiaokui frowned slightly. What do you say? Han Yang said as he pulled out a Bluetooth speaker from his pocket. This Bluetooth speaker was used when he cleaned up the zombies in the mall and found it effective, so he left one behind. He placed the Bluetooth speaker at the door and then closed the door. Let's listen to some inspirational songs. Han Yang said as he opened his cell phone, clicked on play music, and turned the volume up to the maximum. Moving music immediately resounded outside the mall. Run forward. With the pride of a naked child. The body of Chang Jia, who was walking into the distance, stiffened. He turned his head to look at Han Yang, his face angry and desperate. You're fucking shitting me? He had no fighting power at all now. If he bumped into a zombie, he would surely die. Just at this moment, a few nearby zombies, who were hiding in some corner, heard the commotion and immediately turned their heads to look over. Upon seeing Chang Jia, they immediately acted as if they had seen a fishy shark and frantically ran wildly towards this place. Ah, I hate it so much. Chang Jia's teeth were oozing blood from his bite. But there was nothing he could do. He could only drag his crippled legs and run forward. As long as it was away from the source of the sound. As long as to hide. As long as he could get into a car. There was a chance that he would survive. At that time, he would definitely get this old Inbi killed. However, seeing that he was less than 2 meters away from the nearest vehicle, a zombie violently pounced on him. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. It instantly attracted more zombies to pounce over. Soon, the sound came to an abrupt end. Okay, done. Han Yang clapped his hands and turned to walk back. You're so damaging. That's still better than you doing it at the drop of a hat, right? That's what I call being decisive. Count your right, say what's in your bag? Han Yang looked at the large backpack Yi Shirakue was carrying. Clothes for Nan Nan, but I promised Nan Nan that I'd pick her a better looking one. The two patched up the corpses of the few people who had died inside, and then threw them out to dispose of them before walking back to the storehouse. Xin Lan was relieved to see that the two were unharmed. Alright, problem solved, continue loading. This time, it took a short while to load the 2 boxcars. Xin Lan and Yi Shaoqi drove off with one each. But in less than half an hour, the two returned with an empty car each. Meng Xian was strong and was left to unload at the shore service area. To Han Yang's surprise, they also brought lunch made by Chen Fong, which was still warm. Drinking Xin Lan's chilled cold drink and eating Chen Fong's hot meal, Han Yang couldn't be more relieved. If there's another beauty to feed. One bite at a time. Han Yang looked at Yi Xiaokui. This girl was slowly and methodically taking small bites of rice. Seeing Han Yang staring at himself inexplicably, she couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Nothing, it's just that watching a beautiful woman eat gives me an appetite. Han Yang let out a hefty laugh. Nervous. Yi Xiaokui muttered, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Lunch was quickly finished, and it was at this moment that Xiao Chuan, who had noticed the anomaly, finally rushed over with a few people. Boss, there's no need to be in such a hurry, right? Maybe Pansy and the others got it? Seeing that they were getting closer to the mall, one of them suddenly said. He had been persuaded by Pansy, but did not want to mess up behind Xiao Chuan's back, so he did not agree. Later, when he saw Silly Light suddenly turn into a zombie, he asked the people around him and said that he saw Pan Z looking for Silly Light, and vaguely heard Pan Z talking to Silly Light about what kind of candy he was looking for. In his heart, he said that it is not good, go back to see, and found that Pan Z they really ran away. So immediately went to report to Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan heard, immediately furious. Understanding that all of this was Pan Z and the others' trickery, he hurriedly chased after them. When Xiao Chuan heard this from him, he sneered. Get it? You don't think about it, someone who can kill so many zombies would be weak? Moreover, the other party brought 3 women with them, but they dared to confront our 8 big men, so they must be emboldened. I suspect that the other party is an awakened just like me. When the crowd heard this, they immediately fell silent. They knew about Xiao Chuan's ability, a defense that was so powerful that the zombies could not break through it at all. Not to mention the zombies, even if they slashed with their swords, they could not cause Xiao Chuan any damage. It is with this ability, Xiao Chuan froze a little bit of a person to clean up the zombies in the neighborhood. If the other party had a similar ability, it really wasn't something they could easily deal with. Although it's already the end of the world and the world is collapsing, but we are all from a civilized society, some rules still have to be followed. Pansy and the others have broken the rules, I don't even know if we can continue trading with them. Xiao Chuan sighed. The group was preoccupied and soon arrived at the entrance of the warehouse, and from afar, they saw Han Yang and the others who were loading the truck. Seeing that the other party took out their weapons and put them on guard, Xiao Chuan walked forward stiffly. Brother Han Yang, I don't know if there is a group of people from our neighborhood who have come? Been here. Han Yang said indifferently. I wonder if they all dead. No, I didn't even have time to wipe my gun. Han Yang shook the long gun in his hand, only to hear a buzzing sound in the air. The blood-red head of the gun shook. It made Xiao Chuan's face immediately change. If this were to be lodged in his body, with his own defense ability, he wouldn't be able to carry it at all, right? I'm very sorry about this matter, I also just learned about it, so I rushed over in a hurry, and as a result, I still didn't stop them. No matter what, they are the people of my neighborhood, it is my mismanagement, I apologize to you as an indemnity. Xiao Chuan took out a bag from his backpack which contained a large handful of first-order corpse cores. He didn't even look at it and directly threw it to Han Yang. These are the corpse cores we collected today, I'm giving them to you for nothing, I hope you don't mind. Han Yang turned the bag upside down, there were at least 20 to 30 corpse cores inside, no less than what he had on him. Good, I'll take it then. I don't want yours for nothing, those of you who are here now, one of you take some food back, as much as you can. Han Yang finished speaking and gave Qin Lan a wink. Qin Lan understood and returned to the mall, quickly rolling out a few shopping carts of the very same supplies with a very short shelf life that they had sorted out earlier. Brothers are righteous, we're not polite, it's really because supplies are in short supply in the neighborhood. Han Yang reached out and gestured for them to take whatever they wanted. The few people behind Xiao Chuan immediately took the packs with excitement. If you guys still want to exchange supplies in the future, it's best to drive a car, relying on people's backs and carrying too little. Han Yang took a sip of his cold drink and mentioned one thing. Xiao Chuan pondered for a moment and nodded his head in response, brother has a point. Sooner or later, we'll have to look for supplies further away, it's necessary to clear the roads to drive fast and safely. Boss Han, you have electricity here? There are actually cold drinks to drink. At this time, a man who was loading goods on the side suddenly asked. There's no electricity, but who says you have to use electricity to drink cold drinks, brother wants to drink? Han Yang said with a slight smile. I want to, this hot day, drinking cold drinks is only refreshing. Then here's a bottle for you. After Han Yang finished speaking, Qin Lan casually picked up a bottle of drink and handed it to him. The bottle of drink was still at room temperature when Qin Lan took it, and by the time it was in the other party's hand, it had already become half frozen inside, with a slight chill rising from the bottle. Hiss. The man saw it clearly, and when the drink was in his hand, he immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Xiao Chuan's pupils also shrank. Awakened ability? Boss Xiao and a few other brothers want to drink it as well? Han Yang asked with a smile. Drink! The few people behind Xiao Chuan immediately returned. They both found it novel and wanted to confirm it again. So Qin Lan handed them a bottle one by one. This time, the crowd could see clearly and very much confirmed that Qin Lan had awakened the freezing aspect of his ability. Secretly, they sighed that Boss Xiao's intuition was really accurate. Brother Han Yang has also awakened his ability, right? Xiao Chuan asked. Not bad. Han Yang snapped his fingers and 8 figures immediately appeared from the mouth of the alleyway and darted towards this side. Zombies. Xiao Chuan's men immediately shrieked in alarm and picked up their weapons on guard. No need to be nervous, these zombies are under my control. Han Yang said indifferently. As soon as his words fell, several zombie chi stopped in unison, blocking the alleyway entrance tightly. Controlling zombies? Xiao Chuan's men were immediately dumbfounded. Especially those who had come to the mall last time, they were drenched in cold sweat. They knew Xiao Chuan's ability very well and knew that an awakened person's physical ability would be drastically increased. Thus even Qin Lan, who looked very weak and was the same awakened person, might not be inferior to them in the slightest in terms of strength, or even as if she was superior. Adding to that, the blood-stained head of the gun, Han Yang, and the corpses under his control were not to be messed with at first glance. Last time, even if they were lucky enough to win, they probably wouldn't be able to survive a few. They couldn't even win at all. A zombie that can do what it says on the tin, and a zombie that is free and loose and only relies on instinct, are two completely different concepts. Xiao Chuan also had palpitations in his heart. Fortunately, he had never had any crooked thoughts, or else he might have really fallen. Brother Xiao Chuan has also awakened his abilities, right? Not bad. Xiao Chuan saw that Han Yang was so honest, and also revealed his own ability, similar to Sasha's defense system ability. Sure enough, nicknamed Copper Skin and Iron Bones, it was obvious that the ability was related to defense. So it seems that if Sasha's ability rises to the 3rd stage, her defense will also be greatly enhanced, reaching the level of Copper Skin and Iron Bones? With this ability, as long as you don't encounter mutated zombies, you basically don't have to worry about being injured by zombies. Han Yang commented. Mutated zombies? Xiao Chuan was astonished. You don't know? Could it be that you've never encountered one? Han Yang pretended to be surprised. No, please enlighten me, brother. Xiao Chuan humbly asked for guidance. Like humans, zombies are probable to awaken some special abilities or their bodies become extraordinarily powerful and deformed. I call these special zombies mutated zombies. Han Yang beckoned, and the 3 guide zombies from the earliest pact walked over. I've come across a ridiculously powerful zombie before that almost overturned our car. Then I wondered if the zombies I control could become that powerful as well. Until I discovered the corpse core. Xiao Chuan suddenly realized. So brother, you collected corpse cores in order to cultivate zombies? Not bad. Han Yang casually pulled out 6 corpse cores and fed 2 to each of the 3 zombies in front of everyone. These 3 guide zombies had already been fed 2 yesterday, so if they were fed 2 more today and 1 more tomorrow, they might awaken. I tested a zombie before, but unfortunately the one that was awakened was the perception ability that has little combat power. It would be nice if I could awaken a defense like Brother Xiao. Hiss. A few people around Xiao Chuan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. A few zombies that could cooperate were already tough to deal with, if the zombies all had abilities similar to Boss Xiao's, who could still beat him. No wonder he was able to dominate such a material-rich mall. Such a scary guy can't be messed with. Boss Xiao really had foresight. Han Yang's exposure of Qin Lan's and his own abilities was mainly for the sake of deterrence, so as to save the fact that there was always someone within these people who would secretly hit them all. Revealing the purpose of the corpse core, on the other hand, was to dispel the doubts in Xiao Chuan's mind and indirectly indicate one thing. He was in dire need of corpse cores now, but when the zombies had all awakened, he wouldn't necessarily still need them. If you want supplies, hurry up and find them to exchange while he is in dire need of corpse cores. Seeing that his purpose had been accomplished, Han Yang asked the many female zombies to disperse. He actually had the intention to recruit Xiao Chuan. This person has the ability, responsibility, and principles. If he really recruited him, he could lead a team independently and go out to collect supplies. But also because of his responsibility and principles, he would not leave the people in his neighborhood behind at will. Han Yang wouldn't want those people. His goals had remained the same, either ability users or beautiful women. The others, he didn't bother and couldn't care less. After all, the number of people in his ability contract was limited. Although he was not hopeful, Han Yang still tried to ask. I'm very optimistic about Brother Zhao's character and ability. I wonder if you personally are interested in joining us. Xiao Chuan was stunned at his words, but he quickly reacted. Me personally? Yes. The few brothers beside Xiao Chuan looked at him with both envy and worry. The envy was being able to join a strong man's team, and with the other party's ample supplies, they could eat and drink in the future. Not to mention that there were beautiful women in the other team, although a few of them might be Han Yang's women, but they couldn't all be, could they? The worry was that if Xiao Chuan really agreed, what would they people do? Can't the people in our neighborhood join together as a piece? Xiao Chuan asked in a deep voice. We only take ability people. Han Yang said indifferently. Xiao Chuan and a few of his brothers immediately widened their eyes. So these two beauties, as well as the one in the morning, are all ability users? Xiao Chuan asked with some stuttering. That's right. Xiao Chuan and his few brothers had been completely dumbfounded. 5 ability users? If this were to really make a move, they wouldn't even have the slightest possibility of winning. For sure, this was someone they could not afford to mess with. When they run into them in the future, they absolutely have to control their mouths and eyes. I'll tell you one more piece of news. Among the survivors in your neighborhood, wasn't there once someone who suddenly turned necrotic and bit one of their own? That's right. There was also one that just happened today. Xiao Chuan was a bit depressed when he thought about it. The virus is always mutating, ordinary people may not be able to carry the necrosis at any time, only the awakened are not bothered by this, so understand what I mean. Xiao Chuan's few people suddenly realized. Xiao Chuan then sighed, sorry, I can't give up on the survivors of the neighborhood regardless. Brother Xiao. Boss. The few brothers beside him looked at Xiao Chuan excitedly, with admiration and worship in their eyes in addition to being moved. That's really very regrettable. But I admire Brother Zhao's character. In the future, if Brother Xiao has any difficulties, just come to me, and I will definitely help you if I can. Han Yang also sighed. Alright, thanks brother. We're loaded here as well, we'll go back to collect the corpse cores right away, and we'll come back tomorrow to trade. Xiao Chuan clasped his fists gratefully. I'll wait then. Alright, brothers, let's go. Okay, Brother Xiao. Xiao Chuan and his group carried the food on their backs and turned to leave. The food they were carrying was enough for the people in the neighborhood to eat for a few days if they saved it. However, there was still no slacking off. He had to take advantage of Han Yang's urgent need for corpse cores and hurry to collect them for food. They were going to expand their range of activities and look for some other convenience stores or supermarkets to get supplies, without killing zombies. Now the corpse cores could also be exchanged for supplies. What a great opportunity! After this village, there wouldn't be this store. If Han Yang didn't want the corpse cores one day, wouldn't it be a waste? Seeing Xiao Chuan and the others leave, Yi Xiaokui looked at Han Yang's expression and asked with a smile, You're very fond of this Xiao Chuan, aren't you? Yes. Han Yang said what he had in mind. Yi Xiaokui nodded, actually, it's not without a way. What way? Han Yang asked. To put it bluntly, you actually want him to help you work for free. Now with this trading model, you still have to use some resources to trade away the fruits of his labor. When he really joins you, not only will he provide the corpse cores for free, he'll also have to find his own supplies to feed himself, and then hand over the excess supplies to you. It's all a capitalist's routine, I'm familiar with it. Yi Xiaoka smiled and said. Han Yang was tempted to say that he didn't think so. But upon further reflection, it seemed like it was really the case. Cut the crap, what exactly is the solution? It's very simple, do you know who takes the lion's share of profits from cell phones? Yi Xiaogi cited the simplest example. Chips? Yes and no, to be precise, it's the manufacturers that set the rules of communication and hold the communication patents, such as Qualcomm. It's just that all of these are integrated in the chip, that's why your first impression is of a chip. Han Yang was puzzled. In the end, killing zombies and collecting supplies are all low-level jobs that anyone can do. Just like those small manufacturers in the cell phone supply chain, the profits are meager, just enough to stay alive. So we have to be high-end, we have to do what others don't have, or can monopolize, and then use these in exchange for other people's zombie cores and supplies at the same time, as a way to control the other side. Han Yang took over the topic. Very perceptive. I see, let me think. The first thing that came to Han Yang's mind was to selling corpse grass. Of course it couldn't be sold directly, it could be stirred up and added with something else to make a potion. Anyway, just let people not see what the raw material is. The potion that can be awakened, only his exclusive production, belongs to the absolute monopoly. It's not too much to sell 100 or so corpse cores or a few carts of supplies, right? I believe that any person who hadn't awakened would go crazy when they found out. And his consumption was only a few corpse cores and a little bit of time. 10 times 100 times the profit. One could even sell potions for advancing to the second stage. But this must be done carefully, so as not to cultivate an enemy. Well, the potion for the second stage can consider adding his blood for implied control. And when the secret of the spirit plant was discovered at a later stage, he could also do the business of acquiring the spirit plant. Just exchange it with an awakening potion or even an advancement potion, just increase the ratio a bit. For example, one spirit plant can be exchanged for 2 copies of the awakening potion. 2 plants can be exchanged for an advancement potion. I believe that there are many people who come to exchange. In this way, spiritual plants, corpse core, supplies, all of them will send themselves to the door. And you don't have to do anything, you just need to sit back and enjoy the benefits. But there were 2 prerequisites for all this. The first was Chen Fong, she was the core of realizing all of this, and her safety needed extra attention. Secondly, the so-called harboring the evil, people learned that he was able to produce a steady stream of awakening potions, they would less likely hit him. He needed to have enough strength to kill all incoming enemies and deter the small fry. After all was said and done, it was still strength that mattered the most. That was why he needed to ascend to the 3rd rank as soon as possible. In this way, he would be able to contractually control more people or zombies, and the zombies he controlled would be able to reach the 2nd rank and be stronger. Looks like you have an idea? Yi Xiaogui couldn't help but ask as she saw Han Yang's face showing joy. Not bad. But right now it's just an idea, the actual operation still needs to wait. Han Yang nodded. Yi Xiaogui didn't ask in detail, she believed that when the time was right, Han Yang would tell her. The 3 of them continued to carry the supplies and quickly loaded the 2 vehicles. Yi Xiaokui and Xin Lan drove the cars back to Jinsha Island and in no time, returned with empty cars. In this way, the 3 of them emptied most of the warehouse in the afternoon. When the sun set and the sky darkened, Han Yang looked at the 2 vehicles that were loaded again and said to the 2 of them, "You don't need to come back this time, come back tomorrow morning." "What about you? Stay here?" Yi Xiaogui asked. "Yes, I'll stay here for the night to prevent someone from coming over during the night." Yi Xiaokui understood that Han Yang was guarding against Xiao Chuan's group. As the saying goes, you don't know the person you're talking to. He reserved a measure of caution for anyone who didn't have a contract with him. No matter how much he favored that person. Alright, then be careful at night. Xin Lan and Yi Xiaokui each got into their respective cars and returned to Golden Sands Island before the sky darkened. Han Yang closed the warehouse door behind him, and first went to the underground supermarket warehouse to get an outdoor power source and searchlight. Then he looked for some food, such as steak chicken and peanuts. Finally, he took out the beer that had been chilled in advance with Xin Lan's ability from the refrigerator and returned to the mall, heading to the 2nd floor of the mall. Han Yang remembered that in addition to selling products such as children's clothes, shoes, and toys on the 2nd floor, there was also an area dedicated to selling supplies such as 4-piece sets for beds. There were a few beds for display there. Just right for resting. Soon arrived at the place. Han Yang put his things down and moved a table and chair for students to study from the toy area. He casually glanced at the price tag and realized that this crap was actually quite expensive. Just right for coming to dinner. Han Yang connected the searchlight to the outdoor power source, immediately illuminating the surroundings brightly. He then placed the food and drinks on the table one by one. There was quite a lot of stuff. If it was in the past, it was estimated that 3 strong guys wouldn't be able to finish it. But in the present, it was just a meal for him. What goes around comes around, and with increased power, there was always a price to pay. However, before he could start eating, a message from his spirit beamline made him stop. Nan Nan and Shinobu's location is shifting? The 2 of them are together, coming towards the island. Han Yang was a bit strange, he didn't understand how the 2 could be together. It's not right. The 2 are separated. Upon reaching a certain location, Nan Nan went straight towards the north, which was the direction of the Waterhouse Resort. Yi Shirauka, on the other hand, continued to move in his direction. Han Yang understood. He immediately walked downstairs and went to the warehouse entrance. Sure enough, not a moment later a van drove over from afar and finally stopped steadily at the warehouse entrance. "Why are you back?" Han Yang looked at Yi Xiaokui, who jumped out of the van and asked. At this time, the sky was about to completely darken, and one could only vaguely see people in the distance. "Still not worried about you being here by yourself?" Yi Xiaokui hummed. Without outsiders around, she inadvertently showed some of her little womanly side. Not welcome? Welcome, how could it not be welcome? Han Yang rubbed his hands together, his spirit immediately perked up as he had certain speculations in his heart. Brought you some food, take it. Yi Xiaogue handed over a box, and Han Yang took it. I was just about to eat, by the way, do you drink? I still have some cold beer here. Drink. The two walked together to the dining table Han Yang had set up on the second floor. You're quite good at enjoying yourself. Yi Shiraka looked at the bed on the side, then unceremoniously commandeered the only chair. Han Yang had to go and move another chair. When she came back, Yi Shiraka had already set up the food she brought, and because of the mall's internal security, she had taken off her rushing jacket as well. Inside, she was only wearing a sports sling, revealing a large portion of snow-white skin, which looked particularly dazzling in this dim environment. Where else can I eat? Han Yang swallowed his saliva and sat down across from Yi Xiaoque. Nan came out with you? Han Yang asked while his eyes glanced from time to time at her slender neck and high, towering forehead. Yeah, I just realized that her family lives in Shueisha Huating. What? You're familiar with it there? It's okay, it's developed by our company and my family has a few suites there, but I haven't lived there much. Han Yang was choked at once, and took a big gulp of beer to smooth it out. Tisk, if it weren't for the end of days, a little loser like me probably wouldn't have dreamed of sitting down to dinner with a rich girl like you. Han Yang exclaimed. Quite self-aware. Yi Xiaoque smiled faintly. But it's useless to talk about this now, this world is already like this, it's also each other's luck and destiny that we managed to survive and meet. Yi Shiraka finished picking up the wine bottle, here, to fate. To fate. Han Yang touched the bottle with her and took a big gulp of the small half bottle of wine. Yi Shiraka also took a big gulp. Afterward, the two of them ate and chatted, and when the food was almost eliminated, the floor was also littered with more empty wine bottles. Yi Xiaoque's face turned red, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. When she saw Han Yang's eyes getting more and more reckless, staring at her cool upper body, she couldn't help but smile seductively. Does it look good? Good looking. Han Yang nodded naturally. Then do you want to see a better looking one? Yi Xiaoque said, slightly pulling the neckline of the halter downward, revealing more of her snowy and steep skin. Han Yang gulped. Want to see? Humph, beautiful you. Yi Xiaoque grunted and lifted the dress upwards. Han Yang couldn't help but feel a bit of toothache as he watched a mischievous smirk appear at the corner of her mouth. Chick, you're playing with fire, don't you know? He stared at Yi Xiaoque's bare neck and quickly had an idea. Good looking is good looking, it just lacks something. What's lacking? Yi Shiraka glanced at him, somewhat curious. Wait for me. Han Yang finished running downstairs to the escort car, rummaging through a backpack and pulling out a box from inside. This backpack was the same one that held the jewelry before. He purposely picked out a few and put them in a small pocket, preparing to give them to a few people on the island. The extra ones were intended to go back to the large conference room where the clothes were stored, and whoever liked what could pick it out again on their own. Yi Xiaoque watched as Han Yang ran downstairs in a mischievous manner and quickly ran up again, and when she saw the box in his hand, her heart couldn't help but be moved. Thinking of the newly added necklace around Qinlan's neck, a smirk couldn't help but appear on her face. Nah, I think you'll look better after wearing this. Han Yang handed the box over, and when Yi Shiraka fixed her eyes on it, inside was a bright silver flower. The flower consisted of 8 petals, 4 small petals on the top, below the small petals were 4 large petals interlaced, and in the center part of the stamen were shiny diamonds. It is very pretty, are you going to put it on me next? Yi Xiaoque nodded slightly, then said with a smile. Having been seen through to his intentions, Han Yang was slightly embarrassed. I like it, take it. Yi Shiraka also stopped teasing him and put the box away, then stood up and stretched. Yikes. I've eaten and drank enough, I'm going to work out next. Well, I have to change into looser clothes first. Han Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. The clothes are upstairs, but that's too dark, I'll accompany you. The corner of Yi Shiraka's mouth curled up slightly and she hummed. All right. Han Yang lifted the outdoor power supply and took the searchlight, following behind Yi Xiaoque as they headed to the 3rd floor together. The 3rd floor was specialized in women's clothing. She said she was looking for loose clothes, but when she arrived at the 3rd floor, Yi Xiaoque saw the wide array of women's clothes and shoes, and immediately couldn't move her feet, wanting to try each one. Han Yang accompanied her, first picking out a few pairs of shoes, including sneakers, board shoes, single shoes, and high heels. Saying that it was for matching clothes in a while, the two of them then walked to the women's clothing area. This one is very pretty. As soon as they entered the women's clothing area, Yi Xiaoka's eyes brightened even more, staring at a very designer dress with a single glance. Help me hold it. The dress was hanging a bit high, and Han Yang raised his hand to help her take it down. Yi Xiaokuei took the dress and immediately walked happily into the changing room. But soon, she walked out again. It's pitch black inside, I can't see anything. Yi Xiaoqi wrinkled her nose, then said to Han Yang, you shine the light a little to the side. Han Yang was unsure, but followed her request and shot the light to the side. He then saw Yi Xiaoqi walk behind the counter and bend down. A sizzling sound of undressing came. Han Yang understood that it was Yi Xiaoka taking off her pants. He had the intention to look, but he was blocked by the counter, and there was not enough light there, so he was able to see silhouettes, but could not see specific details. Han Yang was tickled in his heart. Soon, Yi Xiaoka stood up again. She put her pants on the counter, then put on her dress, straightened her hair, and turned her body to walk out. How's it? Pretty? Han Yang's heart skipped a beat. The simple but not too designed white dress was worn on Yi Xiaokuei, giving her less maturity and sophistication and more simplicity and innocence. It made him feel as if he was dreaming back to his campus days, seeing a white-clad campus goddess. Beautiful. Like a fairy. Is it that good looking? Yi Xiaoka happily spun around a few more times and walked over to the mirror to take a look. But soon, her brows frowned slightly. Good looking is good looking, but it's not suitable for exercising. I'll try something else. She didn't change out of her clothes either, and ran straight to another spot, like a fluttering butterfly. Han Yang followed, watching her weave in and out of the colorful clothes, trying on one or two from time to time. It had to be said that Yi Xiaokuei's figure was really good, and could be called a perfect clothes rack. Regardless of any clothes, no matter if they were sexy, cute, elegant, or cool and handsome, when it came to her body, she was able to manage them all very well, just like 100 different elves. Han Yang looked dazzled. The two soon strolled through most of the floor, and Han Yang carried a bunch of clothes and shoes in his hands. Seeing that they reached a dress store, Yi Xiaokuei suddenly stopped in her tracks. Well, the selection is almost done, let's go back. Hey! Don't you want to pick two pieces in front and try them on? Han Yang glanced rather reluctantly at the model in front. The evening gowns, with their high openings and low necklines, must look good on them. You want to see? Yi Xiaoka hesitated for a moment. Very much want to see, I've always felt that you are definitely the prettiest when you wear an evening gown. Then, I'll try one on. Yi Xiaoka lightly bit her lips. Okay. Han Yang nodded repeatedly. Yi Xiaokuei walked into the store and turned around, finally picking a black satin halter evening gown. Still walking behind the counter, but this time, she didn't change directly, but said to Han Yang. You, turn around. Han Yang had a questioning look on his face, but he still cooperated and turned around. Then he heard a sizzling sound of changing clothes. Not a moment later, Yi Xiaoqi's voice came. Alright, you can turn around. Han Yang turned to look at her, and both eyes immediately widened. Elegant, noble, and sexy. After putting on the black satin halter evening gown, Yi Xiaokuei's temperament immediately changed. Han Yang couldn't think of any particularly good words. This was because his eyes were completely captivated by her charming figure. But soon, he discovered a flashy point. The neckline of the black satin halter evening gown was very low. It had to be much lower than the suspenders Yi Xiaoka originally wore. But at the moment the suspenders were not visible. Then she is now inside. Nothing at all? No wonder it made me turn around. And legs. Evening dress, this fork opening really high. The sight of Yi Xiaokuei's long legs, completely exposed, reach right up to her waist. That's not right. There should be pants at the waist. How can not see? Could it be that? A fire rose in Han Yang's heart. He had the impression that some evening gowns did have to wear some ding-dongs inside in order to be aesthetically pleasing. But what Yi Xiaokuei had just worn was obviously not like that. So the bottom was also empty? How is it? Is it good? Yi Xiaokuei raised her head slightly and asked Han Yang in a pretense of composure. Han Yang swallowed his saliva. It's nice to look at, but it always feels like it's almost something. He looked at Yi Shirakue's feet. Just now she was wearing a pair of sneakers. Now, in order to match the evening gown, the sneakers had been taken off and were barefoot. Han Yang took out a pair of high heels that Yi Shirakue had chosen earlier from a box at his side. Wearing these is even better. With that, he walked up and squatted down to put them on her. I can do it myself. Yi Shiraka was a little flustered. It's fine, I'll help you. Yi Shokue met Han Yang's burning gaze, her heart trembled, and she didn't stop anymore. Instead, she obediently sat on the small sofa. Han Yang took hold of her bare little feet and gently slipped the silver high heels in. Looking at Yi Shokue again from his angle, he only felt that her legs were even more slender and graceful. Especially when it came to the part where the skirt was open, it curved out into a graceful arc. Han Yang's hand couldn't help but move upwards after putting on his shoes, stroking over the slender calves. Yi Shokue looked at him with two watery eyes and did not stop. Han Yang could no longer hold back and violently hugged her. This time he felt it clearly, there was indeed nothing inside. You're playing with fire. Han Yang murmured in a low voice. Do you like it then? Yi Shiraka bit her lip lightly, and the two of them were so close that their noses could be smelled. Why? Han Yang's breath thickened a few points. I said I'd go to my place at night, but you didn't go over, so I had to send myself to the door, husband. Han Yang instantly remembered the joke he made back then, and didn't expect her to remember it all in her heart. Han Yang looked at Yi Xiaokuei's delicate little face. How could he refuse a beauty with such a heart? Then he lowered his head. The next day, it was still light. Yi Xiaokuei broke away from Han Yang's arms early, simply put on her underwear, and began practicing her exercise techniques by the bedside. As the beauty in her arms disappeared, Han Yang rolled over and looked at her, watching her delicate figure dance in the shimmering light, strange and at the same time, a little foolish. Why are you up so early to exercise? Yi Shiraka glanced at him and said. Last night was delayed quite a bit, I didn't even practice my body forging technique, but I promised Qingqing that I couldn't delay my progress. Han Yang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly as he watched her legs and feet twist and turn, making it inconvenient for her to move, still exercising under false pretenses. What's the effect of exercising like this? This guy is starting to act like a demon again. Similar to last night. Thinking of last night's killing battle, he couldn't help but feel a swing in his heart. He could be considered to have seen another side of Yi Shiraka. It was really memorable. Yi Xiaokuei's behavior was completely different from Chen Feng and Nan Nan. Chen Feng was a married person, and no matter if she was passive at the beginning or active later, she could always quickly mingle with him and work well together. And I don't know if it is the aftermath of being scared at the beginning, but in the end, there will always be a performance that will make Han Yang happy. However, this also leads to Han Yang does not take the initiative to find her, she will not take the initiative to find Han Yang. Nan Nan in this kind of thing on the other hand, the performance of the extremely naive, although not resist, but like a small child, need Han Yang coaxed a couple of sentences, will only cooperate a little. Moreover, Nan Nan, because she is a dance student, the basic dance movements are extremely solid, and can always make Han Yang refreshing. Yi Xiaokuei was completely different from the two. She was like a small dish that had been browsing the forums for a long time but was new to the game. She acted as if she knew how to play on the surface, but in reality, she didn't know how to play at all. When she gradually came back to her senses and enjoyed the fun of the game, she immediately became addicted and began to take the initiative, challenging Han Yang's big boss. As a result, because of her lack of experience, she was often taken away by Han Yang's big boss wave of output, making her beg for mercy on her knees. However, in a few moments, she challenged again, lost again, lost again, lost again, lost again, happy. People are addicted to goons, but also vegetables and love to play, that's what she said. Fortunately, as an awakened person with a strong physique and strong recovery, Han Yang also collected no firepower, or else she simply could not get up today. But just like that, it also led to her legs and feet twisting now. Seeing her practicing forging techniques under false pretenses, Han Yang understands that she is afraid of Qingqing to find fault with her. I don't know why she is so afraid of Qingqing. She is afraid, Han Yang is not. How about letting her make up the progress? Seeing that Yi Xiaokuei's eyes were getting more and more furtive, Han Yang immediately patted the side of the bed. Don't worry about Qingqing's side, I'll go explain to her, come over quickly and continue sleeping. Yi Xiaokuei immediately whooshed back into his arms, her movements were nimble and agile. Where did she look like she had mobility problems? Han Yang was a bit confused. Yeah, your spirit is much better after the workout, what if you can't sleep? Yi Xiaokuei's fingers drew circles on his body. What to do? Stir. Han Yang gritted his teeth, he had to teach this goblin a good lesson. Tai. Goblin, look at old son's Rui. Yay! Where did big brother Han and sister Shiny Aoi go? How come I can't see the two of them? Something couldn't have happened, right? In front of the warehouse, two vans were parked steadily. Meng Xian and Qin Lan got out of the vans, opened the door to the warehouse, and turned around but didn't see Han Yang or Yi Xiaokuei. Meng Xian couldn't help but feel a bit worried. The corners of Qin Lan's mouth moved slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't, and could only comfort Meng Xian. Don't worry, they're probably inside the mall, they'll be over in a moment, let's move the supplies first. She knew her good sister too well, and when she heard her going back to the mall last night, she guessed what would happen. The two of them were probably still getting tired of each other somewhere at this point. Yeah. Meng Xian wasn't oblivious to this at all, and seeing Qin Lan say this, she didn't care about Han Yang and the others, and started working on her own. As for the third floor of the mall, after giving a good lesson to the demonic demoness who was acting as a demon, the two of them ate some food and sensed Qin Lan and Meng Xian's arrival, so they returned to the storehouse after dressing properly. Hey Shu! Hey Shu! Meng Xian carried two heavy boxes and immediately greeted Han Yang and Yi Xiaoke when she saw them coming over. Good morning, big brother Han, sister Shinka, have you eaten yet? Eaten, it's very nutritious. Yi Xiaokuei gave Han Yang a blank look after she finished. Let's move in peace too. Han Yang hemmed and hawed and walked into the warehouse. On the way, he ran into Qin Lan and said hello. Qin Lan responded, then her gaze flicked to Yi Xiaokuei in the back. Yi Xiaokuei smiled and took the goods in Qin Lan's hands. Let me help you carry it. Qin Lan was non-committal, and the two of them walked upwards piece by piece. Halfway up, Yi Xiaokuei muttered a few words in her ear. Qin Lan's face instantly colored a shade of red, and she said with some shyness, I don't need. At the same time, she implicitly glanced at Han Yang. Han Yang was in the middle of moving supplies and was oblivious. After the concerted efforts of the four people, the three vans were soon filled to the brim. Meng Xian, Qin Lan, and Yi Xiaoke each drove a vehicle back to Golden Sands Island. Han Yang had nothing to do and sensed Nan Nan's location. She was still at the Shueisher Huating, and he didn't know how she was doing there. It was impossible not to worry in his heart, but he believed that Nan Nan's strength would take care of it. Instead of worrying about others, why don't we grab a hold of our strength? Han Yang sighed, then recalled all the zombies under his control. Except for Sasha, he scattered all the other zombies around the mall yesterday as a guard. Today was already the third day of cultivating the zombies, and it was very likely that a zombie would awaken. Han Yang wanted to take a closer look. When the zombies were all back in front of the warehouse door, Han Yang realized that the three guide zombies that he had first started cultivating didn't have any noticeable changes, so he fed one more zombie core to each of them. The other four zombies were also fed two each. According to the progress of Sasha's original awakening, after 5 corpse cores, they should be awakened. When he was done with all this, he started practicing his body forging techniques again in the open space in front of the warehouse. While exercising, he waited for Qin Lan and the girls to drive back and continue carrying supplies. And it was at this same moment. In the north of the shopping mall at a distance of roughly 7 or 8 kilometers, within the small district of Shueisha Huacheng, Nan Nan returned to her family's villa carrying a backpack of found food. She had just opened the door, and inside, she immediately ushered in a young girl of roughly 16 or 17 years old, looking at her with a delighted face. Sister Nan Nan, you're back, let me get it for you. The young girl ran to Nan Nan's side and attentively took her backpack. Haven't had breakfast yet, have you? It's full of food and drink, take it out and eat it yourself. Nan finished stroking her head. Aha! The young girl answered crisply, then carefully opened her backpack, took out the food inside, and ate it in small bites. She ate very cleanly without a bit of waste, causing Nan Nan to feel compassion. This young girl is called Xiao Shan, also a resident of this neighborhood, 16 years old this year, is attending the first year of high school. It was picked up by Nan last night in the neighborhood. It can't be said that she picked it up, it was the teenage girl who took the initiative to show up and wanted to follow her. At that time, the young girl was not like now, wearing a beautiful blouse and pleated ultra-short skirt, white skin, innocent appearance, beautiful and lovely. When Nan saw her last night, she had a pitch-black face, reeked of odor, and was so unkempt that she looked like a little beggar. Only one pair of eyes was big and bright. She suddenly appeared in front of Nan and pathetically asked Nan to take her with her. At that time, Nan was startled. She was in a state of latent shadow. I didn't expect that she would actually be discovered by a little girl. But she quickly reacted. This young girl must have awakened a perception ability similar to that of a mutated female zombie. Seeing that she was indeed pitiful and wanting to learn about her abilities, Nan temporarily took her in and brought her back to her family's villa. But the young girl was really too sloppy, and the smell was very strong. Nan still had a lot of water stored in the water heater at home, so she let her take a bath first. The young girl was reluctant at first. It was only after Nan's forceful request that she went into the restroom and washed herself briefly. Later Nan realized that she was afraid of wasting water. These days, the young girl had suffered a lot for food and drink. Even if there was water, she couldn't afford to wash up, but wanted to save it for drinking. Nan then found her a dress of her own, and when she came out dressed, Nan was immediately awed. After a simple wash and dress, the original little beggar was transformed. Turned into a decent-looking, pure and lovely little beauty. Nan immediately and happily pulled her to sit on the sofa, while eating and communicating. Slowly understood how Xiao Shan came over these 10 days. 2 days before the outbreak of the virus, Xiao Shan had taken a leave of absence from work to rest at home because she had her period, plus a cold and fever. A nanny took care of her living. And after the outbreak of the virus, she was lucky enough to carry through the virus and survived. But unfortunately, the house sitter turned necrotic. She was eating in the dining room at the time and happened to witness the nanny's necrosis. If not, she would have probably been scratched and bitten by the necrotic nanny without her knowledge. Xiao Shan was terrified at the time and ran back to her bedroom in a panic, relying on the snacks and drinks in her bedroom to spend 2 days in fear. During these 2 days, she could hear the screams of humans and the hissing of zombies every day. Through the window, she had even seen living people being split up by zombies on the street. After 2 days passed, seeing that food and water were on the verge of being cut off, she began to calm down and look for a solution. Through her observations over the past 2 days, she discovered some of the habits of the zombies. She then skillfully utilized the window to create a commotion by throwing something outside the villa, attracting the attention of the nanny zombie. She took this opportunity to leave the bedroom and slipped into the kitchen. The kitchen was without electricity and gas, and there wasn't a lot of food that could be eaten, but at least there was some drinking water and food. So she held out for a few more days. Unfortunately, there was no toilet in the kitchen. Every time she solved the hygiene problem, she could only do it in the trash can and then seal it with a trash bag. Combined with the smell of rotting food, the kitchen soon smelled unbearable. She also became dirty and smelly from not tending to it for so long. Until one day, she suddenly developed a high fever again, and the high temperature made her dizzy and almost fainted. At that moment, Xiao Shan thought she was going to die. As it turned out, she was lucky enough to survive again, and also possessed a magical ability. She could ignore obstacles and sense the zombies around her. With this ability, she sneaked out of the kitchen again while the nanny zombie was leaving and set a trap to lure the nanny zombie into a bedroom, finally locking the door. The house was safe, but there wasn't much food or drink left, or she wouldn't have taken such a risk to lock up the nanny walker. Luckily, her ability was so powerful that no walker in a 20-meter radius could escape her senses. Relying on this amazing ability, she began to hide and seek food in the small district. Until last night, when she met Nan. In Xiao Shan's spiritual perception, all the zombies were a humanoid mass of red light. She could deeply feel the malice deep within that red color. It was the desire to kill, the ultimate threat to her. Other than that, she had only seen one man who was bubbling with a yellow light. That was when she was passing by a villa, and suddenly someone beckoned to her, luring her in with food. The man was kind-looking and easily trusted at first glance. But Xiao Shan sensed obvious malice in his bubbling yellow light. So she ran away without paying any attention. Until she met Nan. Nan was a verdant green mass in her spiritual perception. It was also the first time she had seen such a color. Pure, natural, and friendly. Without the slightest hint of evil thoughts. But when Nan killed the zombies, her movements were so athletic and decisive. With every slash, a zombie must fall. Xiao Shan was instantly attracted and immediately made up her mind to run out and seek help. Nan found Xiao Shan's ability very interesting. In addition to her extremely strong perception, she was also able to distinguish other creatures' goodness or badness towards herself through color. It was felt that it could be of great use in a team. For example, to tell if a newcomer has an ulterior motive? So she took it upon herself to decide to include Xiao Shan in the team. She believed that Big Brother Han wouldn't refuse. After all, it was a pure and lovely little beauty. Humph. After a brief exchange, Nan told her to take a good rest, and she went out again to look for her parents' traces, cleaning up the surrounding zombies and collecting corpse cores in the meantime. It wasn't until the day dawned and her spirit felt tired that she returned to the villa. Shan, I'm tired, I'm going to take a nap first. Eat when you're hungry, don't worry about the food, there's plenty more. By the way, pay attention to vigilance, knock on the door to wake me up if anything happens. Seeing that Xiao Shan was almost done eating, Nan yawned and ordered a few words. Okay, Sister Nan, rest at ease. Xiao Shan nodded solemnly. She didn't have much combat power of her own and didn't dare to fight zombies, she would only hide with her ability. The first time she hugged such a good thigh, she wouldn't let go of it even if she said anything. Don't be so nervous, just pay attention with your ability. Believe in yourself, your ability is very powerful. Nan soothed her with a word. Without realizing it, she had grown to the point where she could soothe others. Hey! Really? It's good to be able to help you. Xiao Shan was very happy. Really? Well, I'm going to rest. Nan walked to her bedroom by herself and unlocked the door. When going out, no matter who you meet, you have to learn to defend yourself against one hand. This was what he had learned from Big Brother Han. Pulling the Tang sword out of its sheath and placing it where he could get it at hand, Nan lay down with his clothes closed and gradually fell into sleep. At noon, the sun shone brightly. On the seashore 2 or 3 kilometers away from the service area on the shore of Golden Sands Island. 3 figures came from the sea in a small boat and slowly approached the shore. They parked the small boat and carefully advanced along the sparsely populated coastal park again. Soon they reached the outskirts of the service area on the shore of Golden Sands Island. Just then 2 trucks came roaring down the coastal highway toward Golden Sands Island. The 3 men hid in the bushes and vaguely saw that driving the vehicles were 2 beautiful female drivers. They actually started going out to gather supplies already? The man crouching on the left had an incredulous face, his eyes filled with indignation. Those 2 just now are the pretty chicks you were talking about? Good looking. A man in the center who was obviously the leader said. More than good, simply superb, Brother Yon, your vision is too high. Another man chimed in. If Yi Shirakue and Qin Lan, who had just passed by, saw these 3 men, they would definitely be able to recognize one of them. The one who had spoken at the very beginning and stared at them with an indignant face was none other than Zhu Haoming, who had fled in a mess at the beginning. Brother Yon, I didn't lie to you. And besides these 2, there are 4 other women on the island, all of them are superb. It's useless to not be able to get even the best-looking women. The man named Brother Yon looked at Zhu Haoming with a gloomy expression. Let me confirm once more, there are really only 3 abilities on the island? Brother Yon, I swear on my life, there are only 3 ability users on the island, 2 of them are stealthy abilities, the other one is unclear, but it should be one of the 2 women who just passed by. Zhu Haoming patted his chest and assured. That's not easy to deal with, especially 2 that can be stealthy. Yong mused. Now that they are able to go out and gather supplies, it means that they have settled down internally. That Yi Shiraka woman is very powerful, and the longer time drags on, the more they will grow in their development. It's not guaranteed that there will be other abilities joining them in the future. Zhu Haoming advised bitterly. He hated Han Yang and Yi Xiaokui and swore that he would definitely return. Even if he couldn't get the island back himself, he wouldn't make things easy for them. Therefore, he directly defected to Brother Yong, the black boss of the Fisherman's Wharf Market. Wanted to take over the island by his hand. After his 3 inches of persuasion, Brother Yong was finally moved and agreed to come over and observe it first. This place is good, easy to defend and hard to attack. You said there is still electricity on the island? The other man asked Zhu Haoming. Yes, Brother Yang, what about wind and solar power? There are also several yachts in the island's marina. The one called Brother Yang's eyes immediately lit up when he heard yachts. Brother Yang, it's not just 2 stealth ability people, they can only sneak attack, and they're definitely not a match for us in a head-on fight. I heard that the fishing girl on the pier, Li Chun, has awakened her perception ability. Why don't we call her over and target those 2 stealthy people? Brother Yang's expression moved slightly. Is that the pretty chick? I heard it's fiery, I'm afraid she's not willing. That's simple, doesn't she have a younger brother? Well, I heard that she was bitten by something when she went out to see to fish. Chen Yang whispered a few sentences. Yang's face immediately showed a smile. You kid, net out bad ideas. I'll leave this matter to you. Okay, brother Yong. While the few people were talking, Yi Shiraka and Xin Lan drove their car, going and returning. Shang Jiyong's eyes narrowed slightly. This time he could see clearly that both women were indeed extremely good. However, more importantly, looking at how frequently they went in and out, it was obvious that they had found a safe point for supplies. Probably a convenience store or a supermarket. That's why they were so impatient to drive and pulled back. Brother Yong. Xu Haoming wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shang Jiyong. Alright, let's go back immediately to gather people. Okay, brother Yong. Xu Haoming and Chen Yang responded. Both of them were all excited. Before leaving, Xu Haoming looked out at the Golden Sands Island. In his heart, he secretly swore. When he beat this place, he would definitely play with Yi Xiaokuei. Inside the underground supermarket warehouse, Han Yang was carrying supplies without knowing that someone was hitting his island. Suddenly, he received an inexplicable fluctuation in his consciousness, and the thread of consciousness seemed to be broken. It was as if a controlled person or zombie was struggling. Han Yang's heart stirred and he immediately rushed out. When Xin Lan saw this, she also put down the supplies in her hands and followed closely behind, asking as she ran, "What's wrong?" "The zombies are starting to awaken." Han Yang quickly ran to the entrance of the storage room, where Yi Shiraka had already taken out 2 bone spikes and was standing by. Just now, she was loading the car, and in front of her, one of the zombies that had been staying honestly, suddenly hissed, startling her. Yi Xiaoka knew that these zombies were specially left here by Han Yang, waiting to observe the awakening. So when she noticed the anomaly, she didn't act rashly and just took a defensive stance. The body of the guide female zombie that started to move strangely bent and twisted a few times, especially the 2 arms, as if there were no bones left. Afterwards, Yi Xiaoka saw the female zombie's hands forcefully open, sharp nails grew out from the fingers, and kept growing for about 10 centimeters before stopping. After the nails stopped growing, the female zombie slowly quieted down. By the time Han Yang arrived, the sense of struggle had also disappeared. The mutation is over? Han Yang was surprised. Then he carefully felt the information that the guide female zombie had sent back. But to his disappointment, he didn't feel the energy running. Yi Xiaoka told him what had just happened. Han Yang had the female zombie raise her hand, and between the nails of her 10 fingers clashing, a crisp metallic sound was emitted. It looked sharp. Han Yang ordered the zombie to casually grab at the nearby boxcar compartment. Squeak! The metal wailed, and the iron skin on the surface of the boxcar was scraped out with a mark. The marks weren't deep, but it was made of iron. If it was scratched on a person, it could be a heart-pulling effect. Although it's a bit of a shame that I can't imitate it, the power is not bad. It can be used as an effective battle power supplement. Han Yang nodded. This belonged to physical mutation, not ability awakening, and it was understandable that it couldn't be imitated. It was like the nimble power zombie and the 5-eyes zombie that they had encountered before. It was one awakened ability and one body mutation. However, the 5-eyed zombie's mutated eyes, being able to see through Nan Nan's sneaking, was still somewhat magical. It was also at this time that the 2 guide female zombies next to them also suddenly appeared to have a strange movement. These 2 female guide zombies were not as exaggerated as the first one, but their movements were not small either. One of the female zombies' body violently swelled up a circle, the muscles of the whole body bulged up as if inflated, and her height also steeply increased by a few points. The other zombie was quiet, without too much special behavior. But if one got close, one would find that in her surroundings, there was an obvious rise in temperature, abnormally scorching. A few moments later, the 2 zombies linked Han Yang's mental beamline stabilized. Han Yang immediately closed his eyes and began to receive information from the 2 female zombies. Soon, a familiar power filled his body. Han Yang felt that he had become very powerful, as if he had inexhaustible strength, and there was nothing he couldn't move. Strength system ability Not bad, it's good to be awakened. Although it was still a bit short compared to Meng Xian's ability, Han Yang was still very happy. This meant that even if Meng Xian didn't act with him in the future, he could still borrow this ability. Dispersing his strength-based powers, the sudden power subsided and faded away. Han Yang clenched his fists, not knowing if it was an illusion. He felt as if his power had increased by a few more points. Han Yang didn't think deeply, but couldn't wait to switch to another female zombie's ability. As the energy flowed through his body, he subconsciously snapped his fingers. A faint flame appeared on his finger. Flame? Yi Shaoke looked at the fire that appeared out of thin air and was surprised. The exact opposite of Qin Lan's ability. Han Yang nodded. Then, casually ejected the flames on his fingers. Han Yang's power was so great that the flame shot out like a bullet and smashed into an abandoned cardboard box. With a boom, the cardboard box was set on fire, igniting a large flame. The temperature is very high and can instantly ignite other flammable materials. It's still a threat to people, but it's not a big threat to zombies, and it can't be immediately fatal. Unless one brings gasoline and other flammables to assist. Han Yang commented a sentence. It would be great if it had the same power as Fire Fist Ace. Qin Lan spoke up. Huh? Does Qin Lan watch anime too? Han Yang was very surprised. Have watched everything. Qin Lan slightly tilted her head, somewhat embarrassed. It's not impossible to be like Ace. After Han Yang finished speaking, he summoned the energy within his body, and flames immediately emerged from his fists. Fire Fist. It's a pity that it can't be fired out like Ace, it can only be effective as a close attack. That's pretty impressive too. Qin Lan's eyes shone brightly as he looked at his Fire Fist. Speaking of which, your ability is similar to Green Pheasant's as well. I also wonder if you'll be as powerful as Green Pheasant after you've advanced, reaching the point of instantly freezing an ocean. Qin Lan's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation as she sniffed. Ever since she had awakened this ability, she had always had this kind of expectation yet. Unfortunately, with her current ability, freezing a puddle would be fine, but the ocean would be forgettable. Advancement. Qin Lan knew that Han Yang had advanced to the second stage, and he definitely knew the way to advance. It's just that he doesn't know if he can tell himself. And what price does one need to pay? Could it really be like Shin Aoi? Han Yang didn't know what Qin Lan was rambling about. After testing his abilities, he started circling around the three guide walkers again, trying to communicate with them. Unfortunately, the three walkers were completely unresponsive, and there was a clear difference between them and Sasha. After Sasha's mutation, she obviously regained a little bit of consciousness and memory. Although she's still like a puppet, she at least recognized Nan Nan. But how come these three female zombies didn't react at all? Rather, from the point of not resisting my orders, it was the same as Sasha. Unlike that wild mutated female zombie at the very beginning. Han Yang was puzzled. Yi Shaogue wondered what he was doing. Han Yang told the difference between Sasha and these three female zombies. I think it might be because they've been zombified for too long and have damaged the nerves in their brains. So whether it's generating consciousness or recovering memories, it's difficult. But Sasha is different. According to you, she was controlled by your contract not 2 days after her necrosis. Your ability most likely delayed the necrosis of Sasha's brain nerves, and it was only after she mutated that she regained some consciousness and memory. Han Yang felt that Yi Shaoke's analysis made sense. He also stopped continuing to think blindly. When he advanced to the third stage, then let Sasha advance to the second stage to see if it wasn't clear. But there was still time to wait for this. Currently, what he was most looking forward to was instead the remaining 4 zombies tomorrow, what surprise abilities they could bring to him. After the 3 of them finished studying the mutated zombies, they continued loading the trucks and were busy until around 6 p.m. when they saw Xiao Chuan arrive late with a few of his brothers. Brother Han, we're here again. I thought you guys weren't coming today. Han Yang was slightly surprised. We drove over today, and we wasted a lot of time clearing the roads on the way. Xiao Chuan explained, then he noticed the abnormality of a female zombie next to him. A dozen centimeters long fingernails that flashed with a cold light, it was hard not to notice it. I remember yesterday this female zombie wasn't like this. Xiao Chuan was impressed by Han Yang's several female zombies. Could this zombie really have awakened as Han Yang said? Brother Han, did this female zombie of yours awaken? Xiao Chuan didn't hold back a question, but asked it directly. Oh, this one hasn't awakened its abilities, it just mutated a pair of sharp claws. Han Yang finished speaking and ordered the female zombie to grab the car's box cargo. With a sharp rattling sound, the box was deeply scratched with several marks. Hiss! Xiao Chuan and the few brothers behind him sucked in a breath of cool air. Good fellow, if this was scratched on a person's body, wouldn't it scrape off 2 or 2 pieces of flesh? If he stabbed at his chest and stomach, he would be disemboweled? Too scary. Moreover, this zombie seems to be targeting Boss Xiao's defense ability. They instantly felt that the invincible Boss Xiao doesn't smell good anymore. What does Boss Xiao think? Awesome. Xiao Chuan stretched out his thumb with a palpitating heart. Is it? I'm the one who isn't too satisfied with not having an awakened ability. Han Yang sighed helplessly. Xiao Chuan looked at the other two zombies side by side. Those two zombies, did they awaken their abilities? It's not bad, it's just average. Let's not talk about that. How much food is Boss Xiao planning to change today? Han Yang smiled faintly and changed the topic. Xiao Chuan and his brother looked deeply at those two zombies. Xiao Chuan pulled out a bag from his bag. There are 50 corpse cores here, count them and exchange them all for food for us. 50 pieces? Han Yang was a bit surprised. This had to be collected by killing at least 200 plus zombies, plus the 20 plus given before. Xiao Chuan's group had killed at least 300 plus zombies. They were much more diligent than him. However, he thought about it. He had only cleaned up the zombies that blocked the road. Xiao Chuan and his group had cleaned up the zombies in a neighborhood. The number of zombies in a neighborhood was almost the same, if not more. Han Yang was instantly relieved. These zombie cores can be exchanged for 250 days of food. There are quite a few things, and we need time to move them out. Where is Boss Zhao's car? We're parked on the west side of the mall. Well, in that case, we'll transport the stuff to the entrance on the west side of the mall. You guys go there to receive it. Then thank you so much, Brother Han. Xiao Chuan was afraid that driving over directly would make Han Yang misunderstand. After all, he couldn't see what was inside the crates from the outside. It would be bad if he suspected him of hiding someone. Therefore they parked the car on the west side of the mall and came over on foot. Originally, they wanted to report it and then drive the car over. Since they could transport it there directly, they saved themselves the trouble. Xiao Chuan's few people immediately returned to the west door of the mall, while Han Yang also brought Yi Shiraka and Qin Lan and pushed the shopping carts that had been organized earlier up from the underground supermarket. It took a little over half an hour for all 25 shopping carts to be pushed up to the west door of the mall. On top of that, Han Yang also gave an extra shopping cart of cooking oil, rice, noodles and beer. 250 is not a good number. This shopping cart of supplies is considered my gift to a few brothers. Xiao Chuan was leading his brothers in counting and loading the cart when he heard this and immediately said, I thank Brother Han for my brothers. 250 days of food sounded like a lot, but there were more than a dozen survivors in his neighborhood alone. Add to that the ones who had recently encountered those who had begged for help while cleaning up the zombies and had taken in a few more, and the total was already more than 20. 250 days was only enough to feed 20 people for 10 days. That was still the average meal size. Like him and the brothers who went out with him to kill zombies, they definitely couldn't be calculated on the average meal size. Especially him. So there really wasn't much of this food. Han Yang's gift was not much, but it was a lifesaver for them. Thinking that Han Yang's zombies had all awakened a few, and now he had collected 50 corpse cores from himself. Instead, he was a little worried that Han Yang would stop collecting corpse cores. Does Brother Han Yang continue to collect corpse cores? Xiao Chuan couldn't help but ask. Collect. Boss Xiao, you guys can just bring them in exchange. Even if we don't have any extra food, we have something else to trade to you guys. I'm sure you'll be interested. Han Yang thought of the monopoly business Yi Xiaokuei mentioned yesterday and couldn't help but add a word. Oh? What is it? Xiao Chuan asked curiously. Currently, they lacked food the most, followed by gasoline and diesel, and other things really didn't necessarily impress him. However, corpse cores were also useless to them, and even if they did not have food, it would be fine if they could exchange it for something useful. Something that can awaken one's abilities. Han Yang smiled mysteriously and whispered. What? Xiao Chuan exclaimed in a high voice, his eyes instantly widening. The crowd all looked at him. It's alright, I was a little surprised when I was talking about something with Brother Han, you guys keep moving. Xiao Chuan realized that he had overreacted a bit and hurriedly comforted a few brothers. He then calmed his emotions. What the brothers said is true. Xiao Chuan forcibly suppressed his excitement. You can believe it or not. Han Yang didn't explain too much. Xiao Chuan instead believed 5 or 6 points. Immediately afterward, he thought of the women behind Han Yang. So far, he had seen 4 of them. According to what Han Yang said, they were all people who had awakened their psychic abilities. Originally, Xiao Chuan was still thinking that there were too many of them who had awakened their abilities. To know that there were more than 20 survivors in his neighborhood, there was only one awakened person in him. but if there really was a way to make people awaken their abilities, everything would make sense. Thinking like this, he believed a few more points. Of course, it was also possible that Han Yang was lying. After all, the only one he had actually seen exert her abilities was that iceberg beauty. I believe Brother Han. I wonder how to exchange this thing that can awaken one's ability? Han Yang stretched out a finger. 100 corpse cores for an awakening potion, or with equivalent supplies would be fine. However, at the moment, there aren't enough awakening potions within our team, so this is something that Boss Xiao just needs to know for himself, so we can prepare the supplies ahead of time, and I'll prioritize you if there's any affluence. This is natural. Xiao Chuan nodded gruffly. He would only go around talking about this kind of thing if he was stupid. This kind of information and channel could definitely only be known by himself. It was also good to use this to screen and pull together a group of brothers who were loyal to him. As for the corpse cores that needed to be exchanged, they were not in his sights. Anyway, it's all about killing zombies and collecting them when you're looking for supplies. If he really had to, then he would take the supplies to exchange. By the way, I have a woman who wants to eat fresh meat very much, and another woman who is keen on exotic flowers and herbs. If Boss Xiao encounters any living poultry or livestock, or flowers and plants that are buring, you can bring them to me to exchange for supplies, and you'll be satisfied. Han Yang casually said as if he had no intention of doing so. TSK, I really envy Brother Han's lustful fortune. Xiao Chuan glanced at Yi Shiraka and Qin Lan and extended a thumb to Han Yang. If Boss Xiao is willing, there are a lot of people throwing themselves at you in your settlement as well, aren't there? Han Yang gave a heartfelt smile. Xiao Chuan touched his head and also heatedly smiled. But Brother Han, you found the right person, our neighborhood really does have 7 cows. Han Yang raised his eyebrows, but he was speaking casually. The real purpose was spiritual plants, of course. If there were really poultry and livestock, it would also be an unexpected pleasure. Boss Xiao isn't kidding, right? Cattle are allowed to be raised in this Jinghai City neighborhood? Hey, naturally, it's not allowed, but it happened just downstairs from me. That family didn't know where to get 7 calves and kept them on the balcony as pets. Damn, that smell, stinky and noisy. I heard that his next door called to complain. If not for the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus, I think it would have been pulled away by the city police. Strange, after the outbreak of this virus, people are dead cleanly. The 7 calves are actually okay. After I cleaned up the zombies, I raised them. If Brother Han wants them, I can sell 2 to you, but I don't recommend killing them for meat right now. The cows are too small and don't have much meat to eat. TCH, it's really a world too big for that. Han Yang sked inside twice, then thank you, Boss Xiao. Xiao Chuan saw that the supplies were all loaded onto the truck, so he said goodbye to Han Yang. When we come back tomorrow to exchange supplies, I'll bring the 2 cows over. It's getting late today, so we'll withdraw first. Take care, don't see me off. Han Yang watched Xiao Chuan and the others drive away, and turned to Yi Shiraka and Qin Lan. Let's hurry up and load up the trucks as well, and after we finish loading this wave, we'll go straight back to the island. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the sky was already starting to darken. And on the sea level to the south of Golden Sands Island, a small boat sailed towards Golden Sands Island through the beginning of the darkening sky. You're not here at night? Yi Xiaokui asked. No, in the past 2 days, Xiao Chuan and his gang of underlings should have some understanding of our strength. I believe that they wouldn't dare to sneak over. Moreover, the food in the supermarket and in the warehouse have all been pretty much moved by us, and what's left is all expired food and household goods, so there's no need to guard them anymore. Besides, I won't be here anymore, but I'll leave the zombies behind and scatter them around the mall, so if there really are any that aren't afraid to die, then come on. Humph, and you said you'd continue to accompany you at night. Yi Shiraka grunted. Han Yang couldn't help but swing at the words. This little goblin. He glanced at Qin Lan and realized that she wasn't paying attention here, and his hand couldn't help but rest on Yi Shirakue's body. If you want, it's fine if I go to your place at night. That won't do, you can't enter our villa, the soundproofing in our place is not good, and then you'll make it known to everyone. Yi Xiaokui didn't peel away Han Yang's hand, but her mouth ruthlessly refused. This excuse was lame. The villa was so well decorated, how could there be a soundproofing problem? Besides, it wasn't you who couldn't help yourself if there was sound? Then you come to my room at night? Won't run into Ching Ching, right? Won't. No, why are you so afraid of Ching Ching? I'm not afraid of her. Yi Shiraka hummed. Brother Yong, look, the Golden Sands Island in front is lit up. There's really fucking electricity. On a fishing boat, a few men looked at the island in the distance with excited faces. Since it's getting dark, let's speed up as well. Do you all remember your respective missions? Shang Ziyang narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the Golden Sands Island, then turned around and looked at the men on the boat. On this fishing boat, besides him, Chen Yang and Zhu Haoming, there were 3 other men and a woman. Remember. Don't worry, Brother Yong. Remember. Several men responded in a loud voice, only the woman was silent. Purely, what about you? Shang Ziyang asked the woman. I'll do a good job of vigilance, but after it's done, don't forget what you promised me. The woman spoke, her voice cold and indifferent, as if she had no feelings. Don't worry, none of the benefits promised to you will be missing. Brother Yong smiled faintly. He had this confidence. This tiny ship had brought together 4 awakened ones, and he didn't think anyone could block their attack. If he wasn't afraid of those 2 people who could stealthily sneak up on him, he actually didn't even need to look for Li Chuanjuan. The choice to attack when it was just dark was also a defense against this. When it was dark, everyone couldn't see well, and the effect of stealth was cut to a minimum. Coupled with the vigilance of Li Chuanjuan, who possessed the ability of perception, it could be considered foolproof. The enemy is in the light, I am in the dark, or a sneak attack, how can this still lose? Soon, the boat sailed into the shallow sea area. In front of it was Golden Sand Island's most famous golden sand beach, which was no longer suitable for boats to navigate. Throwing the anchor down, the 7 people disembarked and swam to the shore, stepping carefully onto the island. In order to take care of the privacy of the tourists, this side of the Golden Sand Beach is the only place on the island where there are no cameras installed, but when we get to the main road, we'll need to be careful. Zhu Haoming walked in front. He was still quite familiar with this island. Li Chunchun, pay attention to using your abilities and always keep an eye on the surroundings. Shang Ziyang ordered. Don't worry, there's no one within 50 meters around. Li Chunchun closed her eyes and sensed. Her use of her ability was already very pure, and in open areas, she could sense creatures moving within 50 meters. This was also the reason why Qin Yang had suggested looking for her. The only flaw of her ability was that if the creature stood still and did not move, it would disappear from her perception field of view. And if there was an obstacle covering it, it would also severely affect her perception range and judgment. The 7 people continued to move forward and soon walked past the Golden Beach to reach the Greenbelt by the main road. From here, 2 villas with lights on could already be seen in the distance. The buildings elsewhere were pitch black. It seems that this group of people are living in these 2 villas, right? It's quite close to each other, so it saves the need to look for people everywhere. Chen Yang whispered a sentence. Brother Yong, what next? Stick to the plan, you 3, go ahead. Shang Ziyang ordered the 3 men without awakened abilities, who were the bait. The 3 men didn't even know that there were ability users on the island, they only knew that there were a group of pussies and 2 men. After occupying this place, they could do whatever they wanted with the pussies here. So they were fearless, instead they explored the way ahead with an excited face. However, they had just drilled out of the green belt and headed towards the villa. An earth dog suddenly appeared in front of them. The earth dog first tilted its head in confusion and looked at them. Realizing that they were strangers, they were also all individually armed and had a fierce look on their faces. The dull expression immediately transformed, baring its teeth and barking furiously. Woof! 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 This earth dog didn't know what it had grown up on, and its voice was unusually loud. On the silent island, it was extraordinarily shrill. What's going on? Shang Ziyang blared angrily at Li Chunchun. Li Chuanjuan revealed an innocent expression. You only told me to pay attention to people, you didn't say to pay attention to other animals. And this dog was just covered by the green belt, so I didn't notice it either. Damn it! Shang Ziyang cursed. And don't hide, just charge straight in, and slash if you meet a man. Got it, Brother Yong. The 3 men in front immediately nodded their heads. One of the men let out a hideous laugh. Blame it on this dead dog, let me hack it first and eat dog meat later. After the man finished speaking, he rushed towards the earth dog with his machete. The little earth dog didn't even think about it, immediately turned around and ran towards the direction of the luxury hotel. Don't chase it, let's go to the villa first. Shang Ziyang called out to the man chasing the dog. The 7 people immediately ran towards the villa. And in the hotel's monitoring room, Zhao Jia, who was responsible for on-duty monitoring, after seeing the little Earth dog's movement, also discovered the three men bending over in front of the little Earth dog to sneak in at the first opportunity. Someone's invading? Zhao Jia was confused for a moment, and she immediately turned on the amplifier and microphone and shouted. Someone's invading, in the direction of the villa area on Golden Sands Island, someone's invading, attention on alert on the entire island. Attention on alert for the entire island. The sound traveled through the speakers and spread throughout the island. The 7 people of Shangjiang who were marching towards the villa froze for a moment at the words. Then they looked at the loudspeaker hidden in the grass. Damn, it's been discovered, Brother Yong. Zhu Haoming looked at Shangjiang. Since we've been discovered, there's no need for us to rush. This is not far from the nearest villa, Li Chunchun, can you sense anyone around? Li Chunchun shook her head. There's no one around, and there doesn't seem to be anyone inside the villa either. However, because there are walls covering it, my perception may not be accurate. You guys can go in and take a look. Go! Shang Ziyang immediately ordered the crowd to rush towards the nearest villa. The villa door was unlocked, and the 7 people entered inside without any problems. They split up and worked together silently. 3 people went upstairs, and 3 people went around the first floor and basement. Only Li Chuanjuan stood in the living room and waited for a moment. No one on the 3rd floor. No one on the 2nd floor. There's no one in the basement or the 1st floor either. Soon, a few people quickly scanned the villa. This villa was the one occupied by Yi Shirakue and the girls, and the people were all outside, so they naturally couldn't find anyone. Could it be that they all ran to another building? Shang Ziyang wondered a sentence. There were only these 2 villas with lights on, so he could only judge it that way. Let's go to the other one. The 7 of them immediately filed out and walked towards Han Yang's villa, which was not far away. Someone's invading. At the same time, Shangguan Xingxing and Meng Xian, who were waiting for Yi Shaoka and the girls to come back to unload the car at the entrance of the warehouse at the back of the hotel, both froze when they heard the broadcast, and then their complexions changed drastically. Damn! Chen Fong and Luan Yu are preparing dinner in the villa. Shangguan Xingxing realized that it was not good and immediately picked up the longsword in her hand and darted towards the villa. She was already a sportsman and had a pair of long legs. She had also awakened her ability and her strength had been greatly improved. At this moment, running was like a bolt of lightning. Hey! Wait for me! Meng Xian reacted a step late and immediately lost sight of Shangguan Xingxing. She had no choice but to carry the Xianhua axe and run towards the villa alone. Although Meng Xian was a strength ability, she was carrying too much weight, and she didn't know her body as well as Shangguan Xingxing did, knowing how to better utilize her strength. Empty strength, no skill. Although running wasn't slow, with her front chest thrown around, she was far from Shangguan Xingxing. Halfway there she happened to meet the little Earth dog. The little Earth dog barked at her a few times and immediately turned around and ran with her in the direction of the villa. The 4 little short legs were actually not slow, just a little bit faster than Meng Xian. Inside the villa, Zhen Fang and Sun Luanyu, who had heard the broadcast, locked the door behind them, each holding a weapon and standing by. Sun Luanyu has killed zombies, experienced the incident of Zhu Haoming, looked quite relaxed. Chen Fang has experienced the incident of Scum Song Ji, himself has also been awakened, more or less a little bottom. Moreover, the 2 of them believed that after Shangguan Xingxing realized the situation, she would be able to quickly come to their rescue and solve the invasion problem. Is there anyone inside this villa? Chen Fang, who was hiding in the corner, suddenly heard someone talking outside. Li Chuanjuan carefully perceived it. She could perceive 2 people inside the villa who were silhouettes that appeared and disappeared. Judging by their body types, they should be 2 women, each holding a knife, and were standing by. She hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, no. The mission she received was to guard 2 people who could be stealthy, a man and a woman. And these 2 were clearly not stealthy people. Thinking that these 2 might be worse off than dead if they fell into the hands of this group of men, she ultimately failed to do something against her conscience. Go in and take a look. Shang Ziyang ordered the crowd. Wait, someone is coming, fast. Li Chunchun called out to the crowd, and as soon as she spoke, a gunshot rang out with a bang. One of the 3 incapable men suddenly screamed miserably, his shoulder instantly stained with blood. But in the next moment, the screams came to an abrupt end. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots rang out, and one of them hit the screaming man squarely in the head, directly killing him on the spot, never to feel pain again. And the other 2 shots didn't fall short either. They hit another incapacitated person and Shen Yang respectively. The 2 didn't even utter a word and directly fell to the ground. Groove, the other party has a gun. At this time, the remaining few people reacted and immediately scrambled to find cover. Among them, Zhu Haoming acted the fastest, and he was also the only one among the few who knew that the other party had a gun. He didn't tell Shang Ziyong and the others about this, fearing that they would back out. Anyway, as long as they are fooled to come. When he arrived here, he couldn't help himself. Moreover, he was a defense system ability, resistant to brownouts. Damn it, Zhu Haoming, you punked me? How come you didn't say they had guns? Chun-Li, what's the location of the gunman? Shang Ziyong roared angrily. Brother Yong, I didn't know they had guns either. Zhu Haoming gave a perfunctory sentence. West of the villa. Li Chuanjuan had just finished speaking when she realized that Shangguan Xingqing had already walked under the light. Without a care in the world, she stared at the several people hiding in the shadows. Oh, Zhu Haoming? That coward who got away with his tail between his legs? Actually has the guts to come back? Shangguan Xingqing snorted. Damn it, who are you? How dare you look down on me? If you have the ability to throw your gun away, let's compete. Do you think I'm stupid? Shangguan Xingqing disdainfully skimmed her mouth. In actuality, she was actually relieved in her heart. Luckily, she caught up and didn't let them enter the villa. Otherwise Chen Fong and Sun Luanyu would have been in danger. It was also a last resort for her to jump right out. It was to attract their attention, so that they would ignore the possibility that someone existed within the villa. Dang! Knock! Just at this moment, a heavy footstep sounded. The few people hidden in the shadows realized that behind the woman who had just appeared, another silhouette came running. It was also a woman, but this woman's breasts were just too exaggerated, while her face looked young, and she was holding a huge axe in her hand. This breast giant faced child Zhu Haoming was also stunned when he looked at it. How is it another woman that you don't recognize? Sister Qingqing, I'm coming. Meng Xian said, then stood next to Shangguan Xingqing. The little earth dog lagged 2 steps behind, spitting out its tongue and squatting to the side to rest. It was ultimately not as physically strong as Meng Xian and was overtaken. Meng Xian, you have a chance to go to the entrance of the villa to protect Chen Fong and the others. I'll catch all these rats out. Shangguan Xingqing whispered a few words into Meng Xian's ear. It was also at this moment that a silhouette on the ground violently popped up and lunged towards Shangguan Xingqing. Not dead? Pretending to be dead? With no time to think, Shangguan Xingqing instinctively aimed at him with her gun. Boom! The bullet hit him, splattering a bunch of stones. His figure was not affected in the slightest. Eh? Shangguan Xingqing was taken aback. Even with Sasha's defense, she couldn't resist the bullet. Sister Qingqing, be careful! Meng Xian exclaimed. Shangguan Xingqing's stance was athletic as she dodged the opponent's heavy punch, and her right leg circled back to counterattack, kicking at the opponent's body. Like kicking against a wall, Shangguan Xingqing's legs and feet were numb, but at least she was able to kick the opponent back 2 steps. Waiting for the distance, Shangguan Xingqing then borrowed the light to see the other party's face and exposed skin, actually seems to be covered with a layer of stone in general. Petrified? He, that's right. Chick, I'm not afraid of your gun. Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. Shen Yang's awakened ability was the ability to attach a petrified protective layer of extremely strong defense to his body surface by absorbing soil stones. This made him fearless of normal attacks. The only drawback was that it took a while for the ability to be activated to absorb soil, and secondly, his body was no longer flexible. Just now, the bullet hit his petrified skin precisely. Sister Qingqing, I'll deal with him. Isn't he not afraid of guns? Then let him taste my axe. After Meng Xian finished speaking, she raised her axe and violently hacked at him. The huge axe seemed as if it had no weight, lightly slamming into Chun Yang. However, wherever the axe passed, it brought up a whistling gale. Chen Yang, be careful! Shang Ziyong warned loudly. Sensing that something was wrong, Chen Yang immediately rolled to the side and did not resist. There was a loud bang. When he looked back again, the place where he was standing just now was smashed out of a deep pit by the axe. Groove! He couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Chen Yang's petrification ability could withstand penetrating attacks, and the only thing he feared was gravity strikes. His internal organs didn't have the strong defense of petrification. The bullets just now had shaken his bones raw. If he was struck by this big-breasted woman, he would have to bleed internally. Chen Yang retreated a few steps back away from Meng Xian with palpitations. "Brother Yong, what should we do?" "Damn, Zhu Haoming, you're pitting me. What do you mean there are only 3 abilities? How did another one pop up? And one with a gun?" Brother Yong cursed angrily. "Brother Yong, I haven't seen these 2 women before, maybe they're new in the past 2 days. And now is not the time to talk about this, they are only 2 people, let's fight them quickly, otherwise it will be dangerous when the others come over." Zhu Haoming complained. "Damn, I'll trust you for now, in a moment, you and Chen Yang will go together to pester the one with the gun, I'll deal with the one with the axe, quick battle." While the 3 of them were talking, Meng Xian had already rushed over with the axe, while Shangguan Xingqing was at the back with the pistol. Chen Yang was the first to rush out, dodging Meng Xian's axe and rushing towards Shangguan Xingqing. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, this time Xingqing aimed for Chen Yang's brain. It was subconsciously dodged by him, and the bullet grazed the stone skin of his face, rubbing out a spark. Meng Xian wanted to return to help, when Shang Jiyong, who was hiding at the side, finally jumped out. A stick slammed into Meng Xian. Meng Xian subconsciously blocked it with her axe. Dang! A loud metallic clash sounded. Meng Xian's axe sank, and she almost lost her grip. A strength-based ability user? Meng Xian was somewhat surprised. At this moment, Yang's muscles bulged as he pressed down hard on the iron bar, laughing heatedly. "Little girl, you're pretty big everywhere. But coincidentally, I'm pretty big too, so come on, have a taste of my brother's big stick." Meng Xian couldn't hear the malice in his words. Immediately snorting coldly, her entire body's muscles bulged, and with a forceful lift, she flipped him over and was no longer suppressed. How is that possible? Yong was inwardly horrified. Also a strength-based ability user, how was her strength so great? Meng Xian didn't give him too much of a chance to think, and after lifting him over, she chopped over with an axe. Not to be outdone, Brother Yong used all his strength and waved his iron bar to meet him. Dang! The huge collision made a deafening sound. Brother Yong's body involuntarily scuffed backward, the ground was rubbed with an imprint from his, and finally crashed into a tree before coming to a halt. Meng Xian didn't capitalize on his victory, but instead turned around and stepped across, slashing at the petrified ability user. Shangguan Xingqing didn't shoot again for fear of accidentally injuring Meng Xian behind her, and was circling Chen Yang. How could Chen Yang have imagined that Yong, who was of immense strength, would actually be almost chopped away in a single glance? When Meng Xian's axe came, it was too late for him to dodge again, and the hiding position was just blocked by Shangguan Xingqing. He subconsciously enhanced the thickness of his arm's stone skin and blocked it with his arm. With a swish, an arm flew up, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Chen Yang screamed miserably and rolled on the ground holding his arm. Shangguan Xingqing didn't care about him, looking towards Shang Jiyong who was planning to come over to support him. Her pistol fired 3 shots in a row with bang bang bang. Yong tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit by 2 shots. Fortunately he didn't hit the vitals, the bullets were blocked by his instigated muscles, the wounds weren't deep and had little effect. She's out of bullets. Zhu Haoming who had been go immediately scurried out, not giving Ching Ching a chance to change bullets at all. The machete swiftly slashed at her. Yong's heart rejoiced, as long as there are no more pistols, it's still not a handful, the advantage is mine. All of you, come out and beat these 2 bitches to death. He yelled and also rushed towards Meng Xian who was chopping Chen Yang. Li Chuanchuan gripped the harpoon in her hand and didn't move. Another survivor jumped out, wielding a machete and rushing towards Shangguan Xingqing. Xingqing, facing 2 people surrounding her, was not afraid of danger. The longsword in her hand held Zhu Haoming's chopping knife, her wrist flipped, and the longsword stabbed at Zhu Haoming as if it was a poisonous snake. Zhu Haoming only felt an electric light flashing by, the tip of the sword was already in front of his eyes. Groove! He subconsciously leaned back to avoid the stabbing attack. However, he didn't expect the longsword to immediately go downward and slice through his chest. He only felt a coldness in his chest as his clothes were cut in half. On the skin of his chest, there was a shallow scratch. Zhu Haoming instantly broke out into a cold sweat. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a defense system ability. Just this hit just now, it might have opened him up. This was an expert. At the same time, another survivor machete slashed. Ching Ching sidestepped and dodged it, sweeping his longsword across the room, grazing this man's throat. Put! A line of blood appeared on his throat, followed by a massive jet of blood. The man covered his neck with force, his eyes widening in anger, his mouth spitting out blood while making a huss sound as he backed up and collapsed on the ground. Zhu Haoming watched with trepidation. But he couldn't stop. Once he let this woman replace the bullet, they all had to die. He could only harden his head and continue to go forward, fighting his ability to tangle with her. Brother Yong, it's all up to you, you have to work harder. Xu Mingho cried out in his heart. However, when he swept his afterglow, he saw that Brother Young had been chopped by an axe and was kneeling on one knee, his hands trembling as he barely managed to hold Meng Xian's axe. The thrashing Qin Yang, on the other hand, forced himself to endure the pain and stood up. He was about to sneak up on Meng Xian when a bright silver-colored lance suddenly shot out of the pitch-black night. Bang! The stone skin on his body was like papier-mâché as it was pierced in a single stab. The lance pierced through his body and lodged in the tree behind him, and the tremendous force continued to penetrate through the tree, finally leaving the end of the lance stuck inside the tree. And Chen Yang was carried back a few steps by the powerful inertia. He looked down with an incredulous face. A bloody hole had already appeared in his chest, and blood spilled out as if it was free, quickly staining his clothes. Blood spilled from the corner of Chen Yang's mouth and his eyes slowly grayed out before he collapsed on the ground without a single movement again. Chen Yang! Shang Zhiyong's eyes widened in anger as he roared, using all his strength to break away from Meng Xian's suppression and rolled to avoid the subsequent attack. Then he looked towards the location where he had just shot the lance, only to see a man coming in stride. It was none other than Han Yang. Because all that food left in the supermarket was in bulk, Han Yang, Yishiraka, and Qin Lan had gone through a lot of trouble to finish loading the last 2 carts, and by the time they rushed back to the island, it was already completely dark. Zhao Jia had been waiting for them at the bridge and told them about the invasion. Han Yang rushed over without stopping after hearing this. Luckily, he caught up. Big brother Han. Meng Xian immediately called out happily when she saw Han Yang. Well, good job. Han Yang stroked Meng Xian's head. Let's finish these guys off first, we'll talk about the rest later. As he spoke, Han Yang took off the short-handled Vulcan hammer on his waist and walked over towards Shang Zhiyong. He wasn't worried about Qing Qing's side. A defense system ability person couldn't pull off any tricks. On the contrary, it was this power system ability user who could kill or injure someone if he wasn't careful. Shang Zhiyong looked at Han Yang vigilantly. Thinking about the lance that soared just now, it was able to easily pierce through Chen Yang's stone skin and also penetrate the tree trunk in its entirety. Undoubtedly, this was also a strength-based ability user. Damn, Zhu Haoming mistaken me. Didn't he say that the male is a stealth ability? Shang Zhiyong gritted his teeth in hatred. There were 7 people when they came, now there were 3. 1 out of labor. And the other one who made an effort. Was pressed. Shang Zhiyong looked at Zhu Haoming, struggling to resist under Qingqing's attack. His clothes had become cloth and his skin was covered in scars. If it wasn't for his strong ability defense, he would have been killed dozens of times. Falling was only a matter of time. And now, he had to face 2 more strength-based ability users. Shang Zhiyong immediately beat a retreat. There was no need to worry about burning firewood when there was a green mountain. Having made up his mind, Shang Zhiyong did not hesitate for a second and immediately turned around and ran. This made Li Chun-chun on the side of the room look stunned. Originally, she also wanted to run, but she did not expect Shang Zhiyong to be so decisive. Want to run? Han Yang hemmed and hawed. Once you're on this island, don't even think about leaving. Han Yang took an arrow step and chased after him. Shang Zhiyong sensed the movement of the pursuit behind him. The visitor was clearly faster than him. Luckily, this place was not far from the beach, so as long as he entered the sea, he would be safe. He channeled all the energy in his body into his leg muscles and bones, and his speed immediately increased again. However, the next moment, he suddenly felt that the touch of the road surface was not right. The soles of his feet did not give him a strong grip. It was as if his right foot had stepped on the ground and slid back a bit. And because he had just exerted too much force, his body was still rushing forward. His left foot also stepped out on the road surface and slipped forward. His 2 legs immediately forked like a zigzag horse. Hiss la! Ka-ching! The sound of pants tearing and the sound of bones being forcibly broken resounded at the same time. Groove! Shang Zhiyong screamed miserably. The sharp pain of his legs being forcefully pulled apart nearly made him faint. But the cold touch kept him awake again. He held the ground with both hands and supported his upper body. With inertia, he kept his one-horse stance and slid forward for some distance until there was no ice. How the hell is there ice? Shang Ziyong cursed and shivered as he tried to stand up, but he tried twice without success. Put. At this time a woman's brilliant laughter rang out. Lan Lan, this ice surface ability of yours feels so funny every time you perform it. Yi Shiraka covered her mouth as her shoulders shook incessantly. Qin Lan, on the other hand, looked at Shang Ziyong expressionlessly. Only then did Shang Ziyong realize that there were two women hiding beside him at some point. And these two women were the same two that they saw when they came to step on the spot earlier. Freezing ability. Shang Ziyong's heart was chilled and he knew why he slipped. Run, must run. The opponent has too many ability users, there is no chance of winning. Zhu Haoming, I day your ancestors. Shang Ziyong forced himself to endure the severe pain, gritted his teeth and stood up, his legs trembling as he was about to continue running away. AI. AI. Don't move. Yi Shaoka warned Shang Ziyong, then two jade-like bone spikes aimed at his eyes. These two bone spikes of mine are very sharp. If you move around, you'll pierce through your brain. Nez. Nan power? Shang Ziyong was horrified. At this time, Han Yang also finally arrived late. Well done. Han Yang said with a smile. What to do with this person? Yi Xiaokui wasn't sure what was happening over there. She and Xin Lan had heard Zhao Jia talk about the group's walking route, and in order to prevent them from escaping, they made a detour over to intercept them. Kill them. As soon as Han Yang's words fell, two bone spikes burst into both of Shang Ziyong's eye sockets with lightning speed. Put. Shang Ziyong didn't have time to make any movements, only feeling a blackness before his eyes, he lost consciousness. Yi Xiaokui's movements were so swift. Han Yang didn't even react. This guy. Asked I was just being polite, right? Han Yang grunted. He realized that among all the women, Yi Xiaokui was the least resistant to killing. Just like before at the mall, she was also so crisp and decisive. Plus this smart mind. If it was an enemy, it would still be a headache. Fortunately. Is now his own woman. Let's go back and check Qingqing's side. Han Yang greeted the two. Yi Shiaki pulled the two bone spikes out of Shang Ziyong's eye sockets. The polished bone spurs were spotless and still as white as jade. However, the two bone spurs did not return to Yi Shirakue, but flew towards a nearby tree. Wait, there's a little tail here. Yi Shiaxio looked behind the tree. Little girl, I'm sure you've seen the power of this bone spur of mine, I advise you not to act rashly. Oh. Behind the tree, Purely raised her hands and walked out helplessly. Eh? There's actually another person? Han Yang was a bit surprised. And Li Piran was even more surprised than him. She didn't expect this woman to be so perceptive. It was important to realize that in addition to sensing enemies, her perception ability could also slightly cut down on her own presence. Although this cut was very weak, it was still extremely unnoticeable in the darkness of the night. This was also the reason why she hadn't been caught in the waves when Shang Ziyong and the others were in the melee. As long as she deliberately hid, people would subconsciously ignore her existence. When Han Yang had arrived at the first opportunity, he hadn't found any trace of her either. So after seeing Shang Ziyong flee, she also trailed behind, thinking to take the opportunity to slip away. She didn't expect that there would actually be someone blocking the way here, and that she would be discovered. I'm not in the same group as them, I just had a request and had no choice but to come over to help with the vigil. Li Chuanjuan threw down the harpoon in her hand and calmly said. Vigilance? Looks like you're an ability? I didn't notice you just now, so it's also your ability at work, isn't it? What is your ability? Han Yang asked with interest. The ability to sense creatures moving within a certain range and cut down on one's own presence. Li Chuanjuan said honestly. TSK, you were approached to target Nan Nan's ability, right? What a painstaking effort. Han Yang turned to understand. Not bad, they said that there are two stealthy ability users on this island, and asked me to come over mainly to guard against these two. Having seen Han Yang's immense power, Li Chuanjuan didn't think that he was a stealth ability person, so she said everything in detail. We don't know if your words are true or not, no matter what, you helped them and are our enemy. However, we can refrain from killing you for now, until we catch Zhu Haoming and ask about the ins and outs. In the meantime, I hope you can honestly cooperate and not make any small moves. Han Yang said indifferently. Li Chuanjuan was silent for a moment. Good. In that case, just in case, you still need to be tied up. Han Yang gave Qin Lan a wink. Qin Lan immediately understood and pulled out a rope from his backpack, walking forward to tie up Li Chunchun's hands. Li Chunchun didn't move a muscle, allowing Qin Lan to do his bidding. Alright, let's go back. The five of them returned to the front of the villa. Shangwan Qingqing was still fighting with Zhu Haoming. Meng Xian stood on the sidelines to prey on the battlefield, and next to her were Chen Fong and Sun Luanyu, who had just come out of the villa. Hiss, why are they still fighting? Han Yang slapped his forehead and shouted somewhat helplessly to Qingqing. Qingqing, ah, playing is almost enough, don't kill him, there are still some things to ask. Cut. It's so hard to find someone with thick skin who doesn't have to worry about hacking him to death if he's not careful. Shangwan Qingqing muttered and stopped. Zhu Haoming immediately sat paralyzed on the ground, gasping for air as he came up for air. He looked rather miserable at the moment. The clothes on his body had completely become a strip of rags. On his skin, it was also covered with crisscrossing wounds. Some of them were shallow, with only a faintly visible thread of blood. Some were so deep that the skin was completely rolled open, revealing the flesh and blood inside. Some could even see bone. Blood flowed over his body like it didn't need any money. If Han Yang didn't stop Qingqing, it was estimated that he would have to bleed to death just from the blood. Devil! This woman is the fucking devil! Zhu Haoming looked at Shangwan Qingqing with a pale face, his heart filled with fear. After exchanging a few rounds, he realized that this woman was ridiculously powerful. She was clearly able to end herself with a single sword strike. But she preferred not to. Every time, she avoided the vitals, as if a cat was teasing a mouse. But Zhu Haoming didn't dare to stop yet. He was afraid that if he didn't put up resistance, the next second he would be just like the dude just now, and his throat would be directly slit and die. He could only savor the pain of having his flesh cut by a dull knife. The fear within him grew deeper and deeper. Now, it's finally over. Zhu Haoming, right? I never thought that we would still have a day to meet. Han Yang walked forward and looked at him rather sympathetically. I'll admit it, kill me, or die as you wish. Zhu Haoming felt his body getting colder and colder, and said breathlessly. Tisk, fine. I'll satisfy you, but before you die, there are still some things to ask you. Heh, I'm about to die, why should I tell you? Zhu Haoming laughed disdainfully. Because it will allow you to suffer less. Han Yang smiled faintly as he looked at Zhu Haoming as if he didn't believe him. So he took out another piece of rope and nonchalantly tied him up solidly. Then he turned to Chen Fong and said, Fong Fong, come on, treat him, you don't have to treat him too well, just don't die. What do you want? Chen Fong walked forward and looked at the wounds on Zhu Haoming's body. Let him have some deep experience. Han Yang hemmed and hawed. Chen Fong was unsure, but she obediently used her ability to simply treat a few of the worst wounds. As Chen Fong's ability was exerted, a magical scene appeared. The blood from those few bone-deep wounds stopped and began to heal quickly. Soon, it turned into a tiny crack. Zhu Haoming looked stunned. The intense pain on his body also significantly reduced by a lot. This will do. Han Yang nodded, then pulled out a knife and stabbed it violently into Zhu Haoming's palm. The knife pierced through his palm and nailed it to the ground. Ah! Zhu Haoming howled miserably, his face twisted as he stared at Han Yang in death. What the hell do you want? AI. AI. Take it easy. Han Yang said indifferently, then pulled out another knife. It'll cure you later. Han Yang said as he waved the knife in front of his eyes and looked into his other palm. Hiss, damn it, don't stab it, what do you want to ask, I'll say. Ugh. How boring, I still have a lot of ideas I haven't tested yet. Han Yang sighed helplessly. Zhu Haoming, however, listened with a chill in his heart. This is also the damn devil. Why did I have to go against them when I was ghostly in the first place? Do you recognize this woman? Han Yang pointed at Li Chunchun, who was also tied up solidly. Recognize. Li Chunchun, a perception system ability, Chen Yang. Is the petrified ability that you stabbed to death with a single shot. He has always coveted this chick and wanted to get his hands on her. Unfortunately, this chick is particularly cautious, and her brother have been living on the ship. There is no opportunity to start. This time it was because we heard that her brother was bitten by something in the sea and was in dire need of treatment. We also wanted to find a perception ability person to guard against your stealth ability person. So we used the fact that there were medicines that could be treated as bait to get Chun-Li to help us. But in reality, Chen Yang didn't even want to save her brother, and only wanted to wait to bring down the Golden Sands Island before getting his hands on Purely. Zhu Haoming told what he knew one by one. Looks like there's no lie. Han Yang looked at Li Chenshun, but realized that she wasn't even listening to what they were saying, and instead had been staring at Chen Fong. Han Yang's heart moved slightly. What? You're having trouble protecting yourself, and you're still thinking of letting Chen Fong help you cure your brother? It was only when Li Chuanjuan heard this that she finally turned her eyes away. After the zombie virus outbreak, Li Chuanjuan and her brother were lucky to survive. Her family had been fishermen for generations and had always relied on fishing for a living. Seeing that the land was filled with zombies, she and her brother chose to escape to their own fishing boat. This way they avoided the zombies and could solve the problem of food by fishing. During this period, they would occasionally go ashore and collect some other necessary supplies. After 10 days of this kind of day, during a fishing trip, they found a never-seen-before, very amazing fish. Her brother, delighted with the hunt, volunteered to catch it, not realizing that the fish was so vicious that it bit his brother back in the process of catching it, causing a very serious laceration wound. When he returned to the shore, her brother's wound began to get infected. Li Chuanjuan was anxious to go out and look for medicine, but there were too many zombies in the urban area, and she was almost killed by them. She had to seek help from the survivors she had seen in the neighborhood. The result was the current situation. She had just seen the scene where Chen Fong had performed her ability and was simply stunned. Her brother would definitely have no problem if he had her to save him. At this moment, when she heard Han Yang's question, she gathered her courage and said, "As long as you can save my brother, I'll do whatever you want me to do. It's fine to be your woman, I am still a virgin." As soon as Li Chuanchuan's words fell, all the women looked at Han Yang in unison. Han Yang. No, what are you all looking at me for? Han Yang was rather speechless. I haven't even finished eating the women in my own home, so how could I look at the women outside? But don't say it, this Li Chenshun is not bad looking. Only then did Han Yang take a closer look at her. Li Chenshun gave the first impression, not how stunning. Her features were not as delicate as Chen Fong's, not as beautiful as Nan Nan's, not as charming as Yi Xiaokui's, and not as cold as Qin Lan's. She belonged to the category of women who were not stunning at first glance. She belonged to the type that wasn't stunning at first glance, but the more you looked at her, the more durable she became. This may also have something to do with her skin. Wheat-colored skin can't make people's eyes light up. But after getting used to it, she has her own charming style. In addition, her body is also great. It had to be said that her long legs were comparable to Qingqing's, and the size of her chest wasn't small either. Overall, it was a unique beauty. Such a beautiful woman suddenly said something about still being a virgin and wanting her to do whatever she wants. TSK, some heartbeat what to do. But Han Yang looked at the gawking women and said with a straight face, "You're our captive now, so we can naturally do whatever we want to you. But since you are the cause of the incident, and did not do anything to jeopardize us, we will not make things too difficult for you, but treating your brother well." Han Yang pondered for a moment, when Chen Fong suddenly leaned over and whispered a few words to him, telling him that the woman had lied about there being no one in the villa before. Han Yang was surprised to look at Li Chenshun, and his impression of her changed dramatically. Treating your brother, it's not impossible. He immediately changed his mind. But you know too much about our island, you have to stay, and you can't have any contact with the outside world for a short period of time. Yes. Li Chuanjuan looked grim. She thought Han Yang had agreed to her request. She was about to be imprisoned on the island as his woman, a plaything. But if she could cure her brother, it didn't matter how much she gave. That was her only family in the world. After solving Li Chuanjuan's problem, Han Yang once again turned his head to look at Zhu Haoming and asked him some more about Shang Jiong. In his heart, he had a rough guess. In his previous life, he didn't know who was in control of the Golden Sands Island and established the casino, but he still had a bit of an impression when he heard Shang Jiong's name, remembering that he was the only second-order powerhouse in Marina who was barely able to compete with Xiao Chuan. With this connection, many things became clear. In his previous life, without his own intervention, Yi Shiraka had probably resisted Zhu Haoming with Qin Lan's ability. Zhu Haoming was unwilling and similarly defected to Shang Jiong's group. The difference was that in his previous life, Shang Jiong and his gang had most likely succeeded in capturing Golden Sands Island. As for Yi Xiaokui and the others, there was no need to think about it, the end was probably quite miserable, or even directly dead. That was why Han Yang had never heard of Yi Shirakue's name. Otherwise, with her beauty, talent, and determination to kill, she wouldn't be unknown. After Shang Jiang and the others took over the island, they grew step by relying on the safe geography and familiar marine fisheries to obtain food and exchange supplies. During that time, they probably also discovered the linglong grass on the island. As a result, Shang Jiang became a second-order powerhouse and completely established himself here. Of course, all of this is Han Yang's speculation, and the previous life has already passed by. In this life, Shang Jiang's group is dead, and their base is only 2 or 3 kittens, which are all nearby fishermen who either took the initiative or compromised by defecting to him, and are no longer enough to worry about. In the end, Han Yang gave Xu Huming a hard time. After disposing of the corpses of the few people who had attacked him, and having someone inform Zhao Jia and Lu Bin that the island was safe and sound, and that the danger had been lifted, the crowd turned back to the house. This time, everyone performed very well, of which especially Xiao Huan should be praised. The crowd looked towards the small earth dog that was squatting on the ground huffing and puffing and spitting out its tongue. It was a little confused as it wondered why everyone was looking at it. The crowd guffawed. Little Yellow had been spreading its wings and running around ever since it came to the island. Han Yang and Nan Nan often went out and didn't have time to care for it. It was Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu who were in charge of taking care of it. Unexpectedly, this time someone invaded, or it was the first to discover, indirectly reminding Zhao Jia who was on duty. That's how Qingqing was able to arrive at the first time. Little Yellow took the credit, no one had an opinion. This incident has given everyone a wake-up call. Don't think that this island is safe because it's hanging offshore alone and not plagued by zombies. Everyone still needs to be vigilant at all times. Roger that. The women answered in unison, causing Li Chuanjuan to look sideways. Except for Han Yang, an island was full of women. They were all beautiful women. All acting on Han Yang's orders. She wouldn't believe it even if she said that these women didn't have a relationship with Han Yang. In her heart, she immediately had a rough guess of Han Yang's temperament. Extremely horny. This was really considered a self-inflicted trap for herself. As long as I can cure my brother. She sighed. At least Han Yang was quite handsome and powerful, and he could make so many beautiful women willing, so he must not have treated them very harshly. Thinking this way, her heart was slightly lighter. Moreover, he has so many beautiful women, my looks can't compare to any of this group of women. He will probably only be interested for a while. When he gets tired of it, he can leave himself again. Han Yang didn't know about the random thoughts in Li Chuanchuan's head as he continued. In addition to the necessary vigilance, everyone's strength should continue to improve. Please ask Qingqing to supervise more in this regard. As Han Yang finished speaking, Qingqing glanced at Yi Shaoqi, who sheepishly twisted her head to not look at her. Got it. Qingqing faintly said. Alright, things are done, let's all eat first. As soon as Han Yang's words fell, Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu sandwiched him in the middle with one on the left and one on the right. Brother Han Yang, we're the only ones here who aren't ability users. Sun Luanyu clamped her voice and said in a whiny voice. Yeah, Brother Han Yang, when will we be awakened? Zhao Jia shook his arm. After experiencing today's events, they were even more eager to awaken their abilities, or else they wouldn't even dare to talk about self-preservation. Han Yang got goosebumps listening to the two women's posturing and pampering. Especially when faced with Zhao Jia, in his impression, this girl was the down-to-earth and capable type, doing things crisply and without fuss. She really wasn't suitable for whining. On the contrary, Sun Luanyu, usually soft and gentle, quiet, tending to flowers and plants, very much the potential of green tea, a wine, so that people's bones are crispy. Got it. Next time, I'll definitely choose one from the two of you. Han Yang hurriedly broke away from the duo. It's better to talk about things in private. In public, what a bad influence. Cough. It's still mainly being stared at by a group of people. It's weirdly embarrassing. And Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu once again got the promise. Each other looked at each other, both felt the determination in each other's eyes. Since they were choosing one, there was always a first come first served. Even if they were good sisters, in front of the awakening ability at stake, they would never humble each other. Sun Luanyu bit her mouth. Sister Shinakoi had offered herself. They wouldn't be able to escape sooner or later. If that's the case, why not earlier? We can still prioritize the awakening of our abilities. How about, just tonight? Chen Feng had been inside the villa earlier to observe the battle outside, so she was quite fond of Li Chuanjuan, who was hiding their existence. Fearing that she would be left out during the meal, she deliberately arranged to be by her side and inquired about her brother's injuries. It made Li Chunchun feel a lot more at ease. After dinner, Chen Feng arranged for Li Chunchun to stay in the room next to Meng Xian's, urging Meng Xian to look after her more. Meng Xian nodded happily, understanding in her heart that this was Sister Feng's way of telling her to keep an eye on Li Chunchun's movements. Don't let her escape. After dinner, Han Yang went to the spirit plant cultivation room alone to observe linglong grass and Yin corpse grass. The first leaf of the Yin corpse grass had already grown, and the second shoot had already grown a bit, so in 2 more days, it would probably be able to awaken another person. But this time, Han Yang didn't plan on picking it too early, although he promised Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu that he would make one of them awaken as soon as possible. But he also didn't say the exact time. This Yin corpse grass, Han Yang wanted to keep it until it matured, so that Chen Feng could eat it and try to advance to the second stage. If Chen Feng succeeded in advancing to the second rank, he would have the confidence to pick linglong grass. At that time, with the healing ability of the 2 of them at the second stage, he believed that he could make the linglong grass sprout again and revitalize it as well. Han Yang then looked at the linglong grass. The second order corpse core was very powerful, but only a day later, linglong grass had grown another hole, and currently had 3 holes. By this projection, it would probably grow to 7 orifices in 4 days? But a second order corpse core was probably hard to hold on to for so many days. Han Yang thought for a moment and pulled out the extreme second order corpse core of the nimble power zombie and buried it in the roots of linglong grass as well. This should be faster and safer. After looking at the 2 plants, Han Yang walked out of the spirit plant cultivation room and locked the door. Currently, only he and Chen Feng had the key to this room. No one else was allowed to enter. When Han Yang returned to the living room, several women had already left and dispersed, each going about their own business. Even Li Chunchun was pulled by Meng Xian to unload the goods. The food they had shipped back was still sitting in the car in front of the warehouse. Only Qing Qing was leisurely sipping tea in the living room as if she was waiting for him. You didn't come back to spar with me yesterday. You had a great time sparring with Yi Shiraka, didn't you? Qing Qing looked at him with a smirk. We've been exercising all along and haven't fallen behind in our progress. Han Yang defended. Really? Then let me see how much you've grown. If you can't beat me today, Yi Shiraka won't be going out tomorrow either. I'm going to drill and train her. Tisk, why does that sound so awkward? You're not a man. Han Yang muttered. The 2 once again arrived at the familiar beach. Just as they arrived at the place, Qing Qing nonchalantly took the lead in attacking. Han Yang reacted quickly and immediately blocked with his arm and took advantage of the situation to counterattack. Qing Qing also raised her hand to block, reacting in the same way as Han Yang. After all, Han Yang had learned every move from her. But the difference was that Han Yang's force was so heavy and fierce that Qing Qing almost failed to defend herself. Han Yang's fist struck her arm, shocking it into raw pain. It caused her to make a mistake in dealing with the other fist that Han Yang ensued, and she was hit in the chest at once. The strong force caused her to take 2 steps back. Where's your power ability on? Qing Qing questioned. HM? No. Han Yang wondered. He only had Sasha's defense ability on. It was a life-saving skill, and he had it on when he was fine. No? Qing Qing felt a bit incredulous. It's only been 2 days since I've seen you. How did your power become so great? She could barely handle Han Yang's strength during the sparring session the night before, but now she couldn't even catch a punch. Gotten bigger? I didn't feel it. Han Yang swung his fist, which rubbed against the air, emitting a whirring fist wind. Ha! Looking at it like this, it seems like I've gotten a lot more powerful. What did you do in the past 2 days? How did the power grow so fast? Qing Qing asked with a surprised face. Didn't do much, just did. Just kept moving supplies and killing zombies non-stop with Shin Aoi. Qing Qing rolled her eyes. That's not right. How could you not notice when your power grew so much? Maybe it's because I always have my power system ability on when I'm moving things? The power increased steeply, and after disabling the ability I only felt that the power became weaker. Like that? Cyan looked down and thought. You switch to my internal vision ability and take a closer look at your body. Good. Han Yang was amenable to good advice and immediately switched to Qing Qing's internal vision ability, closed his eyes, and began to use his spirit to physically inspect every inch and every millimeter of his body. Upon taking a look at it this way, he also discovered what was different about his body. Strength, indeed, had increased a lot, almost on the verge of reaching the limit of a second-ranked ability user. The skin, too, had become exceptionally tough, and although it couldn't be compared to when using Sasha's ability, it wouldn't be broken by a zombie's scratch like an ordinary person. What is this? Han Yang was stunned for a moment, then turned into surprise. He told Qingqing about the situation he had realized. Qingqing pondered for a moment. I have a guess. What guess? Abilities like the strength system and defense system are essentially changing the human body's physical quality. You also said that when you use a strength-based ability, the energy in your body will nourish your muscles and bones, allowing your body to explode with great power. But when you deactivate the ability, will the muscles and bones return to their original state? I don't think so, at least not completely. Your muscles and bones will always benefit some from it. It makes you powerful. If you keep the ability for a long time, the muscles and bones will benefit even more, allowing you to become more powerful even after you disarm the ability. Very interesting speculation. I think it's very close to the truth. Han Yang nodded. Strength-based ability users are equivalent to having two skills, an active skill of power explosion and a passive skill of power increase. And since I'm mimicking the ability, I can't use the power burst active skill when I'm not mimicking it, but the passive skill doesn't need to be used, it's stacked passively in effect. This analogy should work, right? At the same time, Han Yang also thought of his ability to see normally at night, which was obviously brought about by Nan Nan's ability. Very graphic. It seems like you've not only stacked the power increase, but also the defense increase. Since that's the case, don't use your ability and let's try sparring again. Qingqing was a bit eager to try. Then you won't be able to withstand my power. Han Yang hemmed and hawed. You keep it in check. Fine. Han Yang shrugged and the two fought again. This time, Han Yang experienced it more clearly. He felt as if Qingqing's stance movements had slowed down quite a bit, and in the past, he could only rely on instinct and experience for defense. Now, however, he was able to clearly see her trajectory and anticipate her movements, easily blocking and quickly counterattacking. It seems that not only have my strength and defense been drastically strengthened, infinitely approaching the limit of second-order body strength, even my reflexes have been drastically improved. Qingqing was instead a bit overwhelmed by this, and could only block left and right. It seems like tonight can win against Qingqing steadily. You can savor the taste of racking long legs? This is going to be a double happiness. Quantitative changes produced qualitative changes. Han Yang's physique had accumulated over this period of time, and with the imitation of others' abilities, the passive effect was superimposed, allowing him to now far exceed Qingqing in terms of strength, defense, and reaction speed. This made it more and more difficult for Qingqing to counter Han Yang's attacks, but she didn't admit defeat. Instead, the more she fought, the happier she became, and the more she used various moves like flowing water. Han Yang also benefited greatly from the process of seeing the moves. All kinds of movements and stances became more and more familiar, almost reaching the point of being able to use them with ease. The two fought for a long time this time. Qingqing fought soundly until she was exhausted, and she had to stop. Painful. Qingqing lay down on the beach without any regard for her image, her face filled with joy after an unimpeded battle. This was the first time she had exerted her full strength, and she felt that she had gained a complete reorganization of what she had learned in the past. She glanced sideways at Han Yang and realized that he was lying beside her, a pair of eyes staring at her chest in a very unfaithful manner. Because of her large breaths, her chest was heaving heavily. Han Yang's gaze was undisguised, with an admiring look on his face. Let's just call it admiration. Men are all this virtuous. Qingqing thought of the promise she had made, although the two had not won or lost in the sparring session just now, fighting back and forth, but that was because Han Yang had been collecting his strength. In terms of skill, surely their own skill is superior, but in terms of strength, she really dare not say that she can win, unless the fight for both sides moves to the eyes and other vital hands. But the dueling, not so much. Since she can't beat him now, it would be cheaper for him? Qingqing thought in her heart, the inner euphoria settling in her body, slowly transforming into a longing. As a normal woman, a sports student, she occasionally had a thirst for that convenience. However, her parents were both teachers, and her strict education from a young age had made her, while not conservative, not one to settle for just anyone. If she couldn't appreciate and convince her in terms of martial arts, she wouldn't be able to look at each other. This was also the reason why she had been single all these years, causing her parents to wonder for a while if she liked women. So from very early on, if there was a need, it was all solved by herself. At this time, when she finally came across a man that she barely recognized, an impulse couldn't help but grow within her. How about trying it out today? Xingxing was a spontaneous person who did what she thought of. She violently rolled over and pinned Han Yang down. Does it look good? Xingxing asked him with her head lowered. Good looking? Han Yang was a bit confused when he abruptly realized that the target he had just observed ran to his eyes. Then do you want to see a better looking one? Han Yang looked at Xingxing's face with a rare flirtatious smile. Where did he not understand? He hugged Xingxing and immediately rolled over. Want to see? Right here? Can't I? I'm not even worried. Cyan said as he stomped his legs on the ground and rolled over again to pin him firmly underneath. Don't move. This battle without smoke ended in Xingxing's victory. Although Han Yang had failed, he had also succeeded, successfully making Xingxing his woman. The successive battles left Xingxing unable to exert herself. In the end, Han Yang carried her back to the villa. The two of them fought on the sand for a long time, their bodies covered in sand. Han Yang didn't go back to his room, but carried Xingxing back to her bedroom and washed properly. In the bathroom, there was another dragon fight. This time, Han Yang managed to gain the upper hand, and Xingxing had no choice but to surrender. Early the next morning, before dawn, Han Yang noticed the beauty in his arms leaving and opened his hazy sleepy eyes. Last night, the two had gone through several battles in different venues, each winning and losing. In the end, Xingxing is really tired, collect the sun admit defeat, the two only then stopped the two embraced each other to sleep. At this time the day is still early, Han Yang felt strange. Xingxing, how to get up at this time? He looked in a daze and found Xingxing wearing cool pajamas, eyes closed, sitting cross-legged next to him. HM? What are you doing? Han Yang was instantly much more energized. Meditating. Xingxing opened her eyes. At this moment, her eyes were clearer than ever. Bright and divine. She looked at Han Yang sitting up as well and smiled faintly. Meditating? Han Yang was even more confused. Yes, when I said I'd give you a surprise, do you still remember? Naturally I remember, you pushed, and finally said that when I beat you, let me have a double celebration. Han Yang hemmed and hawed and went forward to embrace her. The first joy was already given last night, it was indeed a surprise. Is this second joy just meditating? What kind of surprise is this? Yes and no. Xingxing knocked off his hand and continued, do you remember when I first met you guys, I talked to you about the dragon elephant body forging technique? Remember, back then you said you learned it from an ancient book. Han Yang immediately remembered. At that time, Xingxing said that the ancient book that recorded the body forging technique had some content behind it that was more mysterious, and she needed to verify it. Could the surprise be in the second half? The second half of that ancient book records a cultivation method. Xingxing didn't let him speculate too much and spoke directly. Before the end of the day, I had also tried to cultivate it, but there was no effect. But when I saw that your cultivation of the body forging technique actually had such a powerful effect, I immediately became interested in the second half of it. When you guys left, I immediately started studying it and tried to follow the cultivation method above. It turned out to be somewhat effective. Really? Han Yang's demeanor straightened up, his eyes staring straight at her. After practicing for a while, the energy in my body had a slight increase, and coupled with the body forging technique, my physique was also greatly strengthened. Otherwise, how would I be able to compete with you, who has advanced to the second stage, in just a few days? Xingxing said with a smile. It's really. Han Yang had always thought that it was Xingxing's rich experience in martial arts, but he had forgotten that his own power had long been incomparable after advancing to the second stage. Even an awakened who wasn't a strength-based ability user would be too inferior in front of his strong physique. Not to mention the added reinforcement of various passive abilities when mimicking other abilities. As you said, then wouldn't it be possible to slowly advance through this cultivation method without using spirit plants? Han Yang said with a look of surprise. He currently possessed the Linglong grass for advancing to the third rank, but he knew nothing about the path after the third rank. Even after a year in his previous life, he had never heard of a fourth-rank powerhouse being born. If he could really advance through cultivation, then the path after his third rank would be a straight path, and no longer be in a state of bewilderment and directionlessness. It should be possible. I feel like I've already reached the bottleneck, maybe we'll see in the next 2 days. Xingxing nodded. Han Yang immediately pressed her happily and kissed her vigorously several times. This is really a big surprise. Qingqing rolled her eyes to Han Yang, then wiped the drool from her face. Only then did she continue, actually, if that was all, I would have told you on the day I arrived at Golden Sands Island, but the moment I saw linglong grass, I made a new discovery and guess.
Linglong grass?
Yes, you also said that linglong grass is a newly appeared kind of magical plant, and one of their most important characteristics is that they emit the fluorescent light of buring.
That's right. Han Yang nodded.
I felt a similar fluorescence when I was practicing the mixed elemental technique, the second half of the body forging technique's cultivation method.
Could it be that fluorescence is the energy that is free in the air? The same energy as in our bodies?
Han Yang thought a lot in an instant.
Including what exactly was a corpse core?
Maybe, but there's one strange thing that only I can sense when I'm practicing the mixing technique. I had Nan try to cultivate it as well, and she didn't notice anything, but the good thing is that the energy in her body was slightly increased. This shows that this cultivation method is universal and not just something I can cultivate myself. In the past 2 days, I started teaching Chen Fong and Yi Shirauka again, and they didn't notice that fluorescence either.
Not if Nan learned it. How come you haven't even told me about it if Shinokoi has learned it, so I'm the last to know about it, huh?
Han Yang was speechless.
Naturally there's a reason.
Qingqing similarly bristled.
I'll teach you once now, and you'll know.
Fine.
Come on.
Han Yang had an expectant look on his face. First of all, just like me, sit cross-legged in a cross-legged position. Han Yang followed suit, first placing his right foot on his left leg, then his left foot on his right foot, and finally placing his hands on his knees with his palms facing up. Close your eyes, concentrate, empty your head, don't think about anything. Han Yang did as he was told.
Soon, he suddenly felt Qingqing's fingers pointing at his abdomen.
It wasn't known how Qingqing did it, a warm and melting breath stopped there.
Then came the second, and the third.
The energy that was drawn into your body runs along the spot where my finger pointed.
Han Yang gave birth to a realization. Qingqing had pointed at the acupoint locations.
He urged the energy as he was told and ran it along the location where Qingqing had pointed. The energy flowed upward from the sea of qi in the lower abdomen, flowed through the heart and lungs, transferred to the limbs, and then passed through the liver, spleen, kidneys, and other organs, before finally gathering at the perineum and returning to the sea of qi, forming a large cycle. So run a few weeks cycle. Qingqing pointing left behind the breath subside. Han Yang also probably remembered the location, but for fear of making mistakes, had to stop. Feeling the energy in his body again at this time, there was indeed a slight imperceptible bit of growth.
How is it?
Seeing him open his eyes, Qingqing asked. Very good, I did feel a slight increase in energy, but unfortunately I didn't see the kind of fluorescence you mentioned either. Han Yang said with slight regret.
Could this be related to your inner vision ability? Han Yang offered a guess. I've thought so too, why don't you try imitating my ability?
Great. Han Yang immediately switched to Qingqing's internal vision.
Qingqing once again left a warm and melting imprint on his body.
Han Yang tried to mobilize his energy, and the energy that was originally running along the route of the energy in Qingqing's body split off a sliver of it and began to run along the location that Qingqing had pointed out. When it had been running for a week and a day, Han Yang suddenly felt dots of fluorescent light floating in the dark air outside his body under the internal view perspective. As if they were attracted to Han Yang's body, they converged from all directions and merged into his body, converging into the faint energy that was continuing to run, and the energy grew a tiny bit stronger as a result. Not only that, even the more powerful strand of energy that was sustaining the ability to mimic Qingqing gained as a result, with a faintly undetectable enhancement.
Han Yang ran for a few more weeks before the warmth of Qingqing's instructions subsided and he stopped, after letting out a long breath. Han Yang looked at Qingqing's concerned gaze and nodded, I saw it too.
It seems that it's not my illusion, but there really is such an energy in the air, it's just that we usually can't see it, but when running the mixed elemental technique, we can't help but absorb them.
Qingqing looked flustered. Has this energy existed for a long time? Or did it come after the virus outbreak? Why do spirit plants have a similar fluorescence? Are they also absorbing this energy? Is the virus related to this energy? Han Yang asked a whole bunch of questions.
Even after a year in his previous life, the surviving humans' research on viruses, spirit plants, and corpse cores still stopped at using corpse cores to cultivate spirit plants, and then using them for awakening and advancement.
What is the connection between them? No one understands.
Even the body forging technique, which could enhance the physique, was still handed down by Qingqing. Thinking about it this way, in his previous life, Xing must have also discovered the air and attempted to cultivate it. About that, I have a guess. Xing pondered for a moment before saying, in fact, there are records in many ancient books that in ancient times, in this world of ours, there existed a kind of mysterious energy, Tao. Tao. Yes, according to the records, air exists in everything in the universe, whether it is the air, mountains, rivers, or plants, animals and people, there is air in their bodies. Through cultivation, people can guide the air in their bodies to be born, and then through continuous absorption and strengthening, let the air flow through the 8 meridians and veins, and then people will have magical abilities. Like those immortals in ancient myths and legends, who invoked the wind and attracted electricity, spewed clouds and fog, and prolonged their lives, they all practiced the qi. Put it this way, it's similar to the current awakened ones. But why is it that in recent modern times, no one has ever discovered Tao? I don't believe that with the current level of technology, it can't even be detected. Han Yang questioned. I'm not sure about that. Xing shook her head. However, in modern times, it's true that no more humans with special abilities have appeared, and even martial arts have gradually declined. It's as if Tao never existed. Tao was there in ancient times, but it disappeared again in modern times, and when the virus broke out, it suddenly appeared again. Han Yang muttered. There must be a reason for this, we just can't see through it for now. Forget it, let's not think about it if we can't figure it out, we just need to know what the air does. Han Yang began to consider other issues, for example, spirit plants normally grew by absorbing the outside world's air, but the growth rate was extremely slow. When cultivated with a corpse core, the growth rate became significantly faster. Could this corpse core be condensed from the air in a person's body? People can't eat the corpse core directly, is it because during the coagulation process, even the virus has entered into it? Then was there a way to absorb it like a plant? Han Yang wanted to try, he pulled out a corpse core from the pocket of his shorts that he had thrown on the ground and held it in his hand. Here, help me channel it again. What are you doing? Xing said strangely. Han Yang told him about the corpse core's ability to cultivate spiritual plants, and Chen Feng's ability to revitalize them. This matter was currently known only to him, Chen Feng, and Nan. Since Xing had given him such a big surprise, there was no need to hide some things from her. So that's how it is. No wonder you asked Chen Feng to look after the spirit plants. Xing said indifferently. You don't seem very surprised? Han Yang was a bit strange. Not only am I not surprised, I reckon Yi Shirauka has some guesses as well. Han Yang suddenly remembered what Yi Shirauka had said last time about being a high-end industry and a monopoly. Good lord. This chick was testing me back then, right? Without allowing Han Yang to think too much, Xing told him to calm his qi and concentrate. Han Yang started practicing again. After running the gong method for a few weeks, Han Yang didn't absorb any energy on the corpse core. Inwardly, he could not help but feel a bit disappointed. It seemed that the corpse core could only be transformed through spirit plants for now. Thinking of spiritual plants, Han Yang suddenly had another idea. Spiritual plants could awaken and advance people because they contained a large amount of air that could be absorbed by the human body. When more spiritual plants were cultivated in the future, wouldn't it be possible to rely on eating them to increase the amount of air in the body a little bit, reaching the 4th, 5th, or even higher? But only if there are enough spiritual plants. Han Yang kept it in his heart, he must collect more in the future, even if the exposed spirit plant can awaken, it doesn't matter. After all, when other people got it, they were eating one less plant, while he could use it in an infinite cycle. In this way, Chen Feng's role was even more important. On top of that, the technique of the mixed elemental technique was also a problem. If other people get the mixed elemental technique or any other technique, can they also learn it themselves? Han Yang asked Xing directly. I don't think it's possible. The mixed elemental technique requires a sense of air to get started. Ordinary people can't sense the air, and with the same lack of air in their bodies, they can't even get started. As for awakened people, unless they have awakened the ability of internal vision like me and have a deep understanding of the human body's acupoints, it's possible to learn it on their own. Xing said confidently. In the beginning, she had also relied entirely on her internal vision and her extreme understanding of the human body's acupoints in order to successfully cultivate according to the records of the mixed elemental technique. She could be certain that without internal vision, even if she was an awakened, there was no way for her to cultivate the mixed elemental technique. This was because some of the descriptions in the mixed elemental technique were very different from the current human body acupoints.
She also found the corresponding traveling positions and routes little by little with the assistance of inner vision. Qingqing explained, then continued, "You guys have even less understanding of the acupoints, and can only learn through my constant guided reinforcement." Han Yang let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this. In this way, the gong method could also be fully grasped within his team. Even if the others learned it, without Qingqing's internal vision ability, subtle control of air and knowledge of human meridians and acupoints, they wouldn't be able to pass it on to others. In this current apocalyptic world, strength was king. As long as his team was always the strongest, then they would be able to control untold wealth and power. However, in that case, Qingqing's importance to the team was no less than Chen Fang's. She had to be protected. Han Yang then recalled the positions Qingqing had pointed at when she guided him in his cultivation. Positions such as the belly, limbs, and back were fine, but a few positions on the chest and perineum were too private. If one hadn't had skin-to-skin contact, it wouldn't have been easy to do it. No wonder it had to be said after I won her and the two of them had skin-to-skin contact. No, if I said that, wouldn't that mean that Nan Nan, Chen Fang, and Xin Aoi were all seen and touched by her? Qingqing is also her own woman. It's okay then. But Xin Aoi is a bit afraid of Qingqing. It can't have anything to do with that, right? Thinking of Xin Aoi, Han Yang thought of her brother Lu Bin. How would that kid learn the mixed element technique in the future? Han Yang would never let Qingqing help another man channel the technique. Forget it, using the in-corpse grass to awaken his abilities would be enough. Want to learn the mixed element technique? Think fart food. Well, it was true that the strategy of only accepting women was correct. This way, there would be no such problems. Han Yang rambled for a while, determined some plans for the future, and then continued practicing the mixed element technique under Qingqing's guidance. After practicing a dozen or so circumferential cycles, Han Yang's body gradually familiarized itself with the route and began to run on its own without Qingqing's assistance. Han Yang was currently at the second stage, and after running a dozen or so circumferential cycles, the energy in his body increased slightly, not very significantly. If he relied on the mixed yuan technique to advance to the third rank, it might take a long time. When compared to in-corpse grass and linglong grass, the difference was too obvious. However, Han Yang didn't care, a mosquito's leg is still meat. When the sky brightened up a bit, Han Yang stopped cultivating, and Qingqing on the side was concentrating on her meditation. The light from the window shone on her quiet, peaceful face, making her look extraordinarily holy. What she was wearing at the moment, however, was a very cool nightgown, and she wasn't wearing a corset that got in the way on the inside, with a large area of bare skin exposed, and the outline of her chest clearly visible. The slender legs were folded, and there was only a thin pair of small pants inside. Sacred and charming perfectly blended at this moment. Han Yang swallowed his saliva, thinking of the wonderfulness of racking his long legs last night. He was a bit dumbfounded. But he saw Qingqing cultivating seriously and didn't dare to disturb her. Forget it, I'd better go find Fong Fong. She should be up by now, right? Han Yang slid out of bed and didn't put on any clothes. Yesterday's clothes were all dirty, and there were no clothes for him here. And since Chen Fong, Nan Nan, and Cheng Qing on the second floor all knew him well, there was no need to hide anything. So he took the dirty clothes with his hands and strutted out of the room. However, just as he stepped out of the doorway, he saw a woman in a cool nightgown yawning as she walked out of his room. Ha! Han Yang froze. Why was Sun Luanyu in his room? Sun Luanyu opened her hazy eyes and saw Han Yang as well. Seeing him come out of Qingqing's room, looking at his shirtless body, eyes instantly opened wide. The two of them stared wide-eyed for a while without anyone making a sound. In the end, it was Sun Luanyu who got shy and moved her gaze away, muttering, "So it went to Sister Qingqing's house, causing me to wait for a night for nothing." Last night, while Han Yang was focusing on his battle with Qingqing, Sun Luanyu gathered enough courage and quietly came outside Han Yang's bedroom door. Because she knew that Han Yang would be sparring with Qingqing until late every night, she didn't knock on the door but directly entered the bedroom. She did a long time of mental construction and sat on the bed with apprehension, waiting for Han Yang to come back. As a result, she waited left and right, waiting for her to sleep on the bed in a daze, and didn't see anyone. When she woke up early this morning, she looked at the empty room and estimated that Han Yang had slept in some woman's bed. Eyes grudgingly complained a few times, inside inexplicably relieved again. In the end, she was afraid of being discovered, so she was ready to slip back early. She didn't expect to see Han Yang as soon as she opened the door, still undressed. "Have you been waiting for me all night?" Han Yang walked up. He didn't have any embarrassment. Instead, he intently sized up Sun Luanyu. A few moments of sleepiness vaguely remained on Sun Luanyu's unpowdered pretty face, making her look dopey and cute. The pajamas were cool, with her delicate collarbone and small half of her breasts exposed. This was Han Yang's winning move. The pajamas he had brought back in the first place were not conservative. No. No. I still have things to do, I'll leave first. When it came down to it, Sun Luanyu was a bit shy instead, wanting to escape. Han Yang didn't believe her, coming out of her room early in the morning, dressed so cool, even if it was nothing, he was going to make it look like something was wrong. He blocked Sun Luanyu, put her against the door. Sun Luanyu's body immediately stiffened and a flash of red surfaced on her face. Han, big brother. She called out somewhat shyly. I like it when you call me brother Han Yang. Han Yang said with a light smile. Hearing this, Sun Luanyu's face turned even redder, obviously thinking of the scene when she whined. Just as Han Yang was about to go further, the innermost Chen Fong's room suddenly opened and Chen Fong walked out from inside. Chen Fong looked at the two with a confused expression. Han Yang and Sun Luanyu also had a surprised expression on their faces. The atmosphere was very awkward for a moment. Excuse me, you guys continue. Chen Fong reacted quickly and immediately took 2 steps back and closed the door. Sun Luanyu also reacted and struggled a bit, slipping out of Han Yang's embrace. I'll go back first. In a puff of smoke, she ran out of sight. Han Yang rubbed his nose and walked towards Chen Fong's bedroom. The door was unlocked, so Han Yang walked straight in. Chen Fong let out a light laugh. Yeah, why didn't you guys continue? Scared away by you, you have to make it up to me. Han Yang wrapped his arms around her, letting her feel the swords drawn. Humph, you went to whomever you flirted with yesterday. Chen Fong put her hands against his body. But I only want to find you now. Han Yang looked at her fondly. Is that so? But I recently got my period, yay. Chen Fong was all smiles. Han Yang's expression immediately froze. Put. Chen Fong looked amused and couldn't help but laugh. No wonder they always lock the door to keep me out these days. Han Yang had a helpless expression on his face. As he watched Chen Fong's slightly smug and reckless laughter, he suddenly had a thought in his mind. After we get our period, don't we still have other positions we can use? Han Yang said with a bad smile on his face. Chen Fong's laughter came to an abrupt end. In the kitchen, Qin Lan, Meng Xian and Li Chuanjuan were already preparing breakfast. Chen Fong, who usually got up earlier, didn't show up in the kitchen, so Qin Lan was a bit surprised, while Meng Xian wasn't surprised. Big brother Han is back, and he's looking for Sister Fong to make out at night, so it's normal for him to get up late. Meng Xian understood. Sure enough, not long afterward, Han Yang and Chen Fong came downstairs together. Sorry, I got up late today. Chen Fong immediately apologized when she saw so many people in the kitchen. She then glared at Han Yang behind her. If it wasn't for being fed a nutritious breakfast by his deadbeat face, there wouldn't have been a delay until now. Just rest today, I'll make breakfast. Qin Lan said as she kneaded the dough in her hands. Alright, I'll give you a hand. Li Chuanjuan stood at the side to help choose vegetables, looking at this cozy and harmonious scene, and for a moment, she was in a bit of a trance. Was this still in the cruel world where there were zombies everywhere? This island was really like a paradise. If one can live here all the time, maybe also. Not bad? On the other side, Han Yang went out as usual to check on the morning exercise group. Qingqing didn't know when she came out, and was supervising Yi Shiraka, Zhao Jia, and Sun Luanyu as they exercised. When Sun Luanyu saw Han Yang, her face was slightly unnatural and her movements were a bit distorted. Luanyu, pay attention to your movements. Qingqing immediately corrected. Okay. Sun Luanyu immediately looked straight ahead and worked out seriously. Yi Xiaokui, on the other hand, secretly made a face with Han Yang. But when Qingqing's eyes stared over, her expression immediately became serious again. Han Yang guffawed. This chick, wimpy and jumpy. It didn't match at all with the smart and wise, elegant and noble she usually showed. But this kind of Yi Xiaokui was what Han Yang liked more. After looking at the beautifully moving big white legs of the 4 people training for a while. No, it's the graceful and moving body posture. Seeing that it was breakfast time, the group returned to the villa together. After having breakfast, Han Yang told Yi Xiaokui, Qin Lan and Meng Xian not to rush to the mall first. He had to go back with Li Chunchun first and pick up her brother for Chen Fong's treatment. There were 8 zombies under his control over at the mall, so there was no need to worry about the safety of the supplies. If Han Yang didn't go along, the distance would be too far to control the zombies, and instead, it might jeopardize Yi Shiraka and the girls. Since that's the case, why don't we tag along for fun, to help out? Yi Shiraka proposed. Hey! Oi! You're exposing your true thoughts, ah. Han Yang looked at Ching Ching's expression as she stared at Yi Shiraka and gave her a look of self-seeking. Yi Shiraka wimped out for a bit, then added, we can go in a yacht, oh. We can wear swimsuits, oh. Yi Shiraka perfectly pinpointed Han Yang's preferences. Alright, let's decide. Han Yang sealed the deal. With all the people gone, the island's defense force will be insufficient. Xin Lan and Meng Xian can go, so Shinawi can stay, I'll just fill you in. Ching Ching said indifferently. Yi Shinawi's face collapsed for a moment, then remembered something and straightened her back. I'm not going. They don't have anyone who can drive a boat. Pure can drive it, right? Ching Ching looked at Purely. Purely looked confused. I should be able to write, she said carefully. In that case, that's it. Han Yang pretended that he didn't see Yi Shiraka's look of help and said to Li Chunchun, Xin Lan, and Meng Xian, let's get ready to go. Shinawi, come back to the room with me, I'll check to see if you've forgotten anything I taught you. Ching Ching smiled as she pulled Yi Shiraka towards the stairs. Just go. Yi Shiraka looked resolute, with a look of generosity to the death. Is Sister Shinawi alright? Meng Xian worried. It's fine. Han Yang said indifferently. It's just a matter of being looked at and touched by Ching Ching. What if I'm suddenly a little envious? Han Yang looked at Xin Lan and Meng Xian beside him, and when the two of them put on their swimsuits in a while, the scenery would definitely be very eye-pleasing. I'm sure the scenery will be very eye-catching. I'm not sure what to say. Han Yang secretly nodded his head. Soon, Han Yang brought Shasha, Xin Lan, Meng Xian, and Li Chunchun to the pier. There were numerous yachts parked here, including large yachts with very large heads, as well as medium and small yachts with medium and smaller heads. Li Chunchun's eyes immediately lit up when she saw so many yachts. Pure Chun, you see which yacht is appropriate to drive? Han Yang didn't understand this, and listened to a professional for professional matters. Li Chunchun hesitated for a moment and finally chose a medium-sized yacht. According to her intention, she wanted to go back quickly to save her brother, and driving a 6 to 8 passenger speedboat would be most suitable. However, thinking that she might still need to swim in a bathing suit, she ended up choosing a yacht. This is a medium-sized luxury yacht, about 15 meters long, upper and lower 2 floors. There are sofas and coffee tables, dining room, kitchen, bedroom, almost a small hotel. A few people got on the yacht. Xin Lan and Meng Xian went to look around, while Han Yang followed Li Chunjun to the driver's seat and watched her start the yacht. Is this thing good to drive? Every man had the urge to be the driver. It doesn't matter if it's driving a person or a car, or a boat. Han Yang was no exception. It's good to say it's good to drive, but it's also a bit difficult to say it's not good to drive, especially getting into and out of the dock. Li Chunjun explained as she maneuvered and quickly drove the boat out of the pier. Coming out onto the wide sea, Li Chunjun pointed at the steering wheel. To put it simply, it's actually not much different from driving a car. The biggest difference is that there are no brakes. Then I'll try? Yes. Li Chunjun gave way, indicating the direction of travel, and Han Yang immediately stepped forward. The ship accelerated with him, breaking the waves with the wind, the wide and boundless sea, riding at will. Except for the speed is not as good as a car, the driving experience is indeed more enjoyable than driving a car. Li Chunchun see Han Yang indulged in driving, quietly pulled out a swimsuit from the backpack. Just now, looking at the way Han Yang's eyes lit up when he heard Shinawi talking about wearing a swimsuit, he probably liked it? Sooner or later, he would be his anyway, so if he made him happier now, his brother's treatment should be more dedicated, right? Li Chunjun hesitated for a while, but in the end, she quietly changed into it. When Han Yang turned around again, his eyes immediately widened when he saw Li Chunchun in a bikini. Li Chunchun's swimsuit was very avant-garde and bold, similar to the one that Yi Xiaokui had shown Han Yang at the time. There was only a palm-sized amount of fabric to cover the key spots. It made Li Chunchun's body look very materialistic. Especially a pair of long legs, tight and oily, wheat-colored skin is no longer a disadvantage, but instead has a kind of alternative beauty. When did this change on the why not also notify I can observe Han Yang stared straight at her, causing Li Puren to look to the side in embarrassment. Pure Chana, there are some places I still don't quite understand, come over and teach me. Where? Li Chunchun forced herself to hold back her shyness and walked over. Han Yang patted the driving chair he was sitting in. Come sit here. Li Chunchun stumbled for a moment, but eventually slowly walked over to Han Yang's body and sat down with only a little bit of the chair pressed against her. Han Yang half wrapped his hands around her and held the steering wheel, then pointed to the dashboard. What do these all represent? This is... Li Chunchun began to introduce them one by one, and just 2 sentences in, a large wave hit the ship, and the bow bucked upwards a bit. Li Chunchun instantly sat unsteadily and staggered back a bit, her bare back immediately sticking to Han Yang's body. Han Yang smoothly hugged her and fixed her body for a bit. Is everything alright? At this moment, Han Yang's head was just between her neck, and his warm exhalation was close to her ears, causing her body to go numb as if she had been electrocuted. And, it's fine. That's good, you hold the steering wheel, so it won't be unsteady. Li Chunchun obeyed and did as she was told. As for Han Yang, the hand he fixed on Li Chunchun's body didn't let go again. Thinking about last night, Li Chunchun said that she would let her do whatever she wanted. And Qin Lan and Meng Xian weren't in the cab. Han Yang immediately got bold. Not to mention, it was quite smooth. Li Chunchun's body tensed, and a flash of red surfaced on her face. The two of them were intimate at this point, with their fronts pressed against their backs. Li Chunchun gradually felt the atmosphere change inexplicably. Just as she was at a loss, the sound of Qin Lan and Meng Xian speaking came faintly from not far away. Li Chunchun immediately spoke. Sister Qin Lan, they're coming over. Han Yang let go of his hand at those words. Li Chunchun immediately stood up and ran to the side. It was so close. She let out a long breath of relief. At this time, Qin Lan and Meng Xian finally finished their stroll and walked over to the cab. When Meng Xian saw Pure Li, she said with some surprise, why did Pure change into a swimsuit? Wow, you have a great body. Meng Xian looked at her long legs and was quite envious. She wasn't very tall, and her long legs were her biggest flaw. Hey! Didn't Sister Xin always say to sail a yacht and wear a swimsuit? Li Chunchun froze. Put. Qin Lan on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. That was Shinobi fooling this big pervert next to you. Li Chunchun was immediately embarrassed as she hurriedly picked up her clothes and put them on. Hey! This looks good. Han Yang was not happy. He glared at Qin Lan. Qin Lan didn't care and held back her laughter as her gaze glanced to the side. After hearing Han Yang's words, Li Chunchun was again a bit hesitant to put on the clothes or not. At this time, Meng Xian came over to solve the problem. Pure Chun, how far is this place from your brother's place? We're almost there, right? When it came to business, Li Chunchun was immediately distracted, casually putting on her t-shirt and saying, at the current speed, we'll be there in another 10 minutes. Really? Sailing on the sea is convenient, and you don't have to worry about zombies. Right, I heard that your brother was bitten by a fish? What kind of fish is that powerful? Meng Xian asked curiously. We've never seen it before, it's quite a big fish, must be about a meter in size, and it's shiny and silver. That fish tore through our net and swam around our boat, showing the water from time to time. My brother was so angry that he harpooned it, but he missed several times and was dragged down by the fish's bite on the harpoon. My brother, in a panic in the water, speared the fish instead, but was also bitten by it several times, and was dragged for dozens of meters. The fish died and I was able to save my brother. Han Yang's heart stirred as he listened and asked, where is that fish now? On our boat, because my brother was injured, I didn't have time to deal with it, so I salted it and left it to dry. When we arrive in a while, take me to see it. Okay. Does Big Brother Han recognize that fish? Meng Xian wondered. I've heard of a similar one. Han Yang replied vaguely, and in reality, he was only guessing. In his previous life, he had heard of some very magical fish that appeared in the sea, as if they were enlightened, cunning and vicious, and extremely difficult to deal with. If a person accidentally touches this kind of fish in the water, a light one will be injured, and a serious one will probably die on the spot. In addition, the meat of this fish is extremely delicious, and I heard that some people have specialized in buying it at a high price in order to eat this bite of food. In his previous life, Han Yang only listened to it as a strange story and didn't take it seriously. After all, whether it was his personal abilities or his awakened psychic abilities, they were not suitable for making a living at sea. Nor would he shell out a large sum of money for a mouthful of food to try. In addition to fish, there are some mutated animals, there are also people who buy high prices to eat. But this is even less, the Jinghai city cannot see a few living animals, let alone on the mutated animals? I heard that this thing then the chances of human awakening is even smaller, only in the countryside by chance to appear one or two. Now through the Qingqing learned that the world has air, and then think back to these mutated animals and fish, and think of someone to buy them at a high price. Han Yang immediately had a speculation in his heart. Was it possible that these mutated animals and fish were also caused by the air? Do they also contain a large amount of air that can be absorbed by the human body, just like spiritual plants? Could they even awaken one's abilities in the same way? There was one right in front of him, and as long as he got his hands on it and tested it, these questions would be solved. And if the speculation came true, then Li Chuanjuan would need to pull it together. Whether it's her ability to catch fish, for catching these magical fish, it's an unrivaled talent. Thinking about all this, Han Yang was a little impatient to arrive at his destination quickly. 10 minutes quickly passed, and seeing that he was about to arrive at the fisherman's wharf, Han Yang stepped aside from the driving position, allowing Li Chunchun to operate. Instead of driving directly into the pier, Li Puren drove towards a fishing boat not far from the pier. That's my family's fishing boat, my brother is on it. Li Purity explained. The gorgeous appearance of the luxury yacht was out of place with the plain fishing boat docked here, attracting a few nearby survivors to probe and watch. There are quite a few survivors here. Han Yang had spotted 4 or 5 of them with a single sweep. All of them survived nearby. There are too many zombies on the shore, the sea is safer instead. Regardless of whether or not they can sail a boat, they all ran to the boat. Li Chuanjuan said while slowly approaching the yacht to her own fishing boat. At this time, a teenager also stepped out of the fishing boat. He didn't look very old, just 15 or 16 years old, still at school age. His right leg and left arm were wrapped in white bandages, with red blood faintly coming through. At this moment, he was holding a harpoon, limping to the side of the boat, looking at the yacht with a wary face. Your brother isn't too old, is he? Still in school? 16 this year, didn't get into high school and didn't want to study, so he followed his parents to fish. Li Chuanjuan finished and shouted to the outside. Little Ku, sister is back. Li Ku's face immediately showed joy. Sister, you guys knocked down Golden Sands Island? Wrong, on the contrary, it was your sister who was captured by us. Han Yang walked out of the cabin and onto the deck, staring at Li Ku. Ha? Who are you? Is my sister all right? Li Ku looked at Han Yang with a wary expression. I'm warning you, don't bully my sister, or I definitely won't spare you. With your half-crippled state? Han Yang let out a light laugh. He then extended the lance in his hand into the sea. A wave of cold air surged down the lance to the surface of the sea, instantly forming a thin layer of ice. And as the cold chi continued to pour in, the layer of ice grew thicker and thicker, freezing the ice between the yacht and the fishing boat. Ice, freezing ability person? Li Ku's eyes widened in surprise. Not bad. Pure purity, it's done, the boat doesn't need to anchor, let's hurry. Han Yang stopped his ability and shouted at Pure Li, using this to hide his own unnaturalness. Don't look at the distance between the two ships, but freezing this point of the sea in a very short period of time almost emptied his body. Next time, he would never pretend to be a pussy again. Li Chuanjuan walked out, followed by Qin Lan and Meng Xian. Li Ku was relieved to see that his sister was unharmed. Then his eyes went straight when he saw the uncharacteristically beautiful Qin Lan and the tolerant Meng Xian. Kid, don't look, those are my women. Han Yang jumped onto the fishing boat and reached out to block Li Ku's eyes. You're women? What the hell are you? Li Ku's face flushed slightly, completely oblivious to the fact that Han Yang had even included his sister. At this time, Li Chuanjuan, Qin Lan, and Meng Xian also jumped over one after another. What am I? Your brother-in-law. Han Yang said off-key. You're bullshitting me. Li Ku angrily rebuked. Han Yang, don't tease him, I'll take you to see that fish first. Li Chuanjuan said with an unnatural face. Alright, the brat looks heavily injured, but he's quite spirited. Then let's go see the fish first. Han Yang finished speaking and followed Li Chuanjuan to the deck of the fishing boat. While Li Ku muttered under his breath, you still haven't told me what kind of person you really are. His eyes, however, glanced from time to time at the two beautiful older sisters on the side. Not daring to look directly at them, they only dared to sneak glances. Qin Lan was pretty, and her cold face gave off a feeling of rejecting people. Li Ku didn't dare to look at it much. On the contrary, Meng Xian's smiling appearance was very kind, and the trembling pair made it almost impossible for Li Ke to shift his gaze.
Do we need to take this ship back in a while? Need to lift the anchor up?
Meng Xian pretended not to notice, but instead asked Qin Lan, and without wanting to wait for her to answer, casually lifted the anchor chain on the side. Amidst the clattering of the chains, the ship involuntarily rocked a bit. Li Ke's eyes were bulging out of his head as he watched in horror as Meng Xian playfully picked up the boat anchor. A force, a power faculty ability person? He was so frightened that he no longer dared to look around.
Humph. Meng Xian proudly lowered the anchor, clapped her hands and stood to the side. Little bastard, let's see if you still dare to look around.
Qin Lan watched the small movements of the two of them and smiled faintly on her face. Immediately, Li Ke felt that the sunlight was much brighter, and the fear within him calmed down.
This is an angel.
On the other hand, Han Yang saw the fish. Unfortunately, it had already been half-dried by the sun after being pickled, so it couldn't be seen much of its original appearance. But it didn't affect it either. He was going to bring it back for Chen Fong to stew and taste.
Do you guys have anything else to pack up? And, no more.
Yesterday, Li Chuanchuan had seen how abundant the supplies were on the island. The clothes and shoes and bathing suits she was wearing now, including her pajamas for the night, were all picked out by Meng Xian, who led her there yesterday. Even the fishing boats, she had seen 2 better ones on the pier. There were also 2 sea fishing boats that were specialized for the tycoon's travel.
Alright then, let's go back now. Han Yang carried the fish and took the lead in jumping onto the yacht. Han Yang, how is Xiaoke going to get there?
Li Chunchun looked at the yacht that was quite a bit taller than her family's fishing boat. In Li Ke's current state, he definitely wouldn't be able to jump by himself.
Meng Xian. Han Yang called out.
Oh. Meng Xian understood and stood behind Li Ke, grabbing his arm with one hand and carrying his clothes with the other.
What are you doing?
Li Ke was startled and tried to struggle, but his arm was forcefully hooked by Meng Xian and he immediately didn't dare to move.
Letting you experience the feeling of flying. Meng Xian smiled sweetly, then threw it with force. Ah!
Li Ke screamed miserably as his entire body was thrown up and flew towards the yacht. He was about to crash into the yacht. A hand grabbed him firmly, and then put him on the deck of the yacht. Li Ke looked at Han Yang with palpitations. Inwardly, he was terrified. Good power. Isn't he an ice-cold ability? How come the power is so great too? At this time, Qin Lan jumped onto the deck, and Li Chunchun, with Meng Xian's help, also landed lightly on the deck. In the end, it was Meng Xian who made a light leap and returned safely.
Alright, home.
Han Yang slammed his lance on the ice, and the frozen sea surface immediately split into pieces. Li Chunchun started the yacht and slowly launched away. Li Ke also struggled to stand up at this moment, carefully observing the yacht, and was immediately attracted by the luxurious facilities inside. When he walked into the second-floor salon room, he realized that there was also a woman sitting on the sofa. Also very beautiful, more peculiar was that she was wearing a cosplay costume, her legs were half covered, very eye-catching.
Your name is Li Ke, right?
Han Yang put the fish away and sat on the sofa, looking at Li Ke.
Not bad. You guys are from Golden Sands Island?
At this time, the kid also reacted. He heard his sister say something about going to the Golden Sands Island with Brother Yong from Fisherman's Wharf. He knew very well what kind of person Brother Yong was. No profit is too early. Now his sister didn't come back with Brother Yong, instead she came back with this group of people and said something about his sister becoming a captive. It was obvious that this group of people had taken out Yong's group. Yes, your sister has joined us now and wants us to help you treat your injuries. Come on, open the bandage and let me see.
Li Ke was silent.
He was sure that his sister must have paid something in exchange for the chance to treat him. In just over 10 days at the end of the world, he had seen the viciousness of the human heart and had grown up a lot, not believing that there was a free lunch in the world.
What price did my sister pay?
I'll take her place.
I'm not interested in men.
Han Yang bristled.
Then I won't cure her, you let us go.
Too late, I've already collected the interest.
Don't be such a mollycoddle, you kid, hurry up and remove the bandage.
Li Ke thought that his sister had already been spoiled by this man in front of him, and immediately his anger surged, wanting to beat him up. However, he thought of his freezing ability and tremendous strength just now. He was definitely no match for himself and held back. I can't fail my sister's sacrifice. Li Ke forced back the sourness in his heart, and in silence, he began to open the bandages on his legs and arms. As the bandages were unwrapped, huge and hideous wounds were exposed. Especially on the leg, it was as if a piece of flesh had been torn off. The wounds had stopped bleeding, and the blood and flesh glowed a ghastly white, with pus even oozing out in some places. TSK, the lad is very persistent. Han Yang carefully observed his wounds. Unfortunately, it's useless to have perseverance alone. Your wounds are all septic. If you don't get timely treatment, you won't be able to keep this leg and arm, and your life is even in danger. The bandage unwrapped, tugging at the wound. Lika's forehead sprouted a layer of fine beads of sweat. You have a way, right? Not bad, but there is some pain. Can you stand it? You do it, I can endure it. Lika's face glowed fiercely. There's no need to rush, wait a little longer. Han Yang said indifferently. He then pulled out a dagger and burned it with the lighter he had with him. Simply disinfected it. Whether it was useful or not, Han Yang didn't know. He didn't expect this anyway. After another 10 minutes, Golden Sands Island was in sight. Han Yang sensed Chen Fang's ability, so he asked Qin Lan to come over. Find a towel and stuff it in his mouth, then help me ice his wounds to ease his pain a bit. Qin Lan nodded and found a clean towel from the drawer. Lika took the towel and stuffed it into his mouth, with a trace of doubt in his heart. Why was this big sister icing the wound? Shouldn't it be Han Yang who had the ability to freeze? Without allowing him to think more, under Han Yang's instructions, Qin Lan placed her hands on Lika's legs. Li Ku immediately felt a wave of coldness come over him, and the pain of his wound immediately lessened a lot. Meng Xian, help me control this brat, so that he won't be able to hold back his fidgeting when I move the knife. All right. Meng Xian pressed down on Lika's leg with both hands. Han Yang took the dagger and immediately scratched around Lika's leg, cutting off the pus-filled flesh and blood. Although there was ice to calm the wound, the intense pain still surged up. Li Ku was sweating in pain, and his body couldn't help but want to move around, but he was being held down by Meng Xian. He couldn't help but want to scream, but his mouth was blocked by the towel, so he could only bite down on the towel and let out a whimpering sound. The old wounds and flesh were plucked out, and blood gushed out from the newly cut wounds. Han Yang immediately switched to Chen Fang's healing ability and covered the wound with his hands. As the energy in his body flowed out rapidly, the blood from Lika's wound stopped, and the flesh and blood covered by the blood proliferated crazily, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lika felt that the pain had slowed down a lot, but it was immediately followed by a tingling and prickling itch that made it even more unbearable, and his hands couldn't help but reach over to scratch it, which was slapped back by Meng Xian. The treatment lasted for about a minute, depleting the energy that had just been restored in one fell swoop, before Han Yang stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, when he looked at Lika's wound again, it had miraculously recovered, only the newborn skin hadn't completely grown back yet, and it looked a bit oozy. This is good? Li Ku was already soaked to the skin due to the intense pain, but he didn't have time to pay attention to that at this moment. He had been completely frozen. He tried to move his legs, and they were flexible, no longer having the discomfort and pain from before. It was as if he had never been injured at all. If he were to say that the only difference was that the newborn skin was still delicate and had a slight itchiness to it, it made him unable to resist wanting to scratch it. But he still held back, his eyes looking at Han Yang in amazement. What exactly is your ability? A moment of freezing, a moment of power, and now healing. I'm tired and don't want to talk. Han Yang lay down on the sofa. Let me press you. Meng Xian volunteered to help Han Yang press his scalp. Much more comfortable. Li Ku didn't mind being treated rudely. He looked at the wound on his arm with hope in his eyes. With such a magical ability, he would soon be able to recover as good as new. However, when he thought that it was his sister who exchanged her body for the chance to be healed, his complexion was a bit gloomy again. He swore in his heart that he must definitely repay his sister. Can't let anyone bully her anymore, even the man in front of him. At this time, the yacht finally slowly docked and came to a smooth stop. Li Chuanjuan stepped out of the cockpit and hurriedly came to look for her brother. When she saw her brother's leg restored as before, she covered her mouth with her hand in surprise, her eyes filled with tears. She turned violently to look at Han Yang and saw him lying down on the sofa in exhaustion. Obviously Chen Fang wasn't here, but her brother's leg was still miraculously healed. It must have been this man in front of her who did it. Thank you, Han Yang. Li Chuanjuan said with a trembling voice. One of our own, no need to be so polite. Han Yang waved his hand feebly. The wound on his arm can only be treated by Chen Fang. I need to slow down for a while. Okay, thanks. A bright smile appeared on Li Chuanchuan's face, her inner worries swept away. Qin Lan, take the two of them back, I'll rest here for a while. Okay. Qin Lan led Li Chuanchuan and Li Ku away. Han Yang had wanted to meditate to recover, when Meng Xian suddenly spoke, Brother Han, why don't you lie down and rest for a while I'll continue to press you? That's fine. Han Yang obediently lay down on the sofa. Meng Xian also sat on the sofa and lifted Han Yang's head before placing it on her lap. Although Meng Xian's legs weren't as long as Qingqing's, Nan Nan's slender, or Chen Feng's well-proportioned. But when Han Yang pillowed on them, he only felt bouncy and soft, fleshy and unexpectedly comfortable. Wake up in charge of the world, drunkenly lying on a beautiful woman's knee, is not more than that, right? Han Yang sighed, when he looked up again. TCH, can't see. Completely invisible. He couldn't see Meng Xian's face at all. His eyes were completely obscured by a pair of plump things. Hey! Can't see. Meng Xian also realized that she couldn't see Han Yang's head at this time and spoke in chagrin. Wait a minute, big brother Han. Meng Xian pushed Han Yang up, then she spun around into a position where her body was facing Han Yang's back before putting him down. Han Yang only felt his head resting on two soft masses. Duong bounced back and forth a few times, finally falling into it. Don't mention how cozy it was. It doesn't matter if I press it or not, it's nice to just stay like this. Han Yang muttered. Meng Xian's small hand began to press on his scalp inch by inch. The force wasn't too light or heavy, just right. Sure enough, this is what enjoyment is all about. Han Yang squinted his eyes with infinite emotion. On the other hand, following Qin Lan on her way to the villa, Li Ke looked at his sister who was leaping for joy and wanted to say something. Seeing that he was getting closer to the villa, he glanced at Qin Lan's back in front of him, and seeing that she wasn't paying attention to this place, he pulled his sister. What's wrong? Li Puren looked at her brother, thinking he was worried, and comforted him. Don't worry, let's go find Sister Fong in a while, her healing ability can also heal your arm completely. Not this. Li Ku asked, weighing his words, Sister, are you really captured by them? Sort of. Li Chuanjuan hesitated for a moment. Last night, Shang Jiyon and the others were defeated and killed, and I was the only one who they didn't kill because I didn't do anything. Li Puren explained. Then how did they agree to help you heal me? Li Ke did not explicitly ask what price his sister paid. But it was obvious that since they were captives, how could they be so kind as to help a captive? Li Chunchun looked aside with a somewhat unnatural face, not knowing how to answer. She had always thought that Han Yang had agreed to help her because of the sentence she had said. Let me do whatever I want, I'm still a virgin. But how could she say such things to her brother? Han Yang, he really became my brother-in-law? Li Ke looked at his sister with this expression and subconsciously blurted out. Meg, not yet. Li Puren didn't want to hide it, sooner or later this kind of thing would be known to him. Not yet? That guy lied to me? No, he's still trying to hit on his sister. Just because there isn't one at the moment doesn't mean there will be one in the future. Listening to Han Yang's tone, it was obvious that he was interested in his sister. But no matter what, Li Ku felt better in his heart, and his impression of Han Yang greatly changed. What did he lie to you about? Li Chuanjuan was curious. What did he say about collecting interest? So I must be cured. Li Ku grunted. Must be cured? Li Chuanchuan's heart instantly warmed, and she became even more grateful to Han Yang. But when did he collect interest? Li Chunchun suddenly thought of the time shortly after sailing, when she changed into her swimsuit and was groped by him. A flash of red immediately surfaced on her face. Han Yang looks like he likes me in a swimsuit? After all, in terms of looks and figure, Li Chuanchuan felt that she was no match for any of the women on the island. She was filled with gratitude in her heart for Han Yang at this point, and thought to herself that she was already his. So she couldn't help but have a thought. Next time. Still wear it for him? The three of them walked to the villa without realizing it. Chen Feng, Qing Chang, and Yi Xiaqi were all waiting inside. Li Ke put down the burden in his heart at this time and saw the three beautiful and unlikable big sisters inside the villa, and for a moment he looked a little silly. How come there are so many beautiful sisters on this island? Each and every one of them is beautiful. And each one had different qualities. These are my women. Li Ke suddenly remembered a sentence Han Yang had said. This entire journey, there really wasn't a single man in sight, it was all women. Was he the only man on this island? Could it be that all these beautiful sisters were really his women? Li Ku couldn't help but feel a sense of envy and jealousy. But when he thought that his own sister was among them, being hit on by Han Yang, he felt that such a man was too flamboyant. He felt that such a man was too philandering, too unreliable, and too hateful. No, I have to persuade my sister to get out of it before that guy gets his hands on her. I can't get caught up in it. Li Ku made up his mind. At this time, Xin Lan also told the story. Chen Fong surveyed the wound on Li Ku's arm and immediately said, "Then let's follow Han Yang's process and treat it again." Li Ku sniffed and put aside his distractions, mentally preparing himself to continue receiving the painful treatment. By the time Han Yang returned to the villa, Chen Fong had already finished her treatment. She looked very relaxed, not at all like Han Yang, who was almost exhausted and weak. It was mainly because she was in good shape and the wounds on her arms weren't as serious as those on her legs. At this time, Li Ku was already alive and kicking from time to time and moving his arms, and Li Chunchun looked at him with a pleased face. Han Yang glanced at Li Ku, then handed Chen Fong the marvelous fish that had bitten him. "Fong Fong, add a dish for lunch and stew this fish." "Sea fish? Or dried fish? I've never done it before, I might not be able to do it well." Chen Fong took the fish and looked at it carefully, realizing that she didn't recognize it at all and was a bit clueless. "Sister Fong, I will, let me help you." Li Chunchun, who was on the side, voiced out. "Ah yes, pure purity grew up on the beach, surely she can cook these fish." "I heard you say yesterday that you're even good at fishing?" "Yes." "Then we'll be blessed in the future. If you catch more fish in the future, our menu will expand a bit more." "Aha! Good." Chen Fong and Li Chuanjuan discussed it enthusiastically. When Han Yang saw Li Ku finish moving his body, his eyes were spinning around, sneaking glances at the girls from time to time. He snorted coldly in his heart. "Little brat, quite bold. Don't know that these women are all owned." The two calves were both restless when they saw the 5 zombies, but being surrounded by them, they didn't dare to move without authorization and could only honestly shrink in the corner. Han Yang nodded with satisfaction, closed the car door, and sat down with Shasha and the driver in passenger seats. "I'll go back first then, you three be safe." Han Yang waved his hand at the 3 women and started the car, quickly returning to the shore service area. Lu Bin, Lu Li, and Li Ku were unloading the supplies they had brought back earlier. They didn't have the physique of awakened ones and were relatively slow in carrying the goods. Lu Bin and Lu Li's physique had at least grown slightly after a few days of physical exercise. Li Ku, on the other hand, relied entirely on his original physical ability to support him, and had long been panting with exhaustion, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, not stopping to cry out of fatigue. This made Lu Bin impressed with him. "Come on, rest for a while." Han Yang got out of the car and handed them a few bottles of chilled drinks. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Lu Bin took the drinks and then handed them to Lu Li and Li Ku. Lu Li also sweetly shouted, "Thank you, brother-in-law." This is called a husband singing with his wife. At this time, Lu Bin looked at Li Ku foolishly accepting the drink with no indication and slapped his head. "Speak." "Ah. Oh. Thank you, brother-in-law." Han Yang looked at him suspiciously. Li Ku realized that he had called him wrongly, and his face immediately reddened. However, he didn't expect Han Yang to smile brightly. "I love this address, call it again." Li Ku was ultimately thin-skinned and didn't call out again. Han Yang didn't care, but said to Lu Bin, "Li Ku is still young, no need to let him do manual labor all the time, teach him more about body forging." After Qingqing's explanation, Han Yang already understood that the body forging technique was specially prepared for ordinary people. They, the awakened, could learn the mixed elemental technique through Qingqing's guidance, but what about those who were not awakened? The body forging technique could help ordinary people absorb the air into their bodies and integrate it into their bodies with exercise. As long as they were persistent and practiced for a few years, ordinary people with outstanding qualifications could also slowly develop a sense of qi. At this point, if there was a famous teacher to guide them and then cultivate the mixed elemental technique, they would also be able to succeed. I've also advised, but this little guy is quite stubborn. It has to follow us. Lu Bin playfully laughed a sentence, a few moments of appreciation showing in his eyes. Stubborn? It's just as well, I brought back 2 stubborn things, so let him keep it. Han Yang opened the car door, and Lu Bin's trio was immediately dumbfounded. Cow. Where did they come from? Damn it, in this urban area where we don't see many living people, there are actually cows. Traded with someone. Han Yang let a few zombies out of the car. Li Ke looked at the scene in amazement. Previously, he was curious about Han Yang's ability and asked Lu Bin, so he wasn't very surprised that there were zombies in the car. He just muttered in his heart that only those who had been indentured by Han Yang were considered to have truly joined the team. When will he himself be indentured by him? Did one really have to call out to his brother-in-law again? Ever since he learned that Han Yang had a way to make ordinary people awaken, Li Ke never had any thoughts of leaving. Even if he left, he would have to do so after awakening. I'll leave these 2 cows to you to feed, there's a lot of grass around, just lead them around and feed them when you're not doing anything. Okay, brother-in-law. Lu Bin nodded, then seeing that Li Ke was still dumbfounded, he had to give him another slap. I'll leave this job to you, speak up. Okay, brother-in-law. Li Ke subconsciously blurted out. Aha! Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. Having called his brother-in-law again, Li Ke's heart was still a bit awkward, but compared to just now, it was much more moderate. He couldn't help but speak again, brother-in-law, when do you think you'll deed me a bit? As expected, this kind of thing was the same as female clothing, with the first and second time, the third time was much more natural. Oh, right. Han Yang slapped his forehead, look at this brain of mine, I almost forgot about this. Han Yang said as he scratched out a wound and squeezed out a bit of blood into a bottle of drink. Here, drink it. After saying that, he switched to Chen Feng's ability and the wound instantly healed. Okay, brother-in-law. Li Ke took the drink and drank most of it in a few gulps. Han Yang immediately sensed a link being established with Li Ke. Alright, you guys continue, I'll go back to the island first. After Han Yang finished speaking, he let a few zombies return to the car and drove towards the island once again. Back on the island, Han Yang drove straight to the outside of the villa. Afterward, he carried the corpse grass into the spiritual plant cultivation room. This corpse grass already had mature 3-petaled leaves, so theoretically, it could be plucked for awakening. However, Han Yang did not intend to use it at the moment, instead wanting to keep it to continue growing to maturity so that Chen Feng could advance in her abilities. Anyway, there was another corpse grass that also had 3 leaves already because it had been ripened once. Han Yang planned to wait for it to grow again and use it for Zhao Jia's awakening to see if there would be a difference in the effect of the corpse grass after it had been catalyzed. Chen Feng and Li Chuanjuan weren't at the villa. Han Yang glanced from afar and found them practicing their body forging techniques under Qing Qing's guidance. Han Yang didn't disturb them, and seeing that it was still fairly early in the day, he decided to go to the Shueisher Huating to see Nan Nan. This time, Han Yang didn't drive a truck, but switched to an escort vehicle. It's not far from the resort, about the same distance as the shopping mall, but one is in the south and the other is in the north. The road encountered a few zombies. Han Yang did not care, all the way across the road, and soon arrived at the Watersalts Huating neighborhood. To the entrance of the neighborhood, Han Yang was surprised to find that the original location of the parking pole was knocked open, this time has been blocked by debris. The entire neighborhood became closed again. Did Nan Nan do this? Han Yang muttered. The car couldn't get in, so he had no choice but to get out of the car with his weapon, while opening the door and letting a few female zombies fish out. The main door was blocked, and the small door for people to enter and exit could be opened normally, it was just wrapped in wire. Han Yang left a zombie in place to guard the vehicle, and Sasha led the rest of the zombies through the small door into the neighborhood. The zombies that were originally moving around in the neighborhood were all gone, not even corpses, only some black and red bloodstains remained on the ground. Han Yang walked straight towards Nan Nan's villa, he could sense Nan Nan's position and stayed at the moment. Breathing steadily, not slow and not urgent, from the respiratory rate, he should be sleeping. And at this moment, in the small courtyard of Nan Nan's house, Xiaoshan was practicing the forging body technique with a single stroke. Next to her, there was a beautiful woman practicing after her. However, compared to Xiaoshan, the woman's movements were completely like a cat drawing a tiger, similar in form but not in spirit, with little practical effect. But the woman still imitated Xiaoshan. When she saw Nan Nan teaching Xiaoshan this morning, she heard with her own ears that after learning this body forging technique, she could quickly grow in strength and reach Nan Nan's level. Thinking of Nan's godly abilities and strong strength, the woman was envious and at the same time longed for the power to be able to defend herself. Unfortunately, Nan Nan only taught Xiaoshan and didn't instruct her, but she didn't forbid her to learn it either. So she could only follow the cat and practice Xiaoshan's movements. And just as she was seriously trying to figure out Xiaoshan's movements, she suddenly saw Xiaoshan stop, her face became alarmed, and then rushed into the house. What's wrong? The woman followed, and the two ran to the door of Nan Nan's room on the second floor. There's a group of people coming towards here, the number is 6. Xiaoshan said anxiously while knocking on the door. Squeak. The door was quickly opened and Nan Nan walked out with her tang sword in her hand. She still had the tiredness of just waking up from sleep on her face at this time, but her 2 eyes were bright and clear. Without waiting for Xiaoshan to explain, Nan Nan directly said, I just heard, what is the level of malice of these 6 people? 1 is white, no inclination, 5 are red, full of malice. Xiaoshan closed her eyes and felt it for a moment, and hurriedly said, this group of people is already almost at the door. Don't panic. Nan Nan was calm and collected. She walked to the balcony on the 2nd floor to look out and happened to see Han Yang turn around from the street corner with a group of zombies. Nan Nan was relieved when she saw that it was Big Brother Han. Xiaoshan and the woman also saw Han Yang leading a group of zombies over. Inwardly, they were horrified. Those are zombies behind that man, right? The woman exclaimed. Yeah, don't worry, one of our own. Nan stretched, sleepiness rising. Own people? Xiaoshan and the woman looked at each other, both slightly relieved. Let's go, follow me to open the door. Nan Nan yawned and took the lead to walk downstairs. Han Yang also arrived at the door at this time, and looking at Nan Nan's sleepy face, he said heartily, did you not have a good rest in the past 2 days? Nan Nan's eyes instantly turned slightly red, and she rushed into Han Yang's arms at once. Big Brother Han. Han Yang held her firmly. What's wrong? Did something happen? At the same time, Han Yang also saw the 2 women behind Nan Nan. I found Dad, but... Nan Nan choked a bit and failed to speak. Han Yang gently patted her back and comforted her. Don't worry, there's still Big Brother Han here and Xia here, we'll always be with you. Nan Nan was sad for a while, but quickly pulled herself together, breaking away from Han Yang's embrace and running to Xia. Xia, do you still recognize me? Nan Nan. Sasha cocked her head and looked at her, saying, Aha! Nan Nan was instantly happy. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce you guys. Nan Nan turned back and pointed at Xiaoshan. Her name is Xiaoshan, I picked her up in the neighborhood, a high school student. Xiaoshan looked at Han Yang slightly nervously and said, hello, you guys. Nan Nan then pointed to the woman and said, this is Sister Lan, also a neighbor in the district. I've met her a few times, she's on good terms with my mother. Hello guys, my name is Shanglan. Shanglan fell to introducing herself. Well, my name is Han Yang, I'm Nan Nan's boyfriend. Han Yang nodded at the duo, then continued, let's go inside and talk. Han Yang had the 2 zombies guard the doorway as the group returned to the living room. Nan Nan, uncle, how did you place him? I buried him in the garden of the neighborhood. Nan Nan then gave a brief account of the past 2 days. After she arrived here on the first night, she started to clean up the zombies in the neighborhood, during which she met Xiaoshan. After settling Xiaoshan down, she continued to clean up again and waited until daytime because she was afraid that she would be in danger if she brought Xiaoshan back to the island. After all, it's not like she's alone and can escape with her ability, so she stayed in the neighborhood. In the afternoon, when she woke up from her nap and ate something, she began to clean up the zombies again. There were already fewer people in the waterfront residence neighborhood, and just as the sky darkened, she cleaned up the zombies that were moving around in the neighborhood, but none of them found her parents. So Nan Nan began to clean up the interior of the villa one by one, and when she cleaned up to Shanglan's house, Nan Nan realized that she knew her. Shanglan sees Nan's amazing ability to clean up the zombies cleanly, and offers to leave with her. The main reason is also that Shanglan's family is also out of food and water, and she has been starving for 2 days. Learning that Nan Nan was looking for her parents, with a little bit of relationship with her mother and small information, she managed to get Nan Nan to take her in. After bringing Shanglan back to her villa and handing her over to Xiaoshan, Nan continued to explore the other villas. Until near dawn, she finds a highly decomposed body in the yard of one of the villas. Nan confirms that it is her father by his clothes, accessories, and some of his physical features. Enduring her grief, Nan Nan collected her father's body and later found a piece of land in the garden of the small area to put her father in the ground. Take me to pay homage to uncle in a while. Han Yang comforted a few more words, then asked, so, in that case, auntie currently has no whereabouts? Well, Sister Shanglan said that she hasn't seen my mom in the neighborhood in the past 2 days, and that she might have gone out. Shanglan saw Han Yang looking at herself and hurriedly said, I'm not sure, but there are only 2 or 3 households in the district that haven't been searched at the moment, and if there aren't any yet after checking, they should have gone out. If there were only 2 or 3 households left, with Nan's eagerness, she shouldn't have stopped. So there's someone in the remaining 2 or 3 households? Still not cooperating with you? Han Yang guessed. Nan Nan hesitated and nodded. Inside one villa, there are 3 people, among whom there should be an ability person who holds great malice towards us. Nan Nan described Xiao Shan's ability and said a bit about her encounter exploring that villa. Han Yang first glanced at Xiao Shan in surprise. Being able to sense others' good or bad intentions towards her? Interesting ability. Then he frowned because of what happened to Nan when she tried to explore the villa. As soon as you got close to the villa, you involuntarily disarmed your ability and became fearful, preventing you from acting normally? Yes, but as soon as I left the villa, I returned to normal, so I suspect there's an ability inside. Nan said with a palpitating heart. Your suspicion isn't wrong, it sounds like a spirit-based ability person. Han Yang guessed. In fact, strictly speaking, Han Yang and Yi Shiraka and even Xing Qing all belong to the spiritual lineage of ability users. It was just that everyone applied spirit and consciousness in different ways. Spiritual lineage? Similar to dragon might in anime or games. But I think it's better to call it mind deterrence. Han Yang finished speaking and turned his head to look at Xiao Shan. Aren't there 3 people there? What kind of emotions did the other 2 have towards you? It's gray. Gray is also the first time I've encountered it, it represents no emotions. Xiao Shan was listening attentively to the 2 men's analysis when she herself was suddenly called upon, and replied in a bit of a panic. No emotions? Han Yang wondered. At this time, Xiao Shan remembered something else and continued. I've seen the ability of that villa before, it's a man, I had passed by his villa before I met Sister Nan Nan. He even greeted me and lured me into his house with food. I saw that he was unsuspicious and in a yellow mood, and ignored him and ran away. At that time, did you notice how many people were in his house? Han Yang continued to ask. It seems like 2? Xiao Shan said with some uncertainty. I see. Han Yang nodded, he probably understood what kind of path this person had. He had seen a lot of them in his previous life. There were those who robbed money, those who robbed sex, and those who robbed both money and sex and even lives. I'll let the zombie go and try it out. Do you need to rest and rest again? Han Yang asked Nan Nan. No need. Let's do it together. Aha! Several people walked out of the villa, and with Nan Nan leading the way, the group came to a short distance from that villa. Han Yang let the perception female zombie step forward and slowly walked towards the villa. At first it was normal, when the perception female zombie walked near the front door of the villa, it suddenly stopped. Han Yang abruptly realized that the spiritual strand between himself and the sense zombie seemed to be pulled by something and became extremely unstable. The perception female zombie's body twisted strangely for a few moments, and suddenly broke free of Han Yang's control as if it was in fear of something, and violently fled to the other side. Kind of interesting. Han Yang wasn't alarmed and laughed lightly. As soon as Han Yang's words fell, the perception female zombie that had just fled not too far stopped again. Out of the range of the ability person in the villa, Han Yang once again took control of the perception female zombie. Can the other party even affect Brother Han's control of the zombie? Nan Nan was a bit surprised. The perception female zombie is a wildly awakened zombie, and was already somewhat resistant to my control. Han Yang said indifferently, I'll try another one. This time, Han Yang sent out the strength zombie that awakened yesterday. The strength-based zombie was the small female guide that Han Yang had first contracted. Since it had awakened its abilities, its figure had grown by leaps and bounds, almost catching up to Meng Xian. The power lineage female zombie walked to the front of the villa, and Han Yang once again felt the signs of the mental beamline being interfered with. But this time, the female zombie didn't lose control, and with Han Yang's command, she kicked open the half-open iron gate and walked into the courtyard. Buddy, we have no past grievances, no recent enmity, well water does not offend river water, why did you suddenly break into my house? At this time, a man suddenly emerged from the second floor of the villa, looking at Han Yang with a gloomy face. And when he saw Xia, Nan Nan, Xiao Shan and Shi Shanglan behind Han Yang, a hint of greed that he wanted to take for himself flashed unconsciously in his eyes. Find someone, everyone inside your villa come out, we can also not go in. Han Yang lazily said. I don't have the person you're looking for here. The man snorted coldly, you're trespassing on private property, if you don't get out, don't blame me for not being polite. Oh? Then I'd like to see how you'll be nonchalant. Han Yang narrowed his eyes, and the power female zombie received Han Yang's order and immediately tensed her muscles, violently scurrying to the building's door. Dang! With a loud bang, the villa's burglar-proof iron door was kicked away by the power department female zombie, and the door to the room opened up. The man on the second floor immediately changed his face, and the bow and arrow he had just pulled out was simply too late to use. He put down his bow and arrow and drew an open-bladed longsword from the side, walking to the front of the staircase, standing tall and waiting for the rabbit. Unfortunately, Han Yang didn't let the female zombie trespass at all. Inside the villa, he couldn't see, so he couldn't control the female zombie to fight, but he just wanted the female zombie to attract the other party's attention. He then sneaked over. His second-order ability should be quite resistant to the first-order mind shock. But at that moment, Han Yang suddenly thought of Xiao Shan's ability. He cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood to Xiao Shan. "Here, eat it." Xiao Shan was dumbfounded. "It's okay, Big Brother Han wants to borrow your ability. Eat Big Brother Han's blood before you can truly join us." Oh. Nan Nan explained. Xiao Shan didn't feel any malice in Han Yang and trusted Nan Nan, so she swallowed the blood without hesitation. Han Yang immediately established a link with Xiao Shan, and he switched to Xiao Shan's ability. The scene in front of him seemed to be transparent, and three figures appeared in front of his vision. Two of them were gray, suspiciously lying on the ground, while the other one was glowing red, holding a sword and guarding the stairway. Han Yang felt a great malice from him. "Found you." Han Yang switched to the female zombie's power and jumped to the roof of another villa nearby in 3 or 2 steps. Switching to Xiao Shan's power again, keeping the man's location firmly in mind, Han Yang raised his lance and aimed at the other party, his power unleashed in full force. "Go you!" The silver lance transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the glass on the opposite side and piercing through the man's back without him even reacting. Dang! The long spear was firmly nailed to the wall. And the man was carried down the stairs by the tremendous force. Switching to Xiao Shan's ability again, he confirmed the situation. Han Yang jumped down and said to Nan, "Being close is easily affected by his ability, a long-distance attack will do, it's done now. Let's go in and take a look." "It's over?" Xiao Shan was dumbfounded. Shi Shanglan also looked incredulous. He, Big Brother Han is awesome." Nan Nan nodded proudly and followed Han Yang into the villa. The strength female zombie waited at the door, and the inside of the villa was a mess from the security door that was kicked in. Han Yang didn't bother, jumping over the debris on the ground and walking straight to the stairway leading to the second floor. On the platform in the middle of the stairs, the man was lying on the ground with a pained look on his face, and there was a huge bloody hole in his chest that was bubbling with blood. At this moment, the man also saw Han Yang, and his face was filled with despair and anger. "Teshes, why?" His voice was hoarse and low, breathless, and he looked like he was about to die. Han Yang similarly ignored him and walked straight to the second floor. Inside the living room on the second floor, Han Yang saw 2 women. 2 naked women. They had a dog-like tail behind them, chains around their necks, and were kneeling and crouching on the ground. When they saw Han Yang, they wagged their tails slightly and wore slightly pleasing yet dumbfounded silly smiles on their faces. Han Yang sighed slightly as he watched. Nan Nan followed closely behind and similarly saw this scene. It gave Nan Nan a great shock. This beast. Nan Nan gritted her teeth. How could he do this? At the same time, Xiao Shan and Shi Shanglan walked up. Yikes! Xiao Shan exclaimed out in shock, and Shi Shanglan also covered her mouth with a surprised look on her face. That's Auntie Song. How did she become like this? Xiao Shan said incredulously. In Xiao Lan's impression, Auntie Song was gentle and dignified, with a noble temperament, but at this moment, she seemed to be like a dog, looking at her in a demented manner, not reacting in the slightest as if she had met someone she knew. You know them? Nan Nan, who was looking for clothes for the 2, sniffed. I know this one on the left, she is Auntie Song who lives next door to my house. Xiao Shan said with difficulty. The scene in front of her was too great an impact for her who was still in middle school. I know this one on the right. At this time, Shi Shanglan also suddenly opened her mouth. A hint of celebration appeared in her eyes. She's from the family behind my house, what's her name I don't remember. All survivors of the neighborhood I think there should be more than just the 2 of them, everyone else might have been killed. Han Yang faintly said. And the reason why they became like this is estimated to be the long-term acceptance of that man's mind deterrence and torture, and ultimately a mental breakdown. In short, played bad. Damn it. Nan Nan clothed the two women, only to be shaken down by their fear. "I'll kill him." Nan stormed down the stairs in a rage. Soon came back again in frustration. "Damn, it's cheap to let him die so easily." Nan Nan burst into a rare foul language. "The end times, that's what it's like. Later on you guys will probably see even more abominable ones." Han Yang shook his head and couldn't help but think of the bereft Lu Tianliang, his unseen enemy. What that man had done was far more excessive than this man. When the women on the island are a bit stronger, I should also go around to him and get to know him properly. A cold light flashed in Han Yang's eyes. Han Yang then went around the house again and found a sketch map. Drawn on it was the distribution map of the entire neighborhood, with a few villas drawn with forks, which Han Yang estimated had been searched by that man. On top of that, Nan Nan's villa was specifically marked out. Looks like he found out about Nan Nan a long time ago? Maybe he saw Nan cleaning up the zombies, so he hasn't made a move? Han Yang shook his head and didn't think any further. "Nan Nan, let's go." There's no sign of Auntie here either. Auntie might have actually gone out. There's nothing more to find here, so come back to the island with me today. What about the two of them? Nan asked as she looked at the two women who wouldn't get up or get dressed no matter how much they were assisted. They're having a mental breakdown. Even before the end of time, mental problems are the toughest problem. Han Yang said indifferently. They aren't fit to survive in this cruel doomsday, give them a break. Got it. Nan Nan was silent for a moment and returned grimly. Xiao Shan sniffed and couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry out. Shi Shanglan also had a heartfelt sympathy. If she hadn't met Nan Nan, she wouldn't have become like this too. So neither of them spoke out against it, knowing that this was probably the best outcome. You guys go down, I'll do it. Han Yang said to the three as he saw that it was getting late. Brother Han, I'll do it. Nan Nan didn't go, but came to Han Yang's side. No need to force it. No need to force it, it's because I've been under your protection all this time. I've somewhat overlooked the danger of the human heart. I want to keep it in mind. Han Yang nodded in silence. Watching as Nan Nan knocked them out and let them die in ignorance, she then destroyed the brainstems of the two so that they didn't have to turn into zombies again. Finally, the two combined their efforts and together they buried them nearby. Nan Nan took Xiao Shan and Shi Shanglan back to pack up their things, while Han Yang went to pay homage to Nan Nan's father. By the time they were packed, it was already dark. Several people returned to the escort vehicle and headed towards Jinsha Island. On the way, the women remained silent. It wasn't until they saw a dazzling late sunset in the sky that a hint of sadness washed away. Lu Bin had been keeping an eye out for when Han Yang would return, and as soon as he saw the escort vehicle, he immediately opened the iron door. Back, brother-in-law. He didn't finish his sentence when he saw Nan Nan on the passenger side. The brother-in-law shouted from his mouth immediately froze. Sister Nan Nan is also back. Nan Nan was in a low mood and nodded slightly, not picking on him. Call Sister Nan Nan. Lu Bin slapped Li Ke next to him to ease the awkwardness. Nan, Sister Nan. Li Ke looked at the beautifully unlikable Nan Nan and stammered a little. How is it that everyone around brother-in-law is a beautiful woman? Nan Nan nodded her head in the same way and didn't say much. Alright, we're going back, you guys have an early rest too. Okay. Take care, brother-in-law. Seeing that Nan Nan didn't scowl at him, Lu Bin drifted off again. Waiting for Han Yang and the others to walk away, only then did Lu Bin sked inside. Two more beauties, a big one and a small one. Brother-in-law really knows how to have fun. Hello? Hey. You called him brother-in-law. And you're still lamenting about him playing with women? Li Ke kept spitting in his heart. Kid, be more discerning. Did you see Sister Nan Nan just now? She's only brother-in-law's real girlfriend, according to the ancient saying. She's the big woman, the rightful lady, offending no one can offend her. Lu Bin cautioned. Li Ke was powerless to spit. But really envy brother-in-law, so many women can also turn over. I'm damn tired of a woman or waist pain. Lu Bin subconsciously held his waist. Li Ke then looked at him with some envy. I want to support the waist has not had the opportunity to do so. Kid, don't be in a hurry, there will be enjoyment for you in the future. But it's best to wait for the awakened ability, after the body is strengthened, otherwise this waist really can't take it. On the other side, Xiao Shan and Shi Shanglan looked at the scenery on both sides with astonished faces. As the sky became darker and darker, the island was also lit up with lights, and it was even more so that the eyes of the two of them were bright. How long has it been since the two of them have seen lights? When we arrive at the island in a while, the two of you can go and wash up properly. Right, there are also clothes and shoes, so you can pick your own favorites. As the island got closer and closer, Nan Nan's spirit also recovered a lot and introduced to the two of them. Soon, Han Yang drove the car to the front of the villa. The ladies had all returned and were cooking dinner. Seeing Nan Nan and Han Yang walk in, they all got up and surrounded Nan Nan. Nan Nan is finally back. You missed us so much. Yeah. What took you so long? What took you so long? Who are these two? They didn't ignore Xiao Shan and Shi Shanglan behind them. Xiao Shan and Shi Shanglan had long been looking dumbfounded. The few women in front of them were tall, cold temperament, delicate looking, and also had huge breasts and face children. Everyone had their own qualities that varied, the only thing they had in common was that they were all big beauties. Let me introduce everyone. After Nan Nan responded to the enthusiasm of the sisters, she introduced them to Xiao Shan and Shi Shanglan. Both of them also introduced themselves individually. When they heard Shi Shanglan say that she was nearly 40 years old, they all found it unbelievable. Sister Shannon looks like she's only about 30, how do you take care of yourself? There's no special maintenance, it's just that I'm usually idle at home and like to do yoga. Shi Shanglan was very good at socializing and quickly mingled with the crowd. On the contrary, it was Xiao Shan, although she lacked human feelings, because she was the youngest, the crowd took care of her, and she also quickly blended in. In the end, it was Yi Shirauka who led the two of them back to her villa, finding 2 rooms inside. Seeing the luxurious layout of the rooms, and the complete facilities, especially the large bathtub, the two were overjoyed. They hurriedly went in to wash up. It had been a while since they had properly cleaned themselves. Nan Nan also went back to her room and took a good bath. By the time she came down again, dinner was already set out. And the little earth dog ran back from somewhere. As soon as he saw Nan Nan, he immediately ran over excitedly and kept circling around her, his tail wagging like a windmill. Yeah, Little Yellow has grown so much in 2 days. The original Little Yellow was only half a meter tall, but now that it had sprung up, it was nearly 50 centimeters tall. Han Yang was also taken aback by what he saw, thinking of the spirit fish he fed at noon. He didn't realize that it was only half a day ago, and his size had grown by a third. Now we can't call it Little Yellow anymore, it's time to call it Big Yellow. Nan Nan stroked the dog's head, and Big Yellow comfortably lay on the ground, exposing his belly. After teasing Big Yellow for a while, Xiao Shan and Shi Shanglan also returned to the villa. The crowd had a hot and lively dinner. After dinner, Qingqing didn't look for Han Yang to spar anymore, but took the ladies to train. This made Han Yang a little uncomfortable, and finally followed, enjoying the wonderful scenery between a group of women bending over and lifting their legs. Han Yang's blood surged as he watched. It was only after working out until after 10 o'clock that Qingqing announced the dismissal. Before leaving, Yi Xiaokui secretly tugged him a bit and gave him a flirtatious look. Han Yang would understand. But then he thought of what Sun Luanyu had said. Subconsciously, he looked at Sun Luanyu. Sun Luanyu and he shyly stared at each other twice and walked away with her head down. Hiss, it's a bit hard to do. Han Yang was facing a dilemma at the moment. Should he go find Yi Xiaokui or Sun Luanyu? Tisk, it's a matter of having more women. It would be nice if they could be together. Han Yang shook his head and decided to go back to his room to wash up first. It wouldn't be appropriate to go to Yi Shirauka's room in full view of everyone. It seems like I can use Nan Nan's ability? That way it wouldn't be in plain sight. But only if it wasn't discovered by Nan Nan. Back at the villa, Han Yang's heart stirred when he saw Nan Nan holding Qingqing on her arm and entering Qingqing's room with a smile on her face. He immediately switched Nan Nan's ability, and his body blended into the night, running towards Yi Xiaoqi's villa. In the room, Xiao Shan was just about to get ready for bed when she suddenly realized that there was a silhouette rapidly approaching. Looking at the body type, it was a man. The visitor was not malicious, but Xiao Shan was still a little worried. She secretly opened the door and wanted to observe, but she did not see anyone in the corridor. But in her ability vision, there was clearly a man in front of her. It's Big Brother Han, isn't it? He's using Sister Nan Nan's ability. Xiao Shan quickly reacted, but the next moment she was born with a strong curiosity. I wonder what Big Brother Han is trying to do by sneaking over here. Han Yang didn't know Yi Xiaokui's room, but he could sense the direction of her location by relying on his mental beamline, and soon came to the door of a room. Han Yang turned the handle and it was unlocked. With a gentle push, the door opened. There was no one in the room, and a few pieces of clothing were scattered on the bed. The sound of running water was faintly heard from the bathroom next to it. Han Yang's heart was hot, nimbly took off his clothes and pushed open the bathroom door.
Big brother Han and sister Shiraoki, actually.
Xiao Shan exclaimed, then blushed. In her perceptual field of vision, a humanoid mass of light representing Han Yang was hugging another humanoid mass that was clearly female. Xiao Shan remembered that it was Yi Shiraka's room, introduced when she was choosing her room.
Isn't big brother Han's girlfriend sister Nan Nan? Why is he doing this kind of thing with sister Shin Aoi? No wonder he sneaked over here.
Xiao Shan thought in her heart, somewhat fighting for sister Nan Nan. She wasn't a child anymore and knew what those two were doing. She had the intention to turn off her ability, but she couldn't help but want to take another look.
I'm observing the crime in progress so I can denounce it to sister Nan Nan.
Xiao Shan clutched her hands tightly around the quilt and muttered a small sentence under her breath. And her watery, bright eyes were filled with a thirst for novel knowledge. It was not known how long had passed.
Is it finally over?
Xiao Shan cooed, then jumped out of bed with a flushed face.
It's better to go take a shower.
In Yi Shiraka's room.
How do you plan to use the newly acquired Incorpse grass?
Yi Xiaokui curled up in Han Yang's arms and asked in a small voice.
Han Yang caressed over her satin-like smooth skin and returned, "What do you have in mind?" "No, I'll listen to your arrangement. It's the same to anyone anyway, sooner or later."
Yi Xiaokui's small hand mischievously scratched around on his chest.
"Then I'm going to give it to Zhao Jia, so that everyone on the island will awaken first," Han Yang said casually.
"Humph.
I knew it."
Yi Shiraka snorted lightly.
"You're not willing? Zhao Jia isn't your little sister?" Han Yang wondered.
"There's no reluctance, I just feel that another flower is going to be arched by you." Yi Xiaokui bristled.
"How can there be any little sisters in the future? They've all become your women." Han Yang didn't say anything, but kissed her.
The somewhat slightly jealous Yi Shirakue was adorable.
"Humph."
Yi Shiaki arched in Han Yang's arms, causing Han Yang to suck in a breath.
"You little party girl still want to play? Who was it that begged for mercy just now?" Yi Shiaki's eyes flickered, wanting and afraid.
In the end, she held back and didn't tease Han Yang anymore. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to get out of bed tomorrow.
"I heard that Nan Nan cleaned up the Shueisha Huating?"
Yi Xiaogui forcefully changed the topic.
"Yes. That place is nice, since it's cleaned up, it's a waste to leave it vacant."
Yi Xiaoxio squinted her eyes and said.
"What good ideas do you have? You can say something. I think we might be able to develop a subordinate force to place there."
"This subordinate force doesn't need us to manage it personally, nor do we need to provide them with supplies, letting them fend for themselves.
Or even feed back and provide us with some necessary supplies.
And we only need to control the middle and upper management and high-end battle forces." The first thing that came to Han Yang's mind when he heard Shin Aoi's words was Xiao Chuan.
"You're thinking of subjugating Xiao Chuan and the others?"
"Anyone can do it, and so can Xiao Chuan and the others, the key is to be obedient."
"That I do have a way." Han Yang nodded. "What way?"
Han Yang hesitated for a moment and decided to reveal his hypnotic ability. This woman, Yi Xiaokui, was too perceptive and too smart. Even if he didn't say anything, if she really took in Xiao Chuan's group, she would still be wary of Xiao Chuan and the others. After a long time, seeing how obedient Xiao Chuan and the others were, it was not likely that she would be suspicious instead. And letting her know now, with her intelligence, would be more beneficial for future planning and development.
"Actually, my ability is not completely uncontrollable to humans, I can."
Han Yang briefly described his subconscious hypnosis ability. Yi Xiaokui originally thought that it was relying on the awakening potion to control Xiao Chuan's group.
Didn't think the reverse was actually Han Yang's hidden unknown ability.
She didn't get angry, the more she listened, the brighter her eyes became, and countless ideas flashed through her mind. Subliminal hypnosis plus awakening potion double insurance, enough to firmly control a group of people.
And even later advancement of second-order potions can be sold in limited quantities. Yi Xiaokui quickly thought of a point with Han Yang.
"It's a pity that this plan can't be implemented right now, and we can only wait for the number of contracted slots to increase again after your third order."
"That's really hitting the nail on the head."
Han Yang sighed. Yi Xiaokui not only quickly saw the limitations of his current abilities, but even guessed his idea of trying to control the buyers when he sold second-order potions.
Then when Xiao Chuan and the others come to trade next time, I'll test it out. Han Yang nodded. After talking about business, the expression on Yi Xiaokuei's face suddenly turned into a smirk. I said how I committed myself to you so easily. Say, did you secretly drop hints to me? Absolutely not. Han Yang shook his head. I only asked you to remain kind and loyal to me, and not to do things that betray our collective interests. Humph. I'll believe you for now. Yi Xiaoxiao did not look deeper. It was useless to look deeper into this kind of thing. Could one still get rid of him? And there was no need to get rid of him. In this cruel doomsday, this place was already like heaven. Han Yang breathed a long sigh of relief as he looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock late at night. It was very late. Sun Luanyu said she would wait for me to go back. And I don't know if she waited? Han Yang sensed Sun Luanyu's location through the seat of consciousness. It was discovered that she was indeed in her room. Ha! No, why is Zhao Jia there as well? After training at night, Zhao Jia returned to her room and took a good bath. When she finished washing up, thinking about her earlier decision, she was a little hesitant again. Should I really take the initiative to go myself? But once she thought that even the new little girl had awakened her abilities, and only she still remained an ordinary person, she finally made up her mind. Zhao Jia then looked in the closet for a nightgown with very little fabric to change into, which she had secretly brought today. A woman with a marvelous figure and full of endless charm appeared in the mirror all of a sudden. Zhao Jia blushed slightly as she watched, wondering if her outfit wasn't quite right. However, she didn't change it in the end, but quietly walked out of the room. Inside the villa, everyone had already rested and it was quiet. Zhao Jia carefully exited her own villa and walked back into Han Yang's villa. Han Yang's room Zhao Jia is very clear. During the daytime also came over to step on the spot. The door is not locked. There were no surprises along the way, and she entered Han Yang's room without incident. There was no one inside, which made her slightly relieved, but a little strange. Where did Han Yang go? Did he go to someone's room? Then wouldn't I have waited in vain? She sat on the edge of the bed in an apprehensive mood, not knowing if she should go back or not. After waiting like this for who knows how long, she suddenly heard light footsteps from outside. A person stopped outside Han Yang's doorway. Zhao Jia stared nervously at the door. The door to the room was gently opened, as she had entered, without making any noise. A graceful figure in a nightgown then cautiously peeked in. Zhao Jia looked at the familiar figure and was immediately dumbstruck. Why are you here? She couldn't help but speak out. Sun Luanyu had just closed the door and was startled by what she heard, and when she saw that it was Zhao Jia, she couldn't help but shout out as well. Why are you here? The two were wide-eyed. For a while, they froze in place. Why are both Sun Luanyu and Zhao Jia in my room? Sun Luanyu was still understandable. After all, she had hinted at it before. But Zhao Jia? Could it be that Luanyu pulled along? Hiss, this is to give me a surprise. As soon as Han Yang thought of this, he became a bit impatient. It's getting late, I have to go back. Han Yang kissed Yi Xiaokuei, then scratched his head and said with an apologetic face. Yi Xiaokuei's nose wrinkled slightly, a little unhappy, but looking at Han Yang's apologetic face, she then drifted off. Well, Nan Nan hasn't come back for 2 days, you are supposed to go and keep her company. Go. If I hadn't given him a hint myself, I guess I wouldn't have been able to come to my place tonight. Yi Xiaoka hummed in her heart. Tomorrow night I'll come back to play with you. Han Yang hugged Yi Xiaokuei and kissed her some more before he pretended to be reluctant to get dressed. Sometimes it's not bad for a woman to be smart. Han Yang was secretly delighted. He hadn't even thought of a good reason, but Shiny Aoi herself had found one for him. He wanted to go find Nan Nan, but Nan Nan was with Ching Ching, talking by candlelight. If he went there, he would probably be blown out, so he might as well go find Sun Luanyu and Zhao Jia, both of whom were in his room. When he got out of Yi Shiraka's room, Han Yang immediately activated his ability to vanish into the shadows and couldn't wait to rush back to his bedroom. At this time, inside Han Yang's bedroom, Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu were still staring blankly at each other. Both understood what the other was trying to do by appearing here. Especially seeing the pajamas the other was wearing. Even a fool could guess. Only Zhao Jia thought that Sun Luanyu had rolled with Han Yang a long time ago.
And Sun Luan Yu didn't expect Zhao Jia to choose the same way as herself. The two were embarrassed for a while. In the end, it was Zhao Jia who broke the silence. I saw you come out of this villa this morning, why did you run over again tonight? Sun Luan Yu sniffed with an even more awkward expression on her face. Last night, Sun Luan Yu stammered, not knowing what to say. What happened to you last night? Could it be that you didn't have fun, and the little ninny wants a man again? Zhao Jia teased. It's not, I was waiting all night last night and didn't wait for anyone. Put. Zhao Jia was instantly amused, but she quickly reacted. So, you and Han Yang haven't? Her eyes burned as she stared at Sun Luan Yu's marvelous body, as if she wanted to look inside. Sun Luan Yu nodded with some embarrassment. So you've awakened your abilities? How come you still run over? Could it be that the little ninny really wants a man? I was going back in the morning when I happened to run into brother Han Yang at the door. Told him that I would still wait for him tonight. Sun Luan Yu muttered a small voice. Not right, and not only I came over, how to make it seem like I came to cheat like. Sun Luan Yu looked Zhao Jia less than their own fabric pajamas, suddenly justified. Still talking about me, don't you also run over? Oomph, I'm not the only one who wants a man. Wait. Zhao Jia didn't care about Sun Luan Yu's counterattack, her attention at the moment was on the words Sun Luan Yu had just mumbled in a small voice. What you meant just now is that Han Yang will be back tonight? It will. Sun Luan Yu said with some uncertainty. Then you keep waiting, I'll go back first. Zhao Jia sniffed and immediately stood up, running towards the door. Sun Luan Yu visually followed her, somewhat puzzled. However, Zhao Jia had just opened the door when a silhouette appeared in the doorway. She couldn't stop herself and directly crashed into the other person's arms. Han Yang hugged Zhao Jia, only to feel that his hands were full of slippery, and then looked down at her. The neckline of Zhao Jia's pajamas was very low, and looking down from high up, that wonderful peak view was unobstructed. Han. Brother Han. Zhao Jia was a bit startled and shyly called out, wanting to exit Han Yang's embrace. Where is Zhao Jia going? Han Yang didn't let go, but instead followed and took a step forward, closing the door in the process. I'm going back. Zhao Jia looked at the closed door, felt Han Yang's burning hands around her waist, smelled the male scent coming from his body, and blushed. I'm back, so you don't have to go back. Just in time, I have a gift for you. Zhao Jia only felt a hot breath spraying on her ears. It was crispy and itchy. Upon hearing Han Yang's words pressed to her ear, she only felt her heart thumping violently. The idea of wanting to go back faltered. But Luan Yu was still. She gave herself an excuse. Han Yang looked at Luan Yu, who was shyly and curiously looking at him by the bedside, and laughed in a low voice. It's fine, it's just time to let her help counsel. Xiao Shan came out of the bathroom. She had just taken a shower, her body was still bubbling with water vapor, and her skin all over was white with pink and tender. She walked to the closet and found a new outfit to put on before returning to the bed. Just lay down, she subconsciously opened the ability, suddenly surprised each sound. In Xinaoi's bedroom, she was the only one left? Did Big Brother Han go back? Xiao Shan muttered, curious in her heart, she subconsciously looked at the other villa. The two villas were not far from each other, about 20 meters or so, still within her ability. Soon, she saw a familiar man's light on the second floor of the other villa. It was none other than Han Yang. But the next moment, Xiao Shan's eyes widened greatly, her mouth unconsciously opened, and her face was filled with an expression of extreme surprise. Simply because she saw that Han Yang was not alone. Although the distance was so far away that she could no longer see the details, the two were so close. After Xiao Shan had just expanded her eyes, she knew what that meant. But what was even more crucial was that next to the two, there was actually a human-shaped ball of light. Looking at its location, it was clearly inside a room. What the hell is going on here? Xiao Shan felt like her head was going to burn off. She vaguely had a guess within her. No, I have to tell Sister Nan Nan. Soon, a thought flashed through Xiao Shan's mind. This big brother Han is too scummy. I can't let Sister Nan Nan be kept in the dark. And I have to confirm the identities of those people. Xiao Shan clenched her small fists. But how should I confirm it? Xiao Shan was in trouble. She thought carefully and came up with a stupid idea. The sisters on the island all lived in 2 villas. Wouldn't it be fine for her to sense them all and see who wasn't in their rooms? There might be errors, but at least it would narrow down the scope. Xiao Shan did as she thought, and began to perceive every room around her with all her heart. One by one, silhouettes made up of clusters of either red or green light appeared in her perceptual field of vision. She carefully recognized them. This one is Sister Shin Aoi's room. There are people. This one is Sister Qinlan's room, also occupied. This one is Sister Zhao Jia's room. There's no one. Sister Luan Yu's room next to her is also empty. Xiang Lan's sister's room is occupied. The people in this villa were the ones she was currently most familiar with, in addition to Sister Nan Nan. I didn't expect it to be probed at once. But fearing that Sister Zhao Jia and Sister Luan Yu might have gone out due to other matters, she didn't lightly jump to conclusions but continued to observe. There was no one else within 20 meters around. Xiao Shan turned her attention to Han Yang's villa. Basement, there are 5 reddish glowing figures. It's those female zombies. First floor, 2 rooms, both have people. It should be Sister Meng Xian and Sister Pure. On the second floor, the furthest room is occupied, not sure who it is. The room next to it, also the silhouette with a reddish glow, should be Sister Sha. Xiao Shan had curiously asked Nan Nan about Sister Sasha, so she was impressed by this beautiful cosplay zombie sister. In addition to the above rooms, only the last 2 rooms contain 3 people and 2 people each. In the room of the 2 people, both of them were sitting on their knees, supposedly meditating. One of the figures was familiar to her. It was Sister Nan Nan. Then the other person should be Sister Qingqing? Case solved. Xiao Shan didn't expect that those 2 people were really Sister Jia Jia and Sister Luan Yu. Xiao Shan, for the sake of good denunciation to Sister Nan Nan, had been observing the crime until 2 o'clock in the morning, and then she once again took a shower, changed her clothes, and slept in a daze. This night she slept uneasily. In her dreams, she kept dreaming about the 2 aunts who had a mental breakdown and were in a miserable situation. She also dreamt that she didn't keep her guard up and walked into that villa as well. In the next instant, Xiao Shan suddenly felt that her body was cold, and her clothes did not know where they had gone. Then, a man walked over. It was Han Yang. Xiao Shan woke up from her dream at once. She looked around and realized that she was lying on an unfamiliar bed with her clothes intact. There was no man beside her. So it was a dream. Xiao Shan muttered. Alas, in the future on the island, it's better not to turn on your abilities. The little girl sighed. Otherwise, just taking a bath wouldn't be bearable. She recalled the scene in her dream. Xiao Shan's face flushed slightly. She only felt that the clothes on her body were uncomfortably damp. She looked outside and the sky was already white. So she simply got up, took a new set of clothes, and walked into the bathroom again. The 15th day of the end, early morning. Han Yang slowly woke up from his deep sleep. The moment he regained consciousness, the first thing he felt was that his arm was tightly pressed by something. He opened his eyes and saw a pretty, unpowdered face resting on his arm, sleeping soundly. It was Sun Luan Yu, her body curled up on Han Yang's side, close to him. She was only covered with a thin blanket, and Han Yang could clearly feel her delicate body. He looked at the delicate face close at hand. Thinking of last night's scene, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. That flavor, it was really wonderful. Unfortunately, Zhao Jia slipped away early in the morning. But last night, the 2 of them had shown the deep friendship between sisters, helping each other. Han Yang hemmed and hawed and smiled as he reminisced for a moment. Perhaps sensing Han Yang's movement, Sun Luan Yu frowned, grunted twice, and slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Han Yang's slightly doting smiling face. Last night's images flashed through her mind as if on horseback, and Sun Luan Yu immediately came to her senses, her cheeks flying red. She shyly burrowed her head into Han Yang's arms as if she were an ostrich. Last night. Was so ridiculous, how did I? Myself? She felt like she was burning up, dazed and confused as she thought. Don't hide, the sun is on your butt, Han Yang said with a smile. Yeah? What time is it now? Sun Luanyu sniffed and immediately realized what was going on, scampering up quickly and picking up the phone next to her to check. Only she didn't notice that as soon as she moved, the blanket draped over her body immediately slipped off. TCH, no wonder from now on the king does not have a morning court. This and anyone cannot stand. Han Yang admired the beautiful scenery and sked inside. Crap, it's more than 8 o'clock. Sun Luanyu exclaimed. Everyone's finished eating, right, only we didn't go, wouldn't we all guess? She said with a sad face. Seeing that Han Yang didn't respond, Sun Luanyu turned her head to look at him and immediately realized that his eyes were staring straight at herself. Yikes! Only then did Sun Luanyu notice that her blanket had slipped. She pulled the blanket upwards and somewhat shyly snapped, Brother Han Yang, are you listening to me? Listening to Sun Luanyu's whiny cry of Brother Han Yang thought that when she begged for mercy last night, she was also like this. It was as refreshing as eating a popsicle in the hot weather. Listening. Han Yang hemmed and hawed. The eyes didn't move away in the slightest, because Sun Luanyu was so blocked and half hidden, it was even more confusing. Guess it's guessed, anyway, everyone knows that you're my woman sooner or later. That's also too embarrassing. Sun Luanyu pouted her lips. Jia is too cunning, actually slipping away early in the morning. Sun Luanyu muttered and hurriedly put on her clothes. When both of them finished dressing and walked downstairs, they found that the living room on the first floor was already empty. Phew, fortunately. Sun Luanyu breathed a long sigh of relief. No one had seen, so naturally there was no more embarrassment. Big Brother Han, I'll go back and change clothes first. After Sun Luanyu finished, she didn't wait for Han Yang to reply, and hurriedly slipped back to her villa. And not far away, Xiao Shan, who was being supervised by Ching Ching to practice her body forging techniques, discovered Sun Luanyu's trail. She couldn't help but remember secretly complaining to Sister Nan Nan during the morning meal. Unexpectedly, Sister Nan Nan did not care, but also pointed out to herself which sisters had already had an affair with Big Brother Han. This made Xiao Shan's 3 views completely shattered. In this post-apocalyptic world, there is no law or morality to speak of, and the strong can do whatever they want. Big Brother Han was strong enough to shelter them and make them strong enough to survive well in the post-apocalyptic world. It's just being horny, which isn't much of a flaw. What man isn't horny? Even before the end of the world, who knew how dirty and disgusting those men were on the outside? Sister Nan Nan's words reminded Xiao Shan of the 2 ants in her neighborhood villa. Totally not treated as human beings, but domesticated as dogs. Xiao Shan shuddered at the thought of that scene. How could people be so bad inside to that extent? Thinking about it like that, she immediately felt that Big Brother Han seemed not bad. This person, is afraid of comparisons. Xiao Shan thought of the food and clothing she had enjoyed from last night until now. She thought about the food and clothing she had enjoyed so far last night, and contrasted it with the misery she felt when she was living alone in fear. Her attitude towards Han Yang began to change slightly. At least, Big Brother Han was still very good to them. But in the end, Sister Nan Nan still reminded her very solemnly that despite this, she still had to beware of Big Brother Han, this big scum. Xiao Shan was still young, so she was especially careful not to be tricked by him. Shan. Pay attention and concentrate. Just then, Xingqing suddenly looked at her. Oh. Immediately, Xiao Shan didn't dare to think any more nonsense and started practicing seriously. Not long after Sun Luanyu left, Zhao Jiao returned to Han Yang's villa and saw Han Yang, not at all like Sun Luanyu, feeling embarrassed. Brother Han, what about the promised gift yesterday? She said with a petite grunt. Last night was swindled by the gift to stay, now it can only be honored. Don't worry, you won't get less. Han Yang liked Zhao Jia's spontaneity. He went into the kitchen first and looked at the food left for them inside. Looking at the portions, it was enough for 4 or 5 people to eat. However, Zhao Jia was going to awaken, so this amount of food might not be enough. Han Yang and Zhao Jia rummaged around in the villa's small storehouse for some more pre-packaged food, and then brought it to the dining table along with the food from the kitchen. By the time they were done with that, Sun Luanyu had also changed and returned. "Brother Han, has it started yet?" "Not yet, you came at the right time," Han Yang said as he turned around and entered the spirit plant cultivation room. The fourth leaf of the corpse grass that had been catalyzed yesterday had already grown and opened, and its utility was fully capable of awakening a person. Cutting the rhizome and switching Chen Fang's ability to heal it, when the corpse grass was once again revitalized, Han Yang buried a few more corpse cores before walking out with the cut corpse grass. "You eat something first," Han Yang said with a smile as he looked at Zhao Jia's expectant eyes. He now understood that these spiritual plants contained a large amount of air within them, and the moment they were eaten, they could stimulate the human body's potential and stimulate its awakening. In the process of awakening, the human body will be like a black hole, siphoning off air from the body and its surroundings to satisfy the nourishment of the cells in the body and the operation of the ability. Most of this air is provided by the spiritual plants, but if the air content of the spiritual plants is not enough, it will squeeze out the tiny amount of air contained in the food that the person eats. At this point, the person will become hungry and urgently need to replenish food to supply energy to continue with the awakening. If there is not enough food intake, it may result in the awakening ability not being able to reach the normal level, or even failure of awakening. That's why the people of Doomsday finally summarized that the optimal stage for different spiritual plants to awaken their abilities, such as the corpse grass, 3 leaves and above, can ensure that human beings can awaken normally. So it was necessary to fill up the stomach in advance. "Okay." Zhao Jia immediately pounced on the dining table and winded up filling her stomach. Then she looked at Han Yang with an expectant face. Han Yang didn't dawdle any longer and handed her the corpse grass. Zhao Jia excitedly took it, and without thinking, directly stuffed it into her mouth and ate it. As Zhao Jia chewed on the corpse grass, a bitter flavor spread out in her mouth, followed by an ice-cold sensation, as if she was drinking a glass of bitter melon juice mixed with mint. However, Zhao Jia didn't even frown and directly swallowed all of the corpse grass. Immediately, it was as if a fire had instantly ignited within her body. The fire burned but was not uncomfortable, and soon turned into a warm current that began to travel through her body, bringing her a tingling sensation. At the same time, her body sent out a signal of hunger, and Zhao Jia, who had been prepared for this, immediately buried her head and ate until 2/3 of the food on the table was swept away by her before she stopped. At this moment, she felt an extra energy in her body, and she felt that she could utilize this energy to do something. She then stretched out her finger and urged the energy in her body to run. An electric spark immediately flashed across her finger and hit the tabletop with a pop sound. "Electricity?" Sun Luanyu said in surprise. "Is your ability to control electricity?" "It should be." Zhao Jia closed her eyes and felt it carefully. "I can generate some electricity, but the intensity is limited and it's very draining of my body's energy. It's relatively easy to control existing electricity." "Wow, that's also very powerful. In ancient legends, this ability of yours is the Thunder Ministry's positive god, Thunder Duke, and Electric Mother category," Sun Luanyu said excitedly. "First rank abilities are all very limited in their effects. The most important thing is to raise the upper limit of your body, so that you can quickly increase your physical quality through body forging techniques." Han Yang also smiled and nodded. The ability to control electricity was great, although it didn't seem to be strong right now and didn't have much effect on zombies, it was much more useful against people or in daily life production. "Aha!" Zhao Jia nodded approvingly. "Next, I'll go find Sister Qingqing and continue hammering my body forging technique. After I finish eating, we'll join together." Sun Luanyu, who had also just awakened not long ago, was not willing to lag behind and immediately sat down to eat. When the three of them finished eating, they walked together towards the place where Qingqing and the others were exercising. At this time, Qingqing, Qinlan, Li Chunshan, Shashan, Shanglan were exercising, while Chen Fang was staring at the surveillance room. All the women see the three people come together, some face expressionless, some face surprised, some face with derision. The gazes of all the women looked at Sun Luanyu with some embarrassment, while Zhao Jiao was indifferent and happily said to Qingqing, "Sister Qingqing, I've also awakened my abilities, I've come to work out with you guys." "Oh? What ability have you awakened?" Qingqing asked in surprise. "Thunder and lightning." Zhao Jia finished stretching out her palm and separated her index finger and thumb. Suddenly, an arc of light lit up in the middle of the two fingers and made a zzz crackling sound. She flung her hand again, and the arc of electricity immediately bounced off the large tree next to her, scorching it black and sending up a wisp of smoke. Not bad. In the next 2 days, you follow me to strengthen your training in body forging techniques, and strive to raise your physique up earlier. Xing Cheng nodded approvingly. Okay. Zhao Jia happily answered. And you, Luanyu, don't be lazy. Okay. Sun Luanyu scrunched her neck in fear. And just as the three exchanged words, Shi Shanglan, who had followed along on the side to practice the forging technique, had long been listening in disbelief. Her ability is newly awakened? Did I hear that right? They hold the means that can awaken people's abilities? The surprise in Shi Shanglan's heart was like a river turning over. In the next instant, her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Han Yang. The biggest possibility that Zhao Jia was able to suddenly experience such a change was related to Han Yang. And this morning, except for the three of them, everyone had arrived to have breakfast together. Shi Shanglan vaguely heard someone muttering, and roughly guessed that the three of them might have tossed and turned too late to get up. As for what they were tossing about, as a person who had been there before, Shi Shanglan naturally understood in seconds. Could it be that sleeping with him will awaken abilities? Or help awaken abilities? Shi Shanglan secretly pondered. She was also a person who was running for 4 years. She looked at this aspect very lightly. Really, if she slept with him, she could awaken her ability. She would not hesitate. Shi Shanglan prided herself on having a few good looks, full of the charm and flavor of a mature woman. But what made her tangle was that Han Yang didn't seem to have looked at her differently since the beginning. At least, when he looked at himself, he didn't have that kind of desire for a woman. It wasn't until she entered the island and saw all kinds of beautiful women with different characteristics. It was only then that Shi Shanglan came to a realization. As a woman, her heart was fluttering as she watched. It was understandable that Han Yang, who was with this group of women every day and was able to embrace them left and right, had a higher vision. But Shi Shanglan was fretting, not to mention the awakening ability. It seemed like she hadn't even gotten Han Yang's approval yet, and she hadn't even eaten Han Yang's blood yet. No way, have to think of a way. Shi Shanglan secretly made up her mind. I still don't believe it, with my looks, can't I seduce you? After seeing the luxurious and comfortable environment and life on the island compared to the last days, Shi Shanglan didn't want to go back to the days of fear and trepidation. Han Yang does not know what Shi Shanglan is thinking. He does not contract Shi Shanglan. There is absolutely no quota. He specifically instructed a few women yesterday to keep an eye on Shi Shanglan, so that they don't suddenly turn corporeal and turn over in the gutter without knowing when. Han Yang can actually put her on the shore service area, but Lubin 3 people are not awakened. Put him there, really want to suddenly mutate, but more dangerous. Now that the island's women have awakened their abilities, as long as some caution, self-preservation is still more than enough. Luanyu and Jia Jia practice well. Chun Chun and Qin Lan, you two go out to sea with me. Han Yang exhorted, then called to Qin Lan and Li Purin. This was what was discussed yesterday. The three of them were going to try to look for spirit fish and see if they could still find them. Okay. Li Purin replied, while Qin Lan nodded. It was the three of them when they came, and it was still the three of them when they left. The three of them went back to the villa first. Qin Lan and Li Purin were going to change their clothes while Han Yang called out all the zombies he had contracted. This time, they didn't know how far they were going to go out to sea, so if they exceeded the control distance, it would be difficult for these zombies to go crazy. Sasha was resting in Nan Nan's room last night, while the rest of the female zombies were arranged in the basement. When Qin Lan and Li Chunchun finished changing their clothes, the three of them plus a group of zombies officially set off and soon arrived at the pier in the northern part of Jinsha Island. What kind of boat are we sailing out to sea? Han Yang looked at the wide array of boats on the pier and was a bit offended. Let's just stick with the same ship from last time, Li Chuanjuan suggested. Isn't that one a yacht? Can you fish and catch fish?
Han Yang scratched his head. He really didn't know about this. He was a social animal before the end of the world, always running for his life. Where did he know about these things? It's possible, the yacht is also for people to have fun. I took a special look last time. There are fishing platforms, there are also big fish tanks specialized in storing fish.
Han Yang listened to the professionals and didn't make any more comments. So the three of them and a group of walkers got on the yacht.
Li Chuanjuan walked straight to the captain's room to steer the boat, while Han Yang took Shasha to place a few walkers down. When he returned to the deck again, he was suddenly brightened up. Qinlan had changed into a bikini swimsuit at some point. The bikini Qinlan wore was quite hot. The upper half of her body only had two palm-sized triangular pieces of cloth, from which two straps extended, one hanging around her neck and the other tied to her back. Her bottom half, on the other hand, was a triangle of pants with the same strappy design, tied up in a bow at the side of her waist. It must be said that Qinlan, who wore a swimsuit, her body was completely revealed, with a convex front and curved back, a small thin waist, a devilish figure, and her body curves were perfect. And the blue sea behind her, more emphasize her like milk general white crystal skin in the sun's reflection, through the slight luster, let a person cannot move away from the gaze. The white swimsuit base color was paired with an azure pattern, adding a touch of elegance and sensibility to her in addition to sensuality. When Han Yang saw this scene, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded, with only two words in his head, poise and charm. And just then, Qinlan also noticed Han Yang's burning gaze. A touch of redness appeared on her cool face, adding a delicate touch. She then unfolded the tulle jacket in her hand and draped it over her body, concealing most of the beauty. A hint of disappointment immediately appeared on Han Yang's face. Although the tulle jacket was very translucent, hazy, and eye-catching, it was not as shocking as just wearing a swimsuit. Han Yang couldn't help but walk forward, wanting to observe Qinlan up close. Qinlan pretended to be oblivious, holding onto the railing and looking towards the sea in front of her. But the hand that was tightly gripping the railing still revealed a few moments of nervousness. "When did you change into your swimsuit?" Han Yang asked as he walked. "At the villa." Qinlan tried her best to remain calm and faintly said. So, Qinlan was using her swimsuit as underwear? And put another outfit on the outside? Han Yang instantly understood. "Your swimsuit is so beautiful." He didn't spare a word of praise. "It's good that you like it." Qinlan looked to the side and mumbled in a small voice. Han Yang thought he had heard wrong. But when he looked at the way Qinlan didn't dare to look at him squarely, and the slight blush that appeared on her cheeks, he was immediately ecstatic inside. "This is exclusively for me to see?" Han Yang thought incredulously in his heart. "There's no one else here either. Who else can it be for if not for me to see? I really stupid ah." Han Yang's heart was hot, and he couldn't help but quietly approach Qinlan some more. Qinlan noticed Han Yang's small movements and was also very nervous and apprehensive inside. Yesterday, Yi Shiraka came over to chat with her, and had been analyzing the personnel relations and pros and cons of the island for her, telling her to seize the time to take down Han Yang. Fishing on the sea needs to be frozen and everything is Yi Shirakue's nonsense. The ship has all the facilities, which needs her to exert her ability to do this? Yi Xiaokue just wanted to give Qinlan the opportunity to go out to sea with Han Yang. Otherwise, there are only two people, Han Yang and Li Chunchun. Han Yang will definitely take Li Chunchun down. At that time, Purity Li, the last person to join, might even be able to ride on Qinlan's head. As long as they went out to sea together, Qinlan could not only prevent Han Yang and Li Chunchun from having further development. She only needs to change into a more sensual swimsuit. With her bumpy body and perfect skin, Han Yang will definitely not be able to move his eyes. This guy, Han Yang, wanted to see swimsuits for more than a day or two. When he saw it, he would definitely boast about it, and Qinlan didn't have to do much, just simply tease him. He didn't even have to think about it. Han Yang would definitely get an inch. This is all in Yi Xiaoka's calculations. Otherwise, with Qinlan's cool nature, she would not have taken the initiative to do this kind of thing and say this kind of thing. Sure enough, just as they were talking, Han Yang quietly groped his way to Qinlan's side,
and the two of them were so close that their skin was almost pressed together. Nan Nan followed Shin Aoi and the girls to the mall. Shinlan pretended not to be aware of Han Yang's small movements and chatted normally. Just then, a big wave suddenly came from the sea, washing the yacht up and down a bit. Watch out! Han Yang wrapped one hand around Shinlan's waist lightning fast and helped her stabilize her body. I'm fine. Shinlan looked at the arm around her waist and said nervously. Han Yang had moved so quickly that she hadn't even reacted, and she didn't know if Han Yang had planned this for a long time or made a decision on the spur of the moment. Anyway, as an awakened, she wouldn't be shaken down by this bit of wind and wave, not to mention that she was still firmly gripping the railing. It's good that it's fine, it's too dangerous here on the deck, I haven't seen the inside of the cabin yet, why don't you take me to the inside room to take a look? Then you let go first. Shinlan whispered.